Chapter 2121 Behead. Zheng! As Shen Yuan's sword erupted, the entire world suddenly dimmed. At this moment, the Shen Yuan sword in Yang Muqing's hand seemed to have turned into a dazzling blazing sun. Then, when the terrifying sword power reached its peak, Yang Muqing swung his right hand. And the next moment, the power that had been accumulated to its peak exploded at this moment. Regardless of everything, the crisp sound of the sword resounded throughout the world at the same time. Oh my god! This sword! Look! Yang Muqing has drawn his sword! Feeling the power of this sword, everyone could not help but widen their eyes and look forward in stunned silence. This is a sharp sword light that is almost indescribable in words. When it explodes to the extreme, it is even like the huge Pango axe that cuts through the world. It seems like it is going to split the whole world in half. Wherever this terrifying sword light passed, everything was wiped out. What a powerful force! I wonder if this sword can kill Nandong Tiahen! Almost everyone could not help but have their thoughts stirred secretly. After all, Nandong Tiahen is recovering now. Even if his strength is restored to 1/10 of the level, it is not something that everyone can resist. But after seeing that Nandong Tiahen was 1 against 3, everyone present felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured from head to toe. And even the hearts in their stomachs were half cold at this moment. Who dares to challenge Nandong Tiahen? But now, Yang Muqing's action has made everyone feel a glimmer of hope. After all, it was this young man who secretly sneaked into the prison and released them. He even reached the bottom of the heavenly prison and released the 3 Yuan masters. Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. For this being who has always been creating miracles, everyone still has some expectations in their hearts. The gap is too big. The other party is a master of 1 yuan. Although the power contained in his attack is powerful enough. After all, he only has half a step and 1 yuan. Far away, the 3 flame demon dragons stopped their retreat and looked forward. Looking at it like this, the 3 of them couldn't help but show a hint of despair. Damn it! Seeing this, the flame demon dragon forced its demonic energy to move forward and wanted to help. But he didn't realize that his injuries were too serious. With just a slight movement of his body, he felt that his whole body felt like it was being completely torn apart. We have overdrawn everything and cannot afford to fight anymore. Sun Han couldn't help but smile bitterly. In their current state, even if they recover from their injuries, their cultivation will still have to regress several small realms. If it is serious, they may lose half their lives. In this battle with Nandong Tiahen, they almost exhausted everything. But unfortunately, they were only 1 step behind. Look! Nandong Tiahen is taking action! Zhou Jintian suddenly shouted. At this moment, the 3 people quickly looked forward. Nandong Tiahen's face was extremely ugly. When he looked at the move in front of him, he was far more solemn than others imagined. Because only he is the target of this sword. How can it be? Before the sword's power reached, Nandong Tiahen already felt a shocking force, crushing down crazily. This terrifying force was crushing him desperately, as if hundreds of stars were pressing directly on his body. Crack! Even at this moment, he could feel that all the muscles and bones in his body were exploding at this moment, letting out waves of harsh moans. Even the internal organs in the body were displaced at this moment, and cracks were visible to the naked eye. The powerful pressure caused blood to continuously flow out of his body. In just a short moment, Nandong Tiahen seemed to have walked out of the blood prison, and that terrifying sword force slowly crushed down in a manner that seemed slow but actually fast. You little bastard! Even you want to kill me! Feeling that every part of his body seemed to be completely crushed at this moment, a trace of anger flashed in Nandong Tianhen's eyes. His status among the Nandong clan is no less than that of the Nandong ancestor. In his eyes, a being like Yang Muqing was like an ant, which he could crush and kill at will. But now, this kind of ant actually dares to compete with himself, which is simply unforgivable. Boom! Facing this terrifying sword force, Nandong Tiahen gritted his teeth, trembled all over, and immediately exploded the power he had finally accumulated in his body. Chang! At the same time as the power burst out, Nandong Tiahen grabbed his right hand and brought out a shocking sword light. Watch how I kill you! Boom! He slashed diagonally with his sword, bringing out a sharp edge that was no less terrifying than Shen Yuan's sword. 2 terrifying sword movements suddenly exploded completely. At the same time, with a shocking attitude, they rushed towards each other fiercely. Kaka kaka! A harsh explosion could not help but resound. The 2 powerful forces, under the crazy squeeze, even caused this void to be completely crushed. The two shocking sword forces collided with each other, without any hindrance under the collision of countless people, and exploded to a shocking extreme. Boom! A shocking loud sound resounded regardless of everything. A shocking spiritual light also burst out at the same time. Clang! I saw that Yang Muqing's slashing sword was simply unstoppable. This entire space was torn apart by him, leaving a crack that was almost impossible to heal. And the power of Nandong Tianhen's sword directly caught the shocked eyes of countless people. Under this sword, he was split open on the spot. What? Nandong Tianhen's eyes revealed a trace of uncontrollable shock. With almost no hesitation, he quickly shot back and retreated. Want to escape? Nandong Tianhen's speed is fast, and Yang Muqing's sword is even faster. Looking at Nandong Tianhen, who retreated rapidly, Yang Muqing closed his eyes. At this moment, he stepped forward quickly and stirred with his right hand. Immediately, the terrifying sword light he slashed out also exploded at the same time, turning into a shocking tornado. It swept away in a sudden, and directly chopped down. Puff! A tearing sound suddenly resounded, and Yang Muqing's sword directly slashed Nandong Tianhen from head to toe, completely splitting him in half under the shocked eyes of countless people. How can this be? Nandong Tianhen's eyes widened with an incredible look, as if he couldn't believe it until his death, that he actually died in the hands of a boy who had not even reached the 1 yuan realm. Chapter 2122 Breaking Out of the Siege. How is it not possible? I said. I will make your bones disappear. Looking at the dead Nandong Tianhen, Yang Muqing shook his right hand. Suddenly, the endless sword light exploded even more violently at this moment. Zheng! The terrifying sword light swept down on the spot, completely covering Nandong Tianhen. Tear! There was a tearing sound. Nandong Tianhen was torn apart on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone present took a breath of air. Nandong Tianhen, among the Nandong clan, his status is comparable to that of the ancestor. The terrifying and powerful man who reached the level of a 1 yuan master actually died under Yang Muqing's sword. Quiet! Looking at the burst of sword light and the torn space in that area, everyone was in deathly silence. The huge starry sky seemed to be completely still at this moment, as if even the sound had completely disappeared. After killing Nandong Tianhen, Yang Muqing dispersed the sword light in his hand. Shen Yuan's sword turned in midair and returned to the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows. After taking a long breath, the deceased was surrounded by a starry sky of deathly silence, and he shouted loudly, Nandong Tianhen is dead. Everyone fight out with me. Break the Nandong clan's heavenly prison, and let the Nandong clan be completely razed to the ground. The roar of shouts resounded through the starry sky at this moment, making everyone tremble and reveal a hint of extreme arrogance. The prisoners who were still in shock quickly came to their senses, and they all screamed as if they had been given blood. Nandong Tianhen is dead. Peel down the Nandong clan. Peel down the Nandong clan. At this moment, everyone's voices were almost connected together, like a tide, pouring forward one after another. And at the same time, the faces of the Nandong clan were as blank as a sheet of paper at this moment. They never expected that Nandong Tianhen, who existed like a god in their eyes, would be killed. It doesn't matter that Nandong Tianhen is so small, but for these people, it is another ending. Nowadays, the morale of the Nandong clan has dropped drastically, and it has dropped to the extreme. On the contrary, the morale of the prisoners has been constantly improving, reaching an extreme level. Especially Yang Muqing's deep voice completely mobilized the morale of the prisoners. Amidst the roaring cheers, countless prisoners swept out like a tide. Call! Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing couldn't help but let out a long breath. Now that Nandong Tianhen is dead, no one can stop them. These prisoners are all strong men in the 1 yuan realm. Even if they cannot raise the Nandong clan to the ground, it is enough to make them unable to eat and walk around. Boss! We succeeded? Among the crowd, the golden dragon flew quickly and came directly in front of Yang Muqing, and couldn't help but cheer excitedly. I didn't expect that we actually did it. Viper also took a deep look at Yang Muqing, although this plan was proposed by him. But in fact, Viper didn't have much confidence that he could do it. After all, this is the prison of the Nandong clan. It is no exaggeration to say that this place is comparable to any other place in the entire starry sky. When Viper entered this heavenly prison, he was determined to die. Even in his heart, he had never imagined what would happen if the plan was successful. but because they followed Yang Muchung. They succeeded? But even so, they still couldn't believe it. It's not finished yet. Just when everyone was happy, Yang Muchung took a long breath and said slowly. Everyone was stunned and looked at Yang Muchung with doubtful eyes. Yang Muchung paused for a moment before continuing. We are here, demolishing all the prisons of the Nandong family, and even blowing up the entire star. How could the Nandong family not get any information? Yes. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but show a solemn expression. This is where? This is the prison of the Nandong clan. Even if it is placed in the mortal world, it is a top priority. When I came here, I saw so many outposts. Now that the prison has collapsed, how could the headquarters of the Nandong clan not receive any news? Moreover, this location is still the hinterland of the Nandong clan, and they are still under the nose of the Nandong clan. The Nandong clan doesn't just have one Yuan Grandmaster. In addition to one Nandong ancestor, there are more powerful beings. Because these people have been trapped for too long. Their strength has not yet returned to its peak, and it will take a long time to cultivate before they can gradually recover. All it takes is one more one Yuan Grandmaster to catch them all without any surprise. How can you escape then? Everyone, fight out with me! Although he had exhausted his physical strength before, Yang Muchung was a 5-element spirit after all, and he possessed the ancient heaven swallowing technique. After a short recovery, he at least regained some strength. Boom! He formed a sealed Ju with his right hand. At this moment, the light in his eyebrows shone brightly, and the green lotus platform immediately flew out. Big! After the green lotus platform flew out, it suddenly grew in size in the green light. Yang Muchung stepped forward, and his whole body turned into a rushing blue light, blasting forward. Heal out! Jin Long closed his eyes and shouted loudly. Boom! Almost at the same time, its whole body was shaken, and the demonic energy surged up. In a burst of golden light, it directly transformed into its true form as a huge demonic dragon, and rushed forward crazily, following behind Yang Muchung. I'm coming too! Seeing Jin Long and Yang Muchung rushing out, how could Arsenal be willing to fall behind? She has been practicing in the holy land of the Ghost Clan in order to follow Yang Muchung. Now this is the opportunity to show her strength. A melodious flute sound sounded, and the huge bone dragon revealed its huge figure among the surging evil energy. Under the terrifying ghostly aura, a chilling chill completely broke out at this moment. I only heard a click, click sound of freezing, and then I saw the endless frost sweeping out in all directions. Kill! Axiana closed his eyes, raised the Xianming battle spear in his hand, and was already riding the bone dragon to shoot out. Wherever he passed, the ghostly aura caused the surrounding space to be completely transformed at this moment. Freeze! What are you still doing? Let's all fight out together! Looking at Yang Muchung, Jin Long, and Axiana, who were the first to rush out, Viper was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and shouted loudly. Boom! In a moment, everyone came to their senses together and swept out like a mad tide. Chapter 2123 The Heavenly Prison Collapses. Nandong Clan. Ancestral Land. In the center of the ancestral land, there is a prayer house. This house is not eye-catching, but it is something that everyone longs for. Because when he became a senior member of the Nandong clan, the family would specially make 2 identical life cards. One of these 2 life cards will be worn on the body, while the other will be placed in this house. When the wearer dies, another life tablet placed in the house will be broken at the same time. Certainly, this kind of life card is made from the Mother Stone. The more powerful the being, the bigger the life card will be. For a being who has just reached the 1 Yuan realm, his life card is only the size of a palm. But if you reach the level of a 1 Yuan master, your life card will even be 3 meters high. Don't underestimate the life card made of this Mother Stone. Even on the other side of the starry sky, as long as the wearer dies, the family will be able to get the news immediately and send people to investigate. The members of the Nandong clan are all proud to own a life tablet. Today, in the prayer room, one person got his own token. As long as you wear this life card, you are the core of the family. This life card can not only know your life and death, but also prevent others from forging your identity. It is a way to verify your identity. The elder responsible for looking after the life praying house looked at the clansman in front of him leisurely and handed one of the life cards to him. Thank you, elder. Nandong Ju excitedly took the life card from the opponent's hand and carefully placed it close to his body and kept it. Only then did he realize that the prayer room was actually filled with countless life cards. At a glance, it was so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. And the closer you get to the deep layer, the bigger the life cards become. But what attracted Nandong Zhou's attention the most were the 13 huge life tablets in the center. These 13 destiny cards, just placed there, can make people feel a terrible pressure. It's like a big mountain is there, making people feel breathless. That is? Nandong Zhou couldn't help but ask. Those are the 13 most powerful One Yuan masters among the Nandong clan. The largest life tablet among them belongs to the ancestor of Nandong. He has lived for hundreds of thousands of years, even longer than some stars. More lasting, Elder Shou said calmly. Every clan member who enters the prayer room will be attracted by these 13 destiny tablets. However, this is not surprising. The Nandong clan has existed in this starry sky for countless years. I don't know how many One Yuan masters have been born, but even among the masters, there is a gap in strength. The strength of those 13 grandmasters has supported the existence of the entire Nandong clan, allowing the Nandong clan to stand firm to this day. Huh? While he was sizing up the token in front of him, Nandong Zhou was suddenly startled. He suddenly discovered that among the 13 destiny cards, the smallest one's light suddenly dimmed. Elder, what's going on? Nandong Zhou shouted quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the huge life card that originally exuded infinite pressure suddenly dimmed at this moment, and the power it exuded also quietly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a crisp sound also sounded. This, not only Nandong Zhou, but also the elder who kept the house was suddenly startled and looked forward quickly. Only a subtle and invisible crack was seen, quietly emerging from the fate card. This crack did not stop with everyone's gaze. Instead, it spread to the entire life tablet as fast as lightning. In just 1/3 of a breath, the life tablet was already covered with cracks like spider webs. Crack! Before everyone could come back to their senses, they heard a loud sound. The 1-meter-high life tablet was quietly broken into pieces and scattered on the ground. What on earth is going on? Nandong Zhou was shocked by the scene in front of him. Although, this broken life tablet is just the smallest one among the 13 life cards. But it is not an ordinary master, but a top existence among the Nandong clan. Now that the life card is broken, it means that he is dead. Elder, what on earth is going on? Nandong Zhou couldn't help shouting. The Elder Shou on the side was also completely stunned. Although he has been guarding the House of Prayer for thousands of years, he has seen the life and death of countless powerful people in the One Yuan realm. And he is even used to seeing the broken tokens of the One Yuan master. But the 13 most huge life cards have always been as stable as Mount Tai. Because these 13 life cards are the main body supporting the entire Nandong clan. They are as indispensable as the beams. And their strength is basically untouchable by anyone. Each one of them is enough to shock one party. Now, a life card has been broken. Whose fate card was broken? Nandong Zhou asked in silence. It seems to be Nandong Tiahin. Elder Shou was stunned for a moment. And it wasn't until Nandong Zhou's voice that he came back to his senses. He looked at the broken destiny tablet in disbelief, couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then answered slowly. Nandong Tianhin. Isn't he the one who guards the Nandong clan's heavenly prison? Nandong Zhou suddenly thought of something, and his face couldn't help but become ugly. To know, it was Nandong Tianhin who was guarding there that caused the Nandong clan's rear area to be completely suppressed. And his strength is also obvious to all. What does it mean if his life cards are broken? Is there something wrong with the Tianlao side? Think of this. The Elder Shou and Nandong Zhou couldn't help but look at each other, and both saw the shocked look in each other's eyes. Clang, clang, clang. However, at this moment, a rapid sound of bells also sounded at the same time. This burst of sound could not be heard with both ears, but resounded directly in the minds of the two of them. No! This is an urgent signal for the family! As the two of them listened to the sound of the bells, their doubtful hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Their expressions became even more ugly. Nandong Tianhin died. Plus, the family's emergency bell sounded, and they had already guessed what was going on, because this herald bell has never sounded since it was established. But once the sound is heard, no matter who you are or what your status is, you must rush to the family meeting hall as soon as possible. Otherwise the family law will take care of you. Tongue! 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 One after another, figures rushed out and quickly rushed towards the family meeting hall. When Nandong Zhou and the Elder Shou arrived, There was already a crowd of people there. Everyone was in a prepared posture, and everyone's face was full of doubts, not knowing what was going on. At this time, I saw the ancestor with a serious face walking out quickly. His first word shocked everyone. The prison has collapsed. Chapter 2124 The Nandong Clan's Counterattack. What? After hearing the words of Patriarch Nandong, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Even at this moment, they had the illusion that the sky had completely collapsed at this moment. Almost everyone among the core and senior management present knew what exactly was being held in the sky prison. Aren't they just some prisoners? Nandong Ju couldn't help but whispered. He was full of doubts and didn't understand why everyone present looked like their parents were dead. Isn't it just a small sky jail? Even if there are many prisoners in it, there is no need to show such an attitude after being captured. Right? The elder guarding the house on the side looked at Nandong Ju, who was not sure what was going on. He sighed leisurely and then said, You don't know something. Every one of those beings who can be imprisoned in the heavenly prison has a strength that has reached the 1 yuan realm. At the bottom of the heavenly prison, there are still 3 grandmasters suppressed. These 3 are not ordinary grandmasters. Each of them is as strong as the 13 grandmasters in the prayer room. Hiss. After hearing what the elder show was said, Nandong Ju suddenly took a breath of air. To know an existence like Nandong Tianhin, just one person, is enough to make a family proud of the entire starry sky. There were actually 3 people suppressed at the lowest level of the prison. Now that the prison is broken, doesn't it mean that the 3 people have escaped? Nandong Ju couldn't help but swallowed, his eyes full of shock. Time. Only then did Nandong Ju know why everyone present, after hearing about this kind of thing, had a blank look on their faces, as if the sky had fallen. At this time, everyone else also came to their senses. You know, they are the core senior executives who joined the family earlier than Nandong Ju, so they naturally understand the things in the family. And now that the prison is broken, they are also deeply aware of the terrible consequences this will bring. Oh my God! What on earth is going on? Why did the good-looking prison collapse? Where are 3 powerful beings being imprisoned? Suddenly, everyone present seemed to have completely exploded, and everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. The scenes were chaotic and noisy, just like a wet market. However, Patriarch Nandong just narrowed his eyes slightly, and a powerful aura was suddenly released. Time. Everyone present felt a terrifying coercion, like a mountain, crashing down desperately, pressing hard on each of their shoulders. Plop! 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 For a moment, those with lower cultivation levels in the scene suddenly trembled under this terrifying pressure, and fell to their knees heavily on the ground with almost no warning. At the same time, the other people felt the anger of Patriarch Nandong, and were frightened for a moment. They did not dare to say anything again, and they all shut their mouths obediently. How is the situation in the house of prayer? At this time, Patriarch Nandong's eyes quietly turned and fell on the elder who kept the house. Elder Shou seemed to have known for a long time that the other party would ask him, so he quickly stepped forward and said loudly, Reporting to the ancestor, Nandong Tianhin's life tablet has been completely broken. Broken! A look of shock flashed in Patriarch Nandong's eyes, and he obviously knew the seriousness of this matter. As the Yuan Grandmaster, Nandong Tianhin has been suppressing the entire Tianlao. Currently, only he can control the situation. But now, no one can imagine that he is also dead. If the life card is broken, doesn't that mean he is dead? What kind of existence can actually kill Nandong Tianhin? He is the 13th most powerful 1 yuan master of our Nandong clan. Even he was killed. I'm afraid Tianlao has been lost. The Tianlao is in the hinterland of our Nandong clan. No matter whether you enter or leave the Tianlao, you have to go through many procedures. If someone breaks into the Tianlao by force, our headquarters will have already received the news before they get close to the Tianlao. Now that Nandong Tianhin has been killed and the prison has been broken, it happened so suddenly. What on earth is going on? Suddenly, everyone present began to speculate. After all, the breaking of the heavenly prison is very important. If it were just those ordinary 1 yuan strong men, that would be fine. But now in the prison, there are still those 3 terrifying existences. Some people can already imagine what kind of revenge the entire Nandong clan will face in the future if those beings are allowed to leave the Tianlao. Well, there is no need to pursue how the sky prison collapsed. The most urgent task now is to repair the prison as quickly as possible. This time Patriarch Nandong did not scold everyone, because he also knows the seriousness of this matter. After taking a look at everyone, he said. "In the family. Except for the senior members in specific positions. Everyone else immediately prepared for me and set off for the heavenly prison. Although the heavenly prison collapsed, with the power of our Nandong clan, we can build another one at any time. But what is really important are the prisoners in the heavenly prison. Each of these prisoners is extremely dangerous to our Nandong clan. Although they escaped from the prison, it does not mean that we are incapable of catching them back." Hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but get excited and look towards Patriarch Nandong. They knew that it was very likely that Patriarch Nandong would arrange a task for them in the next moment. Although the prisoners in Tianlao escaped, when they were imprisoned in Tianlao, we used tooling powder to suppress their power. This elixir lasted for a full month. Even if you have an antidote, it will take a long time to remove the medicine from your body. So this matter should be taken care of sooner rather than later. If we just let it go, it won't be long before these guys are back to their peak strength and will go against our Nandong clan again. So this time, except for the senior officials in special positions, everyone will leave the prison for me. Anyone who escapes from the prison will be subdued. If these people disobey, they will be killed on the spot. Yes." When they heard the chilling words of Patriarch Nandong, everyone present could not help but feel shocked and responded quickly. "In addition, you guys should go and investigate carefully for me. If you know who killed Nandong Tiahin, you can still kill him." Ancestor Nandong clenched his right fist, with murderous intent in his eyes. "Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!" The next moment, countless high-level officials who took orders burst out in a frenzy, constantly charging toward the ultimate location of the Tianlao. Chapter 2125 Shocking the Starry Sky. Call out! Call out! Call out! One after another, terrifying figures turned into endless escaping light. With a shocking attitude, they rose crazily into the sky and rushed towards the location of the heavenly prison regardless of everything. Such a terrifying formation was naturally felt by everyone in the nearby stars. "Oh my God! What's going on?" The people on the stars were all dumbfounded as they stared at the meteors rising into the sky, feeling the shocking power erupting from the escaping light. Their eyes filled with shock. What happened? There are so many terrifying breaths, and each breath is a strong one. What are they going to do? Look, they are all heading in the same direction. Could it be that something happened in that direction? A series of gazes were cast in the direction of the rays of light rising into the sky with great shock. This scene is really amazing. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe it. Although, for the Nandong clan, being a strong man in the One Yuan realm is just a very common thing. In a realm that seems unattainable to outsiders, even reaching the One Yuan realm can lead to the existence of an ancestor. However, in a huge family like Nandong, he has just barely stepped into the upper echelons of the family. Now that so many strong men of One Yuan have all exploded out at this moment, and all rushed in the same direction, even an idiot can guess that something big must have happened to the Dayananging family. I just came from that direction before. Although it was far away, I heard a little bit of news. It is said that a catastrophe occurred at the location of the Nandong family heavenly prison. The Nandong clan's heavenly prison completely collapsed, and all the prisoners escaped from it. Among these escaped prisoners, there are 3 Yuan grandmasters with superior strength. In addition, there is something even more shocking. Nandong Tianhin, who guards Tianlao, is known by the outside world as the 13 most powerful One Yuan masters among the Nandong clan. He is also in Tianlao this time. In the turmoil, he was completely killed, one of the insiders whispered. Every time he said something, the faces of everyone present became uglier. By the end, everyone present was completely shocked, although no one dared to believe what the other party said. The scene where countless people from the Nandong clan soared into the sky was still vivid in everyone's mind. Who on earth could do such a terrible thing? Yes, that is the heavenly prison of the Nandong clan. Its level of danger even exceeds that of some ordinary dangerous places. Even if it is compared to a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, it would not be an exaggeration in the slightest. Moreover, how powerful is Nandong Tiahin? He is one of the 13 powerful beings who support the Nandong clan. Among the Nandong clan, his status is comparable to that of the ancestor of Nandong. He will actually be killed. This news is so shocking that it has even reached a level that is unbelievable. It is said that the entire heavenly prison was captured from the inside. Some people avoided the layers of guards in the heavenly prison and sneaked directly into the heavenly prison. They also released other prisoners in the heavenly prison at the same time. the insider said slowly. Moreover, at the bottom of the sky prison, there are 3 terrifying beings who are no less powerful than Nangong Tianhin. Wouldn't it be easy for them to break through the sky prison and kill Nangong Tianhin? Hisses. To the outside world, the Nangong clan's heavenly prison is too mysterious, and it is in existence that they are not qualified to come into contact with. You know, even if Nangong Ju is like that, only people who have entered the core of the family are qualified to know things. And people like them from the outside can only rely on guessing. Some people even wouldn't know the specific location of the Nangong clan's heavenly prison if it weren't for hearsay. Then who is it that can actually break into the interior of the prison? At this time, someone couldn't help but ask. This is an open and fair fight against the Nangong clan. If caught by the Nangong clan, the Nangong clan will definitely kill the entire clan. People who can do this kind of thing must not only have extraordinary courage, but also have absolute strength. Otherwise, I am afraid that they will be completely wiped out from this world before they even get into the heavenly prison. The other party's name is Yang Macheng. Looking at the shocked people, the insider slowly revealed a long-lost name. His. Hearing this name, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. And there was only shock in their eyes. Because apart from him, they could no longer think of anyone else who dared to go against the Nangong clan. To some people, this young man is simply a legend. Although he is not the first being who dares to resist the Nangong clan, he is definitely the first being who dares to challenge the 7 Starry Sky clans at the same time. No matter how powerful a being is, he still has to shrink his neck when facing the 7 tribes. But Yang Macheng went against the 7 Star clan again and again. Before this, he had completely killed Nanqing of the Nangong clan. The entire Nangong clan had not yet come out of the anger of the younger generation's inheritance being completely cut off. Now Yang Macheng has done another earth-shattering thing. This time, even the entire Nangong clan's heavenly prison was completely blown to pieces. And even one of the pillars of the Nangong clan was killed. If we say the former, the Nangong family can still bear it. As long as they take a moment to slow down, they can still survive this period of vacuum. But now that the prison has been captured, this is not something that can be solved easily. The death of Nangong Tianhin was already a traumatic event for the Nangong clan. You know, a strong person like Nangong Tianhin may not appear in tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 years. To be killed like this today, this loss is not ordinary. In addition, there are also the disasters left by the entire Tianlao. If the Nangong clan cannot completely resolve the entire Tianlao matter, then it will be like a bomb is buried here, and it will explode one day sooner or later. Of course, the most important 3 people are the beings suppressed by the Nangong clan at the bottom of the heavenly prison. Once they are allowed to regain their full strength, it will be another unimaginable huge blow to the Nangong clan. It is precisely because of knowing this that the Nangong clan did not dare to be negligent, but sent people to Tianlao at all costs to solve the huge disaster left by this incident. However, the one who cannot be forgotten the most is Yang Macheng. This being who is regarded as a thorn in the flesh by the 7 clans has already formed an undying hatred with the Nangong clan this time. Chapter 2126 going the opposite direction. Just when the starry sky was shaking, the instigator of the whole thing was already leading everyone to kill outside the Nangong clan, since they had already rushed out at full speed after breaking through the heavenly prison that day. Even though the sentry posts of the Nangong clan received the news immediately and even launched a defense, they still could not stop this attack. An army that only came out of the sky prison. In addition to Axianu, Jilong, and Viper, Yang Macheng and others also joined the team, including Sun Han, Zhou Jintian, Flame Demon Dragon, and Old Turtle. Although there are 0 and 0 in total, there are more than 100. Although among these people, Yang Macheng can only be regarded as an unknown junior. And even among the people, his strength is not considered top-notch. But everyone obeys his arrangements with sincerity. Because, although so many people escape from the Nangong clan, it does not mean that they are really enough to escape and ascend to heaven. The pursuers of the Nangong clan are still following them, and they are still in the territory of the Nangong clan. If they cannot escape the pursuit of the Nangong clan, they will inevitably face a more miserable life than being imprisoned in the sky prison. Of course, there are many beings who do not follow Yang Macheng. The existences that can be poured into the heavenly prison each have their own pride. They must not be willing to obey the orders of such a boy. So they also gathered a group of people and escaped from another direction. And there are not a few such people. According to Yang Mucheng's imagination, everyone acts together. If we can unite together, Even if we encounter any difficult problems, we can solve them together. But if others don't want it, Yang Muchung will not force it. After all, if everyone wants to act together, they must have a leader. Otherwise, they will inevitably face a leaderless situation. If you encounter opposing opinions on certain issues, not only will it not have any effect, but it will actually hinder you. Crack! At this moment, a shattering sound rang out. Hearing this sound, everyone couldn't help but raise their brows, showing a hint of shock. At the same time, gazes were directed towards Yang Muchung's position at this moment. Master, this mother-child stone is also broken. Axiana took out a stone that was broken into powder from his arms, with a look of horror in his eyes. I see. Yang Muchung nodded. Although there is no complete life card, whenever there is separation in the team, Yang Muchung will give the opponent a mother stone to use as a communication tool to know the opponent's situation. This is the last mother-child stone. When we escaped from the sky prison, we were divided into 18 strands. Now the mother and son stones representing the other 17 strands have been broken. We are the only ones left. Sun Han closed his eyes and said quietly. Everyone couldn't help but fell into silence. When they first escaped, there were more than 10,000 people in total, and the largest group even had thousands of people. Due to the constant divisions, only their group with the smallest number of people survived. This last stone belongs to Yin Shiyong. He is the closest to our position, since the pursuers of the Nandong clan have caught up with them and even killed Yin Shiyong. This proves that the pursuers of the Nandong clan are far away from us. We are very close. At this time Zhou Jintian also slowly spoke. When he said this, a depressing atmosphere suddenly emerged quietly. Our strength has not been restored yet. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to deal with these people. The roaring sound of the flame demon dragon also sounded at the same time. After hearing what the other party said, everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. They had fought all the way here and were already exhausted. If they hadn't relied on Yang Muchung to lead the people to avoid being chased and blocked by the Nandong clan, they would have been killed long ago. How could they have been able to make it all the way? Live until now? Brother Yang, it's your turn to make a decision. At this time, Sun Han's eyes turned and fell on Yang Muchung. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but cast their eyes towards Yang Muchung. It was this young man who created a miracle that was unimaginable by ordinary people, and actually rescued all of them from the prison. Before this, almost no one dared to believe it. But now it really happened. Now, it is this young man who has led them out of desperate situations again and again, and passed through dangerous situations again and again. So in their hearts, they already have immense trust in Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung pondered for a moment, then slowly said, We are still in the territory of the Nandong family, and no matter which direction we escape, they must have sent heavy troops to guard us. Coupled with the pursuers behind us, it is impossible for us to escape alive. Boom! These words immediately shocked everyone. Everyone could not help but widen their eyes, and looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. Brother Yang, if even you can't do anything, what should we do? The flame demonic dragon couldn't help shouting. Everyone's heart was also filled with sadness. What the flame demonic dragon said was exactly what everyone was thinking. If even Yang Muchung can't do anything, doesn't it mean that they will really die here? Don't interrupt. I believe Brother Yang must still have a way. He is not someone who gives up easily, Viper said solemnly. If it were before, Viper would definitely have a sad face. But after experiencing so much, Viper knew this young man deeply, and he was not able to judge with common sense. Really, under the expectant eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung continued to speak. Our group of remnants and defeated generals, no matter which direction we go, will be greeted by the most elite members of the Nandong clan. They must have laid a dragnet at various locations, waiting for us to go. If we charge out directly now, we will be like moths to a flame and bump into those people head-on. We will never be able to escape alive. Yes. Everyone nodded. They had fled all the way here and were already exhausted. Even if they managed to save a little energy, they all used it to rush on. Once you encounter an enemy, you have no choice but to surrender. I don't know if you have noticed a problem. The pursuers following us could easily catch up with us due to their condition. But they did not do so. They were also afraid that we would be in a desperate situation. We want to use this method to exhaust our energy. But this just gives us a rare opportunity to do the opposite. In the eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung spoke word by word. Chapter 2127 Bison and Lions. Doing the opposite? Hearing Yang Wucheng's words, everyone present could not help but be stunned. Everyone looked at each other with wide eyes and disbelief. To know, after following Yang Wucheng for such a long time, everyone had already guessed the plans of the pursuers behind him. Although there are not many of them, they are the most powerful group among the prisoners who escaped from the prison. Although the pursuers came all the way to kill, they did not kill directly in front of everyone. It was still possible to get their components from the mouths of other prisoners. Even the Nandong Patriarch was also among the pursuers. Knowing the composition of these groups of people, one would inevitably be a little wary of their strength. 3 top-notch 1 yuan masters. Dozens of people are $1 perfect. And more than 100 people are $1 peak. There is also Yang Wucheng who leads the entire Tian Lao battle. If such a group of people gather together, no matter which force they are, they will probably be extremely fearful in their hearts. Otherwise, as long as these people pursue them with all their strength for a period of time, they will be able to catch up with them. Brother Yang, what do you mean by doing the opposite? The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but ask. Could it be? Many people had already guessed Yang Wucheng's plan, and they couldn't help but look extremely ugly. That's right. Yang Wucheng nodded heavily and said, with our current situation, we have become a prey in the opponent's hands. If they want to deal with us, we have no power to fight back. Before that, I want to tell you a little story, Yang Wucheng said lightly. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised that at this time, he was actually telling a little story. But seeing the flame demon dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han all choosing to listen attentively, even the most irritable people at this moment suppressed their eagerness and calmed themselves down to listen to what Yang Wucheng said and what happened to them. What's the connection? In the mortal world, lions often hunt in groups. Basically, the targets of lion hunting are some antelopes and wild deer, and sometimes they will capture some bison. The bison is very powerful. Once the bison is targeted by a lion, it will resist with all its strength. Even the strongest lion will be killed by the bison in an instant if it is hit by the bison with all its strength. The lions have their own strategy. They are not in a hurry to kill the bison. Instead, they keep sending lions to chase the bison from all directions until the bison is exhausted and no longer has the strength to escape. That's why I chose to hunt this bison. After hearing Yang Wucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but fall into silence. Although, he didn't say it so straightforwardly, but almost everyone could already hear it. Now they are like the bison in Yang Wucheng's mouth, and the lions are the Nandong clan. The Nandong clan is constantly chasing and intercepting them, in order to exhaust all their power and leave them with no power to resist. Brother Yang, I understand what you mean. Now we are that bison. If the pursuers of the Nandong family rush up directly, we will fight him to the death, or even choose to fight to the death. I don't know. Do we have a way to crack it now? Sun Han narrowed his eyes and asked cautiously. Yes. Everyone looked towards Yang Wucheng, and his words directly pointed out their current situation. However, Yang Wucheng can point out the situation so clearly. So does he have any solution? Once you get into this situation, you're basically dead. But we're not just any bison. So this gives us our only chance. Yang Wucheng narrowed his eyes and gently tapped his right hand, landing on the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. Everyone couldn't help but nodded. To know, these 3 beings are powerful men who have reached the level of the 1 Yuan Grandmaster, and are even comparable to the ancestors of the Nandong clan. And those other people are not soft persimmons. Brother Yang, what is the glimmer of hope you are talking about? The flame demonic dragon couldn't help shouting. That's the 3 of you. Your cultivation levels are all here. As long as you can regain your strength, you can fight any chasing soldiers, and you will be no worse than the other party. Yang Wucheng said word by word. What? Hearing Yang Wucheng's words, everyone present could not help but frown, and some even shook their heads secretly. What kind of idea is this? Even an idiot can think of this method. If the 3 of them can regain their strength, as long as they don't encounter an opponent like Nandong Tiahin, they can escape alive no matter how many pursuers come. I thought he had some solution. This is just empty talk. Not to mention the 3 flame demon dragons. We also want to regain our strength. But where do we have time? For a moment, everyone present could not help but start talking. Zhou Jintian also frowned slightly. He knew that the young man in front of him was definitely not an idle person, and there might be more to come. So he did not interrupt the other person, but looked forward to it quietly. Really, just as his thoughts came to his mind, Yang Wucheng continued. Yes, This is my opposite method. The Nandong family wants us to continue to run away exhausted under their pursuit. But we just have to follow each other's arrangements. After we choose to restore our strength, we will directly pierce the dragnet they set up and kill them directly. Hearing Yang Muqing's arrangement, everyone present couldn't help but feel a thump in their hearts. This was a life or death choice. However, just as Yang Muqing said, if they do not follow this plan, then they will face a situation of death and no life. And now, what Yang Muqing pointed out is the only way out for everyone. Indeed, we have no choice at all. Zhou Jintian nodded and couldn't help but let out a long breath. This is the only way. I agree with this plan. But I wonder if others can agree. I agree too. The flame demonic dragon condensed for a moment and nodded heavily. I would rather be chased like a bison until exhausted and then be beheaded, than fight them with dignity and fight my way out. Yes, I agree. Sun Han nodded at the same time without any hesitation. When everyone heard this, they all nodded without comment. But what should we do next? At this time, everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Muqing again. Chapter 2128 Nandong Hintian. Yang Muqing smiled faintly. Since he can come up with this method, he naturally has a way to deal with it. No matter what existence it is. If you want to restore your strength, you need enough heavenly and earthly treasures. Or enough spiritual energy. Although this area is the hinterland of the Nandong clan, it does not mean that this starry sky has been figured out by the Nandong clan. Let's go to the lava galaxy next. Yang Muqing said lightly. Lava galaxy? Hearing Yang Muqing's words, everyone couldn't help but raise their brows, with a hint of shock in their eyes. Especially Zhou Jintian, Flame Demon Dragon and others couldn't help but shook their heads with a wry smile. This was truly a life or death choice. But Yang Muqing smiled faintly, as if he didn't care at all. Among the Nandong clan, although there are many locations to choose from, there is no area that can compare with the lava galaxy. The lava galaxy is a galaxy composed of hundreds of stars. Every star in this galaxy is wrapped in terrifying flames. It is precisely because of this. This is called a lava galaxy. Seen from a distance, the many stars in this galaxy seem like a vast expanse of endless flames burning crazily. This is it! Everyone immediately changed paths and came directly to the lava galaxy. Yang Muqing squinted his eyes and looked at the lava galaxy that seemed to be engulfed in a sea of fire from a distance. He felt that even though it was far away, it was still an extremely scorching heat wave. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. Life or death depends on this lava galaxy. After saying that, Yang Muqing turned around and led countless people towards the crazy projection of flames. Only the last group of prisoners left. Most of the prisoners have been captured. Some who disobeyed were killed on the spot. With so many prisoners, if they are allowed to escape, they will definitely be a huge threat to our Nandong clan. At this time, in a temporary camp set up on a star, some Nandong clan members who had captured prisoners were escorting these warriors one by one and sending them back to the Nandong clan. In just half a month, more than 90% of the escaped prisoners have been captured. Of course, if he hadn't taken action, it might not have been so easy. Every clan member couldn't help but look towards the center of the camp. Now, sitting in the center of the camp was a person who looked like a middle-aged man. There were countless old faces around him. But no matter who it was, they all looked very respectful when facing this man. This is one of the 13 ancestors of the Nandong clan. Although he has not been promoted to ancestor for a long time, his status among the Nandong clan is very high. If Nandong Tianhen is the existence that suppresses Tianlao internally, then Nandong Hintian is the existence externally. Among the Nandong clan, he is even known as the Sage of Soldiers, and he is said to use weapons like a saint. The 7 clans are not monolithic. Sometimes there will be some rebel and resistance forces that challenge the Nandong clan. At this time, it is Nandong Hinshin's turn to appear. Often the battles he leads are usually able to achieve a complete victory. The existence of Nandong Hintian allowed the Nandong family to achieve a situation of victory in every battle. However, after he became the ancestor, he no longer needed to appear in some ordinary battles. If the prison hadn't been damaged now, and the 3 Yuan Grandmasters had escaped, it wouldn't have been Nandong Hinshin's turn to come forward. But this Nandong Hintian is, after all, a being known as the Sage of Soldiers. Under his leadership, the subjugation of the prisoners in the Sky Prison was simply beyond everyone's expectations. In less than half a month, he led the Nandong clan and captured the prisoners who escaped from the prison one by one almost without any effort. In the eyes of ordinary people, this almost impossible task was actually accomplished so easily by Nandong Hintian. At the same time, only this small team of less than 200 people was left. So many escaped prisoners have been captured. Why are these people still left? Yes, if you want, you can kill all these people at any time. Why doesn't Lord Nandong Hintian arrest all these people in one go? Then a large number of people were captured, leaving only the less than 10% of the prisoners. According to many people's conception, they don't need any tactics at all, and can capture all these people by completely crushing them. However, Nandong Hintian did not do this. Instead, he continued to lead the warriors in his family to hunt down the remaining prisoners in a gradual advance. What do you know? After hearing what these people were talking about, Nandong Hintian, who was sitting in the big tent, started to mock unceremoniously. He looked at the people around him and said calmly, "The existences we killed before were just appetizers. The real highlight has never appeared." Nandong Hintian's words immediately shocked many people. More than 99% of the prisoners have been captured by them. But now there are only less than 200 people left. How can it be regarded as the highlight? Nandong Hintian smiled lightly and then said, "Under the heavenly prison, there are 3 most powerful 1 Yuan grandmasters suppressed. We have been hunting for such a long time, but those 3 have never shown up yet. So he must be in the last team. Moreover, I also learned some specific information from the captured prisoners. The reason why the heavenly prison collapsed was because of Yang Maicheng. It was this existence that caused the entire heavenly prison to completely collapse. Yang Maicheng. Many people couldn't help but be stunned when they heard this name, and shock flashed in their eyes immediately. Obviously, they did not expect that Yang Maicheng was the one responsible for the collapse of the prison. This is really terrible. Although the number of these prisoners is not large, there is no doubt about their strength. If we push too hard, they will fight us to the death." Nandong Hintian pondered for a moment, and then said, "We must use the most basic means to continuously chase these people, and let them flee all the way until they are exhausted and unable to resist. Until then, we can catch them all." As soon as he finished speaking, a warrior hurriedly entered the Chinese army's tent and whispered a few words in his ear. For a moment, Nandong Hintian was stunned and lost his voice. "They actually entered the Lava Galaxy?" Chapter 2129 The Only Way to Survive. Lava Galaxy! Everyone present could not help but change their expressions. As a member of the Nandong clan, there are few who do not know the existence of the Lava Galaxy. Although the Nandong clan rules this starry sky, in fact the entire starry sky is too large, and there will always be some inaccessible areas in the vast universe. This Lava Galaxy is one of them. This is more dangerous than those in deserts, swamps, and wild forests otherwise. With so many strong men from the Nandong clan, the entire Lava Galaxy would have been explored long ago. But the degree of danger in this area shocked even the powerful Yuan. "Lord Hatred, these guys actually escaped into the Lava Galaxy. Do we not have to track them?" At this time, someone asked in a low voice. "The Lava Galaxy is one of the top 10 most dangerous places. We are chasing them for these people. If so, I'm afraid there will be great losses." Snort. Nandong Hintian snorted coldly and said in a cold voice, "Idiot. Yang Maicheng already knows about my plan." He had long known that the leader of the last remaining group of people was none other than Yang Maicheng. It seems these people fled into the Lava Galaxy and were desperate. But in fact, once they escape into this Lava Galaxy, it will become more and more difficult for the Nandong family to capture them. Go ahead at full speed. Notify everyone that all previously planned plans have been changed, and we will pursue at full speed. When Nandong Hintian had already learned the news that Yang Maicheng and others had entered the Lava Galaxy, Yang Maicheng had already led everyone into the outskirts of the Lava Galaxy. Along the way, everyone was very careful to keep a certain distance from the stars. The temperatures of these stars are millions each, even hotter than the sun. If they were at the peak of their strength, it would be easy to resist this heat wave. But now, everyone is exhausted to the extreme, and they are all burned to the point of being weak by the stars emitting terrifying heat. But the flame demon dragon is a different kind. It was originally listless, but after entering this Lava Galaxy, it immediately became energetic. He practices fire-based techniques, and these stars emitting flames are as warm as his hometown to him. So after entering this Lava Galaxy, the flame demonic dragon became a pathfinder. Of course, in addition to the flame demonic dragon, Yang Maicheng also seemed to be at ease with this area. After all, he practices the 5 elements spiritual body. Now that the 5-element spirit body has already been completed, it is limited to the extent that Suzaku's body and Xuanwu body have not been completed to the great perfection. The flames in this area are only good for his 5-element spirit body, and there is no harm. Along the way, he continued to use the Suzaku body building technique, absorbing the surrounding heat waves and flames into the purest energy into his body, and continuously pushing forward the Suzaku body. Brother Yang has discovered. At this moment, a burst of excited shouts quickly came from the front. Looks like I've found something. Hearing this sound, everyone present couldn't help but start to get excited. Ever since he discovered that this lava galaxy had no effect on the flame demon dragon, but was actually of great benefit to his healing, Yang Macheng sent the flame demon dragon out to explore the way. Of course, the purpose of exploring is not how to escape, but to find the treasures of heaven and earth that can be used. Now that the flame demonic dragon has rushed back so excitedly, he has obviously made a discovery. Brother, what did you discover? Yang Macheng couldn't hide the satisfaction in his eyes, and couldn't help but ask. I discovered an extremely large star. That star was hundreds of times larger than what you and I imagined. The most important thing is that there is a very high concentration of spiritual energy on that star. And there are quite a few living creatures. The flame demon dragon said excitedly. When they heard the first half of the sentence, everyone couldn't help but be a little stunned. It's just a small star. Nothing special about it. But the second half of what he said was unusual, and everyone present could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Brother, are you sure there are really living things on that star? Yang Macheng said quickly. To know, everyone present can understand that just having a high concentration of spiritual energy on a star is nothing. But if there were living creatures, that would be extraordinary. This proves that there are likely to be some heavenly and earthly treasures on this star. In which direction? Yang Macheng asked quickly. Follow me. The flame demonic dragon quickly stepped forward to lead the way. The prisoners who had been exhausted for a long time suddenly became energetic and followed behind the flame demon dragon, wanting to go and see what kind of existence there was on that huge star. However, there are still some people who always hold a hint of doubt in their hearts. It is very difficult for us beings to resist such a hot flame. How can there be living creatures on these stars? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yes, among these places, the existences with lower strength may not be able to survive at all. Right. If there are living creatures, their strength is probably not bad. Don't let us die at the hands of the Nangong clan. But buried here, someone said. Until then, Sun Han, who had been silent, said calmly, the reason why we entered this lava galaxy is to survive in PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. We must find our own way to survive under the pursuit of the Nangong clan. If you are willing to die in the hands of the Nangong clan, please leave here. Hearing the anger hidden in Sun Han's words, everyone knew that the other party was angry, and couldn't help but shrink their necks and said nothing. Sun Han continued, the level of mystery in this starry sky exceeds our imagination. Even for me, there are many areas that I have never experienced, so it is not surprising to see any creatures among these stars. However, I am looking forward to the appearance of living things among these stars, because as long as there are living things appearing, it means that there will be heavenly spirits and earthly treasures appearing on this star, and we will have a great chance of recovery. My own strength. After hearing Sun Han's words, everyone present couldn't help but fall into silence. After a while, I heard someone shouting, Arrive! Such a big star! I have never seen such a huge star. Are those beings really living creatures? At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted by the huge star in front of them. Everyone stared at the star in front of them with wide eyes. Yang Wucheng's eyes shone brightly. He had found the only way to survive in the lava galaxy. Chapter 2130 Flame Fruit. After a while, everyone had arrived on top of this huge star. Feeling this huge star, everyone present was a little shocked. None of the people who came with Yang Macheng were soft persimmons. Most of them had already traveled in the starry sky and were used to seeing all kinds of things in the starry sky. But this was the first time I saw such a huge star. Not to mention that Yang Macheng and others had not seen it before. Even existences such as Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian could not hide their shock. There are living things in this star. It's just that this star is too big. I can't explore it in a short time. The Flame Demon Dragon couldn't help shouting excitedly. It doesn't matter. This star is our peak. If we want to explore it in a short time, it will take a while. Sun Han narrowed his eyes. He looked at everyone and said word by word. This star is so huge. And there are definitely not a few treasures of heaven, spirit and earth in it. This is definitely a good choice for us. Yang Muchung also nodded at the same time. This star is a perfect camp. In this case, we will rest here for a few days. During these few days, everyone will move separately. But I have to remind everyone that we must stay within these few days. Among them, restore your condition to its peak. This area is still the territory of the Nangong family. We turned around and came to this lava galaxy. The Nangong family must have received the news as soon as possible and rushed towards us at full speed. After our strength returns to its peak, the next step will be our last chance to escape from the Nangong clan. Yes. As soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, everyone present was already eager to take action. Some seriously injured warriors sat down cross-legged at the same time and began to absorb the spiritual energy in the world. The spiritual energy contained in this area was sucked out in just an instant. Some warriors, who still had the power to move quickly, shot in all directions. After all, like this kind of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to restore strength. Even if all the spiritual energy in this star is absorbed, it may not be able to return to its peak. Of course, if you can get some heavenly and earthly treasures, you can restore your strength in advance. Yang Muchung is also among them. After Tianlao slashed, his consumption was also very heavy. For him, what he needed was not as huge as others. He is now just one step away from truly reaching the 1 yuan realm. If he reaches the 1 yuan realm, his strength will be enhanced 10-fold or 100-fold. Of course, if he could raise the 5-element spirit body to another level in this lava galaxy, the increase in strength would become even more terrifying. As for Jinlong and Axianu, they did not choose to leave. In the battle at Nangong Tianlao, they also gained a lot. If they could gain a thorough understanding of the battle, they would also be greatly improved. Is that all? Yang Muchung, who was rapidly exploring and advancing, stopped in his tracks quietly. In a piece of magma, he discovered some heavenly and earthly treasures. The roots of these Tianling Dibbo are all deeply embedded in the lava that is enough to melt steel. From the rhizome, trunk, and even the leaves, everything is red. From a distance, it looks like a plant burning with flames. I see! Walking to the front and feeling the plants growing outside the magma, Yang Muchung suddenly realized. These heavenly and earthly treasures have taken root in the magma, absorbing the most exquisite essence of fire in the magma. A steady stream of fire essence was absorbed and gathered on the plants, growing into fist-sized flame fruits. Huh? Looking at these flame fruits, Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows, picked one off and took a bite. This flame fruit was not as hot as boiling oil as he imagined, but was actually very cool. A long-lost coolness spread directly down his throat and into his limbs. The energy contained in this coolness was beyond imagination. In just a moment, Yang Muchung's energy and energy spent on the journey were completely exhausted. Supplemented back. Not only that, it also made Yang Muchung feel that his strength had also increased. These fire fruits are pretty good. You can take them back and give them to others. Yang Muchung was secretly moved in his heart and quickly looked around. There are not a few flame plants growing outside this piece of magma, and these flame fruits also look fruitful. Now everyone needs the treasures of heaven and earth to recover, and Yang Muchung will not let them go. Thinking of this, he waved his right hand, and suddenly a strong wind blew, and the flame plants outside the magma suddenly began to sway one by one. At the same time, red fruits flew rapidly and fiercely. Get up and gather towards Yang Muchung's location. This lava galaxy is inaccessible to people. Coupled with a special environment, even the warriors of the Nandong clan don't want to come here. That's why these fruits grow so luxuriantly. But now they are taking advantage of me. Countless fruits were dancing in the air, rushing towards Yang Muchung's position. At this time, a shocking wave surged rapidly. A huge wave of magma erupted directly from the calm magma, and a powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the rolling magma sea. The flame fruits rolled up by Yang Muchung were snatched away by the monstrous suction force at this moment, and they flew towards the magma at the same time. That is? Yang Muchung's pupils closed, revealing a hint of horror. But at this moment, he no longer cared about the rolling magma, but focused all his attention on the robbed treasures of heaven and earth. Although he didn't know what was in this magma lake, he knew that these guys were snatching the flame fruit from him. I don't believe it! Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and his inner energy suddenly burst out, and a huge surge of power swept out. I saw a swift and violent wind in midair, erupting on the spot, and then it transformed into a terrifying big palm, grabbing directly forward. Suddenly, The flame fruits that were about to be taken away were swept back by the strong wind and returned to Yang Muqing's hands. What the H.L. is under the magma? Putting away the last flame fruit, Yang Muqing quickly looked forward. Chapter 2131 One after another. Hoorah! As Yang Muqing looked, the huge thing hidden under the magma seemed to let out a shocking roar, because Yang Muqing had taken away all the fruits. Roar! The terrifying sound resounded rapidly. Along with the churning magma, a huge creature had already emerged from the magma. The moment this terrifying existence almost flew out of the magma, it was already rushing towards Yang Muqing's position. Rushing towards him. What? Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing closed his eyes, and without any hesitation, he quickly retreated towards the rear. The moment he left the place, he saw the black shadow flying over quickly, slamming down on the ground. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded, and the entire earth trembled at this moment. It was more like a terrible earthquake. The endless magma stirred crazily, and even jumped hundreds of meters into the sky. All the heavenly and earthly treasures outside the magma were crushed to pieces at this moment. The position where Yang Muqing was standing before was completely collapsed by the pressure of the huge black shadow. That is? Yang Muqing closed his eyes, and quickly looked forward. The guy that jumped out of the magma looked like a lizard. His appearance was somewhat similar to that of the flame demonic dragon, but his aura was that of a serious one yuan realm existence. This huge object is tens of meters long, and its whole body gives people a feeling of infinite power. After the big sky demon jumped out of the lava, it looked like a tiger, staring at Yang Muqing, its eyes full of anger that could not be washed away. Apparently, for it, this magma area is its territory. Now, a guy suddenly appears and takes away all its treasures. How can it endure this? Roar! Just as Yang Muqing was sizing up the opponent, the flame lizard was already roaring. Its body looks very bulky, but its speed is not slow at all. But it is still very dexterous. I saw its hind limbs slapped heavily on the ground, and immediately flew up, like a wild horse, rushing towards Yang Muqing's position, rushing away quickly. When the huge claws slapped heavily on the ground, it made the whole earth tremble. The entire ground is like a big drum, which is shocked by the beating. Every time the giant claw slapped on the ground, it would create a deep pit. Amidst the crazy splashing of soil, the flame lizard quickly rushed in front of Yang Muqing. Humph! Even the little one in the early stage of Yuan dynasty dares to compete with me. With a cold smile, Yang Muqing grabbed it with his right hand, and his inner energy suddenly surged, condensing into a solid sword light in the air, whizzing down at the extreme speed. Poof! A tearing sound resounded, and the huge flame lizard was split into two halves by Yang Muqing. The chopped corpse fell heavily to the ground. Endless blood spilled on the ground, and a burst of shichichi sound suddenly erupted. With a faint glance at the split flame lizard, Yang Muqing dispersed the inner energy gathered in his hand. Just when he was thinking that if these flame fruits were set back, many people would be able to regain their strength, suddenly a demonic energy that was even more terrifying than before began to stir up quickly. What? Feeling this compelling demonic aura, Yang Muqing couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and quickly looked towards the place behind him. Boom! Suddenly, a stream of magma, many times larger than before, began to stir up at this moment. Under the endless waves of magma, a flame lizard that was several times larger than before jumped out directly from the magma. This flame lizard was many times larger than the previous one, and it let out a shocking roar as it emerged. Roar! At the same time as this terrifying roar resounded, Yang Muqing could feel a shocking force erupting from the magma in a sudden and violent manner. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the surging magma, stirred by this terrible force, exploded and turned into a sea tide and pounced hard on Yang Muqing. There is actually another one. Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. But this is normal. After all, this magma layer is very huge. It is not surprising that there are several flame magma in it. Roar! Just when Yang Muqing's thoughts came to his mind, a slightly smaller flame lizard also jumped out of the magma at the same time. Apparently, these three great demons are a family group. The one that Yang Muqing killed before was probably the weakest one. But now the two remaining ones are many times more powerful than the previous little flame lizard. As the third flame lizard jumped out, the already extremely violent magma was stirred up again. The boiling magma rolled and swayed under the terrifying demonic energy, transforming into a huge crazy dragon. After turning in a circle in midair, he rushed towards Yang Muqing's position. Two flaming dragons competed in midair. as if forming a huge drill. And the center of the drill was Yang Muchung. "Get out of my way!" Yang Muchung shouted angrily, and squeezed his hands fiercely. Suddenly, in this world, the infinite spiritual energy transformed into thousands of threads, constantly flying towards his position. Flying quickly. Roar! In this terrifying gathering of spiritual energy, an equally huge flame dragon also formed in the sky above Yang Muchung. At the same time as it formed, it already let out a roar and rushed forward fiercely. The three mad dragons roared out with extremely high temperatures and collided with each other crazily. Boom! 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 Time. A terrifying loud sound resounded crazily. Immediately afterwards, he saw a raging flame bursting out in midair. At the same time, a terrifying air wave spread in all directions from the center of the explosion. Wow! The terrifying strong wind swept across, tearing apart the surrounding ground wherever it passed, leaving a terrifying trace of knives and axes on the ground. Woo! Being hit by this terrible strong wind, Yang Muchung suddenly let out a muffled cry, trembled, and staggered back a few steps. Roar! On the other side, the two flame lizards, one female and one male, also stopped, and their four huge eyes were fixed on Yang Muchung's body. Chapter 2132 The Art of Combined Attack. These two flame lizards are not too powerful alone, but the attack of the two together is many times more powerful than before. Looking at the flame lizard, which was also hit by the strong wind and had most of its body soaked in magma, Yang Muchung slowly narrowed his eyes. These two flame lizards should know how to attack together. I didn't expect that such a great sky demon can also understand this kind of attack method. To know, the combined attack method is a very special method. The attack unleashed by both parties will be several times more powerful than before. But this method of combined attack has long been lost. But Yang Muchung didn't expect that these two monsters would attack like this. Roar! A crazy roar sounded. The silent flame lizard suddenly erupted into a roar, and the magma that had finally calmed down suddenly began to churn rapidly under the terrifying evil spirit. Two bursts of shocking wrathful flames flew towards Yang Muchung's position at an extremely fast speed. The raging flames that were constantly gathering and attacking surged rapidly in midair, transforming into swift and violent rain of flames, overwhelmingly falling towards Yang Muchung. Each of these flames contains evil energy that has been condensed to the extreme. In the surge of evil energy, it quickly transformed into a ferocious-looking fire snake, overwhelming the sky and rushing towards Yang Muchung's position, charging crazily. Attack and go! Snort! Yang Muchung snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and immediately pointed forward. Zheng! A crisp sound of swords resounded quickly. Xianji saw that the spiritual energy rolling in between the sky and the earth quickly formed a long sword. And the moment it was formed, it shot towards the hole in front of it. Call out! Call out! Call out! The terrifying long sword pierced the void at this moment, causing a sharp whistling sound and pointing at the overwhelming fire snakes. Boom! 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 In the void, a roaring sound of collision suddenly resounded. Waves of terrifying explosions continued to resound in the midair, and endless flames erupted in the void. The attacks from both sides were fatal at this moment. Seeing this scene, the two flame lizards looked at each other, seeing the anger in each other's eyes, and both let out an angry roar at the same time. Roar! I saw the rolling flames gathering crazily in midair, and soon they were condensed together again in a more surging demonic energy than before, and then formed a huge one in midair. The flaming palm came towards Yang Muchung's position and struck hard. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This huge palm slapped down, and his long sword that shot out into the sky was quickly shattered at this moment. Even as the flame giant palm increased in size, the terrifying high temperature exploded even more at this time, causing those long swords to be burned to ashes in an instant before they even got close. Tongue! With almost no hesitation, he tiptoed, and his whole body was already shooting towards the rear at the extreme speed. Just when he left, the terrifying giant flame palm was already slapping down crazily. Only a terrible loud sound was heard, resounding loudly. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the giant palm that reached down from the sky made the whole earth tremble with a bang, revealing a depression with a diameter of several hundred feet. And that terrifying depression was the palm print. Looking at the collapsed ground that had been bombarded, Yang Muchung closed his eyes and couldn't hide the shock in his heart. If he hadn't dodged the blow earlier, I'm afraid that when the blow came down, He might have been killed on the spot. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes and looked forward, locked on the two flame lizards. The thoughts in his mind kept spinning. Each of these two guys only has the cultivation level of the early 1 Yuan. But the attack that the two sides unleashed together is far beyond ordinary people's imagination. Even more than the late 1 Yuan. With my current strength, it will take a lot of effort to kill them. Yang Muchung's mind was secretly moved. Time is urgent now, and there is no room for me to be negligent. Although I can win if I fight hard, I will also be injured. If it is normal, I can naturally fight with this guy. But with the current situation, I can no longer afford to make any mistakes. Using his body's skills to the extreme, Yang Muchung continued to dodge the overwhelming attacks while thinking about countermeasures in his mind. If it were normal, facing these two flame lizards, he would have rushed forward head-on without any hesitation. But now, he is thinking about it before and after. After all, now he represents not only himself, but also the companions who are accompanying him behind him. He must keep his strength at its peak level in order to cope with various unexpected situations. By the way, these two flame lizards are indeed very powerful in their combined attack. But if one is killed, the power will be greatly reduced. I can find a way to kill one first. Suddenly, an idea came to Yang Muchung's mind. Looking at the two flame lizards in front of him, his heart suddenly moved. Roar! A terrifying roar resounded crazily. Immediately afterwards, he saw that in the void, the endless flames were already gathering and surging rapidly. Thousands of threads surged in, directly forming a flame in midair that was several times more terrifying than the original one. Crazy Dragon. Almost as soon as it was formed, it suddenly turned over in midair, carrying infinite flames and rushing madly towards Yang Muchung's position. Call! The moment this crazy fire dragon charged out, it burned the entire space into void, and attacked crazily at an incredible speed. Boom! This terrifying fire dragon struck hard and completely exploded in an instant. A loud and shocking sound resounded loudly, and at this moment, the flames all over the sky began to billow crazily, spreading in all directions desperately. And Yang Muchung's location was already engulfed in flames at this moment. Roar! However, at this moment, the two flame lizards did not show any excitement, but instead let out a roar. At the same time, he immediately looked into the air. Chapter 2133 Flame War Lizard. Tongue! Yang Muchung, who was supposed to be burned to ashes, was not burned to death by the flames. Instead, he appeared above the two flame lizards. Roar! Almost instantly, the flame lizard roared angrily. The largest flame lizard took a deep breath. And suddenly, there was a terrible wind all around. Soon he saw the endless wind in the void, sweeping in quickly, and its belly also bulged high at this moment. Ha! When the breath approached to its extreme, the flame lizard was already spitting out fiercely. In an instant, the fire that had been swept away by it erupted quickly and violently. Everyone only saw a rolling wave of flames, charging crazily towards Yang Muchung's position with a horrifying attitude. This flame has been condensed to the extreme, even burning through the void, and in an instant, it overwhelmingly covers Yang Muchung. Snort! Although this flame looks very fierce, in fact it is not as terrifying as before. He wouldn't be so afraid of just an attack from one of the flame lizards. Zheng! The Xinyuan sword in his hand swung rapidly, and a brilliant sword light exploded in an instant. That terrifying flame that could burn gold and boil the sea spread rapidly directly in front of Yang Muchung. Zheng! At the moment when the flames were almost torn apart, Yang Muchung pointed a finger in the air with his right hand. In an instant, Xinyuan's sword turned into a condensed sword light and moved forward desperately. The fire-breathing lizard was directly penetrated by the sword. How could such a monster like the sharp Xinyuan sword be able to compete with it? Their scales, which had been tempered by lava for who knows how many years, were as fragile as tofu in front of Xinyuan Jin. The terrifying sword light blasted directly from the flame lizard's forehead, and the powerful force directly nailed it to the ground. Boom! At this moment, the entire ground could not help but tremble. Hisses. Seeing this scene, the remaining smaller flame lizards suddenly let out a scream. When they join forces, they only have the capital to compete with Yang Muchung. Now that one of them has been killed, what capital is left that can compete with Yang Muchung? Seeing its companions being killed in front of its eyes, it swung its body and retreated towards the rear desperately. Boom! 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 Waves of terrifying sounds also sounded at the same time. At this moment, The flame lizard almost used up all its strength to escape into the magma desperately. Want to escape? Yang Muchung closed his eyes, pinched the seal with his right hand, and pointed forward quickly. In an instant, the sword that filled the sky and covered the sky was already sweeping forward and whizzing away desperately. But this flame lizard was too fast. Even when the sword rain erupted, it had already quickly fled back into the magma. So fast? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Looking at the calm magma pool, Yang Muchung condensed for a moment and had no intention of continuing to take action. After all, these flame lizards have been driven away, and it will be much easier for him to pick these heavenly and earthly treasures. What's wrong? At this moment, a sound came from the distance. I saw a figure flying quickly in front of Yang Muchung. It was the flame demon dragon. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but nodded and said, I heard the sound of fighting over there earlier, and I thought, what trouble did you encounter? It turns out you have solved it. Yang Muchung nodded and looked at the other person. After a period of cultivation, this flame demon dragon has grown a dragon scale of its own. Many dragon scales show a bright red light, like rubies. However, Yang Muchung knew that although the scales on the opponent's body looked very majestic, in fact they were not that powerful in protection. It would take at least hundreds of years, or even longer, for this piece of scale armor to reach its peak protective power. I found many flame fruits here, but these fruits contain a lot of energy. After taking them, you can recover your injuries and improve your cultivation, Yang Muchung said. When the flame demon dragon heard this, he picked off a fruit and threw it into his mouth. Feeling the cool feeling, he couldn't help but dance. This is a big discovery. These fruits can restore the strength of several people. Yang Muchung nodded without comment. He originally came here to find the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures and restore everyone's strength. With a wave of his right hand, a strong wind suddenly swept across, and many flame fruits continued to rise and enter his space. Huh? However, at this moment, the flame demonic dragon made a sound of surprise. What's wrong? Yang Muchung looked over with confusion. This is called a flame war lizard. It is a great celestial monster left over from ancient times. Their intelligence is not very high, but they have one very important point. What? Yang Muchung knew the character of the flame demonic dragon, and the other party would never say anything unintentional. Since he mentioned these existences, there must be something more to it. Sure enough, after a pause, the flame demonic dragon finally spoke. These flame war lizards are also called treasure-hunting beasts. Wherever they are, there will be some secret realms and treasures. Brother Yang, where did these flame war lizards come from? The flame demon dragon looked at Yang Muchung with a smile. When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Treasure-hunting beast? He quickly looked towards the location of the magma, and at the same time, he poured his spiritual thoughts into it. Sure enough, at this moment, he discovered that his spiritual thoughts could not penetrate deep into the bottom of the magma. At the same time, he seemed to be blocked by a strange force. Sure enough, there seems to be something in this magma. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. If the flame demon dragon hadn't arrived in time, he might have missed the existence under the magma. The flame demon dragon grinned and said, although the flame war lizards are not powerful beings, their vision is quite high. It is difficult for them to take a fancy to ordinary treasures. They are actually gathered here. There must be something under the magma. After saying that, the flame demon dragon turned around and jumped into the magma. Yang Muchung stayed on the shore, condensed for a moment, followed behind the flame demon dragon, and jumped into the magma together. Chapter 2134 Mysterious Palace. After entering the magma, Yang Muchung immediately released his inner strength and pushed away the rolling magma from all around him, forming a vacuum zone with a diameter of several feet around him. Under the magma, it was a fiery red, and the line of sight was severely blocked. Yang Muchung simply let go of his spiritual thoughts. Not long after, he had already caught up with the flame demon dragon in front of him. Sit on me, and I'll take you down with me. The flame demon dragon shouted loudly, and took Yang Muchung forward like an arrow from the string, rushing towards the depths of the magma. In the magma, the flame demon dragon is like a fish swimming in the sea, extremely fast. The endless magma split directly on his side. Roar! At this time, a fierce roar resounded rapidly. Only the flame war lizard that had dived under the magma was seen. And when it was discovered that Yang Muchung and the flame demon wolf had directly broken into their territory, they let out a roar. Go to H.L. After taking a look at the flame war lizard, The flame demon dragon snorted disdainfully, and swung its huge tail suddenly in the magma. Wow! A vast sound resounded rapidly. Then he saw that with this turn, the calm magma exploded wildly at this moment. And at this moment, the rapid explosion swept out a monstrous whirlpool. The flame lizard in the magma was directly involved in this terrifying whirlpool. The flame demonic dragon's use of flames is many times more powerful than those of these flame war lizards. And it can almost reach the level of being able to command like an arm. The terrifying whirlpool was already churning up quickly, stirring up the flame war lizard into it. Tear! At the same time, a terrible tearing sound also resounded at the same time. The huge flame war lizard was directly chopped into pieces. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung raised his brows. But he did not speak, but cast his gaze forward. Wow! Wow! The endless magma kept whizzing past his ears. It can be seen that the flame demon dragon often lives in such an environment. Otherwise, it would not be so familiar. As the two continued to dive downwards, the temperature in the magma became higher and higher. At the same time, as it was close to the center of the star, the pressure became stronger and stronger at this moment. Even when Yang Muchung released his inner energy, a vacuum zone of several feet was formed around him, which was continuously compressed to only 1 foot at this moment. Why haven't you seen it yet? After a moment, even the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but mutter. What is that? At this moment, Yang Muchung suddenly closed his eyes, and couldn't help but said. At this moment, the flame demonic dragon quickly looked forward. I only saw a huge palace sitting at the bottom of the magma pool. The palace appeared very simple and majestic, and it was very huge, almost occupying the entire magma pool. How can this be? Just as the two of them were looking at the magma pool, they quietly swam forward for some distance. At a certain moment, the two of them seemed to have passed through a certain barrier, and they couldn't help but shudder. A terrible chill was constantly emerging from this huge ancient palace. At the same time, this palace contains an extremely mysterious force. This force pushes away the surrounding magma, and also forms a huge vacuum zone outside the palace. This vacuum area was completely shrouded in coldness, and the surrounding space was completely frozen by ice. You could even see the snowflakes falling continuously. What a ghost! I actually saw snow falling at the bottom of the magma pool. The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but say. How low is the temperature? If there wasn't this barrier, the entire magma pool would probably be frozen into ice. Yang Muchung on the side shook his head and said, maybe the entire star will be frozen. This palace has existed under this magma for who knows how many years. It is surprising that there is such a terrible chill for such a long time. As he said that, Yang Muchung couldn't help but shudder. The flame demon dragon couldn't help but nodded. All his attention at the moment was on the huge palace in front of him. Apparently, this palace confirmed his previous speculation that there was indeed a ruin at the bottom of the magma pool. If nothing else, this palace is a treasure. If it were any other palace, under such a magma pool that could burn the sky and cook the sea, I am afraid that it would have been burned down to nothing. How could it still have such terrifying power? Even he and Yang Muchung could feel the terrifying chill. Brother Yang, this palace is definitely not a vulgar thing. If we go in, we might get some treasures. The flame demon dragon looked at Yang Muchung with a thief look. Even if you can't get anything, if you can find some heavenly and earthly treasures, it will be of great benefit to other people. Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes slightly. He naturally knew that what the flame demonic dragon said was not wrong at all. And maybe the key to changing their current situation could be found here. However, this palace has been hidden in this magma for who knows how many years, and it still has such a terrifying temperature. Who can say for sure what is in this palace? But as soon as the idea came up, he shook his head vigorously. Yang Muchung, what's wrong with you? You used to be fearless. But why do you have no courage now when you encounter this palace? Risks and benefits coexist. Just like what the flame demon dragon said. There might be some treasures in this palace. There might be some heavenly and earthly treasures. If we can get them, it will be of great benefit to us. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung nodded heavily and said, okay, then let's have a try. The flame demon dragon danced excitedly when he heard Yang Muchung's approval. Although he was far higher than Yang Muchung in terms of cultivation, under the leadership of Yang Muchung, they managed to escape here without any danger. In his heart, he had already placed Yang Muchung in an absolute position. If Yang Muchung refused, he would never mention it again. Good! As soon as he finished speaking, the flame demon dragon rushed towards the palace impatiently. As he got closer to the palace, The chill became more and more pressing. But the flame demonic dragon was not afraid at this moment, and swept forward as fast as he could. The moment he approached the palace, the originally peaceful palace suddenly became turbulent. Chapter 2135 Cold Wave. Buzz. The palace trembled suddenly, as if a ferocious sleeping beast was awakened at this moment. Suddenly, the oppressive chill exploded crazily in a shocking manner. What? The advancing flame demon dragon was suddenly shocked. Call. A terrifying wind swept over quickly with a horrifying attitude. Like a tarsal maggot, spreading crazily towards the location of the flame demonic dragon. Click. 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 A terrifying sound was heard, and a sheet of surging frost was seen, desperately spreading onto the body of the flame demon dragon. At this moment, it covered its body with an astonishing gesture. Almost in an instant, the flame demonic dragon was frozen by this piece of ice, and turned into a huge ice sculpture. Not good! This chill spread to the extreme, and even Yang Muchung, who was still at the same place, felt it, which made his expression suddenly change. While he was hurriedly using his inner energy to resist, he quickly retreated towards the rear, and at the same time looked towards the front. Boom! After all, the flame demonic dragon is a master of one element. How could he be bound by such coldness? Just when Yang Muchung looked, his body was shaken violently, shattering the frost covering his body. Roar! Letting out a low roar, the flame demon dragon suddenly swung its body, and immediately, a churning demonic energy burst out from his body in an extreme gesture. Regardless of anything, this pure and huge demonic energy directly transformed into a scorching flame, and at the same time, it transformed into a terrifying fire tornado, sweeping towards the palace. Boom! 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 A terrifying loud sound suddenly erupted in this vacuum area, and the entire space trembled inexplicably at this moment, and the sweeping chill was quickly melted away when it encountered this flame. This chill is like a tide. It comes and recedes just as quickly. Almost in an instant, it disappeared quietly. Are you okay? Feeling the chill disappear, Yang Muchung quickly flew in front of the flame demon dragon and asked, It's okay. The flame demon dragon glanced at the huge palace with lingering fear, his eyes full of shock. This palace is so weird, it can actually defend itself. It's a pity that I fought with Nangong Tianhin before, and the wear and tear was very serious, and my strength has not been restored to its peak. Otherwise, there is no need to care at all. When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. He can naturally see that the flame demon dragon's strength is now similar to his. We'd better explore this palace first. If it's too difficult, we'll give up first and notify others when we return to the camp. Yang Muchung thought for a while. After all, these are special times, so it's better to be careful. The flame demon dragon also nodded. At that moment, the two of them rushed towards the palace again. Boom! This time, the palace was like a ferocious beast that had been awakened. Almost as soon as the two approached, it burst out with its own power. A cold wave that was even faster than before swept over quickly and desperately. But this time, both of them were prepared. So when dealing with it, there was no hectic situation like before. Zheng! Yang Muchung directly took out the Xinyuan sword, raised his hand, and slashed forward. Roar! The flame demon dragon let out a low roar, and the billowing demon energy transformed rapidly, directly forming a fire dragon in midair that looked exactly like him. As it formed, it roared towards the front crazily. Boom! Boom! The two men's joint attack directly dispersed the cold wave. At the same time, it bombarded the palace with unabated force. The moment these two shocking attacks hit the palace trembled quietly, and a strange rune quickly rose up. This stream of runes flipped up and directly formed a protective shield made entirely of ice. Bang! Bang! Only two muffled sounds were heard, and two attacks that were enough to shatter the stars did not break the protective shield. What? Seeing this scene, the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but show a hint of horror, obviously in disbelief. I don't believe it! He let out a low roar and circulated the demonic energy in his body again, wanting to tear the protective shield into pieces in one go. However, just when he was about to operate, Yang Muchung on the side shook his head and stopped him. Stop wasting your efforts! What's going on? The flame demon dragon looked at the other party in surprise. When the two of us were dealing with the cold current, we had already unleashed all our strength, but the protective shield did not move at all. At least this layer of protective shield cannot be dealt with by the current methods of the two of us. If you want to break through this protective shield, at least more people are needed. We'd better go back to the camp first. Find some helpers. Yang Muchung condensed for a moment, and then said, "After all, the troubles the palace is currently encountering have exceeded their expectations. It is normal to have more helpers to cope with difficult situations." Although the flame demon dragon was unwilling to give in, after thinking about it, he agreed with Yang Muchung's words. At that moment, the two of them left the magma pool and returned to the camp. Yang Muchung distributed the flame fruit he got to everyone. Everyone also heard about the palace under the magma pool, and couldn't help but show a hint of interest. At the moment, everyone followed Yang Muchung to the magma pool. But even so, not everyone can enter the magma pool. After all, more people, due to depletion of strength, simply cannot withstand the high temperature and strong pressure in the magma pool. After falling to a certain level, you have to give up halfway. In the end, the only ones who finally went down to the bottom of the magma pool with Yang Muchung, besides the previous flame demon dragon, were Sun Han and Zhou Jintian. However, with the help of these two people, it is much easier to break the palace's protective shield. There was just a click sound, and as the runes floating outside the palace shattered, the protective shield flashed several times and finally disappeared. "Okay, this time the protective shield is finally broken, and you can enter the palace now." The flame demon dragon couldn't help but gear up. "I want to see what is in this palace." Yang Muchung nodded heavily, non-committal, but there was also infinite expectation in his eyes. "Let's go!" Sun Han, who seemed the calmest, was the first to rush in impatiently. The rest of the people, you look at me, I look at you. They all entered the palace together. Chapter 2136 Wake Up. There is an overwhelming chill everywhere in this huge palace. Even if they use their strength to resist, this terrible chill is still spreading slowly towards everyone's body in an intimidating manner. This chill cannot be resisted with strength. Sun Han is the oldest among them all. His lifespan has reached more than 100,000 years. He is well informed, and he understood the origin of the chill in the palace almost instantly. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. If this chill cannot be resisted with strength, which means that these chills are directly attacking everyone's spiritual thoughts. Brother Yang, how do you feel? After understanding the origin of this chill, many people turned their eyes towards Yang Muchung. After all, these existences have lived for who knows how many years. Their spiritual thoughts have long been tempered in these years, and have become extremely hard, just like pig iron. After being tempered many times, it has transformed into solid fine steel. But among them, Yang Muchung is the youngest, and all his strength comes from his strong body and cultivation. Therefore, among the gods, Yang Muchung is the weakest. But, when everyone looked around, they were shocked to find that Yang Muchung had an extremely relaxed posture, and was not as difficult to resist the chill as everyone imagined. Fine! Yang Muchung shook his head. His relaxed posture made the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian present all have a look of shock in their eyes. To know, along the way, they thought they had already understood the details of Yang Muchung. But who knows, they still haven't been able to see through Yang Muchung's true identity. This kid is so relaxed. His spiritual power is also very huge. You couldn't fake the relaxed look you had when you were resisting the cold. Seeing Yang Muchung's indifferent attitude, everyone present felt nothing but shock and disbelief in their hearts. The Nandong family is really unlucky to have offended such a terrifying existence. Everyone secretly pondered in their hearts. And this time, Yang Muchung didn't care about the shock of the crowd. All his attention was on the surroundings of the palace. Although it doesn't look that big from the outside, the palace is only about 100 feet in diameter. But in fact, after entering the palace, I was shocked to realize that there was actually something hidden inside the palace. The space within the palace is so vast that you can't even see the edge at a glance. There seems to be a figure over there. Yang Muchung's heart moved, and he quickly looked to the distance. Tongue! Suddenly, his body trembled, and he quickly moved towards the position where he found the figure, and quickly rushed away. The other people present also looked at each other, and rushed forward. Not long after, everyone has already arrived at their destination. But the figures Yang Muchung saw before were just pieces of ice sculptures. What's going on with these guys? Everyone looked at the ice sculptures in front of them with shock. There are at least hundreds of ice sculptures in this area, among which there are many races besides humans. They were all frozen here, with expressions of horror and shock on their faces. These guys must have entered this palace directly like us. But they encountered something more terrifying. So they were imprisoned here directly. Yang Muchung frowned slightly and analyzed slowly. Everyone couldn't help but nodded. If these ice sculptures were warriors in this palace, how could they have been given the time to stand here and analyze slowly? They might have broken away long ago and killed them. Shh! Don't talk. Listen carefully. At this time, the flame demonic dragon quickly made a silence move to everyone. Everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and quickly held their breath and concentrated. But there was total silence in the palace. Without a sound. Even the sound of the wind seemed to have stopped at this moment. Where's the sound? After listening for a moment, Zhou Jitian couldn't help but complain. Sun Han on the side was also full of surprise. He listened carefully for most of the day and didn't hear even a single sound. The flame demon dragon also opened his mouth, his face full of astonishment. He did hear a very faint sound before, but when he listened again, the sound seemed to have disappeared. Now that he heard Zhou Jitian and Sun Han deny it, he couldn't help but become confused, wondering whether he heard it wrong. However, at this moment, Yang Muchung, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke. I did hear a sound, like the breathing of some kind of being. What? After hearing Yang Muchung's words, everyone looked at him in disbelief. You know, for them, this area is originally a very mysterious existence. Everyone entered here with a cautious attitude, and it was no exaggeration to describe it as walking with difficulty. Now that Yang Muchung said such words, everyone could not help but tremble in their hearts. Brother Yang, did you hear that right? I didn't hear anything. Sun Han couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Zhou Jitian also looked at him with surprise, because he didn't hear anything before. But Yang Muchung nodded with certainty and said, I can confirm that I heard it correctly. This sound is very regular. If I guess correctly, this sound should be the breath of some kind of existence. That existence is right ahead. Yang Muchung pointed forward with his right hand. Everyone looked at the location pointed by Yang Muchung with astonishment, and saw that the area was extremely deserted. Looking up, it looked like a large ice field, with no edges visible at a glance. Over there? Everyone did not dare to step forward too hastily, but carefully used their spiritual thoughts to sense it. Yang Muchung also had some doubts, and carefully spread his spiritual thoughts forward. Boom! However, at the moment when everyone's spiritual thoughts surged away, a terrifying aura suddenly hit them. At this moment, everyone just felt like a sleeping beast that suddenly woke up. That powerful pressure suddenly swept over him, like a tide, and was unstoppable. Boom! 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 At this moment, everyone present was hit hard by this terrifying pressure. Their whole bodies could not help but tremble quietly, and they staggered back. At the same time, he looked forward with shock on his face. That guy woke up! The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but swallow its saliva, and said with a mournful face, We are in big trouble. Chapter 2137 Terrifying Strength. Boom! At the moment when everyone was shocked, a shocking roar also resounded from a distance and came desperately. Roar! This shocking loud sound, at this moment, turned directly into billowing sound waves, spreading rapidly in all directions with a crazy attitude. Wherever it passed, even the air was crushed and exploded, and the surrounding space was constantly distorted by the attack of this sound wave. At the same time, this terrifying sound wave triggered a terrifying storm, which surged fiercely towards the location of the three people, and surged quickly, with almost no obstruction. It hit everyone hard. Boom! 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 At this moment, Yang Muchung, Zhou Jitian, Flame Demon Dragon, and Sun Han were directly hit by the strong wind. They couldn't help but tremble and retreated. Feeling the power erupting in this wave of sound, the four of them looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in each other's eyes. Apparently, they had previously used their spiritual thoughts to explore each other, but who would have thought that the existence was so keen that it woke up directly under everyone's spiritual thoughts? Moreover, the terrifying power that exploded was beyond everyone's imagination. Several people couldn't help but have a troubled look in their eyes. You know, with their peak cultivation, they can easily kill each other. But now, after their battle with Nangong Tianhin, they have already suffered a lot of injuries. The current strength is only around the early stage of 1 yuan. How can we resist this mysterious existence? Roar! This shocking roar was already at this moment, like rolling thunder, rushing in all directions. At the same time, the awakening terrifying aura swept towards everyone's location crazily. even if they haven't seen each other yet. Everyone present can feel the terrifying pressure coming. I can't stand it. I don't care who he is. I'll kill him first. The flame demon dragon has a bad temper and is already impatient. He let out a roar. His body suddenly jerked back, and the surging demonic energy burst out quickly in a horrifying manner. This pure flame transformed into a terrifying fire dragon that looked almost the same as him. This fire dragon is even more terrifying than when it smashed the ruins of the palace before. Roar! At the same time as this fire dragon was formed, it let out a shocking roar, and then rushed forward like lightning, wherever it passed. Even at this moment, the space was burning and exploding. However, as soon as the fire dragon got up and rushed out, he heard a shocking roar in the distance, which erupted rapidly. As the roar erupted, the terrifying pressure turned into a terrifying chill at this moment. Not good! This chill, seen from a distance, looks like a huge invading wave, coming in an unstoppable manner. As soon as everyone noticed, the flames rushed in front of them quickly. Feeling this chill, everyone present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, and they dared to stay where they were. Tongue! 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 With almost no hesitation, everyone present jumped around and jumped around. Hula! Immediately, this terrifying cold wave spread directly to the fire dragon that the flame demon dragon had summoned before. Everyone felt that the temperature around them suddenly dropped to an extreme. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the fire dragon, which was completely composed of flames, was completely frozen into ice at this moment. Without the support of the demonic energy, the fire dragon, which was frozen into an ice sculpture, trembled quietly in midair, fell heavily to the ground, and turned into countless ice powder. Hisses! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp and felt their scalps numb. To know, this was a flame condensed by pure demonic energy. Extremely pure. But I didn't expect that even so, it would be frozen by this chill. If they had not escaped before, they would have been frozen into ice by this terrifying cold wave. Originally, everyone just thought about that unknown existence. After all, everyone here was once a strong master of 1 yuan. Even if they are seriously injured and have not recovered, they are confident that they can use their own experience to kill the opponent. Even Yang Macheng, the only being who has not reached the 1 yuan realm, is extremely powerful. But now, seeing the power of the opponent's sudden attack, everyone present only had deep fear in their eyes. Roar! However, in this stunned moment, that terrifying existence flew over quickly. That is? Seeing this existence, everyone's eyes were inevitably a little horrified. The opponent is an existence that looks like a bone dragon. Like a lizard. More like a giant dragon. It has a pair of huge wings that can cover the sky and the sun when unfolded. With a gust of howling wind, he rushed in front of everyone desperately. Hoorah! The flying wind struck everyone again, causing their bodies to tremble suddenly, and they couldn't help but retreat towards the rear. This monster covered in icy ice flew above everyone, and its huge claws were already grabbing directly at the location of everyone. Puff! At this moment, even the space was torn apart. Although it was just a giant claw, it suddenly included everyone in it. Get away! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed, and the dragon pattern between his eyebrows shone brightly. The next moment, a green light burst out quickly, and the 7th grade Qinglian platform quickly blasted forward. Big, big, big! At this moment, Yang Mucheng's tongue was as bright as a lotus flower, and he suddenly shouted in a deep voice. All he saw was that the green light transformed rapidly, charging forward fiercely like a huge mountain, directly hitting the giant claws of the bone dragon. This terrifying power made the void tremble suddenly. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded loudly, and the 7th grade Qinglian platform was violently pushed back by the bone dragon. Yang Macheng made a muffled sound and took several steps back. Everyone quickly looked forward. The monster only trembled, then quickly flapped its wings and stopped. This guy is so strong! Yang Macheng quickly stabilized his turbulent energy and blood, and couldn't help but look forward. Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian also looked horrified. Although they had expected it, they did not expect that the strength of this monster was so terrifying. Chapter 2138 Join Forces. However, it was also because the monster stopped and everyone could see its appearance clearly. I saw this guy. His whole body looked like an ice sculpture. There was a terrible chill exuding from the whole body. And even because of this terrifying chill, the space around its body was faintly distorted, and everyone's eyes looking at it became a little blurry at this moment. Looks like this is the guy. The flame demon dragon couldn't help but said coldly. If I still had peak strength, I would have burned it to ashes with a breath of fire. You don't even need to say it, Sun Han said angrily. He glanced at Yang Mucheng and said gratefully, Brother Yang, you saved our lives again this time. Zhou Jintian also nodded repeatedly. The strength of this ice dragon was beyond their imagination. If Yang Mucheng hadn't taken action in time before, I'm afraid they would all die here. You're welcome, Yang Mucheng said lightly. Now, everyone should join forces to kill this guy. Good. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone nodded. Boom. Almost at the same time, the furious flame demon dragon roared. A shocking demonic aura surged from his huge body. It was obvious that he wanted to regain his position because of his previous losses. Roar! A shocking dragon roar spit out from the throat of the flame demon dragon. The billowing demonic energy actually turned into substance at this moment, and continued to gather together, as if forming floating runes. The moment this huge rune appeared, the temperature of the originally extremely cold surroundings also rose crazily at this moment. The raging flames billowed into the sky, billowing rapidly in an astonishing manner. Apparently, the flame demon dragon must use its momentum to suppress this ice dragon. We're coming too! Zhou Jintian and Sun Han looked at each other. Their bodies swayed, and their inner energy exploded. Two terrifying auras that were not inferior to the flame demon dragon exploded rapidly at this moment. Roar! Feeling that these existences in front of him actually started to fight back at this moment, the ice dragon immediately let out a roar. A demonic energy larger than the three of them burst out from their bodies at the same time. I saw his wings fluttering rapidly, and the pure demonic energy turned into a terrifying cold wave. Under some secret method, it quickly condensed into ice. Directly in midair, they transformed into countless ice cones. The moment they were formed, they rushed towards the location of everyone and rushed away quickly. Take action! At this moment, Yang Mucheng was already ready. Zheng! A crisp sword cry resounded, and with a shake of his right hand, the Xinyuan sword exploded directly. The spiritual energy from heaven and earth gathered in one after another, converging into a terrifying long sword, which was already roaring towards the front. And go! Ding! 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 Waves of terrifying sounds continued to resound. The ice pick and the long sword collided fiercely in midair, and a harsh collision sound suddenly erupted. But the ice dragon occupies the home court after all. These ice picks, seemingly endless, suppressed Yang Mucheng's attack in an instant. The unabated ice cone enveloped Yang Mucheng's body at this moment. Don't underestimate us! The flame demon dragon roared, and the runes formed by the gathering of demonic energy flew forward at this moment. These flame runes looked very fragile, but in fact they were no less powerful than those flying swords, and they had already blocked part of the ice pick in an instant. Zhou Jintian took a deep breath and saw that the inner energy that had exploded all over his body was quickly restrained at this moment with a shocking gesture. His chest swelled high, and when the power reached its peak, he suddenly drank. Upgrade! The next moment, the condensed aura turned into a rolling wave, rushing forward desperately. Countless ice cones that had slipped through the net were already blasted into countless pieces of powder by this terrifying sound wave before they even got close. Not to mention, there is Sun Han. Although he was the oldest among everyone present, his attacks were unambiguous. Tongue! While the three of them were blocking the ice dragon's ice picks, he was already tiptoeing, leaping away quickly, turning into a sharp light, flying crazily over the ice dragon. Get out of here! He clenched his right fist, and all the strength in his body exploded, and he slammed it downwards. Boom! The rolling spiritual energy gathered on the spot and transformed into a huge fist. Then it crushed down desperately and smashed into the ice dragon's body crazily. I only heard a crackling sound, and soon I saw that the space was completely penetrated at this moment. Roar! Feeling the crazy attack above his head, the ice dragon's eyes flashed with extreme shock. He wanted to escape at this moment, but it was already too late. He could only wave his wings rapidly, circulating the demonic energy all over his body, and condensed it into the sky above his body. I only saw a flash of void, and several huge ice mirrors quickly transformed into midair. But how could these ice mirrors withstand Sun Han's ready punch? Click! 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 Waves of terrifying explosions continued to resound. Then he saw that the huge ice mirror exploded under this punch. But Sun Han's terrifying punch came down with unabated force. Boom! This punch hit the ice dragon's body directly and unceremoniously. The terrifying force directly hit his huge body from midair, causing him to lose his balance and crash to the ground. Boom! At this moment, the entire earth suddenly trembled. Success! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel greatly boosted in morale. If even the four people's combined attacks couldn't deal with this ice dragon, it would definitely be a fatal blow to them. Attack! Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng quickly gave a deep drink. Zheng! With a squeeze of his right hand, the Xinyuan sword in his hand quickly exploded. This time, he didn't have too many fancy attacks, but concentrated all his inner energy into the Xinyuan sword. Everyone's eyes only saw that extreme sword light, with an unimaginable posture, madly bursting towards the front, even piercing the space. Take action! When Zhou Jintian, Flame Demon Dragon, and Sun Han saw the scene, they all shouted loudly and burst out one after another. Chapter 2139 Injured. Boom! 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 At this moment, the monstrous attack couldn't help but rush towards the location of the ice dragon, sweeping away crazily. At this moment, everyone burst out with all their strength. The sun-blocking rain of swords and swords completely covered the ice dragon's body almost instantly. Time. That space couldn't help but explode at this moment. After the empty space, an endless void was revealed. Looking up, the void was filled with black holes. Boom! 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 The terrible explosion resounded loudly, and the deafening sound turned into endless ripples, which could not help but sweep in all directions. Even this series of explosions set off a shocking hurricane. Even if Yang Mucheng, Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han kept bursting out with such terrifying attacks, they couldn't help but stop after a short while and look forward with a slight gasp. I saw that the area where the attack was bombarded was already filled with dust, and spiritual energy and demonic energy surged, making the space chaotic. This guy should be dead. Right. The Flame Demon Dragon grinned. Zhou Jintian nodded and said with a smile, Of course he is dead. Although this ice dragon is not weak, it is no match for the four of us. If we join forces to kill him, I don't believe how long he can last. Sun Han didn't speak, but there was absolute confidence on his face. It was obvious that he had the same idea as everyone else. After all, how can their attacks be compared with ordinary one-yuan realm powerhouses? Even if it cannot kill the opponent, it is enough to cause serious injuries to the opponent. Brother Yang, what do you think? Everyone's eyes turned towards Yang Mucheng. However, they discovered that Yang Mucheng had been looking at the battlefield ahead, and at one moment he suddenly shouted, How is that possible? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but be stunned and looked ahead. Call. Just as everyone looked, a biting cold wind whizzed past quickly. The dust covering that space was instantly blown away by the strong wind, and among the dust, a figure slowly emerged. When they saw that figure, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What else could it be if it wasn't an ice dragon? How can it be? How can this guy withstand our attack? Is his strength actually so strong? Seeing that the ice dragon looked unscathed, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Their eyes turned to fear when they looked at the ice dragon. If even this method cannot kill this ice dragon, then they will be in danger next. Don't worry, everyone. Just when everyone was worried, Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke up. He pointed to a large piece of broken ice at the feet of the ice dragon, squinted his eyes and said, This guy didn't just accept our attack. Instead, he used some method to stop us. As attack. What? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned and quickly looked forward. Really? There is indeed a large area of ice powder at the feet of the ice dragon. On top of the crushed ice, you can still faintly feel a trace of the evil spirit that has not disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it would be really terrible if this ice dragon did nothing and resisted their attacks with just its body. If you use magic, it will still be accepted by everyone. That guy is hurt! At this moment, the flame demonic dragon also said quickly. Everyone looked quickly. All I could see was that there were huge cracks under the ice dragon's ribs, which were obviously torn apart by the impact of external force. Along the wound, drops of blood continued to flow from it. What surprised everyone was that the blood dripping from the wound was actually blue. This guy is hurt! Seeing this scene, no matter who it was, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This at least proves that their previous attacks did not achieve any effect. It also proved that this ice dragon was not invulnerable. If it is really the situation they imagined, then even they can only choose to escape. Roar! Feeling the pain in his body and realizing that he was injured, the ice dragon let out a crazy roar. Boom! This horrifying roar erupted like rolling thunder. Even at this moment, the distorted air is faintly visible. This terrifying gust of wind set off a monstrous tidal wave and swept in recklessly. Boom! 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 The people who were the first to bear the brunt felt a surging force and a hard impact, which made the bodies of the three people hit each other with a dull sound. And they couldn't help but step back a few steps. Take action! Among the four, Yang Mucheng was the first to stabilize his figure because of his 5 elements spiritual body. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body exploded the moment he stabilized his body. At the moment when it exploded, Yang Mucheng fiercely made a seal with his right hand. Buzz! The Qinglian platform that was blasted away during the previous battle with the ice dragon was already shining brightly at this moment. In a burst of diffuse green light, the huge green lotus platform quickly rose into the sky, and with an astonishing gesture, it blasted forward. At the moment when it rushed out, the small green lotus platform began to grow crazily at an incredible speed due to the influx of monstrous internal energy. Almost in the blink of an eye, you can already see the Qinglian platform radiating with light, transforming into a terrifying existence as big as a mountain peak, and suddenly smashing towards the ice dragon. Roar! Seeing that Yang Mucheng dared to make a sneak attack when he was injured, he immediately became furious. Letting out a roar, the ice dragon's body erupted rapidly, and a monstrous evil spirit swept out from his body. When this evil energy accumulated to the extreme, it opened its mouth wide, spit it out hard. Wow! The next moment, the cold current transformed by the monstrous demonic energy was like a tide, rushing forward towards the 7th grade Qinglian platform. Click, click, click. A sound of condensation resounded, and I saw that the huge Qinglian platform was condensing crazily at an astonishing speed at this moment. In almost a tenth of a breath, I saw that the huge mountain-like Qinglian terrace froze into a terrifying ice sculpture. Chapter 2140 Crazy Linkage. Snort! Do you really think you are invincible? Looking at the frozen Qinglian terrace, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with cold light. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his right hand fiercely. Suddenly, the next moment, that monstrous force was already pouring into the Qinglian platform. The green lotus platform, which was originally frozen by the ice and even dimmed at this moment, suddenly shone brightly with the influx of this power. Boom! In an instant, the frozen ice was torn apart by the explosive power at this moment. However, although the ice dragon's attack was broken by Yang Mucheng, it also slowed down King Liantai's speed a lot, letting out an angry low roar. The ice dragon's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. Its 2 strong hind limbs stepped heavily on the ground and shot towards the rear. The terrifying Qinglian platform fell heavily, and the terrifying power made the entire earth tremble uncontrollably at this moment. The ice dragon roared, but before it had time to fight back, the flame demon dragon's attack followed quickly. Firestorm! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the flame demon dragon let out a low roar. This burst of sound aroused the power of the void. Between heaven and earth, there is endless aura of heaven and earth. With his ingenious dragon language, the aura between heaven and earth does not converge in his body, but directly twists quickly on the ice dragon's body. Inspired by demonic energy, the aura of heaven and earth echoes. These terrifying powers have already gathered into a blazing flame. These flames appeared almost without any call. As soon as they appeared, they spread quickly and turned into ferocious fire snakes. Countless fire snakes seemed to come alive at this moment, spinning rapidly around the ice dragon. Certainly, the power of these fire snakes is not limited to this. As this power circulated, these fire snakes merged with each other at the same time. They quickly gathered and intertwined to form a large terrifying whirlpool of flames. This wind force almost immediately covered the ice dragon's body. Boom! At this moment, the raging flames rose up, causing the whole space to become turbulent at this moment. And the terrifying high temperature kept churning. Ouch! Under the burning temperature, the ice dragon let out an angry roar at this moment. Everyone can see it. Although this huge ice dragon was huge, it seemed to melt in the terrifying flames. You haven't taken action yet. What are you waiting for? Seeing this scene, the flame demon dragon shouted quickly. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, ice dragon's counterattack had arrived. At this time, Its body rolled up, and the billowing demonic energy exploded rapidly. As the demonic energy surged, an extreme coldness emerged directly from its body. Following the emergence of this cold air, he saw an incandescent cold air pressing down on his head. The crazy flames were directly frozen by the cold air, turning into sculptures that looked like carvings of ruby. "You little beast! How dare you be so arrogant in front of us?" After finally suppressing the flames, the ice dragon heard Zhou Jintian's violent shouts before he could take a breath. I saw Zhou Jintian holding his hands empty, and with a roar, the overwhelming inner energy turned into a rolling torrent, continuously pouring towards his hands. This extremely pure internal energy quickly formed a huge long sword under the horrified gaze of the ice dragon. The moment it was formed, it slashed down desperately. "Call!" A terrifying tearing sound suddenly resounded. At this moment, everyone only saw a terrifying sword light, slashing down desperately in a horrifying manner, directly hitting the ice dragon's body. "Roar!" The ice dragon let out a shuddering roar, not daring to fight anymore. With a trace of fear in its eyes, it shot back again, trying to avoid the opponent's shocking sword. But it had just used all the demonic energy in its body to suppress the flames around it. So how could it escape? There was a clear tearing sound, and then a shadow flashed past. The ice dragon retreated violently. Its body suddenly trembled, and it let out a roar. Yang Mucheng looked closely, and saw that Zhou Jintian's sword had already split the other wing of the ice dragon. That half of the wing weighed at least several thousand kilograms. It was mixed with blood and crashed to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble violently. Sky blue blood spurted out from the wound desperately. This time, Binglong's eyes no longer had the previous arrogance. Looking at the eyes of everyone, there was only endless fear. It was already injured, and now one of its wings was cut off, and with all four of them on the other side, they clearly surpassed him in terms of strength. "Go to H.L. Boom! Just when the ice dragon retreated at its extreme, Sun Han rushed out with a single stride. He tiptoed a little, bent his knees, and in an instant, his whole body burst out like a bolt of lightning, directly reaching the top of the ice dragon's head. At the same time, he shouted in a deep voice, tightened his right fist fiercely, and then slowly smashed it down. "Roar!" Seeing that the other party was actually charging directly towards him, the anger in Binglong's eyes was unbearable. It was already furious, but when it saw Sun Han actually breaking out of the encirclement and coming to kill him, it became even more furious. In its view, when these four people gathered together, it naturally had nothing to do with each other, so it could only choose to keep avoiding or even retreating. But now these guys actually dare to fight out single-handedly and chase it. How can it endure this? Anger flashed in his eyes, and the ice dragon let out a roar, and an awe-inspiring demonic aura covered his body in an instant. There was only a "ka-ka-ka" sound, and the ice dragon's body was quickly covered with a thin layer of ice. This thin layer of ice is not an ordinary layer of ice, but shines with a sky blue light. It is obviously condensed with the blood of the ice dragon and has special power. When this thin layer of ice condensed and rose, the ice dragon already clenched its giant claws and slammed towards Sun Han, who fell from the sky. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the fists of both sides suddenly intertwined. Although it seemed that Sun Han's punch was silent, in fact it was not the case. This moment, a shocking explosion could not help but resound throughout the world. Chapter 2141 Punch to Pieces. Boom! In the horrified eyes of everyone, this punch appeared with a terrifying posture like a falling meteorite. In an instant, it fell crazily and hit the ice dragon's huge claws hard. Superior. Immediately, a shocking force erupted directly from the attack, and a monstrous wave of air quickly erupted on the spot, sweeping across all directions without hesitation. The ice dragon, whose body was still retreating from the explosion, suddenly trembled under the crushing force of this shocking force. This moment, Binglong felt an unparalleled and shocking force, suddenly like a tide, pouring into his body regardless of everything. This force was so powerful that it was hard to estimate. It exploded in an instant, and even the muscles and bones in its body made a terrifying sound when it was crushed. Boom! The ice dragon was even more unable to withstand this huge force. It was directly crushed by this terrifying force, and its body suddenly fell to the ground. This crash to the ground caused the power to spread uncontrollably at this moment. The whole ground shook suddenly. Roar! With this bombardment, the ice dragon's injuries became more and more serious. Even under the crushing force of this punch, all the internal organs in its body were shattered at this moment. Blue blood couldn't help but flow out from its body crazily. The whole body showed a strange posture. But again, after receiving the full resistance blow of the ice dragon, Sun Han could not help but tremble, and staggered back towards the rear. No! He's going to run away! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. All I saw was that the ice dragon glanced at everyone in fear, without even the slightest thought of resisting. The fallen ice dragon struggled quickly, dragging its broken body and retreating into the distance. However, due to everyone's previous attacks, they have completely exploded and have not recovered in a short time. And no one can predict what exists deep in the ice field where the ice dragon is located. If you just let it leave, it will attract other companions, or it will regain its strength and kill again. This will not be good news for everyone. I come! Yang Muqing's eyes narrowed. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, he tiptoed, and his whole body was already erupting. Brother Yang, don't force it! Sun Han staggered back a few steps and then stopped. After all, he is not a strong person in body training. If he confronts the ice dragon head-on with this punch, although it will not hurt him, the impact will be very serious. After finally calming down his turbulent energy and blood, Sun Han realized that Yang Mucheng had rushed out, and couldn't help but remind him quickly. Brother Yang, don't chase after the enemy. The flame demonic dragon also reminded quickly. You may not be the opponent of this ice dragon. His body is too strong. You should stop him and let me deal with it. After all, the flame demonic dragon is also a demon clan, and he knows the strength of the demon clan better than anyone else. The most powerful thing about the demon clan is their physical strength. That is to say, only a being like Sun Han, who has reached the level of a One Yuan master, can physically confront the demon clan, even if Sun Han's strength far exceeds that of the ice dragon. Under the physical confrontation, he only has a slight advantage. Upside, if this ice dragon had been more powerful, I'm afraid the previous punch would have had the opposite ending. Instead of the ice dragon being blasted to the ground, Sun Han would have been knocked away by the opponent's punch. Now that Yang Mucheng is chasing after him, isn't he asking for trouble? Roar! Seeing Yang Mucheng chasing after him, a hint of rage flashed in the ice dragon's huge pupils. Although beating up a drowned dog is not uncommon, but that doesn't mean that anyone has the qualifications to beat up a drowned dog. What's more, what you see in front of you is not an ordinary drowned dog, but an ice dragon with broken wings. It was precisely because of this that when Bing Long saw Yang Mucheng charging towards him, his eyes were full of anger. Boy! How dare you contend with me? See how I kill you! The ice dragon shouted angrily, and while he retreated quickly, he circulated a monstrous evil spirit. When the demonic energy reached its peak, his right claw suddenly grabbed forward. In an instant, the billowing demonic energy condensed rapidly and turned into ice, desperately grabbing at Yang Mucheng. Apparently, this ice dragon wanted to kill someone at random and regain its place under the pressure of everyone. In his eyes, Yang Mucheng was obviously such a person who could back him up. But before that, Yang Mucheng had been with other people, and there was no chance for him to take action. Now that he saw Yang Mucheng actually coming to his door, how could he bear it? The giant claw he grabbed forward not only showed no intention of slowing down at this moment, but instead suddenly increased its speed several times. Wow! The terrifying whistling sound resounded crazily. The giant claws formed by the condensation of ice even tore this space apart, leaving pieces of cracks that could not be restored. Snort! Yang Muqing's pupils closed. When the giant palm grabbed him, his whole body was already stretched into a long line from head to toe, as if his whole body had become an angry arrow shot out, as if it was blocked by acetylene. Blast them all to pieces. Brother Yang, be careful! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help shouting. However, the next scene that people never expected happened. I saw that Yang Muqing's punch was so powerful that it pierced the huge claw he had captured on the spot. And at the same time as the hole was penetrated, the whole person's remaining momentum was not reduced, and he swept straight ahead. What? Seeing this scene, Bing Long's eyes almost bulged out. After coming back to his senses, he quickly raised his claws and struck forward. Unfortunately, what he faced was not an ordinary warrior, but Yang Mucheng, who had practiced the 5-element spiritual body. The power of his punch was stronger than that of Sun Han before. Boom! Immediately, the fists of both sides collided fiercely, and there was a shocking and huge explosion sound on the spot. Under the incredulous gazes, and under Yang Muqing's sudden punch, the ice dragon's huge body was directly penetrated at this moment. At the same time, this surging and terrifying power poured into the ice dragon's body in an instant. The terrifying power tore it apart on the spot. Among the broken body of the ice dragon, Yang Muchung turned around gracefully in midair and landed slowly. Chapter 2142 Ice Pill. Holy shit! This body is so powerful! Even more powerful than our demon clan! Seeing Yang Muchung falling slowly, the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but exclaimed. Although my physique is much stronger than this ice dragon, I am still the body of a monster. This kid is a human, but he actually has such a terrifying physique. I can't believe it. In addition, Sun Han and Zhou Jintian couldn't help but nodded. To know, the body of a monster has a strong body, which is a special case. After all, they have always been like this. This is the natural characteristic of the demon clan. Without such advantages, the demon race would have been wiped out by the human race long ago in the vast history. As for the human race, there are also some people who are physically strong. But although these people's bodies are strong, they have been accumulated over time. Because every warrior who reaches a certain level of cultivation will reach a bottleneck period. At this time, these warriors will turn to other methods of cultivation. And body training is the choice of most people. However, because the human race is naturally weak and not as strong as the demon beasts, nor does it have as much potential as the demon race's body, so it can only enhance its strength through constant washing with spiritual energy. But after all, the upper limit of the human body is there. No matter how hard they practice, they can't compare to the monsters. Of course, there are also a few human races who can reach a level comparable to the demon race. But the extent of Yang Muchung's physical display was not inferior to that of the demon clan. And he even had an absolute upper hand in the fight. This is so shocking. Brother Yang, your body is a 5-element spirit body, right? Zhou Jintian thought of something and quickly walked up and asked. Yes. Yang Muchung didn't hide anything and admitted it very simply. After all, his 5-element spirit body is not a secret. Many people know it. And the conditions for cultivating the 5-element spirit body are very demanding. And not everyone can achieve it. For people like Zhou Jintian, their physiques have reached the top. Even if they practice the 5-element spirit body, they will not be able to achieve great results. Sure enough, Zhou Jintian couldn't help but nodded. It seems that your 5-element spirit body has not yet fully reached the great perfection. Do you also do research on the 5-element spiritual body? Hearing Zhou Jintian's words, Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and glanced at him in surprise. Zhou Jintian nodded and said, It's not too much research. It's just some exposure. I once entered a ruins, and that ruins were left by a senior who cultivated the 5-element spirit body. That senior was surrounded and killed by hundreds of strong men of 1 yuan. But he was still able to break through the siege and fight his way out. His body will never decay for thousands of years. So strong? After hearing Zhou Jintian's description, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his brows, showing a hint of shock. However, in his heart, he was looking forward to the 5-element spirit body more and more. After all, his current 5-element spiritual body has not yet been cultivated to the extreme. If he can really reach the level of Dzogchen, he will probably be as powerful as the senior Zhou Jintian mentioned. However, the senior left a stone tablet before he died, saying that his 5-element spirit body had not yet reached the great perfection, and had not yet fully reached the level of endless life. Otherwise, no matter how many existences there are, he can contend with them. Zhou Jintian looked at the shocked Yang Muchung, and then continued. At that time, I was also completely shocked. So I always remember this matter. That's why I asked you specifically when I saw you cultivating the 5-element spirit body. As he spoke, he took out a yellowed book from his personal space and handed it to Yang Muchung. This is the manuscript I got from that ruins. I have studied this manuscript countless times. It's only effective for those who practice the 5-element spiritual body, and it won't have much effect on others. It's a waste to leave it here anyway, so I might as well give it to you as a matter of course. Thank you. Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows and quickly thanked him. To be honest, he really needs this manual. Ever since he started cultivating the 5-element spiritual body, he had figured it out by himself. I don't know if this kind of practice is right or not. If he can get the experience of his predecessors, it will undoubtedly save him a lot of detours. Huh? Just when he was about to study the manual, the flame demon dragon suddenly let out a cry of surprise, which immediately made Yang Muchung give up his plan to study the manual in this space. After all, The space in this palace is not completely peaceful yet. If you are distracted by this, you may be in danger. Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually resisted the huge temptation of the letter, Zhou Jintian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. If he were in this situation, he probably wouldn't be able to be as decisive as Yang Mucheng. I always thought that his ability to reach this level depends more on luck. But now it seems that he has his own ability to reach this level. After gathering his thoughts, Zhou Jintian looked at the flame demonic dragon and shouted loudly. What's going on? Did you find anything? Come and see. This ice dragon's body is all filled with these ice pills. The flame demon dragon pushed the ice dragon's broken body aside and took out the ice pills from the ice dragon's body with a grin on its face. Each ice pill is as big as a fist and has a round body. These ice pills exude a deep chill, which can be clearly seen. And those pressing chills are even more chilling. Can be seen when the flame demon dragon held these ice pills. It specially poured the demonic energy into its claws, forming a flame glove-like presence in its hands, which seemed to be intended to isolate the low temperature of these ice pills. But even so, these low temperatures still did not stop them. Yang Mucheng, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han, who rushed over, could clearly see that the chill contained in these ice pills was slowly spreading along the body of the flame demon dragon. Come! It even froze the claws of the flame demon dragon. What's this? Yang Mucheng walked over, with a surprised look on his face. He carefully touched the ice pills with his hand, and immediately felt an unparalleled chill spreading crazily along his fingers. Almost instantly, his arm was frozen. What a terrible chill! With shock flashing in his eyes, Yang Mucheng immediately retracted his finger and looked at the flame demonic dragon in surprise. What exactly are these? Why is the chill contained in these ice pills more terrifying than the ice dragon? Everyone looked at the flame demon dragon with doubts on their faces. It seems that the other party knows these strange things. Chapter 2143 Breakthrough. What the hell are these? Seeing that even Yang Mucheng's 5 elements spirit body had its arms frozen when it came into contact with these strange ice pills, he suddenly showed a look of surprise. Is this true? Sun Han stared at these ice pills and suddenly seemed to remember something, showing a surprised look. Seeing that Sun Han recognized these things, everyone looked over quickly. Only see. Sun Han smiled faintly, glanced at everyone, and then explained. This is the Ice Elf. Ice Elf? Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian couldn't help shouting. At the same time, everyone looked at these ice pills and suddenly became excited. But Yang Mucheng's eyes were full of confusion. Brother Yang, you should know that there is some of the purest energy in this starry sky, which will be transformed into some life forms. The ice dragon we are dealing with is completely transformed from the purest ice element. And these ice pills are the purest ice elements found in the ice dragon's body. That is to say, we can absorb these ice pills to restore our strength. The flame demonic dragon said excitedly. That's right. Sun Han nodded and agreed with the flame demon dragon's words. After hearing Sun Han's words, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. To know the reason why they ventured into this palace was to find some heavenly and earthly treasures that could be used to restore their strength. Now, although the heavenly spirit and earthly treasures have not been found, these ice pills have also been found. These ice pills are the purest energy crystals. Compared with ordinary heavenly and earthly treasures, they are many times purer. Moreover, because there are not many impurities in the ice pills, it makes everyone's hearts even more pure. Prefer ice elixir? There are 8 in total here. 2 for each of the 4 of us. After learning the importance of these ice pills, the flame demon dragon holding the ice pills no longer disliked these ice pills as before, and immediately distributed the ice pills to everyone one by one with grins from ear to ear. What pure power! Holding the ice pill in his hand, Yang Mucheng's eyes flashed with shock. To know the reason why his cultivation has soared to the sky in such a short period of time is precisely because of the ancient heaven swallowing technique. However, the power absorbed by the ancient heaven swallowing technique is too complex for him at present. These pure powers will naturally be quite great for his improvement. After receiving 2 ice pills, he was not too polite, but sat down cross-legged on the spot. Brother Yang, are you practicing too? Seeing Yang Mucheng's actions, the flame demonic dragon couldn't help showing a surprised look and quickly wanted to remind him. But he reminded him very late. Yang Mucheng had already violently crushed the ice pill in his hand. Just listen to the popping sound of bang, bang, and soon you can see that the purest power has suddenly transformed into a white mist. and it has quietly filled the air around Yang Maicheng. Stand up. Just when everyone was confused, Yang Muqing's body quickly erupted with a huge suction force. Boom! At this moment, even the surrounding space trembled at this moment, and it could be clearly seen that the white mist suddenly turned into thousands of strands, pouring desperately towards Yang Muqing's body. Isn't this too bold? Can his body hold up? Seeing this scene, Zhou Jintian couldn't help shouting. To know, these powers are so pure that even when they were at their peak, they would not dare to absorb them without any scruples like Yang Maicheng did. If the body is slightly weaker, I am afraid that this pure power will directly overwhelm my body. This situation is like a huge flood pouring directly into a creek. Don't forget, he is a 5-element spirit. Since he dares to do this, he must be sure of himself. Although Sun Han on the side was also a little surprised, he quickly came back to his senses. After all, the strength of the 5-element spiritual body is not comparable to that of ordinary bodies, and even the demon clan cannot resist it. How long will it take for him to absorb such a huge force? The flame demon dragon couldn't help but said. Call. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. To know, spiritual energy is like water, flowing from high to low. Under normal circumstances, the concentration of spiritual energy in a location will not be higher than the surrounding area. Just like the concentration of salt in the sea, it is always very uniform. If this spiritual energy is not absorbed within a short period of time, it will spread to all directions, and it will become more difficult to absorb it again. But, just when everyone was about to set up a spirit gathering array for Yang Maicheng and fix the spiritual energy around Yang Muqing's body, they saw that the spiritual energy seemed to be attracted by an extremely huge force, and was poured in continuously at the same time, in Yang Muqing's body. In just a few breaths, about a third of this spiritual energy has been absorbed. And as time goes by, this huge suction force continues at an alarming speed, improving. Of course, these are not enough to shock everyone. What surprised everyone the most was that Yang Muqing's aura increased crazily at this moment in an incredible manner. Is he about to break through? Everyone's eyes couldn't hide the look of shock when they broke through to the 1 Yuan realm. It was not as easy as Yang Muqing's. The preparations alone took several years, even decades. During the process of breakthrough, I was even more careful, for fear of encountering any unexpected situation. Protect him! After all, Sun Han was cunning and reacted in the shortest time. In his opinion, Yang Muqing's breakthrough must have been very sudden, and various emergencies would also occur. Therefore, the top priority is to protect Yang Maicheng. But before he finished speaking, he only saw Yang Maicheng opening his mouth. Time. The power of the ancient heaven swallowing technique has already exploded to a terrifying level, and the suction force also surged to the extreme at this moment. The spiritual energy from all directions turned into rolling power, and could not help but pour into Yang Muqing's body. Almost instantly, all the spiritual energy around him was gone, and it was as dry as a desert. Roar! Just when everyone was shocked, a shocking dragon roar erupted directly from Yang Muqing's body. Immediately, Yang Muqing's ever-increasing power reached its peak. As if a long time passed. As if it was just a moment. Yang Maicheng, who was practicing cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes, and a divine light that penetrated the sky burst out from his eyes. This divine light lasted for a long time before slowly disappearing. Chapter 2144. The fire fills the air. Breakthrough? So fast? Seeing Yang Maicheng slowly opening his eyes, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of air. Until then, only then did they understand that the reason why Yang Maicheng dared to practice so boldly in the secret realm of the palace did not take long at all. This method of breakthrough is as easy as eating and drinking tea. It's so infuriating to compare people to each other. The flame demon dragon looked at Yang Maicheng with envy. When I first broke through to the 1 Yuan realm, it took me 3 years, not counting the time it took to shed the dragon body. The whole process simply made me want to die. There were many times when I thought give up on the spot. If I hadn't relied on my great perseverance to hold on, I might have died long ago when I made the breakthrough. After hearing the words of the flame demon dragon, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han couldn't help but raise their brows. To know, it is extremely difficult to practice with the body of a monster. Looking around, how many ordinary beasts can turn into monsters and cultivate to this level? Almost every time you advance to a higher level, it's like walking through the gates of H.L. Although the human race is easier to cultivate than the monsters. In fact, it is not much better. Every time you advance to a higher level, You must make complete preparations. Otherwise, not only will you not be able to break through, you will be in great danger. The human race in the starry sky has been around for hundreds of millions of years. If it were so easy to break through the realm, the human race would have already ruled the entire starry sky. Where would there be room for other races to survive? Zhou Jintian and Sun Han also looked at Yang Mucheng with envy. Obviously, they recalled the suffering of breaking through to the One Yuan realm. And compared with Yang Mucheng's easy breakthrough, they felt even more miserable in their hearts. If they had Yang Mucheng's ability, how could they be imprisoned in the sky prison by the Nangong clan? Time is running out. So let's absorb the power from these ice pills to restore our strength. We haven't completely broken through this palace yet, and no one can tell what we will encounter next. Sun Han came to his senses and said quickly. He directly threw the 2 ice pills into his mouth and activated the movement technique at the same time. Although they can't swallow all the power in the ice pill like Yang Mucheng. But since they can reach this state, they naturally have means that ordinary people can't imagine. Okay! The flame demon dragon rolled its tongue and swallowed the ice pill into its belly at the same time. As a demon clan, he does not have the same secret skills as Sun Han. And his methods are simpler and more crude. That is to use the physical body to forcibly absorb the power in the ice pill bit by bit. Zhou Jintian over there also used his own secret method to put away the ice pill. And this time, Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes. Originally, I only planned to absorb the ice pill, but I didn't expect a temporary breakthrough, which wasted a lot of time. Holy shit! Yang Mucheng's words almost made the flame demonic dragon spit out a mouthful of blood. A sharpened sword is a good chopper. Now that you have broken through the shackles and reached the One Yuan realm, you have surpassed us in strength. Your improvement in strength will also be of great benefit to us in the future of this palace. Sun Han looked at Yang Mucheng worriedly and said, How you feel now? Do you still need to practice for a while? No need. I'm in very good condition now and can fight at any time. Yang Mucheng knew what the other party was concerned about, so he smiled and patted his chest. To know, although most warriors have achieved breakthroughs in cultivation, they are still unable to use their power in a short period of time and must wait until their realm is stable. If the power is forcibly used, it will easily lead to unstable foundation and fall back to the original state. If that happens, I'm afraid there will be no hope of breakthrough in this life. Don't worry. This kid is a 5-element spirit body, comparable to the demon clan. If he can cultivate the 5-element spirit body to the great perfection, in the physical competition, even the flame demon dragon may not be his opponent. Zhou Jintian laughed. Road. Now that everyone is ready, we can move on. Everyone nodded. Everyone is full of expectations for what exactly is in this palace. After all, just a gatekeeper with such strength. The existence deep in the palace is definitely extraordinary. Tongue! With curiosity, everyone flew directly towards the direction of the ice dragon. Not long after, everyone discovered the ice dragon's lair. The flame demon dragon rummaged through the ice dragon's lair again. But unfortunately, there was no treasure hidden there as everyone imagined. Have you noticed? Just when everyone was feeling regretful, Yang Mucheng suddenly spoke up. What's wrong? The flame demon dragon asked quickly, with a disappointed look on his face. I don't know if you have felt it, but the cold air in our area has become very weak. It is not as scary as before, but it has a very warm feeling. Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. Yeah. The flame demon dragon immediately dissipated the protective demonic energy, and suddenly showed a sense of surprise. Zhou Jintian and Sun Han also quickly dispersed their inner strength to protect themselves. Everyone had walked along the way, and in order to resist the coldness in the palace, everyone used their strength to form a protective shield outside their bodies. Therefore, he is not sensitive to temperature, but Yang Mucheng relies on his 5-element spirit body to resist, so he naturally perceives it more clearly. Logically speaking, this is the ice dragon's lair, and the temperature here should be lower. But why is there a sense of warmth here? Everyone became confused. Look there! At this moment, the sharp-eyed flame demon dragon saw the distance and couldn't help shouting. I just saw a flash of red light. Everyone quickly looked deeper, but nothing could be seen. I'll use my spiritual mind to find out, Sun Han said. Have you forgotten the ice dragon just now? The flame demon dragon on the side reminded him quickly. Even the ice dragons living in the periphery are so powerful. If the divine mind probes and attracts more existences, I'm afraid we will be in trouble by then. Sun Han was stunned for a moment. And then he said, Let's move forward slowly and explore the situation ahead. If it is really something more powerful than the ice dragon, then we will turn back quickly. Anyway, each of us has received 2 ice pills, although we have not fully recovered yet. Strength. But there is no need to take such a big risk anymore. Sun Han's proposal was approved by everyone, and everyone immediately set off, flying towards the fire-filled place pointed by the flame demon dragon. Chapter 2145 Source Fire. Everyone was somewhat skeptical about the discovery of the flame demonic dragon. After all, this palace is so cold. How could there be fire? With their current strength, if they want to release fire spells in this extremely cold environment, they will be suppressed to a minimum by the cold. What kind of flame can burn in such an environment? But as everyone moved forward, the suspicion in their hearts did not diminish at all, but instead continued to strengthen. How can it be? Why is it so hot? It seemed that the entire ice dragon's lair was used as a dividing line. After crossing that lair, the temperature around everyone became hotter. From the beginning, the heat was unbearable, and it even became like falling into a furnace. The scorching heat wave in the air seemed to have reached the level of burning the sky and boiling the sea. Even a piece of pig iron would be burned into molten iron in an instant. This extreme change made everyone feel a little shocked. What is there in this palace that can actually create these 2 extreme environments? Among everyone, Yang Muchung was the most relaxed. He could clearly feel that the surrounding air contained a large amount of fire elements. Although these fire elements could not improve his 5-element spirit body too much, they were enough to have a slight improvement effect. In addition, there is the flame demonic dragon. From the cold to the scorching heat, for him, it is like going from hell to heaven. The fire element contained in the air is like a great return to him. Dan is average. In this environment, the injuries he had suffered while being suppressed in the sky prison were also recovering rapidly. During the battle with Nangong Tianhin, the scales that were shattered were gradually restored during the repair of demonic energy and fire elements. Look! There's an iceberg there! Just when everyone thought that this area would be endless, suddenly the flame demon dragon shouted. Iceberg? Not only Zhou Jintian and Sun Han were stunned, but Yang Muchum also looked over in surprise. As expected, at the end of this space, there are 5 finger-shaped icebergs standing. However, those are not ordinary icebergs. Each iceberg is like an Optimus Prime, towering into the sky. Countless runes are constantly floating up and down around the iceberg. From a distance, they look like pieces of sky-blue tadpoles swimming around. It looks very spectacular. But what is even more shocking is that bursts of fierce fire are constantly erupting from the finger-shaped iceberg. The terrifying heat wave is like a tide, sweeping out wave after wave, sweeping out the iceberg. That rune was constantly flying and dancing due to the impact. The existence that erupted into a heat wave was just a small and weak flame like a candle. How could such a spectacle happen? Seeing this scene, Sun Han felt as if the whole world had been turned upside down. No doubt, the culprit responsible for the terrible heat all around was this small, weak flame. I'm afraid someone with great supernatural powers has trapped this flame in these 5 icebergs, preventing it from escaping. Zhou Jintian pondered for a moment and expressed his guess. The person who can arrange this formation is probably stronger than you and me. Everyone nodded. Not to mention the flames controlled within the 5 icebergs. Just the individual icebergs, taken out at will, are by no means an easy existence. If they were to decorate it, I don't know how many years it would take. I think I've heard of some. Sun Han, who had been silent until now, slowly spoke. Everyone heard him speak and looked over quickly. After all, Sun Han is the oldest, and the oldest among them all. Maybe he knew the origin of these secrets. Even Yang Muchung looked over with surprise. Sun Han paused and then said, When I heard about this, I was still a little-known warrior in an ordinary star. I heard my seniors discussing that a terrible sky fire appeared in the starry sky. These heavenly fires burn the sky and boil the sea, and can even burn a star to ashes in an instant. Many stars were affected by the power of this heavenly fire, and the star I live in is also within the range of the heavenly fire. Middle. So scary. When Sun Han mentioned it, everyone couldn't help but raise their brows, and a hint of shock flashed in their eyes. Although with their strength reaching their level, it would only be a matter of a moment's thought to smash the stars. But after all, it was all about relying on a powerful force. Now this flame, which looks like a candle and seems to be extinguished with just a little force, can actually possess such terrifying power? This is simply an unbelievable illusion. Indeed so. This is not an ordinary flame, but a source fire. Sun Han took a deep breath and then spoke. Original fire? Upon hearing this word, everyone looked over with confusion. Sun Han nodded and said, there are many flames in this world. There are fires from outside the sky, which are called sky fires, and there are also flames produced in the magma's lungs, which are called earth fires. There is a three-flavored true fire that burns when it meets water, burns when it meets stone, and burns when it comes into contact with air. It can even burn everything into a vacuum. Everyone listened to Sun Han speak slowly. The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but be stunned. He was also an expert at playing with fire. He also needed the help of flames when practicing to improve his cultivation and strength more quickly. But some of the names and functions of flames were something he had never even heard of. For example, some ice flames are not only unable to burn things to ashes, but can actually freeze everything that exists. Some of the purple flames burn to such an extreme that they could even stop time. Yang Muchum also listened quietly. Although he has been in contact with Sun Han for a short time, he also knows that the other person is not a person who likes to make random shots. Since he talks about these unrelated flames, they must have some connection with the so-called source fire. Seeing that Sun Han kept telling the truth, the flame demon dragon asked impatiently, you talked about so many flames, but what is the connection between these and the source fire? Yes. Zhou Jintian also looked over quickly. Sun Han looked at the anxious faces indifferently, and then said casually, the flames I mentioned are the existences that split from the source fire. Hearing these words, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of air. If it wasn't Sun Han who said this, they probably wouldn't believe it at all. How could a small source fire split into so many terrifying flames? Too exaggerated? Chapter 2146 The Power of Source Fire. Then the source fire you are talking about is this ball in front of you. The flame demon dragon couldn't help but look at the flame among the 5 icebergs. After all, for him, he is a demon who practices fire spells. If he can obtain this legendary source fire, it will greatly increase his strength. Maybe he can regain his strength quickly and even fight against the Nandong clan. If my guess is correct, it is the source fire that is sealed here. Sun Han nodded. What are the characteristics of source fire? Yang Muchung, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked at this moment. He had the same idea as the flame demonic dragon at the moment. His 5-element spiritual body Suzaku body had not yet been cultivated to the extreme. If he could practice with this ball of source fire, he might be able to completely complete the Suzaku body. Original fire has no characteristics. In other words, the characteristic of source fire is destruction. Sun Han said word by word. It will keep burning. Everyone was not too suspicious of Sun Han's words. After all, everyone has witnessed everything that happened here with their own eyes. I don't know how long this flame has been suppressed here, and how many years it has been sealed. Due to the terrifying coldness of the iceberg, no matter what kind of flame it is, it may not be able to sustain it. But this source fire has been burning. I am afraid that the material that supports the burning of this source fire is this space. Wealth is found in danger. If I can master this source of fire, I can regain my strength. A strong fighting spirit burned in the eyes of the flame demon dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his body and immediately rose into the sky, flying towards the sealed land. Brother Yang, I know that the 5-element spirit body you cultivate needs the 5 basic elements of the starry sky to complete it. But I advise you to wait and see now. Seeing that Yang Muchung was also planning to step forward, Sun Han on the side quickly advised him. Zhou Jintian also nodded repeatedly and said, after all, the flame demon dragon has experienced more than you. If he encounters any problems, he can also deal with it. Although this ball of source fire is small, the power contained in it is very huge. It's enough for you to complete the 5-element spirit body. Yang Muchung condensed for a moment, nodded, and stood still. After all, what the two of them said was not unreasonable, and he could just stand here and watch. Soon enough, the flame demon dragon had already arrived next to the iceberg. I don't know how long the iceberg seal lasted. It was already overwhelmed, and huge cracks appeared on the transparent barrier. Even if no one appears, this barrier will be completely destroyed due to the continuous explosion of source fire. Boom! The flame demon dragon opened its big mouth and spit out a mouthful of flames, which directly hit the iceberg. Boom! The two superimposed forces inside and outside completely exploded on the spot. Like the last straw that broke the camel's back. There was only a click sound, and the cracks appeared at this moment with a lightning-like force. The speed spread crazily in all directions. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded like crazy. Immediately afterwards, he saw a shocking heat wave emerge crazily and spread fiercely in all directions. The source fire that lost its seal exploded with shocking power at this moment. Even this terrifying air wave caused the entire space to be burned and distorted. The 5 huge icebergs were burned into a vacuum in an instant under this monstrous heat wave. In the blink of an eye, the rolling heat wave turned into a raging flame, rushing towards the flame demon dragon. Although this source fire has no consciousness, but the mission given to it by instinct is to burn all existence into nothingness. What a terrifying source of fire! Although they had already expected it, everyone present could not help but feel frightened when they faced the power of the source fire. How about the flame demon dragon? Can he absorb these terrible source fires? Yang Mucheng is most worried about the flame demon dragon. But this look immediately made him take a breath of air. Only the roaring flames were seen, sweeping in all directions and immediately covering the body of the flame demon dragon. This fierce and angry flame rolled and exploded, burning the flame demon dragon's skin and flesh to pieces. Bang! 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 The dragon scales on his body, that had finally been restored with demon power and fire elements, exploded on the spot directly under the burning of the source fire. Even Yang Mucheng, who was hundreds of meters away, could feel the strong smell of blood emanating from the air. Not good! Seeing this scene, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han closed their eyes at the same time, revealing a hint of shock. Even the flame demonic dragon can't resist such terrifying flames, which shows how terrifying this source of fire is. Really, in the horrified eyes of everyone, the flame demonic dragon was already charging over with bared teeth, and kept wailing at the same time. What kind of ghost fire is this? It's so powerful that my fire control technique can't be used at all. It seems to burn everything to ashes. I can't resist it alone. Please resist it for me. Everyone looked at each other, nodded immediately, and quickly stepped forward to release their inner energy. Boom! There was a buzzing and trembling, and beams of light lit up. Immediately, a huge barrier formed in the surrounding sky, like a wall appearing across the sky, sealing off the entire space on the spot. But the source fire doesn't care. It will burn everything. From the moment it burst out of the seal, it burned and distorted the space in the palace, and the burned out space revealed a black hole of nothingness. Yang Mucheng did not dare to neglect, and together with Zhou Jintian and Sun Han, they quickly released their inner strength, trying to resist the pursuing source fire. Boom! This ethereal flame was like a tide, pouring in recklessly and hitting the barrier heavily on the spot. At this moment, the expressions of Yang Mucheng, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han all changed. Although they had already predicted that the source fire they were about to face would be very terrifying, when they actually came into contact with each other, they realized that their previous estimates of the source fire had underestimated this flame. The terrifying power. Click! 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 Almost instantly, the shields constructed by the 2 1-yuan grandmasters and an early 1-yuan strongman were blasted out by the source fire with countless cracks like wild beasts. At the same time, countless flames burst out crazily from the cracks in the shield and pounced on the 3 of them. Chapter 2147, Tempered by Fire. The ferocity of this source fire simply exceeded everyone's imagination. As the saying goes, fire and water have no mercy. Ordinary water and fire are enough to cause catastrophic disasters. Not to mention that this is the most powerful source of fire in the starry sky. Facing these source fires emerging from the cracks, the 3 of them were all shocked. Whoosh! 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 The flame demon dragon arrived in time, quickly swung its tail, and the rolling demon energy burst out, rushing forward on the spot, quickly filling the cracks in the shield torn by the source fire. It was only then that the surging flames were blocked by the shield. But even with the strength of 4 people, it is very difficult to withstand this flame. Under the churning of the source fire, the huge shield obviously could not hold up for long. It's over! It's over! The flame demon dragon looked at the raging flames of source fire outside the barrier and couldn't help shouting. Even if there are just a few of us, it will be very difficult to resist the power of this flame. Once all our power is exhausted, we will probably be burned into a vacuum by these flames. Stop arguing. Let's think of a solution. After all, Sun Han was scheming and had faced many situations, and he had already thought of this possibility when he realized it. But he didn't expect that this situation would actually happen. There is no way. The flame demonic dragon couldn't help shouting. It's not that you didn't see the scene just now. Even with our strength, it is very difficult to resist this flame. Sun Han frowned and simply stopped asking about the flame demon dragon, instead focusing on Zhou Jintian. But Zhou Jintian also sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, I am a sword cultivator, and I don't know much about these flames, let alone have practiced the spells of this type of flame. Hearing what Zhou Jintian said, Sun Han was completely helpless. Even Zhou Jintian and the flame demon dragon can't do anything. So what else can they do? Although there is still Yang Mucheng beside him. Can he cope with this flame? Thinking of this, Sun Han could only cast his gaze towards Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng nodded in understanding, then looked at the flame demonic dragon and said, Brother Hua, can you absorb these source fires? Hearing Yang Mucheng's inquiry, Sun Han couldn't help but be stunned. I saw the flame demon dragon condense for a moment, and then said, I didn't have time to try it. The power of this source fire is so powerful that it burned my skin to pieces in an instant. Brother Yang, why do you ask this? Zhou Jintian and Sun Han both looked at Yang Mucheng in confusion. Yang Mucheng paused and then said, I have an idea, but this method is very risky, and it requires your cooperation. You say? Sun Han nodded heavily, with almost no doubts. After all, their current situation is extremely critical, and there is no time to think of other methods. Maybe after some time, they might come up with other ways, but it is estimated that by that time, they had already been burned into a vacuum by the source fire. Brother Sun Han, you and Brother Zhou support the protective shield. Shrink the protective shield a little, and leave a space. Yang Mucheng pondered for a moment before saying, What? If that's the case, wouldn't the source fire be let in? Zhou Jintian shouted. That's right. Yang Mucheng nodded and said, I just want to put these source fires in. I believe you have all seen that these source fires have been imprisoned in this space for countless years and have not been extinguished until now. If we just passively resist, we will be burned into a vacuum by the source fire before long. Instead of doing this, it is better to take a risk. Put in these source fires little by little, and let Brother Hua and I absorb them all. Only in this way, maybe there is a way out. Hiss. Even though it was hot outside the shield, when they heard Yang Mucheng's plan, everyone present couldn't help but gasp and felt their foreheads getting cold. If they hadn't experienced so much with Yang Mucheng, they would definitely think that Yang Mucheng was joking with them. Alright. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we would all be imprisoned in the sky prison and tortured. Anyway, you gave me this life. So what if we believe in you again? Sun Han gritted his teeth and made up his mind. I also follow your arrangements. Zhou Jintian on the side also nodded. Open the protective cover first, leaving a gap. Yang Mucheng said slowly. Everyone followed Yang Mucheng's command and carefully opened the protective shield. Although everyone was careful, the moment the shield was opened, the surging source fire poured in like a tidal wave. At this moment, the temperature of the protective shield has reached a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. At this time, Yang Mucheng and the flame demon dragon, who had already been prepared, quickly stepped forward, preparing to devour all the flames that were put in, because it was frightened by the power of the source fire. The flame demon dragon did not have time to absorb these flames. He is an expert at playing with fire. Although this source of fire is terrifying, it is also a kind of flame. Under the effect of the fire control art, he could clearly feel traces of flame power being continuously peeled off from the source fire and slowly pouring into his body along with the technique. I can absorb these source fires. Feeling this scene, the flame demonic dragon couldn't help but cheer excitedly. This made Zhou Jintian and Sun Han couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Since they can absorb the source fire, it proves that they have a way to deal with the source fire. No matter how slow they are, they will be able to absorb all these flames one day, so that they will not be burned into a vacuum here. Brother Yang, what about you? Finally got some good news, which made everyone overjoyed. At this moment, they suddenly remembered Yang Mucheng, who had first proposed this idea. After all, if he could have such an idea, he must also be able to absorb these flames. Right? Zhou Jintian also looked at Yang Mucheng expectantly. After all, the opponent was a 5-element spirit body. He had never seen how the 5-element spirit body cultivated. Today, he was lucky enough to see his true appearance, and he could die without regrets. But when everyone looked at Yang Mucheng, they couldn't help but take a breath of air at this moment. Is this the cultivation of the 5-element spirit body? I saw Yang Mucheng sitting directly in the source fire, letting his body burn in the fire. Chapter 2148 Advancing the Suzaku Body. Terrible! Seeing Yang Muchung sitting in the source fire so openly, even the flame demon dragon couldn't help but take a breath of air. To know, when he was absorbing the source fire, he was extremely careful, for fear that if he didn't pay attention, he would be set on fire and burn himself to ashes. But with such a terrifying source fire, Yang Muchung sat in the flames and directly used the source fire to temper the 5-element spirit body. Is this how the 5-element spirit body is tempered? Seeing this scene, Sun Han couldn't help but cast doubtful eyes on Zhou Jintian. The latter also swallowed a mouthful of saliva, shook his head and said, I have only heard that the method of cultivating the 5-element spiritual body is very amazing, but I have never really seen it. Since Brother Yang practices this method, he must be able to cultivate the 5-element spiritual body. That's how the body is. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that someone could practice directly in the source fire. But actually, to outsiders, Yang Muchung looked calm. But in fact no one knew that even Yang Muchung was shocked under the scorching fire. To know, his 5-element spiritual body was close to the great perfection. After experiencing the experience of the Qilin body, he did not feel too much pain even when practicing several other techniques. But now the terror of this source fire was completely beyond his imagination. Too strong. Is this the power of source fire? My 5-element spiritual body won't be completely destroyed because of this source fire. Right? Under the scorching heat of this source fire, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. But he firmly believes that since the source fire is also a kind of flame, and it is the purest source of fire in the entire starry sky, it will naturally come to cultivate the Suzaku body. Holding back the pain of being burned by the flames, he started to use the training formula for the Suzaku body. Time. The flames surrounding him seemed to be pulled at this moment. The raging fire turned into thousands of flames. These flames were even thinner than hair, and could not even be caught with the naked eye. These flames, driven by the Suzaku body training technique, followed the hundreds and thousands of pores in Yang Muchung's body and kept getting into them. Woo! The moment the flames entered his body, Yang Muchung felt that the unbearable burning had suddenly increased by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. After all, if the source fire is outside the body, it can still resist. But these flames penetrated into the body and directly burned the muscles, bones, and even the internal organs. This moment, even Yang Muchung couldn't help but groan, and his whole body began to tremble crazily. Brother Yang. Seeing Yang Muchung's appearance, everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's out of the way. Although the pain was intense, Yang Muchung gritted his teeth and persisted with great perseverance. This source fire is so fierce that even my 5-element spirit body cannot support it. But the good news is that I can absorb the power of these flames. After saying that, Yang Muchung closed his eyes directly and devoted all his attention to the formula of running the Suzaku bodybuilding technique. Seeing Yang Muchung's appearance, everyone could only nod secretly and continue to support the protective shield to prevent the source fire from breaking the protective shield and rushing in directly. After all, they don't have the fire control skills of the flame demon dragon, nor do they have Yang Muchung's method of tempering the 5-element spirit body with source fire. As for Yang Muchung, after experiencing the first wave of pain, he was somewhat used to the pain. Feeling the pain of every inch of skin and muscle in his body being torn to pieces, he continued to grit his teeth and start operating the technique. But there is good news for Yang Muchung. That is, these source fires can be directly used to propel the Suzaku body without being refined by the Suzaku bodybuilding technique. After the muscles of the body withstood the violent intrusion of the source fire, the remaining slightly gentle power penetrated through the layers of muscles and penetrated into the internal organs. However, due to the preparations he had made before, the power of the source fire also allowed Yang Muchung to endure it. As the time goes, the source fire that originally filled the protective shield was actually absorbed by Yang Muchung and the flame demon dragon. It really can be done. I didn't expect that they really absorb these source fires. I'm not surprised that the fire demonic dragon's fire control technique can do this. But it's so shocking that Yang Muchung uses his 5-element spirit body to directly absorb these source fires. That's right. A full 50% of the source fire that came in was absorbed by Brother Yang. Zhou Jintian and Sun Han looked at the source fire that had been absorbed without even a trace of flame remaining, and they suddenly showed excited expressions. To know, for them, putting the source fire into the protective cover was originally a very risky behavior. They could even foresee that if the two of them could not absorb the flames, they would most likely be attacked by the source fire from both inside and outside. and even their last hope would be completely cut off. But now, the two of them really did it, directly absorbing all the source fire in the protective shield. Brother Joe, brother Sun, let's continue. This time, put more source fire in. Yang Muchung couldn't help but get excited after feeling that the 5-element spiritual body, which had not been improved for a long time, had been greatly improved after absorbing such a small amount of source fire. In the eyes of others, these source fires may be threatening and fatal existences, but to him, they are great tonics that can enhance his strength. Good! Zhou Jintian and Sun Han nodded, and immediately opened the protective shield and let the source fire in again. Due to their previous experience, the two of them had become tacitly cooperative, and there was no rush like before. And Yang Muchung and the Flame Demon Dragon had been waiting aside for a long time. As soon as this source of fire entered the protective shield, the two of them began to practice quickly. Since Yang Muchung has become accustomed to the intensity of the source fire, and his body has been tempered previously, the training this time is not as painful as before, but it feels relaxed. Gradually, he began to dislike the slow pace of such practice. So he simply opened his mouth and sucked hard. Call. In an instant, more than 60% of the source fire that poured into the protective shield was swallowed by Yang Muchung at this moment, like a long whale sucking water. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, Yang Muchung swallowed these source fires, and then began to practice again. Chapter 2149 Suzaku's body reaches perfection. The flame demonic dragon was as cautious as before. Although he has the body of a monster, he is not as good as Yang Muchung's 5-element spirit body. If, like Yang Muchung, he broke into the source fire directly, he would probably be burned to pieces in an instant. It is different from Yang Muchung's tempering with fire. The flame demonic dragon practices fire control techniques. He continuously refined the fire element power in the source fire, and then through special mental methods, he swallowed it continuously into his belly, and then spread it to every part of his body. Certainly, every step taken by the flame demonic dragon is extremely careful, but just when he carefully used the fire control art to peel off the traces of source fire from the center of the flame, he suddenly found a strong wind coming. The churning angry flames were suddenly sucked away by a huge suction force at this moment. What? This is? He looked with shock in his eyes. I saw that these raging flames were swallowed up by Yang Muchung. Holy shit! This 5-element spirit body is so evil! It can actually be cultivated in this way? The flame demonic dragon was dumbfounded. And at the same time, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han also had incredible expressions on their faces. According to their plan, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for Yang Muchung and the flame demon dragon to absorb these source fires. But now it seems that it doesn't take that long at all. Maybe it'll be over in a few months, Sun Han said secretly. Although Sun Han's guess was already very bold, he still underestimated Yang Muchung. If the 5-element spiritual bodies practice this way, they may not be able to reach their peak even if their lifespan is exhausted. It can be said that every time Yang Muchung swallows a trace of fire, the strength of his 5-element spirit body will increase by 1 point. And the speed at which he will continue to practice will also increase by 1 point. Most people are very slow in cultivating the 5-element spiritual body. That's because they simply can't bear the pain of tempering their bodies. But Yang Muchung is different. He perseveres with great perseverance, coupled with the cooperation of the ancient heaven swallowing technique and the endless source of fire to get everything he wants. His cultivation speed will be even faster. Come again! In almost 30% less time than before, Yang Muchung and the flame demonic dragon devoured these source fires. This time, the source fire swallowed by Yang Muchung directly accounted for more than 60%. After seeing the source fire being completely swallowed up, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han looked at each other and continued to open the protective shield. With the entry of source fire, Yang Muchung didn't pause at all, and directly used the ancient heaven swallowing technique to swallow up 70% of these flames, leaving only 30% for the flame demon dragon. But this time, all the flames were swallowed up and absorbed in less than half the time of the first time. Come again! Source fires were kept being put into the protective cover again and again. Yang Muchung absorbed the source fire faster and faster, even to the end. The flame demon dragon could only barely grab a sliver of flame from Yang Muchung's teeth, and more than 99% of the source fire was swallowed by Yang Muchung. With continuous practice, the tempering of Suzaku's body is getting closer and closer to perfection. Seeing this situation, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han simply did not bother to seal the protective shield, but deliberately left a gap for Yang Muchung to absorb the flames. The flame demon dragon was also a little helpless. So he simply absorbed the source fire from outside the protective shield. If he really wanted to compete with Yang Mucheng for the source fire, he was no match for Yang Mucheng. I saw that the source fire that filled the entire space was constantly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye as Yang Mucheng devoured it. Even in the end, there was only a trace of flame left. Call! Until the end, Yang Mucheng simply used the ancient heaven swallowing technique with all his strength. Everyone looked at the churning flames with shock on their faces. Swallowed by Yang Mucheng like a whale sucking water. The moment the last trace of flame was swallowed up and entered Yang Mucheng's body, a cry of Suzaku suddenly rang out from Yang Mucheng's body. Groan! The shocking sound resounded through the void. And even at this moment, one could clearly see that a red cloud billowed up from above Yang Mucheng's body, forming a flying red bird with spread wings. Although Yang Mucheng's cultivation momentum has not improved much, at this moment, everyone can feel the huge change in Yang Mucheng's whole momentum. To know, although the strength of Zhou Jintian and Sun Han was greatly damaged in the battle with Nangong Tianhin, they have fallen to the same level as Yang Mucheng. But standing together with Yang Mucheng, they were still able to faintly suppress Yang Mucheng due to their momentum. But it's different now. The moment the huge red bird emerged from Yang Mucheng's body, his aura continued to rise at this moment. There is even a feeling that it has surpassed everyone present. Especially the five-element spirit body that has experienced advancement has enhanced his physical strength. Now the energy and blood in his body have increased crazily, reaching an unimaginable level. Wow! Wow! Terrible blood and energy were constantly surging rapidly in Yang Mucheng's body. Even at this moment, everyone could hear the sound of his blood and energy surging crazily. This sound is like the constant ebb and flow of waves. This level of powerful qi and blood even made everyone present speechless. Is this the five-element spirit body? The energy and blood are too powerful. Damn it! Such terrifying qi and blood is hard for even us demon clan to achieve. Everyone's face was full of shock. Such terrifying energy and blood reached a level that they could hardly imagine. Call out. As Yang Mucheng slowly opened his eyes, the Suzaku spreading its wings quietly converged at this moment. After a ray of light was released from his eyes, the surging qi and blood also quietly disappeared at this moment. Entered his body. Is the training completed? Everyone hurriedly joined in. The body of the Suzaku is completely complete. But the five-element spirit body still lacks the body of the white tiger. Yang Mucheng said slowly. Hiss. After hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Even at this level, the five-element spiritual body has not yet reached the level of cultivation? Everyone looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. The five-element spiritual body has not yet cultivated to the extreme, but it already possesses such strength. If they could complete the five-element spiritual body, wouldn't their strength be comparable to that of their one Yuan Grandmaster? We have stayed here long enough. It is time to leave here. Otherwise people outside should be anxious. Yang Mucheng stood up slowly and said, Chapter 2150. Who counts? Who knows? After hearing Yang Mucheng's reminder, everyone realized that they did not come here because they were looking for treasures. But they broke into this palace in order to find a chance of survival amid the pursuit of the Nangong clan. Now that Yang Mucheng's cultivation has reached the one Yuan realm, his five-element spiritual body is also close to perfection. His strength is already superior to many powerful ones, and his leadership will convince more people in the future. Of course, Yang Mucheng's enhancement may not be able to fight head-on with the powerful ancestor-level beings of the Nangong clan. But after the flame demon dragon absorbed these source fires, its strength increased greatly. Now, he no longer looks as embarrassed as when he escaped from the Nangong clan's heavenly prison. As if like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, the bruised and bruised areas have long been restored. And even the dragon scales have been restored under the tissue of the source fire. The neat scales look like they are made of rubies. And the neat red light is constantly floating on the scales, like a burning flame. But it is a pity that the flame demon dragon's strength has not yet fully returned to its peak level. After all, when he fought with Nangong Tianhin, he injured his foundation, and could not recover so quickly in a short period of time. Even with the help of source fire, it will take some time to repair. With my current situation, it will take at least several months to return to my peak strength, said the flame demonic dragon. What a pity. There is no other existence in this space. Zhou Jintian and Sun Han looked at each other and sighed secretly. The power contained in those 5 icebergs was also very powerful. But it was a pity that as the source fire broke through, the icebergs were also burned. and there is no other existence in this space. Now everyone can only choose to leave. On the way back, everyone also discovered that the temperature of the originally extremely cold palace had even risen to the level of lava due to the outpouring of the source fire. And even the surrounding space had been burned into terrifying patches. Crack. When everyone emerged from the magma, they suddenly found that everyone was gathered in front of the magma pool. You finally came out! What happened just now? The entire magma pool boiled. Almost in an instant. Most of the magma pool was burned dry. Yes, several nearby stars were ignited. After Yang Mucheng and others came out of the magma pool, almost everyone gathered around and started asking questions. Turned out to be, when the source fire broke out previously, not only the entire palace space was affected, but even several nearby stars were affected. Yang Mucheng looked in the direction everyone was pointing, and as expected, he discovered that the originally red stars were rolling into pieces of raging flames, like huge fireballs. We encountered a source of fire. The flame demon dragon sat down on the ground and slowly told the truth about what happened in the palace. When he said that these source fires were actually the origin fires in this starry sky, and that all flames were derived from the source fires. Everyone present was shocked. Many people, like Yang Mucheng, have never been exposed to source fire. When they heard that such a flame actually existed, everyone's eyes widened with disbelief on their faces. The reason why this area is so hot may be because of the source fire, Yang Mucheng speculated. But later, this ball of origin fire was suppressed by a powerful being with great magical power, sealed in the palace, and thrown on this star. But the source fire's non-stop destructive nature, although it is still suppressed in the palace, has already burned the space. And heat waves emerge from the void, not only turning the star into a blazing fireball, it has turned the entire galaxy into a deserted and desperate situation. After everyone heard Yang Mucheng's speculation, they couldn't help but nod their heads. Unexpectedly, there are such terrifying flames in this starry sky. How many other things exist that they have never seen before? Waited for another half day. The warriors who had previously gone to the surrounding galaxies to look for opportunities also returned here one after another. Just like what the flame demon dragon saw when he came to this galaxy before. There are many heavenly and earthly treasures in this galaxy. Perhaps, many people think that this place is an uninhabited and desperate situation. Under the high temperature, not only the strong will find it difficult to gain a foothold, but other creatures will also find it difficult to survive. But it is this idea that makes the heavenly and earthly treasures that appear on these stars have always been well preserved. Therefore, most people have obtained a lot of heavenly and earthly treasures. And some people have restored their strength to the peak level. Brother Yang, everyone is ready. We are waiting for you to arrange what we should do next. The flame demon dragon shouted excitedly. The other people present also looked expectantly. They received a large number of supplements in this galaxy, which made them more confident for a while. And they had immense trust in Yang Mucheng. Even if Yang Mucheng asked them to turn back and attack the Nangong clan, they would not complain at all. Being able to get supplies in this galaxy is indeed something worth being excited about. However, this does not mean that we can compete head-on with the Nangong clan. Seeing everyone gearing up and even confronting the Nangong clan head-on, Yang Mucheng poured a basin of cold water on them unceremoniously. After taking a look at the people with puzzled expressions, Yang Mucheng continued, in order to capture us, it is impossible for the Nangong clan to send out top-notch people similar to Nangong Tianhin. Once an existence of that level appears, we may not even have a chance to resist. You must know that now we have no chance at all. There is no way to fight against such an existence. After hearing Yang Mucheng's words, everyone couldn't help but nodded. Even the flame demon dragon had to admit this. His strength has not yet returned to its peak, and he has not even reached the 1 yuan perfection, let alone a 1 yuan grandmaster, or even a powerful existence that surpasses ordinary grandmasters. Among the team, the other 2 extreme powerhouses, Zhou Jintian and Sun Han, have yet to recover. As for the others, although they have also obtained some heavenly and earthly treasures, they are still like the flame demon dragon. They are in a long period of recovery and have not yet reached a higher level of strength. It will take a long time to fully recover the strength. With the strength of this group of people, if they encounter a small force from the Nangong clan, they can still deal with it. But if they really encounter an ancestor-level leader, they may have no choice but to be captured without mercy. At this time, everyone turned their attention to Yang Mucheng, wanting to hear what he would do next. Chapter 2151 Shaolin Galaxy. Use your own strengths to attack the other's weaknesses, Yang Muchung said in a deep voice. Looking at everyone's puzzled looks, he slowly explained. That's right. Although the Nangong clan is very powerful, we are not necessarily too bad. We are not belittling ourselves. With the existence of a group of people like us, there is no problem even if we look down upon the entire starry sky. Hearing this, many people laughed sarcastically. 3 1-yuan masters, dozens of 1-yuan perfectionists, and the rest are all strong men at the peak of 1-yuan. Wherever he goes, he is a huge force that cannot be ignored. If everyone had peak strength, even the Nangong clan would not dare to touch them easily. So we must understand our own strength and at the same time grasp the movements of our opponents. No matter how powerful the Nangong clan is, it is impossible to mobilize all ancestor-level beings to hunt us down. The pursuer of the Nangong clan who followed us behaved like this along the way. They always wanted to exhaust our strength and avoid a trap beast fight. If they had 7 or 8 ancestors besieging them, why would they need any strategies? They would have crushed us at all costs and wouldn't have let us escape so far. Everyone couldn't help but nodded after hearing Yang Muchung's analysis. Since they had been hunted by the Nangong clan before, they had never thought of such a deep matter. After the other party said it, they understood that it seemed to be such a thing. Before this, we were chased by the pursuers, so we could only run away like headless flies. They are still chasing us, and we have got into their rhythm. But now, after being replenished in this galaxy, most of the people have recovered their strength, so they have taken back the initiative. We all unite as one and fight directly out of the encirclement of the Nangong clan. Call. Upon hearing Yang Muchung's plan, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Some of them had already expected that the next action might be unusual, but no one expected that Yang Muchung would be so bold and want to directly confront the Nangong clan. I agree. The flamed demon dragon nodded immediately without hesitation. Just like Brother Yang said, the star field we are in has been heavily guarded by the Nangong clan for a long time. It is obviously impossible to escape from their defense unscathed. Since we are going to fight, let's fight openly and openly. Let the world know that we have escaped from the prison. It can be regarded as a breath of bad breath. I agree. I have no opinion. Sun Han and Zhou Jintian also nodded. After their trip to the magma pool, they became more and more convinced of Yang Muchung. And naturally they had no other opinions. And Yang Muchung's leadership ability is obvious to everyone. The other teams had already bowed their heads under the pursuit of the Nangong clan. But they were the only ones who came here unscathed. We have no objection either. The 3 most powerful beings have all chosen to believe in Yang Muchung. Naturally, the others had no other choice, and all agreed. Then where are we going? This is the question that everyone is most concerned about. From Xiao Yangxing, Yang Muchung blurted out almost without any reason. If we were to confront the Nangong clan head-on, this plan was already amazing enough. So now to fight out from here, everyone is even more shocked. Brother Yang, are you kidding me? Even Sun Han, who was very rich in the city, couldn't help but ask. Do you know where Shaoyun Star is? Everyone turned their eyes towards Yang Muchung. To know, Shaoyun Star is an important place for the Nangong clan. The location of this star belongs to the Shaoyun Galaxy, a rare large-scale commercial galaxy in this starry sky. This galaxy belongs to the center of transportation, and the concentration of spiritual energy is extremely high. In addition, there are many stars around, producing various heavenly, earthly treasures and rare creatures. It is precisely because of this that a huge commercial galaxy has been formed here. Among this galaxy, the most important one naturally belongs to Shaoyun Star. In this star, there are not only people from the Nangong clan guarding here, but even several other major families have their people here. After all, this is a business star, and the people coming and going are mixed. There are big shots on one side, and some extremely vicious beings. Therefore, every family will deploy heavy troops to guard their property here. Therefore, when they heard that Yang Muchung planned to kill directly from this galaxy, one can imagine how shocked and upset everyone was. I'm afraid if they really go this way, what they will usher in will definitely not be the dawn of freedom, but the Nangong clan's relentless pursuit. Of course I know where the Shaoyun Galaxy is and where it is. But everyone must understand that this area is our only way to survive, Yang Muchung said lightly. Although Yang Muchung said this, everyone still had some doubts in their hearts. If Yang Muchung hadn't released them from the sky prison, they might have thought that the other party was a spy from the Nangong clan who had infiltrated them. Looking at everyone's confused looks, Yang Muchung smiled faintly and then said, I think everyone understands how tight the Shaoyun galaxy is. Even in normal times, this galaxy will be very tight. Not to mention that at this critical moment, I'm afraid his defense will become even tighter. But it is precisely because of this reason that for others, the Shaoyun galaxy is just a piece of iron that cannot be passed through. And we will not be stupid enough to throw ourselves into a trap and choose this galaxy as an escape route. If that's the case, can we use this to catch us off guard and fight our way out of the Shaoyun galaxy? Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads after hearing Yang Muchung's analysis. Ha ha. This is called surprise. When the flame demon dragon heard this, his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and shouted, No one would have thought that we would escape from the Shaoyun galaxy. But we did the opposite and carved a route through the most heavily guarded galaxy. Yang Muchung also nodded and said, Of course, I chose this galaxy for other reasons. In this galaxy, in addition to the Nandong clan, there are also forces from the other 6 clans. The Nandong clan cannot block off the entire galaxy like other areas. So this gives us a chance, Yang Muchung said, with a burning look in his eyes. The Nandong clan can't even think of trapping him. Chapter 2152 Tracking. Not long after Yang Muchung and others left this lava galaxy, Nandong Hintian had already arrived here with his army. After checking the traces left around, all aspects have confirmed that Yang Muchung and others have been here, and have even left here. Ha ha! Although it did not directly surround and suppress everyone in this space as expected. On the contrary, it was all in vain. Everyone looked at Nandong Hintian, whose face turned gloomy, with fear on their faces. Everyone can feel the atmosphere around them, which seems to be suppressed at this moment, as if there is a feeling that a storm is coming. But what no one expected was that the cold-faced Nandong Hintian would burst into laughter after a short moment. Not bad. Since I became the ancestor of the Nandong clan, I, Nandong Hintian, have always been victorious in every battle without making any mistakes. I didn't expect that a little Yang Muchung could defeat me many times. It's really interesting. He nodded heavily and sneered. But no matter what you do, you will never be able to defeat me. I want to see how long you can escape from my hands. At this time, a servant of the Nandong clan hurried over to report. Ancestor, we have searched all nearby galaxies and have not found those prisoners. I wonder if we need to expand the scope of the search. No need. Nandong Hintian shook his head. The source fire is sealed in this galaxy. Now the temperature in these stars has dropped significantly. They must have taken away the source fire and left here. No matter how much we search, it will be in vain. They will not stay there stupidly, waiting for us to hunt them down. Boom. Everyone around him was shocked when he heard this. To know, after this lava galaxy passed, as far as the eye could see was an extremely vast starry sky. If they are allowed to escape from here, how will they be hunted down next? Moreover, they didn't know how long they had been gone, and they had completely lost track of them. Could he really let them escape from under his nose? If they are really allowed to leave, I am afraid that the Nandong clan will become the laughing stock of the entire starry sky. More at the same time, the problems left by these people will bring immeasurable trouble to the Nandong family. There are so many strong men of one yuan. If they intend to cause trouble, no one in any area can catch them. After all, you can guard against them for a while, but you cannot guard against them forever. Not to mention that among these people, there are also 3 one-yuan masters whose cultivation and strength are at the top level. Don't worry. The strength of those 3 masters has not been fully restored yet. Seeing the worried expressions in everyone's hearts, Nandong Hintian finally spoke. If they had recovered, they would have turned back and confronted us directly instead of continuing to flee. The top priority is to block their escape route so that they have no way to hide and escape. Hearing what Nandong Hintian said, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his ancestor has not lost confidence, they can easily catch Yang Muchung and others in one fell swoop, leaving them no longer able to escape. But now the problem comes again. These people have already escaped from the area they were tracking. How to catch them next? Bring me the star map! Nandong hated the way of heaven. Immediately, someone on the side slowly unfolded a map, and the simple map burst into light, like a huge starry sky appearing in front of everyone's eyes. There was an exclamation of surprise all around. Although they have seen this map countless times, they can't hide their shock every time they see it again. You know, an ordinary person's star map can be considered a very large map if it can include a galaxy. But Nandong Hintian's map, even if it is called a magic weapon, is not an exaggeration. The entire star map not only includes all areas of the Nandong clan, but even some unexplored galaxies are recorded in this star map. Looking at the shocked eyes of everyone, Nandong Hintion smiled lightly and said, "This star map is all the routes I recorded while traveling in the starry sky. Among the entire Nandong clan, there is no one else but me. In the future, if you travel in the starry sky like me, you can also draw such a map. It's even possible to map out areas in the entire starry sky that I haven't even set foot on." Boom! When Nandong Hintion said these words, everyone present immediately became excited. Who doesn't want to be in a high position? Who doesn't want to be proud of the stars? Now after Nandong Hintion's words, everyone's hearts are filled with anticipation. Well, after taking a look at the star map in front of him, Nandong Hintion said after a moment of concentration, "Although they have escaped, it does not mean that we cannot catch them. According to this star map, there are 4 locations where they can escape." Nandong Hintion tapped his right hand lightly. Immediately, the star map in front of him gradually enlarged, revealing the 4 most prominent positions. The first place, the Wild Stars. This galaxy is one of the 9 evils, with many black holes. Since it has not been developed yet, there are still many ancient beasts remaining in this area. This is also where our Nandong clan unreachable location. The second place, the Heavenly Prisoner Galaxy. This galaxy is where the ancient immortals fought. There is not even a complete star in the entire galaxy, and there is not much use value, so our Nandong clan does not control it. The third place is the Lost Immortal Galaxy. This galaxy is similar to the Heavenly Prisoner Galaxy, because there are many formations left by the ancient immortals. It is also a location that our Nandong clan cannot fully control. Every time Nandong Hintion mentioned an area, he would analyze it. People around nodded. The respect for Nandong Hintion grew in his heart. Even if he searched the entire Nandong clan, he could not analyze the location where Yang Maicheng and others escaped in a short time. But after he thought about it for just a moment, he had already found 3 possible escape routes for them. "Lord Hintion, should we send troops to guard these areas next?" At this time someone asked aloud. "Wait a minute. There is another place where they can escape." Nandong Hintion interrupted him, narrowed his eyes, and focused on a galaxy. Yueshao Galaxy. At this moment, everyone around him was surprised and looked puzzled. Chapter 2153 Arrival. The Yueshao Galaxy's status among the Nandong clan, and even among the 7 clans, is obvious to all. Due to its rich resources, this area is a battleground for military strategists. Even in order to occupy this area, the 7-star clans fought for them countless times, and how many people died there. Later, the 7 tribes came forward together to discuss this area as a commercial galaxy, and finally ended this chaotic war. But this does not mean that you can really enter and leave the Yueshao Galaxy at will, because all 7 races have their industries stationed here. There are many strongmen stationed there all year round in the Yueshao Galaxy, and there are even many strongmen. In addition, there is a mixture of fish and dragons in this area, and the Nandong clan even has an elite army stationed here all year round. It can be said that this area is one of the safest areas among the entire Nandong clan. If Yang Maicheng and others appeared in this area, they would be executed on the spot by the strong men stationed there as soon as they showed up. That is why Nandong Hintion mentioned that the Yueshao Galaxy was actually one of the places where Yang Maicheng escaped, which naturally made people shocked and confused. What do you idiots know? After taking a look at the people around who looked puzzled and still didn't know why, Nandong hated the sky and said ironically, "Although the defense of the entire Yueshao Galaxy is the top priority, it does not mean that there are no loopholes. It is precisely because this area is managed by the 7 clans that there are still many loopholes in the management. If Yang Maicheng and others get into the scope of other major clans, I am afraid it will not be our turn to hunt them down. And this place is connected in all directions. It is definitely an important route for survival. There is a certain possibility that they will come here." Everyone was silent for a while. If it is really what Nandong Hintion said, then what should they do next? "Our current strength cannot be separated, let alone sealing 4 areas at the same time. Even if we block 2 of them at the same time, it is very difficult. The Wild Galaxy is closest to us, so we go to the Wild area first and send heavy troops to the remaining areas. Guard." Immediately, Nandong Hintion's large army set off, and at the same time, Nandong Hintion's order was also conveyed to the other 3 areas. The Nandong clan who was on standby immediately sent heavy troops to rush to those 3 areas. But when the message reached the Yueshao Galaxy, something went wrong. Is it possible that Yang Maicheng and others will come to the Yueshao Galaxy? The person responsible for guarding the Yueshao Galaxy was the senior elder of the Nandong clan, Nandong Beiwang. When he learned of this order, he couldn't help but snorted. It's just a joke. The Yueshao Galaxy is not only an important business location for the Nandong clan, but also a position that the other 6 clans attach great importance to. How dare Yang Maicheng come here? I'm afraid he will be arrested as soon as he shows his head. But this order was personally issued by Patriarch Nandong Hintian. He ordered the entire Yueshao Galaxy to be sealed off. Everyone who enters this area must be strictly searched. The warrior in charge of delivering the message looked at Nandong North with some danger. Nandong Beiwang snorted coldly. This Nandong Hintian is simply an old fool. Even if Yang Maicheng had the courage, he would not dare to come to the Yueshao Galaxy. Glancing at the messenger with a troubled expression, he sighed and said, That's it. Nandong Hintian has been in seclusion for so long that his brain has been damaged. This Yueshao Galaxy is not only home to our Nandong clan. There are also 6 other clans here. Even if we are willing to block it, others are not willing. Let's do this. Send people to station in every star and search everyone who comes in and out. Yes. Hearing this, the messenger breathed a sigh of relief. Is that the Yueshao Galaxy? Just when the Nandong clan sent troops to form an array to block the starry sky, Yang Maicheng and others had already arrived at the Yueshao Galaxy. It is indeed the leading commercial galaxy in the entire starry sky. You can see that countless flying puppets that have turned into grazing light are constantly flying towards this galaxy. Among the hundreds of stars, they are constantly rotating in a very regular manner. Large nets that are difficult to distinguish with the naked eye are faintly visible among the stars. Seeing this large net, many people showed an ugly expression. To know, their original plan was to pass between the stars and avoid the blockade of the Nandong clan stationed in the Yueshao Galaxy. But who would have thought that this entire galaxy has been blocked by the Nandong clan? If you take a detour, it will take at least half a month or even longer. If you do that, I'm afraid it will attract more attention. What to do? Everyone's eyes were turned towards Yang Maicheng at this moment. Everyone, wait here for a moment. Yang Maicheng pondered for a moment, and then said, It seems that the Yueshao Galaxy has received the family's order to blockade this galaxy. A large group of us are going in like this. I'm afraid they will be discovered by the other party before they get close to the Yueshao Galaxy. Then let's break in. The Flame Demon Dragon said. That's right. Jean Long on the side also interjected. Golden Dragon had been hanging out with the Flame Demon Dragon during this time, and his temper was also bad. He immediately shouted, Boss, let's just fight out together. As long as we break out of the Yueshao Galaxy, we will have a brighter future, and no one will be able to do it. You can hold us. That's right. Let's just fight out together. Seeing that they had reached the edge of the Yueshao Galaxy, but were unable to move forward because of this kind of thing, everyone present was impatient. Xiaohua, don't make any noise. Listen to what Brother Yang has to say. Sun Han glared at the Flame Demon Dragon. That's right. Zhou Jintian also nodded. Seeing that everyone was quiet again, Yang Maicheng let out a long breath and said, Obviously, it is unrealistic to rush in directly. The Yueshao Galaxy has not received the news that we are here. If we rush out suddenly, it will be self-defeating. Don't forget, in addition to the guards of the Nandong clan, there are also several other clans here. I believe they are happy to sell the Nandong clan a favor and arrest us. After hearing Yang Maicheng's words, everyone fell silent. Brother Yang, what should we do now? Whether we fight out or turn around and change direction, we will listen to you. Sun Han said, You guys should wait here for a while. I'll go to the Yueshao Galaxy to find a way to leave this galaxy. Yang Maicheng pondered for a moment before speaking. Chapter 2154 What's going on? After telling everyone to hide, Yang Maicheng set off for the Shaoyan Galaxy. Anyone else would naturally not dare to go to the Shaoyan Galaxy so openly. The entire Shaoyan star is strictly monitored and guarded, and there may be some magic weapon for detecting disguises. Once some people use certain spells to try to sneak in, they may be discovered by the other party at the first opportunity. Certainly, Yang Maicheng has a 5-element spirit body and does not need magic to hide his figure. After leaving the camp, he used the muscles on his body to transform his appearance into a middle-aged man with a majestic look. He followed the crowd all the way into the Shaoyan Galaxy. Really, just as he imagined, the entire huge entrance to Shaoyan Star was heavily guarded, and a shining golden mirror hung high at the huge city gate. Anyone who wants to enter the city must look under this mirror. Only after it is confirmed that there is no problem. Can you enter the stars? Yang Muchung looked around. There was already a long queue in front of them. Many people who were about to enter the city were blocked outside the door. There were constant complaints from all around. Why did it suddenly become like this? Everyone needs to be inspected when entering the city. This kind of inspection will have to wait until the year of the monkey. A middle-aged man in brocade clothes could not hide the anger on his face. Shoo! As soon as he finished speaking, someone whispered, "Don't let these soldiers hear you. They have the greatest power now. If you don't like it, I will arrest you directly and say you are the prisoner's accomplice." When the middle-aged man heard this, he couldn't help but look shocked, and he immediately looked around in panic. Obviously, in the past few days, he had also seen many people being arrested because they angered the soldiers guarding the city. Sighing heavily, the middle-aged man said, "The entire Shaoyun galaxy is originally the most important area for the Nangong clan. Even if those people are given 8 courages, they may not dare to come here openly. The result is good. Those prisoners were not caught. But we businessmen suffered a lot. But can we really catch those prisoners?" The middle-aged man looked confused. Another person chuckled and said, "Have you seen that mirror? That mirror is called the mirror of the universe, sun and moon, and it can break through all disguises. No matter who you are or what your cultivation level is, once you stand under this mirror, it will reveal its original appearance." As he said that, the man shook his head and said, "However, I think it's a bit difficult. For Yang Muchung and others, this Shaoyun galaxy is equivalent to a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. They would not want to escape from here unless their heads were kicked by a donkey." Universe, sun, and moon mirror. Yang Muchung, who was standing in the crowd, couldn't help but raise his brows. He quickly looked towards the mirror at the city gate and saw waves of ripples spreading out from the huge mirror. When he sensed it with his spiritual mind, he felt a surging power faintly surging. This power is even stronger than himself. This mirror is not simple. Even if you are a 1 yuan strong person who uses magic to hide your figure, I am afraid that it will be completely revealed under this mirror. Yang Muchung thought to himself. But this is just outside the city. How about the search inside the city? Yang Muchung narrowed his eyes. If the entire Shaoyun galaxy is as tightly scrutinized as this entrance, I'm afraid they will be in trouble next. And they can only choose another route to leave. Why are the people over there so noisy? At this moment, a stern shout came from the front. It turned out that the conversation was too loud, which attracted the attention of the guard at the door. One of the guards wearing golden armor was already striding towards here. "If you dare to shout at the city gate, believe it or not, I will arrest you all and put you in the sky prison. Brother, we are just disturbing you. Please forgive me." When the middle-aged man saw this, although he was full of complaints, he quickly put on a smile and handed over a piece of Xianjing with a flattering face. "I am a serious businessman, not a fugitive." "Humph. I haven't seen anything before. You want to bribe me with this thing?" The guard pushed the Xianjing away from the middle-aged man's hand with a righteous attitude. The man was helpless and quickly took out a ring-like magic weapon from his arms. The guard nodded with a smile on his face and said, "I have seen you many times. You should not be an accomplice of those prisoners. Come into the city." Putting the ring in his pocket with a smile on his face, the guard turned his attention to Yang Muchung, who was standing aside, and snorted coldly, "You are a bit unfamiliar. How come I have never seen you before?" Yang Muchung glanced at him and looked at him coldly. "Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" As soon as he said this, the guard's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a cold voice, "You are so cowardly. I suspect that you are an accomplice of those fugitives. Come on. Arrest him." Snapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung raised his palm and swept it fiercely. This slap hit the guard so hard that he vomited blood and flew away. Yang Muchung has reached the 1 yuan realm, and the 5 elements spirit body has completed another realm, and his strength has greatly increased. But the strength of these guards is very ordinary. How can they withstand Yang Muchung's palm? If he hadn't deliberately restrained his strength, he would have killed the opponent with this slap. "You kid!" The guard fell heavily to the ground and became dizzy. He covered his face, as if he still couldn't believe that someone dared to hit him. But before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung grabbed him with his expressionless right hand, and suddenly a suction force erupted, pulling him directly in front of Yang Muchung. "Shut up!" Seeing that he was about to shout, Yang Muchung quickly took out a token from his arms. This token was exactly what he got when he killed Nangong Tiahin. Yang Muchung thought it was not a mortal thing, so he took it conveniently. I was sent by Master Nangong Hintian to investigate this place. I didn't expect you to bend the law for your own personal gain. According to the clan rules, I can kill you on the spot right now. Hiss. The guard gasped. The token Yang Muchung took out was the identity token possessed by the Nangong clan only if they were in a high position. And when the token was taken out, the waist token in his arms also responded at the same time. Sir, I didn't know it was you. The guard swallowed and felt cold sweat break out for a moment. He quickly handed the ring handed over by the middle-aged man to Yang Muchung carefully and said, Is this ring for you? Do you think I can appreciate these scraps? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows with disdain on his face. Keep it yourself. At this time, more guards noticed what was going on here and looked over quickly. One of the guards strode over and asked, What's the situation? Chapter 2155 Elder. Seeing that the guard wanted to speak, Yang Muchung remained calm and said through a message, I am traveling incognito this time. Don't let too many people know. If anyone knows my identity, I will break your neck. The guard who was about to reveal Yang Muchung's real identity suddenly shrank his neck in fright, and hurriedly said that it was okay, and then covered up the matter. Just keep checking, and come back to me after you change your guard. Yang Muchung said a word and stood aside alone. The frightened guard didn't know what to do, so he could only bite the bullet and continue the inspection. But he didn't know. Yang Muchung looked calm, but in fact his heart was in turmoil. Making such a decision is completely a gamble for him. Once the opponent sees through it, he will not be able to escape from the Shaoyun galaxy. Not only that, it would even involve other people, completely sealing off his last chance of survival. But luckily, the guard did not have any doubts about his identity, but actually believed him. He even concealed his identity for himself. Although, at this moment, Yang Muchung had been closing his eyes and dozing off. But his spiritual thoughts never forgot to envelope the little guard. Every move of the other party is always under his attention. Of course, the other party was also constantly peeking at Yang Muchung from the corner of his eye. After realizing that Yang Muchung was not controlling him, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. But he obviously didn't blackmail businessmen like before. It seems that he really believed my identity. Until then, Yang Muchung secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a move was an impromptu move on his part. After all, because he is an outsider. So what if he secretly bribes the other party like that businessman to enter Shaoyun Star? He simply had no way of getting in touch with the arrangement of the entire Shaoyun galaxy. Instead of doing this, it is better to pretend to be a senior member of the Nangong clan. Anyway, this is not the first time he has done this kind of thing, so he is naturally familiar with it. It's just that the dangers involved are unknown to others. Luckily it worked. Yang Muchung didn't have to wait long. The little guard had already changed his post, still wearing the guard's armor. He cautiously came to Yang Muchung and said respectfully, Sir, I'm here. Don't worry so much. I won't trouble you. If I wanted to kill you, I could have done it just now. Yang Muchung looked at the frightened little guard, waved his hand and said, What's your name? The villain's name is Nangong Xian. The little guard said quickly. Yang Muchung nodded and said, Nangong Xian, take me for a walk in the city. It's the first time I came to Shaoyun Star, and I don't know what fun there is here. If you take good care of me, you will be able to take care of me in the future. I don't have to do the hard work of guarding the city. Although my status in the Nangong clan is not very high, I am still an elder, and I can speak in many places in the family. When Nangong Xian heard this, he was immediately overjoyed and nodded in agreement. Although it is said that serving as a city guard can earn some money, he is always inferior to others. His talent was limited, and he was unable to enter the main clan. He could only watch others enjoy the popular food and drink spicy food. And his heart was full of envy. Now that the appearance of this mysterious elder has directly provided him with an opportunity to rise to fame, how can he be willing to give up this thigh? But he also had some doubts in his mind. This private visit elder came to the Shaoyun galaxy and did nothing. Instead, he was just thinking about having fun. Elder, why don't you come to Shaoyun galaxy to handle some official business? Nangong Xian asked cautiously. Yang Muchung raised his brows. He already knew that the other party would ask this question. If he didn't ask, he would really be in trouble. He smiled faintly and said, Official business? It's just some bullshit. Ancestor Hintian asked me to see what's going on in the Shaoyun galaxy. Is there any trace of Yang Muchung and others? At this point, he raised his brows and asked deliberately, Do you think Yang Mucheng and the others dare to come here? Of course I don't dare. Nandong Xian smiled sarcastically. He said, the Shaoyan Galaxy is jointly guarded by 7 clans. Now the other clans have cooperated with the Nandong clan. As long as Yang Mucheng dares to appear, there will be a dragnet waiting for him. What? Hearing this, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but be shocked. The thing he was most worried about was finally here. If the 7 clans breathe out from one nostril, then they will not be able to break into the Shaoyan Galaxy. Having said this, Nandong Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, but the chance of them appearing is really low. Not only our clan, but also other clans don't take these things to heart. Hearing these words, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He pretended to agree, nodded and said, that's right. But Patriarch Hatian asked me to come here to see if they are acting according to the arrangement. Then you, Nandong Xian said cautiously. He originally wanted to ask. You took the order, but you didn't follow it. Instead, you came to the Shaoyan Galaxy to eat, drink and have fun. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your ancestor when you go back? However, he wisely kept his mouth shut. If he really said this, he might be slapped to death according to this elder's fiery temper. Yang Mucheng laughed and said, when the time comes, you tell me the layout of the Shaoyan Galaxy, and I can naturally take it back for presentation. Besides, Yang Mucheng and the others will not come here, so there is no need to be so nervous. Look outside Shaoyan Star. There are a lot of complaints now. If this continues, it will bring harm to our Nandong clan, Yang Mucheng said, without any scruples. Now, he has completely disguised himself as an elder who doesn't care about worldly affairs and only wants to be lazy. And this kind of character not only did not make Nandong Xian feel disgusted at all, but actually made him feel a lot of intimacy towards Yang Mucheng. You know, when Patriarch Nandong Henshin's order reached the Shaoyan Galaxy, the workload of their ordinary guards increased a lot, and they were all filled with complaints. But they are only the lowest level of the Nandong family, and have no qualifications to protest with the higher-ups. Now, an elder-level figure suddenly ran up to him and began to complain his grievances. Naturally, he had a feeling of sympathizing with the same people. By the way, I heard that many heavenly and earthly treasures are also produced here. I rarely come out, so please take me to see them. Yang Mucheng suddenly thought of something. Now that he has sneaked in, just getting the defensive map is naturally not enough. If we could get some heavenly and earthly treasures back to restore the strength of Sun Han and Zhou Jintian, it would be the best of both worlds. Chapter 2156 8-Sided Pavilion. Now that Yang Mucheng opened his mouth, Nandong Xian naturally followed him. Shaoyan Star is the largest commercial star in this galaxy, and even this star field. So there are naturally many people coming and going. Many heavenly and earthly treasures will be sent here, and then pass through various buyers and spread throughout the starry sky. But those truly valuable heavenly and earthly treasures will not appear in ordinary places. Elder, you came to Shaoyan Star for the first time, and you don't know much about it. The largest medicine shop on Shaoyan Star is not the Nandong clan, nor the other 7 clans, but the Beiman Pavilion. Oh! Yang Mucheng raised his brows and looked in surprise. This was something he didn't expect. I saw Nandong Xiandao. The Bamiang Pavilion is also a big force in Shaoyan Star, since they are natives here and know the surrounding environment very well. Some rare heavenly and earthly treasures can always be discovered by them in advance. However, since Bamiang Pavilion does not occupy a large share of the market, the 7 clans just turn a blind eye. Yang Mucheng nodded after hearing this. Even if you are as powerful as the 7 clans, your appearance should not be too ugly. Otherwise it will attract public anger. The two walked in and were immediately greeted by several waiters. People who need ordinary heavenly and earthly treasures will already go to the medicine shops of the other 7 tribes. Those who can come to Bamiang Pavilion don't think they need ordinary medicinal materials. Call your steward. After entering, Nandong Xian slapped the table and shouted loudly. Several waiters glanced at Nandong Xian and then at Yang Mucheng, knowing that the matter must not be neglected, and hurriedly went to the backstage to ask for help. The two were invited to take their seats, and after a while, a middle-aged man with a majestic look came out from behind. I said who wanted to be in charge, and it turned out to be you. The middle-aged man glanced at Nandong Xian and snorted coldly. Nandong Xian, you are just a small guard at the Nandong branch. You can't afford the things here. Nandong Xian seemed to have a problem with this person. He slapped the table unceremoniously and said, Zhao, Don't look down on me. I won't argue with you today. But it's not me who is here today, but this gentleman. Nandong Xian turned around, cupped his hands to Yang Macheng, and whispered, Sir, this man is called Manager Zhao. He likes to look down on others. Give him some color and see. Yang Macheng drank tea lightly. From the tone of Nandong Xian's conversation with the other party, he knew the Xiao Jiujiu in the other party's heart. The reason why this boy brought him to Bamyang Pavilion was not only to buy him some heavenly and earthly treasures, but also to teach Manager Zhao a lesson. If it were before, Yang Macheng would naturally not pay attention to it. But since he now plays the role of the ancestor of the Nangong clan, he naturally cannot sit back and watch his own clan being taught a lesson by outsiders. He raised his eyelids slightly, looked at Manager Zhao coldly, and almost without any warning raised his palm and swept it across. Snapped. Manager Zhao never expected that Yang Macheng would suddenly take action. He was caught off guard and received a hard slap. He was sent flying backwards and fell heavily to the ground. How dare you hit me? Manager Zhao was beaten badly on the spot. What if I beat you? Even if I kill you, Bamyang Pavilion won't dare to say anything. Yang Macheng put on the posture that an elder of the Nangong clan should have. Very domineering. Manager Zhao was furious at first. But when he heard this, he suddenly calmed down, as if a bucket of ice water was poured down his forehead. He was able to achieve a managerial position in Bamyang Pavilion. So he was certainly not an ordinary mediocre person. The man in front of me has a fierce attitude, unconventional behavior, and a lawless attitude. Moreover, his bold words made Manager Zhao even more shocked. Is it possible that he is a big shot in the Nangong family? Thinking of this, he quickly put away his posture and said cautiously, May I ask your excellency, what is my identity? You, a small steward, are not qualified to know. Even if the master of your Bamyang Pavilion sees me, he must be careful. I am not here to trouble you today. What kind of heaven and earth do you have here? Treasure. Just take it out. Yang Macheng waved his hand and said calmly, Hiss. Upon hearing these words, Manager Zhao suddenly felt his scalp numb. He knew that the man in front of him was no small person. He was probably a very high-status person in the Nangong clan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such arrogant words. You know, Bamyang Pavilion has always looked up to others. So naturally it does not dare to offend the 7 clans. If this matter reaches the Pavilion Master, I am afraid that the Pavilion Master will tie him up and send him to the other party without the need for an attack. Thinking of this, Manager Zhao quickly smiled and said, My lord, this is what you are trying to teach me. I don't know what type of heavenly spirit and earthly treasure you plan to ask for. The more precious the better. I can eat whatever you give me, Yang Macheng said. Really? Hearing Yang Macheng's tone, Manager Zhao's suspicion became more and more certain that the person in front of him was a great big shot. And at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a trace of fear in his heart. If I didn't react, I'm afraid it was just like what the other party said. Even if I were killed, no one would say anything. The elder is worthy of being an elder, Nandong Xian said with admiration on his face. This old guy is usually very arrogant in front of us. Now that you have slapped him, why can't he be obedient? Yang Macheng glanced at him coldly and snorted. Nandong Xian, I am here to perform a mission, not to vent my anger on you. If you cause trouble for me again like this, I will kill you first before I kill others. Gudu. When Nandong Xian heard this, he couldn't help but shrink his neck and was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. You know, the other party is not someone easy to talk to. If he is killed by the other party, I am afraid that he will not even have a place to redress his grievances. After taking a look at Nandong Xian, Yang Macheng closed his eyes and couldn't help but secretly cursed an idiot. This guy is really looking for trouble. He actually caused me this kind of trouble. If this continues, I'm afraid he will be exposed sooner or later. But after I beat him like this, I'm afraid he won't dare to do it anymore. Glancing at Manager Zhao, who was busy, Yang Macheng narrowed his eyes and sarcastically said in his heart, As expected, good people are deceived, and good horses are ridiculed. If I didn't solve the problem more forcefully, there might be a big mess today. But now it seems that he has no doubts about my identity. Why don't I just bring back some heavenly and earthly treasures from the Bamyang Pavilion? Not long after, Manager Zhao came back, bringing with him a large number of rare heavenly and earthly treasures. Chapter 2157 Star Map. Although Manager Zhao did not know Yang Macheng's true identity, Based on Nangong Xian's title of elder, he had already inferred that the other party must be an elder of the Nangong clan. But that wasn't what scared him. After all, Manager Zhao has been in the Shaoyan galaxy for who knows how long. He has met almost all kinds of famous people. But Yang Mucheng was the only one who was very unfamiliar with him. Coupled with the other party's proud tone, and what had happened in the Shaoyan galaxy recently, Manager Zhao speculated that the existence in front of him was probably from the headquarters of the Nangong clan. Although he didn't understand why the aloof Yang Mucheng would mix with a low-level guard like Nangong Xian. These were not the scope of his consideration. After all, the tempers of these superiors are very unpredictable. Thinking in his mind, he became more and more in awe of Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng also discovered the change in the other party's attitude towards him, and knew that the other party might have some misunderstandings. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to point it out, but would accept it calmly. Elder, I have brought you all the heavenly and earthly treasures you asked for. Come and see! Following the words of Manager Zhao, the maids from Bamiang Pavilion came out one by one holding brocade boxes in their hands. The various heavenly and earthly treasures immediately dazzled Nangong Xian Wang on the side. Yang Mucheng also looked at it. Each brocade box contained various heavenly and earthly treasures, and surging and rich spiritual energy continued to emanate from them, causing wave-like fluctuations. This is the heavenly flame earth core fruit. We found it from the essence of fire in a 10,000-year-old volcano. It is of great help in practicing fire-based skills. This is the nether mysterious spirit grass. It can only grow in the evil spirit. It is of great help to the improvement of the ghost clan's cultivation. Of course, it can also be used to refine some special magic weapons. This is cold liquid sinking in water. This is the white moon Buddha eye. This is Geishui Xuanyu. It has to be said that the reason why Bamiang Pavilion can still stand firm under the rule of the 7 clans is that it still has some abilities. So many heavenly spirits and earthly treasures are extremely rare. Even very rare. However, even if these heavenly and earthly treasures are brought back, they can only be given to others to restore their strength. As for the Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han, they are not of much use. Frowning slightly, Yang Mucheng waved his hand and said, Is this the only thing in Bamiang Pavilion? Are there other higher level ones? Manager Zhao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. He said with a look of embarrassment on his face, These are already some of the highest level heavenly and earthly treasures in the Bamiang Pavilion. If they were any higher, they would be gone. The other party's answer was also what Yang Mucheng expected. After all, these spiritual treasures are considered very precious and can be passed down from generation to generation by any family. Not to mention existences that are more advanced than them. If it really reaches that level, even if the 7 clans know its existence, they might break their heads to grab it. But I do have a map here. I bought it from a down-and-out warrior. He said that there are some higher-level treasures of heaven and earth there. It's just that it's extremely dangerous there. I sent several groups of people to explore the capital. I never came back alive. Once, I almost died there. Manager Zhao hesitated and said. He originally thought that Yang Mucheng might be furious. But he didn't expect that Yang Mucheng raised his brows and said with an expression of great interest. Oh, keep going. Manager Zhao quickly continued. That is a seemingly ordinary star. The entire star is covered by sea water. That star is at least twice as big as our Shaoyan star. The heavenly spirit earth treasure grows on that star. The depths of the ocean. It's just that there are many monsters there. And some monsters are even bigger than an asteroid. It floats on the sea, like a continent. I think if it continues to grow, I'm afraid that even the formation will not be able to accommodate it. Got it! Mentioning the monster, a trace of fear flashed in Manager Zhao's eyes. Many of us were eaten by it. And even I almost died in its mouth. Oh, what kind of monster is that? Yang Mucheng asked. I didn't see it either. Manager Zhao shook his head repeatedly. He was just running for his life. So how could he dare to see what kind of monster it was? After pondering for a moment, he said, I guess it's probably some kind of ancient beast. Yang Mucheng nodded and said casually, Bring me the map. This. A trace of hesitation flashed in Manager Zhao's eyes. After all, this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure was guarded by such a powerful ancient beast. So it must not be an ordinary existence. He said that he would leave the Bamiang Pavilion after getting this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. How could he be willing to give it to the other party? Seeing the hesitation in the other party's eyes, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said, In my opinion, the strength of that monster may exceed the 1 yuan realm. Give me the map. I will not monopolize this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. How about we split it 50-50 with you? If you cooperate with others, you might not even get 50%. Besides, you just produced a map. But I'm going to work for you. Looking at Manager Zhao, who was already a little excited, Yang Mucheng continued to add oil and vinegar. I won't hide it from you either. This time, I am an elder who came to the Shaoyun Galaxy to investigate the situation under the orders of Patriarch Nangong Hintian from the headquarters. This is my token. Is it possible that the elders of my dignified clan will still lie to you? Yang Mucheng casually plundered the tokens from the Nangong clan and waved them in front of Manager Zhao. Good. A trace of struggle flashed in Manager Zhao's eyes. Thinking of the noble status of the other party, he nodded heavily and said, with such a noble status, you will naturally not deceive me. I will give you the map right now. After saying that, he took out a simple star map from the ring and carefully handed it to Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng opened it and took a look. Sure enough, the star map pointed to a very remote galaxy. The star occupied by ancient beasts looked like a blue water ball. Yang Mucheng nodded and put away the star map, and then said, however, I still have a mission in the past few days. I will not go to this star until I have settled the matter on Shaoyun Star. Do you have any objections? Of course not. Manager Zhao shook his head repeatedly. What about these heavenly and earthly treasures? His eyes turned and fell on the heavenly and earthly treasures in front of him. Wrap them all up for me. Yang Mucheng was naturally rude and threw the token to Manager Zhao. But I don't have much money with me. I will pay you the balance in 3 days. Then come to the Star Lord's mansion to find me. Chapter 2158 Arrangement. Yes. After receiving the token, Manager Zhao was extremely excited. This is an opportunity to get closer to a big shot. If you can seize this opportunity, you will definitely prosper in the future. He nodded repeatedly and said, I naturally believe in your credibility. With your status, you will not deceive a small person like me. Seeing his respectful look, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Big shot? I'm afraid that when Manager Zhao takes this token and goes to the Star Lord's mansion to find him in 3 days, and finds out that this elder is fake, what kind of expression will he have? It's a pity that by that time, Yang Mucheng had already led the Flame Demon Dragon and others to kill him. No matter how hard this Manager Zhao tries, he probably won't have anywhere to look for him. Putting away these heavenly and earthly treasures, Yang Mucheng swaggered out of Bamyang Pavilion under the courtesy of Manager Zhao. After leaving Bamyang Pavilion, he did not go back immediately, but wandered around the Shaoyun Galaxy again. After getting the deployment map of the entire Shaoyun Galaxy from Nangong Xian, he left with an excuse. By the time he returned to the camp, only half a day had passed. Brother Yang, you are finally back. Seeing Yang Mucheng return to the camp, Sun Han greeted him excitedly. If you don't come back, I won't be able to suppress them. What's wrong? Yang Mucheng asked in surprise. Fire Demon Dragon. I don't know if you have encountered any trouble in the Shaoyun Galaxy. I wanted to go to the Shaoyun Galaxy to have a look in person, but I stopped you several times. Now that you are back, everyone is finally at ease. Sun Han quickly brought Yang Mucheng into the camp. Before entering the camp, Yang Mucheng heard the loud voice of the Flame Demon Dragon shouting, Brother Yang hasn't come back for so long. Will he encounter any trouble in the Shaoyun Galaxy? There is no one among us who has a higher level of cultivation than him. But in the end, we all have to rely on him. Now it's still too late to save him. Brother Hua, you have been practicing for thousands of years, and you still have such an irritable temper. If you just go like this, I'm afraid I really won't be able to come back alive. As soon as the Flame Demon Dragon finished speaking, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. Everyone was stunned and quickly looked around. If that wasn't Yang Mucheng who had returned, who could it be? When the Flame Demonic Dragon saw the true master appearing, he couldn't help but stick out his tongue and said, Brother Yang, you are finally back. You don't know, I am worried to death. Although you are resourceful, this Shaoyun Galaxy is equal to the headquarters of the Nangong clan. I'm still a little worried. I know. But am I back now? Yang Mucheng smiled and nodded. But you have to change your fiery personality. Otherwise you might harm everyone. If he had been reprimanded face to face by others, the Flame Demonic Dragon might have gone berserk long ago. But facing Yang Mucheng, he could not go berserk. So he could only smile coquettishly and nodded repeatedly to express that he would do as he was told. Brother Yang, how was your trip to the Shaoyun Galaxy this time? Did you get any useful news? Zhou Jintian glared at the Flame Demon Dragon. and then looked at Yang Mucheng. Why have you been gone so long? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. Yang Mucheng had been away for so long, and it was impossible to say that he didn't have any worries in his heart. Seeing that Yang Mucheng didn't speak, Sun Han continued, Brother Yang, it doesn't matter even if you don't get any news. The worst we can do is kill them directly from the Shaoyan Galaxy. Kill them before they can react and catch them off guard. When everyone looked around, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, shook his head and said, I took action personally. How could I not get the news? Yang Mucheng waved his right hand, and a defense map slowly appeared in front of everyone. The entire defense map includes all the stars in the Shaoyan Galaxy, and even several other major families. Call! After seeing this defense map, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Originally, they only thought that Yang Mucheng just got some gossip from somewhere. But this is a defense map, showing almost all the defenses that will appear in the entire Shaoyan Galaxy. Brother Yang, have you ever secretly entered the Star Lord's mansion? You actually stole all these things. The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Others were also shocked. With this star map, they can easily break through the Shaoyan Galaxy without even having to fight the beings stationed in the Shaoyan Galaxy. I didn't enter the City Lord's mansion. I just got this star map from a little guard. In addition, I also went into the Bamyang Pavilion and got you some heavenly and earthly treasures. Yang Mucheng waved his right hand, and all of a sudden the heavenly and earthly treasures taken from the Bamyang Pavilion slowly fell out. Seeing Yang Mucheng producing so many heavenly and earthly treasures at once, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Brother, didn't you go investigate Zhao Yongxing's defense? Why did you suddenly get so many heavenly and earthly treasures? Did you take the time to rob the medicine storehouse of the 7 tribes? The eyes of the flame demon dragon shined. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, and then explained how he sneaked into Shaoyan Star, pretended to be an elder of the Nandong clan and obtained the defense plan from an ordinary guard, and how he used his identity as an elder to bully manager Zhao of Bamyang Pavilion and get so much the treasure of heaven and earth. Hearing Yang Mucheng talk about this model, everyone couldn't help but shed a drop of cold sweat on their heads, and their eyes turned to one of disbelief when they looked at Yang Mucheng. Brother Yang, are you taking too many risks? Even the flame demon dragon couldn't help but exclaim. Once your identity is exposed, I'm afraid there will be no way to escape. Others nodded again and again. This is so scary. If it were anyone else, if they could sneak into Shaoyan Star, they would think about how to stay far away from these people, for fear that their identity would be exposed and others would catch them and investigate. But Yang Mucheng actually did the opposite. Not only did he deceive the defense plan from the guards of the Nandong clan, he even deceived such a large number of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures from the Bamyang Pavilion. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I couldn't believe it when I saw it. Brother Yang, now that we have the defense map, can we take action immediately? Sun Han said excitedly. There's no rush yet. Yang Mucheng shook his head. According to the introduction on the defense map, it's not time to take action yet. You must absorb these heavenly and earthly treasures first. Raise your state to the peak level, and wait until the 3rd watch before attacking. Chapter 2159 Exposed. The defenses of the entire Shaoyan Galaxy vary from weak to strong. According to Yang Mucheng's analysis, the weakest time is during the 3rd watch. To know, beings who have reached their level can still be alive and kicking even if they don't sleep for half a year, not to mention staying up all night. But an ordinary warrior would not have this spirit. Not to mention these guards of the Shaoyan Galaxy. Most of these guards are the lowest members of the Nandong clan. They have ordinary qualifications, and can only do nothing at the bottom throughout their lives. They were originally assigned to the Shaoyan Galaxy, and serving as guards in this star with a lot of traffic was a hard job. And although Nandong Hintian asked the Yin family of Shaoyan Galaxy to guard, and be careful to prevent Yang Mucheng and others from breaking through from here, this made the guards somewhat incapable of doing anything. Some guards just got off duty from guarding the city wall, and immediately had to go to another area to continue guarding. Naturally, these guards with low cultivation levels couldn't endure such continuous drudgery. Yang Mucheng even learned from Nandong Xian that many of the guards were acting in disguise. Either they are directly absent from duty, or they sleep secretly even when they are on duty. The 3rd watch is the time when people are most sleepy. This is the best time to attack. Laugh! Midnight time. Yang Mucheng, who was also preparing for the battle while sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed through his eyes. Almost at the same time, Everyone present opened their eyes one by one. Action! Yang Muchung waved his hand. Tongue! 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 Suddenly, silhouettes shot out one after another from the deserted camp, flying rapidly towards the Shaoyun galaxy. Arrive! Not long after, everyone arrived at a starry sky. This is the junction of two stars. It can be seen from a distance that two light curtains rise from the center of the two stars, and finally join together to form a wall. There are many such areas in the entire Shaoyun galaxy, where several or dozens of stars are connected. There's someone there! The flame demon dragon whispered. I saw that there was already an extra sentry post at the junction. Several warriors were standing guard in a twisted manner, and a few leaning against the sentry post were constantly making low-pitched snores. Leave no one behind, Yang Muchung said in a cold voice. Zheng! As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Muchung squeezed with his right hand. Suddenly, the surrounding space shook, and the surging spiritual energy turned into long swords and rushed out quickly. Puff! 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 Only a dull sound was heard, and more than a dozen warriors at the sentry post were quickly killed. Walk! Without looking at the fallen corpses, Yang Muchung waved his right hand, and immediately a large number of people were following him, rushing forward again. Our biggest difficulty is the last sentry post. This is the location where Shaoyun Galaxy left. Even in peacetime, there will be several 1 yuan strong men stationed here, so we must kill these guarding 1 yuan strong men as quickly as possible. According to the original plan, the three of them will fight against a 1 yuan strongman and strive to kill him with one strike. Do not take action against other beings whose strength has not yet returned to its peak, or who have not reached the 1 yuan realm. In order to ensure that some accidents would not happen, Yang Muchung kept using his spiritual thoughts to inform everyone. Yes! One after another, the responding thoughts came back quickly. Since the defense map had been obtained long ago, the ordinary sentry posts along the way did not cause much obstruction to everyone, and did not even slow down their progress, thanks to following Yang Muchung. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we would have no hope of escaping from the Nandong clan's pursuit alive. As it progressed, many people had such an idea in their minds, because there are too many sentry posts along the way. If you don't get the defense map and don't know the specific situation in each sentry post, I'm afraid that instead of being able to break through, you will run into the big net. Sir, the Shaoyun Galaxy has arrived. Just as everyone was forcing their way into the sentry post, a huge flying puppet flew quickly from the wild galaxy. A leader of the Nandong clan elders stood in front of the flying puppet with his hands behind his back. Someone beside him reminded him in a low voice. Is it necessary to come to Shaoyun Galaxy? Yes. I'm afraid Yang Muchung and others will never pass by here. There was a faint complaint from all around. Shut up! Since Patriarch Nandong Hintian sent us to the Shaoyun Galaxy, he certainly has his reasons. At this time, the elder who had been silent all this time shouted. For a moment, everyone around him couldn't help but frown. Although this elder looks younger than everyone else, he is a veteran in the family, and a strong man who has fought with Nandong Hintian for many years. And his character is very decisive, whether it is towards his enemies or himself. Ancestor Hintian has fought against thousands of races in the starry sky, but has never lost a single defeat. There is naturally a reason for this. He is farsighted and can think of many more things than us. So we don't need to have too many doubts. We just need to follow his orders. If Yang Muchung can be caught in the Shaoyun Galaxy, everyone will naturally have a share of the credit. Yes! Everyone did not dare to neglect and responded in unison. But in fact, many people sighed secretly. They all understood the situation in Shaoyun Star. Although Patriarch Hintian told everyone repeatedly that Yang Muchung and the others had a high chance of escaping from Shaoyun Star, they did not take it seriously. It would be better this time. Just send them directly to the Shaoyun Galaxy for reinforcements. Especially let Nandong Bao lead the team. Who doesn't know that this Nandong Bao is selfless? If you commit a crime under him, you won't be able to survive even if the Emperor comes forward. Humph! A bunch of pampered losers. Seeing the unwilling expressions of each of these people, Nandong Bao snorted coldly. Wrong! As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Bao's expression changed. There was a faint smell of blood in the air, and without any hesitation, he rushed toward the location where the smell of blood was coming from. What happened? Come and have a look. Everyone was shocked when they saw Nandong Bao's sudden change of color. The people who came back to their senses were already chasing after them quickly. Not long after, everyone arrived at the sentry post. I saw that a dozen sentries at the sentry post had their throats sealed with a sword. Their blood had not yet solidified, and their faces were full of peace, as if they were killed before they realized what was going on. Seeing this scene, Nandong Bao's expression suddenly became extremely gloomy. We're in big trouble. Chapter 2160. Fight Out. Woo. An urgent and low horn sounded almost without warning at this moment, and spread throughout the Shaoyun galaxy at this moment. The originally quiet and peaceful Shaoyun galaxy seemed to suddenly wake up from its sleep at this moment. What happened? How is this going? This is the sound of the sentry. Could someone want to break in? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised when they heard this sound. What is this sound? After everyone who was still forcing their way into the sentry post heard the sudden sound of the horn, they were all stunned and looked at Yang Mucheng in surprise. Not good! At this time, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but close his eyes. Along the way, they had never made the slightest mistake. How could something like this happen? But at this moment, naturally, there is no way to investigate the reason why the other party discovered it. No matter. We have been exposed. Everyone, just go out. Originally, everyone was still sneaking cautiously, but now it is no longer necessary. Good. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, the flame demon dragon, which had suppressed its murderous intent for a long time, could no longer hold back. The churning demonic energy completely exploded almost without any warning. Boom! The rolling demonic energy turned into terrifying gunpowder on the spot, and like a crazy tide, it surged forward in an instant. What is that? No! Enemy attack! In the night sky, this monstrous flame appeared so clearly. How could it not be discovered? In an instant, the monstrous flames poured into the sentry post. Boom! 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 The terrifying loud sound resounded loudly at this moment, almost spreading throughout the entire starry sky. There! That sentry post was broken. Quick! Although they didn't know what was going on, the people in the Shaoyun galaxy sensed what was happening there at the same time. The originally calm stars suddenly erupted with fierce figures, as fast as lightning, rushing towards the location coming from the abyss. Of course, this burst of sound also reached Nandong Bao's location at the same time. Damn it! Nandong Bao's mind was thousands of miles away, and he quickly rushed forward, directly seeing the sentry posts that had been forcibly broken through. Thinking of the previous explosion, even an idiot can predict what happened. What Ancestor Nandong Hetian said is indeed right. These guys are ready to rush out from the Shaoyun galaxy. Hurry up and go to the Star Lord's mansion to inform those people and strengthen their defenses. The others will come with me. Nandong Bao quickly issued the order. Call out. Before he could even finish his words, the flying puppet under his feet was already bursting with speed. This is a flying puppet specially developed by the Nandong clan. When it explodes at full speed, it even exceeds most of the 1 yuan experts. Everyone only saw a violent burst of light roaring out, and almost in an instant, it rushed towards the location of the explosion. Zheng! Faced with the situation that had been discovered, Yang Mucheng did not hold back at this moment. He formed a seal technique with his right hand and activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique at the same time. Suddenly, his body seemed to transform into a huge black hole. With the explosion of the skill, the space around him suddenly trembled at this moment, and the spiritual energy of the world rushed towards Yang Mucheng's body desperately at this moment. Condensation! 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 With both hands forming seals, this inextricable aura of heaven and earth transformed into terrifying long swords on the spot under the shocked gazes of countless people. The moment it was formed, it was already violently blasted towards the head. This infinite long sword, from a distance, looks like the torrential rain that covers the sky. It whizzes out crazily, and in an instant, it is heading towards the figures that burst out from the stars one by one. In a moment, those warriors who wanted to intercept them were killed on the spot by this terrifying attack before they even took off. What on earth is it? And this time, everyone in the Shaoyun galaxy was also shocked, and they all looked to the sky in stunned silence. In the originally calm starry sky, only the shining shadows of swords could be seen in the distance. The burst of spiritual energy and demonic energy seemed to cause chaos in the entire starry sky, as if the end of the world was coming. Don't you know yet? That's Yang Mucheng. Some beings in the Shaoyun galaxy immediately thought of the reason why the entire galaxy had been under martial law recently. These guys really dare to come here. Ha ha. These people are all wanted criminals from the 7 clans. Especially Yang Mucheng. If anyone can catch him, he can serve as an elder in any clan. This is the elder of the 7 clans. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill him! After many warriors learned the true situation, their greed suddenly increased. To know, if he were just an elder of an ordinary family, he would naturally not cause everyone to be so crazy. But this is the elder of the 7 clans. If he can become the elder of any clan, it will be like rising to the top in one step. These fools! However, some warriors always remain calm. Yang Wuchen's evil name is famous throughout the starry sky. What kind of character is with him? Which one of them is not a person who survived the Nangong clan's heavenly prison? If you want to catch them, wouldn't you be courting death? After directly smashing a sentry post with his body, he turned his eyes, and was shocked to find that countless figures were rushing towards them like locusts covering the sky. You guys also want to capture us? You are simply looking for death. He opened his mouth and sucked, and suddenly, his chest swelled high, and then spit out suddenly. Time. The terrifying flames were like heavenly fire coming from the 9 heavens, burning and exploding wherever they passed. And everything in their path was burned into nothingness in an instant. Boom! And Zhou Jintian was not a kind-hearted person. He used his right hand and slashed down suddenly. Zheng! A sword cry resounded across the starry sky suddenly, and a terrifying sword light exploded out and disappeared into a star. Then, amidst waves of horrified cries, the star was actually split in half by Zhou Jintian's sword. Seeing this scene, those casual cultivators who wanted a piece of the pie felt like a bucket of ice water was poured down on their heads, directly extinguishing the endless greed in their hearts. However, at this moment, the sound of rushing wind was heard, and dozens of figures jumped out in front. Chapter 2161 caught up. Tongue! 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 Looking at these figures rising into the sky, everyone's eyes became a little solemn for a while. From the posture of the other party rushing out, it can be seen that these people are not like the ordinary warriors who were vulnerable before. Everyone, be careful. These guys are not ordinary people. Sun Han reminded extremely cautiously. No matter who he is, kill them all without fail. The flame demon dragon spit out suddenly, and a monstrous flame surged forward on the spot. But immediately, he saw a presence on the other side standing up, raising his hand and slashing directly to tear apart the terrifying flames like a tide. You are simply extremely presumptuous. The warrior who split the flames with one sword snorted coldly and stepped forward proudly to shout. He turned his eyes, fell on Yang Mucheng and said coldly, Yang Mucheng, you are so bold. You didn't even mention killing the younger generation of our Nangong clan, and let go of the heavenly prison. Now you even dare to come to the Shaoyun galaxy. This is your burial place. Roll! Yang Mucheng's eyes were cold. Tongue! As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body erupted. This violent gesture was like roaring lightning, and he suddenly rushed in front of the warrior. How dare you resist? Seeing that Yang Mucheng actually dared to take action, the warrior showed a sneer and grabbed it casually. The information about Yang Mucheng and others had already reached them through the family. When Yang Mucheng cracked the Kaitian prison, he only had the cultivation level of the Eternal Grandmaster. This kind of cultivation may be very scary in the eyes of others, but for those of them who have already reached the 1 yuan realm, it is not worthy of their attention. Since you have thrown yourself into a trap, I will catch you first. Looking at Yang Mucheng who was heading towards him, the warrior sneered and raised his hand to grab the opponent. Boom! But the moment the fists connected, the warrior's expression completely changed. He could clearly feel that Pei Mo's unstoppable power emerged crazily directly from Yang Mucheng's fist. This terrifying force was so powerful that it even exceeded his imagination. Puff! Spit out a mouthful of blood. His body trembled. He lost his balance on the spot, and shot backwards. How can it be? His eyes were full of shock. Nothing is impossible. Yang Mucheng was unyielding when he gained the upper hand. He took one step forward and suddenly arrived in front of the opponent. He shook hands into a fist, and like a dragon out of the sea, he hit the warrior in front of him. Not good! This punch looks very ordinary, but the power contained in it is beyond ordinary people's imagination. The other party looked horrified, not daring to show any signs of neglect. He already made a seal on the spot. A burst of light shone, and a tortoise SH.L flew out in front of him. Buzz! The moment the tortoise SH.L appeared, a monstrous golden light erupted, and endless golden patterns quickly floated in front of the tortoise SH.L. It was obvious that this was no ordinary magic weapon. Break it for me! However, when facing the tortoise SH.L., Yang Mucheng smiled coldly. Instead of slowing down the killing speed, it suddenly increased. Boom! A terrifying loud sound resounded. And then he saw that the terrifying tortoise I was shattered in an instant. And the power of this punch continued to hit the opponent's chest. Puff! A tearing sound resounded. The blood on the opponent's body was forcibly reversed in an instant, roaring out directly from the corresponding position on the opponent's back. Time. This warrior, who was extremely arrogant just a moment ago, was killed on the spot. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone present could not help but feel numb. They completely did not expect that Yang Mucheng would easily kill a 1-yuan strongman almost in the same meeting. With this kind of strength, even a mid-yuan warrior may not be able to achieve it. However, they didn't know that although Yang Mucheng's cultivation had just reached the early stage of 1 yuan, his 5-element spirit body had already increased to a very terrifying level after his body of Suzaka reached the great perfection. With the completion of the 5-element spiritual body, the strength is also geometrically enhanced. Who else? Yang Mucheng's eyes turned cold, and he slowly glanced around. His eyes were so indifferent that anyone who came into contact with his eyes couldn't help but shudder and felt terrified. Only then did they realize that the young man in front of them was by no means a stepping stone for them to reach the sky, but a fierce god who could destroy them at any time. Seal this starry sky! These people have been exposed! Reinforcements will arrive soon! The guards who came back to their senses shouted one after another. I saw them forming seals quickly, and the stars all around suddenly started to tremble. I saw pillars of light rising rapidly into the sky from above these stars. Then he was shocked to see that these light pillars were quickly moving towards a certain area and gathering together. Not good! Seeing this scene, everyone was heartbroken. Instead of fighting them head-on, these guys actually blocked this space. Whether he seals it or not, just kill him! Zhou Jintian shouted in a cold voice, grabbed his right hand fiercely, pulled out a long sword from the void, and slashed downwards. Bah! If this formation is combined, it will lead to life. If it is divided, it will lead to death. How can we resist such a terrible attack before we are all together? Boom! A shocking loud sound was heard. And then he saw that the combined beams of light were crushed one after another by Zhou Jintian's sword. At the same time, a terrible explosion came from the distant stars. Apparently it was because the formation merging failed, and the formation eyes were also exploded. Success! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel tears filling their eyes. As long as they fight out of the Shaoyan Galaxy, they can be free. Where to escape? However, just when everyone was about to fight out from the last sentry post, a cold shout suddenly sounded, and then they saw a huge figure carrying an explosive howling wind, and it had already arrived in front of everyone before. When everyone looked at it, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. I saw a huge flying puppet in the shape of a bird, already flying over at the extreme speed. Its large wings spread out, almost completely covering the gap in the blockade formation. Before this flying puppet could stop, figures were already flying away from it. Finally caught up! In front of the flying puppet, Nandong Bao had his hands behind his back, and his eyes were full of awe. Chapter 2162 Kill. Not good! Seeing this scene, the faces of Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, Sun Han, and even Yang Mucheng could not help but change. Ha! They're all here! I saw Nandong Bao holding his hands behind his back, scanning everyone one by one, and couldn't help but sneer. His cold voice spread throughout the audience. It seems that Ancestor Henshin's guess is indeed the most correct. You people are very likely to have passed through the Shaoyan Galaxy. Fortunately, Ancestor is far-sighted and sent us to take a look. If I had arrived a little late, I would have I'm afraid I'll let you really slip away. After listening to Nandong Bao's words, everyone suddenly realized. They only thought that there was something wrong with their plan this time, but they didn't expect that Nandong Hintian had already anticipated their route. This was simply incredible. However, Yang Mucheng frowned slightly. He had long heard of Nandong Henshin's methods. He originally thought that no one would be able to plot his way out of the Shaoyan Galaxy. I didn't expect that this soldier of soldiers was really extraordinary. Call. Just when everyone was shocked, they heard a roar coming quickly from behind. Everyone looked around quickly and saw silhouettes flying from the Shaoyan Galaxy. Nandong Hu, I hate that our ancestor ordered you to strictly guard the Shaoyan Galaxy. If I hadn't arrived in time, I would have let them escape. I will definitely report what happened today to my ancestor and punish you for dereliction of duty. Before those people could stop, Nandong Bao shouted loudly. the leading warrior named Nangong, who couldn't help but tremble when he heard the other party's words. You must know that the Shaoyang Galaxy was originally a camp of the Nangong family. His thoughts were almost the same as everyone else's. He thought that no matter how brave Yang Mucheng and the others were, they would not dare to come here. But it's not too late now. If you help me catch these fugitives, not only can you make up for your mistakes, but maybe the ancestor will reward you. Nandong Bao continued. Yes, yes, yes. Nandong, who didn't dare to be wrong at all. He nodded repeatedly. At the same time, he stared at Yang Mucheng with a pair of tiger eyes, as if he wanted to tear Yang Mucheng alive. What to do? Sun Han's eyes narrowed. According to the original plan, they could have easily fought out. But who would have thought that Cheng Yaojin would appear halfway and intercept them directly? What else can we do? Get out! Yang Mucheng said coldly. If you kill them, you will live. If you can't kill them, you will die here. Boom, boom, boom. Almost as soon as they finished speaking, everyone unleashed all their strength without reservation. They have fought all the way to this point. How could they tolerate being terminated at the last step? Stop them, and everyone can be killed on the spot. But Yang Mucheng must be captured alive. Feeling the burst of power from the crowd, Nandong Bao drank suddenly. Tongue! Almost at the same time, Nandong, who rushed towards him. Nandong, who was already fighting for his life at this moment. Patriarch Hintian is almost famous for his selfless character within the family. If the other party finds out about today's incident, even if the Emperor and I intercede, he may have to be beheaded in public. He knew that only by catching Yang Mucheng could he be able to make meritorious deeds. So almost as soon as Nandong Bao finished speaking, he rushed towards Yang Mucheng. And at the same time, he suddenly grabbed forward. Crash! The turbulent power boiled and surged, directly turning into a giant palm holding the sky. Almost as soon as it was formed, it fell hard and grabbed Yang Mucheng. Get out of my way! Nandong, who worked hard. How could Yang Mucheng not work hard? His pupils opened angrily, and a shocking green light erupted from the dragon-patterned space between his eyebrows. Amidst the turbulent shining of green light, the 7th grade Qinglian platform was already flying out, rushing towards the giant palm with a shocking attitude. Boom! The terrifying attacks between the two sides suddenly collided violently. Immediately, a earth-shattering explosion sound also flew up at the same time. The endless air waves swept away in all directions with an astonishing speed. Puff! 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 Those strong men, who had not yet reached the 1 yuan realm, were immediately hit hard by this wild wave. They lost their balance on the spot, vomiting blood from their mouths, and were violently thrown away. Woo! Nandong, who made a dull sound and staggered backwards. Yang Mucheng clenched his fists and quickly stabilized his body. But he was not at all frustrated because he was blocked from this attack. On the contrary, his eyes became even more angry. Come on! Let me kill enough this time! Zheng! With a pinch of his right hand, Shen Yuan's sword was directly launched. Call out! The Shen Yuan sword whizzed out and turned into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards all directions. Those warriors from the Nandong clan who wanted to rush forward felt a pain in their throats before their eyes could see what was going on. Then their eyes went dark. Puff! 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 Waves of tearing sounds resounded. And then, they saw pieces of warriors falling from the sky like dumplings. And it seemed like a rain of blood fell from the sky. Yang Mucheng! Your opponent is me! Seeing that Yang Mucheng was so ruthless, Nandong Hu roared, and his whole body was already swept away to the extreme. And suddenly, he started to kill Yang Mucheng again. This time, he did not come empty-handed, but grabbed it with his right hand and threw it forward fiercely. I saw something flying out of his hand quickly. It turned out to be a palm-sized stone, but it looked unremarkable when it flew out of his hand. However, after it flew out, it swelled up in the wind, and almost in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a smaller stone. The huge mountain peak on the planet was already crashing down crazily towards Yang Mucheng's position. Get out of my way! Seeing Nandong Hu charging at him again, Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he fiercely made a seal with his right hand. I saw that the 7th grade Qinglian platform that had been blasted away earlier surged up at the same time under the operation of his force. And in the blink of an eye, it erupted into a dazzling green light. However, contrary to this mountain peak, Qinglian Terrace not only did not grow larger, but instead continued to shrink in a shocking manner. When it was reduced to the size of a fist, Yang Mucheng pushed forward fiercely. Call! The 7th grade Qinglian platform turned directly into a shocking green light, roaring towards the mountain peak like lightning. Boom! In an instant, the mountain peak was torn apart on the spot, and with a terrifying roar, it hit Nandong, who unabated. What? Nandong, who suddenly lost his voice. However, before he could react, he saw a cold light in Yang Muqing's eyes, and he suddenly raised his right hand and slammed it downwards. Chapter 2163 Mysterious Gourd. Big, big, big! At this moment, the frightened Nandong, who only heard a series of shocking shouts. Following the burst of shouting, I saw that the green light that had originally turned into a bolt of lightning grew crazily at a speed that could rise at the slightest sign of wind. Under the horrified eyes of countless people, it expanded crazily with every drink. Almost in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a huge mountain-like existence, and smashed head-on towards Nandong, who, Yang Muqing, you look down on others! Seeing this scene, Nandong, whose eyes sparkled, I saw him quickly taking out something from his arms and thrusting it forward. Call out. Everyone saw only a flash of lightning-like light. At this moment, it quickly rose into the sky and smashed down towards the 7th-ranked Qinglian platform. Seeing that Nandong, who actually dared to fight with him at this time, Yang Muqing snorted coldly. Not only did the palm of his hand fail to restrain it all, but it fell several times more violently than before. At the same time, the 7th grade Qinglian platform was also at this moment smashing down as violently as a mountain peak. Boom! The Qinglian terrace crushed and fell, even crushing the space. There was only a crackling sound wherever it passed. In an instant, he was crushed with Nandong, whose attack. Suddenly, a burst of earth-shattering explosions resounded crazily, and in an instant, the starry sky changed. Everyone saw that the huge green lotus platform was like an asteroid flying from the end of the universe, appearing in an attitude of destroying everything, as if it was going to completely kill all existence. The magic weapon offered by Nandong, who was torn apart on the spot by the impact of the Qinglian platform. Boom! Nandong, who was also crushed to death on the spot by this blow. Bang! 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 Waves of terrifying explosions resounded, and the 7th grade Qinglian platform was seen crushing down with unabated force, and many warriors were killed on the spot. Pieces of terrifying blood mist filled the starry sky on the spot. Is this Yang Muqing? Nandong Bao closed his eyes and locked his eyes on the young man in the field. Humph! It's almost to the point of killing everyone. With such magnanimity and attitude, no wonder the prisoners in the sky prison can obey them so much. Thinking of this, he quickly looked to other locations. The most conspicuous among the crowd are naturally Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. Their strength is undoubtedly very powerful. Even if their strength has not yet returned to its peak, they are still enough to stand out from the crowd. At this moment, the Flame Demon Dragon almost burst out with a monstrous demonic energy. This billowing demonic aura almost turned into a shocking wrathful flame. The demonic flames almost illuminated most of the starry sky. Even if they were far apart, they could feel the terrifying fire all over his body. As for Zhou Jintian, he has great open and close skills. He didn't know where he got a two-handed giant sword, and every time he slashed, there was a roar of thunderous waves. In swordsmanship, there is great skill but clumsiness. No matter what kind of existence he is, he can't resist his sword strike. Sun Han, on the other hand, is the opposite of Zhou Jintian. His moves are very complicated and fancy, and any move can be easily picked up at his fingertips. When facing a random opponent, he may even use dozens of different attacks, especially those powerful spells that make him look like a human-shaped fort. Grown-ups! Someone on the flying puppet couldn't bear it anymore and quickly asked Nandong Bao for instructions. Ancestor Hintian replied, "They are still at least half a day away from here. He asked us to kill everyone at all costs and not to let anyone escape." Of course I know. Nandong Bao nodded. Certainly, killing everyone and not letting anyone escape is just the worst way for him. For Nandong Bao, who has followed Nandong Hintian for many years, he has always pursued perfection. The so-called perfection is to capture all these people alive. Kill all the others, but not Yang Muqing, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. After a moment of silence, Nandong Bao said, as soon as he finished speaking, someone reminded him in a low voice. Sir, except for Yang Muqing, the other three are all 1-yuan masters. Although their strength is seriously damaged, they are not something ordinary people can resist. It is already very difficult to kill them, let alone capture them alive. Hearing this, Nandong Bao snorted coldly and said, "A bunch of losers. They can't even do this little thing. It seems that I am the only one who takes action. Let's start with you first. Tongue." He tiptoed a little, and his whole body erupted. And his target is clearly the flame demonic dragon. At this moment, the flame demon dragon was killing everyone. The churning flame swept across it crazily, almost forcing the crowd around to get closer. The terrible high temperature swept across all directions, burning everything to ashes. Call. Just then, a strong wind swept through. I saw a figure approaching me quickly. "Oh, it's you. In that case, I will kill you first." Turning his eyes, the flame demonic dragon suddenly recognized that the being who was attacking him was none other than Nandong Bao. His pupils closed, and the flames that had restrained slightly exploded to the extreme in the next moment. Roar! All of a sudden, the churning flames poured out like a tidal wave. At this moment, everyone could see that the rolling flames poured out, like the raging flames pouring down from the nine heavens galaxy, approaching everyone in an instant. "Humph! Little reptile, how dare you attack me?" Facing the monstrous flames, Nandong Bao snorted, grabbed his right hand, and quickly threw it into the sky. I saw the thing flying into the sky, and a burst of golden light suddenly burst out. "That is?" The flame demon dragon opened his eyes wide, and saw that the thing emitting golden light was a gourd the size of a palm. This gourd looks ordinary, but it exudes a spiritual energy like a tide. I saw the mouth of the gourd being opened with a bang, and in the next moment, a terrifying suction force suddenly erupted. As the suction force was generated, the endless flames were sucked up like a whale sucking water, swallowed into the gourd. Almost in an instant, under everyone's shocked eyes, the monstrous flames were completely sucked away, leaving not a trace left. "How can this be?" Seeing this scene, even the flame demonic dragon couldn't help shouting. Chapter 2164, Income Gourd. "What is that? How come there is such a magic weapon? Oh my god!" Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Yang Machung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He still remembers that he also has a similar gourd. That one is called the Gilded Sky Swallowing Gourd, and it has the same function. But the power of this gourd is obviously many times more terrifying than my own one. "Humph! You're just relying on a magic weapon, but you dare to be arrogant in front of me?" The flame demon dragon couldn't help but be stunned, but soon woke up from the shock. "Since you can absorb spells, I will defend you with my body. I don't believe you can still challenge me." Tongue! Almost the next moment, the flame demon dragon violently swung his body, and immediately his whole body was like an extreme lightning blast forward. And suddenly he came in front of Nandong Bao. "Go to H.L." At the same time as he reached the opponent, he suddenly grabbed his big claws downwards, and immediately a strong and violent wind was whipped up. For the flame demon dragon, he is a demon clan after all, and it is instinct to fight with the physical body. Call. This shocking dragon claw suddenly struck down, causing a terrifying scream on the spot, as if even the air was torn apart at this moment. With an unimaginable attitude, he overwhelmed Nandong Bao on the spot. This terrifying attack seemed to tear the void apart completely. "Humph! The little demon dragon dares to challenge me. Do you really think that I, Nandong Bao, only rely on magic weapons?" Nandong Bao closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and slammed it forward. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded like crazy. Two shocking forces broke out on the spot and surged in all directions. Really, when the attacks from both sides collided, the expression of the flame demon dragon changed. He felt that the other party's power was no less powerful than his own. Tongue! With a trembling body, the flame demonic dragon staggered back, and Nandong Bao couldn't help but take a few steps back. "No wonder I dare to be so arrogant. I have such a powerful body. If my strength were still at its peak, I would be able to kill you easily. It's a pity that you no longer have the chance to return your strength to its peak." Boom! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Bao's eyes opened angrily, and the power in his body exploded to a shocking level at this moment. The moment he reached the extreme, he was already frantically grabbing forward. Wow! The monstrous spiritual energy gathered together and formed a huge palm on the spot, which crazily grabbed towards the flame demon dragon. Snort! The flame demon dragon snorted coldly, and at the same time burst out a vast demonic aura. The rolling flame started to rise on the spot, forming countless ferocious angry dragons. The moment they formed, They quickly moved towards Nandong. Leopard rushes. Nandong Bao showed no emotion and waved his right hand. Immediately, the terrifying giant palm that held up the sky roared out, tearing apart countless fire dragons on the spot. At the same time, the big hand grabbed and attacked on the spot, killing the flame demon dragon in everyone's shocked eyes. Caught in the palm of your hand to death. What? This? Feeling the power that restrained him, the flame demonic dragon's complexion changed drastically, and he began to struggle crazily. But this force is so powerful that it is almost unstoppable. No matter how much he shakes his body, he can't break away from this terrifying power. Let's see how you escape. Come here. Nandong Bao laughed triumphantly and drew back his right hand fiercely. In an instant, the crazily struggling flame demon dragon was instantly absorbed into the golden gourd. Oh! Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Nandong clan present could not help but cheer excitedly. Ha! Wasn't this demon dragon very arrogant before? Master Nandong Bao caught him easily as soon as he took action. That's right. It's Yang Mu's turn next. These people actually dare to pass by our Shaoyun galaxy. They are simply seeking death. Kill them all without leaving a single trace behind. And the opposite. When Yang Mucheng and others saw the scene, their expressions changed drastically. This is undoubtedly a very fatal blow to them. What? Sun Han's eyes narrowed. He quickly looked at Zhou Jintian beside him and said, You come and stop the others, and I will rescue the flame demon dragon. This guy is not weak in strength and has many tricks. If we let him continue like this, I'm afraid our morale will plummet under his blow. If it really reaches that level, I am afraid that Yang Mucheng will not be able to change this situation. So, almost as soon as he finished giving instructions to Zhou Jintian, he took action fiercely. Call! I saw his hands forming seals quickly. At this moment, the void in front of him seemed to turn into a picture scroll in his hands. With each seal he made, strange lights and shadows appeared in the void. When these lights and shadows appeared, they violently stirred up the world. At the same time, the endless thunder between heaven and earth gathered rapidly, forming countless ferocious and roaring thunder dragons in front of him. Roar! 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 Every thunder dragon has necessary fiber patterns, as if it were a real existence. It burst out into waves of shocking roars when it appeared, and rushed out at the same time, turning into swift and violent aurora glimpses. Charging towards Nandong Bao fiercely, the terrifying violent thunder dragon almost tore the void apart, and in an instant it rushed in front of Nandong Bao desperately. Wherever these violent thunder dragons passed, they tore everything in their way into pieces. Humph! What a small trick! Seeing this scene, Nandong Bao still sneered with disdain. He pinched it with his right hand. Suddenly, the gourd spinning around him emitted a golden light, and a suction force that was even more terrifying than before suddenly burst out. The violent thunder dragons that rushed out actually fell into the gourd at this moment like hundreds of rivers returning. No matter how Sun Han used magic to block the surging suction power of the gourd, he couldn't do it. In that case, then you are the second one. As soon as he turned his eyes, Nandong Bao's eyes fell directly on Sun Han. He smiled coldly, and his eyes suddenly became serious. Before Sun Han could react, he saw Nandong Bao taking a step forward, suddenly coming to Sun Han as if he was shrinking to an inch. At this moment, Sun Han's expression changed drastically. Chapter 2165 Pretending. So fast! This sudden attack was already in front of him. Such a terrifying speed almost made Sun Han fall into consternation on the spot. But immediately, Sun Han's eyes closed. He formed a sealed Ju with his right hand, and suddenly a huge wave rolled rapidly, and the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered in front of Sun Han desperately like a wave. Kill! He shouted coldly, and clenched his right hand fiercely. Zheng! 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 I only heard waves of terrifying sword sounds. And then I saw the surging spiritual energy violently churning and turbulent. Under Sun Han's curse seal, it quickly turned into a sharp long sword. There were tens of thousands of these long swords. Almost as soon as they were formed, they burst out violently, roaring towards Nandong Bao in a shocking manner, and swept towards Nandong Bao. Each long sword shines with a terrifying cold light, revealing a terrifying light color, giving people the illusion of being unable to breathe. Under this continuous attack, it seemed that the overwhelming sword power was like a rain of swords covering the sky, completely covering the opponent almost in an instant. This kind of move can't do anything to me. Nandong Bao closed his eyes and drank. Drink! In an instant, the gourd rotating around him burst out with monstrous light again. With a surge of light, the suction force in the void exploded violently at this moment. Immediately afterwards, he saw that this rain of swords was also completely swallowed up uncontrollably. Too strong! Sun Han's eyes were full of horror. Although he had already expected the terrifying power of this gourd, when he actually confronted it, he discovered that the power of this gourd was at least several times more powerful than he had imagined. This monstrous rain of swords seemed to pour into the gourd involuntarily at this moment. I don't believe it! Gritting his teeth, Sun Han grabbed forward. However, his speed is not as fast as Nandong Bao. Nandong Bao grabbed his right hand and strangled Sun Han's neck like a wild dragon out of the sea. Boom! Almost at the same time, he grabbed it with his right hand, and the surging power flowed crazily into Sun Han's body along his 5 fingers. Woo! At this moment, Sun Han couldn't help but groan. He only felt that the power poured into his body was like a horned dragon, and in an instant, it dispersed the power that had finally gathered in his body. Not good! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung was shocked and couldn't help shouting. However, when he wanted to rescue him, it was already too late. I saw Nandong Bao's power surging, unleashing a monstrous power, and actually directly restrained Sun Han. At the same time, the suction power of the gourd increased greatly, as if a wild beast swallowed Sun Han into it on the spot. The second one! After swallowing Sun Han into the gourd, Nandong Bao narrowed his eyes and showed a hint of joy. Next is you! As the flame demon dragon and Sun Han were both swallowed into the gourd, the remaining people felt the pressure increase for a while. Zhou Jintian was even more besieged by everyone, as more and more powerful men continued to fight out of the Shaoyan galaxy. Even beings like them felt overwhelmed for a while. Get out of my way! With a sweeping sweep of the sword, a monstrous aura suddenly erupted, and then the warriors who came up one after another were repulsed on the spot. Stop being so arrogant! The moment Zhou Jintian blasted these beings away, he heard a burst of shouts. Immediately afterwards, he saw that Nandong Bao flew out almost without any warning and came behind Zhou Jintian. Eat my slap! He shouted coldly, raised his right hand, and slapped away fiercely. Boom! This Nandong Bao was originally a very powerful being, and now that he was deliberately attacking, Zhou Jintian was not prepared at all. The power of this palm poured into it almost without ceremony. Puff! Zhou Jintian spurted out a mouthful of blood on the spot and flew backwards. Before he could react, Nandong Bao had already used the gourd in his hand again. Receive! He drank in a solemn voice. And then he saw Zhou Jintian also being put into the gourd. From Nandong Bao, to the flame demon dragon, to Sun Han, and finally to Zhou Jintian. The 3 powerful 1 Yuan grandmasters were collected by him almost instantly. All of this only happened in the blink of an eye. But what happened in the blink of an eye was something that no one could have imagined. Only the last one left. Close your eyes. Nandong Bao turned his eyes, and suddenly stared at Yang Muchung. Just catch you, and the rest will be over. These few are the most important beings. If they catch the remaining miscellaneous fish that are not of much use, they can be easily killed. Die! His pupils closed and his eyes widened with coldness. Almost without warning, Nandong Bao arrived in front of Yang Muchung in an instant. He quietly and suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yang Muchung's head hard. Not good! Yang Muchung was fighting with others at this moment, and suddenly he felt the sudden chill behind him. With almost no hesitation, he turned around, raised his hand and patted back. You actually reacted so quickly? But so what if it's faster? Seeing that Yang Muchung actually sensed his sneak attack, Nandong Bao couldn't help but froze. However, he couldn't help but sneer immediately. He was confident that this sneak attack would be able to injure the opponent even if it was discovered by the opponent. Boom! Immediately, the palms of both sides smacked together heavily. Nandong Bao, who originally thought that the battle could be easily ended, suddenly couldn't help but change his expression after fighting Yang Muchung. At the same time, his body couldn't help but tremble, and he kicked back and shot backwards. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand my attack? Feeling the numb palm, Nandong Bao's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. But it's a pity that if you can withstand it once, can you withstand it the second time? Where are Sun Han and Zhou Jintian? Yang Muchung glanced around and suddenly realized that those figures were missing. So he couldn't help but ask quickly. Ha ha! What do you think? Nandong Bao pointed to the gourd flying around him and couldn't help but laugh loudly. They are all contained in this gourd. But you don't have to worry. because soon you will also be contained by me. Into the gourd. As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Bao narrowed his eyes, and his monstrous power increased crazily. He was confident that he could easily subdue Yang Mucheng even without the use of sneak attacks. Chapter 2166 The Horror of the Five Elements Spiritual Body. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Bao took a step forward. In his opinion, even the most powerful flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian were put into the gourd, leaving Yang Mucheng alone. Isn't it easy to capture them? And the remaining people were completely lost because of the arrest of 3 people. Even during the battle, he looked at Yang Mucheng frequently, and obviously regarded Yang Mucheng as his final backbone. As long as Yang Mucheng is caught, the remaining small fish and shrimps can be disposed of at will. Get back here! Looking at Nandong Bao, who was killing him crazily, Yang Mucheng narrowed his eyes. In an instant, his strength surged wildly, reaching a terrifying level in an instant. The rolling force swept away the turmoil to the extreme, even causing the surrounding space to become distorted at this moment. And even everyone's vision towards them began to vaguely distort. When this power reached its extreme, Yang Mucheng's whole body erupted. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot out on the spot, killing Nandong Bao crazily towards Nandong Bao's location. Snort! Seeing this scene, Nandong Bao had a disdainful smile on his lips. He turned up his right palm and slapped Yang Mucheng hard. This palm looks ordinary, but in fact it is not. This slowly slapped palm immediately produced a crackling sound, as if a huge mountain fell down on his head. He was confident that even if this palm could not kill Yang Mucheng, it would still be enough to knock him out of the sky. The warriors of the Nandong clan around him couldn't help but show a look of pride. In their opinion, Yang Mucheng would be seriously injured after experiencing this palm. As soon as Yang Mucheng fell, the remaining people would naturally be scattered and no longer able to resist. Boom! Under the shocked eyes of countless people, Yang Mucheng raised his fist and struck Nandong Bao's palm with a loud bang. Suddenly, a burst of earth-shattering explosions resounded loudly. The terrifying explosion and the force of the collision created a huge wave of air on the spot. The terrifying air wave surged up, sweeping in all directions desperately. Even the explosion caused a shocking wave of weather. Feeling the shocking wave of air, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly shot towards the back. At the same time, he looked forward with a shocked face. I saw that where the two were facing each other, there was already dust everywhere and air currents surging. Even the flying puppet, which was as huge as an asteroid, was completely crushed by the violent air waves. What? When the dust dispersed and everyone saw the situation clearly, they all let out a burst of exclamations. I saw the center of the pair of defenders, the two of them fiercely bombarding each other without any evasion. It is natural for Nandong Bao to have such great strength. After all, he has reached the peak of 1 yuan. But Yang Mucheng is only in the early stage of 1 yuan, and he can actually be comparable to Nandong Bao, which is simply beyond everyone's expectations. And the opposite. The prisoners, whose morale had plummeted because of the arrest of the 3 flame demon dragons, couldn't help but burst into cheers when they saw that Yang Mucheng could actually compete with Nandong Bao. Boss! Kill this guy! Release the flame demon dragon and the others! Jin Long even roared loudly. Certainly, among everyone, the most shocked one was Nandong Bao. When he slapped his palm, he felt an overwhelming force coming out crazily. This force was even faster than before, even shaking the energy and blood in his body. How can it be? Looking at Yang Mucheng's resolute face, Nandong Bao's pupils narrowed and he cried out. Originally, in his opinion, with his strength, it was more than enough to kill Yang Mucheng. But who would have thought that the other party could calmly withstand his blow? But immediately, he couldn't help but show a hint of contempt. That punch must have exhausted your energy and blood. Right. In his opinion, it must be that Yang Mucheng gathered all his strength to be able to withstand his full blow. Although this kind of explosive power looks very terrifying, in fact it is only effective in 1 blow. After this blow, the opponent will definitely be like a deflated balloon, no longer able to resist. Just when Nandong Bao was proud, Yang Mucheng grinned and snorted. Really? Then just watch my next attack. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng took a step forward and suddenly rushed in front of Nandong Bao. At this moment, his already high energy and blood suddenly began to surge. The surging and powerful energy and blood were like a rolling wave, rising crazily. It was like a huge wave was set off, even suppressing the power of Nandong Bao's energy and blood. This kid has a 5-element spirit body. Only then did Nandong Bao react. Beings like them have already understood Yang Muqing's confidence very well. How could they not know what methods the other party uses? Original. Nandong Bao didn't care, thinking that even if the opponent cultivated the 5-element spirit body, he would not be able to fight against him. After all, his cultivation level is much higher than that of his opponent, and he can easily suppress his opponent even with his cultivation level. But who would have thought that after the real fight, they would understand the horror of the 5-element spirit body? However, he could no longer be shocked. Yang Muqing's next attack was already coming in a frantic manner. Call! The next moment, the monstrous attack burst out like a rolling wave. At this moment, the huge energy and blood of the 5-element spirit body was directly injected into his body, and all of it was injected into these physical fists. Boom! 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 Each punch shook the space, and at the same time, there were bursts of shocking explosions. It seems that all obstacles will be shattered under these fists. The surrounding Nandong clan members, even though they were far apart, even if the punch was not aimed at them, they could still feel the terrifying nature of Yang Muqing's attack. Of course, let alone Nandong Bao, who was so close and facing Yang Muqing's attack. To know, all this time, Nandong Bao had not taken Yang Muqing seriously. This is why when he took action earlier, he first targeted Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Tianhao. But now, he realizes that he made the wrong choice. In fact, compared to the 3 Flame Demon Dragons, who have not yet returned to their peak strength, Yang Muqing is actually the strongest. But it's a pity that there is no time for him to regret it now. Chapter 2167 Green Dragon. Powerful. Powerful. Too strong. This is the only comment the Nandong clan has on Yang Muqing. Almost everyone, including Nandong Bao, believe that after Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian were captured, the remaining Yang Muqing would naturally have no choice but to capture him without mercy. But now everyone knows that they were wrong. And they were very wrong. Yang Muqing's strength simply exceeded everyone's imagination. Boom! The terrifying bombardment was almost one after another, and every punch could bring about a loud noise, like an explosion. And under Yang Muqing's physical fists, Nandong Bao couldn't even parry. Some tribesmen wanted to go up and help, but they couldn't resist the opponent's punch. Even a mid-Yuan martial artist had his internal organs shattered by Yang Muqing's 3 punches, and he vomited blood and died on the spot. And this mid-Yuan warrior only bought less than half a breath of time for Nandong Bao. But half a breath of time is enough for a being of Nandong Bao's level. Tongue! Almost as soon as he escaped from the attack, he quickly shot towards the back, squeezed his right hand, and quickly released a blue light. I saw the blue light flying across the sky, and the light suddenly shone brightly, transforming into a shield. But not long after the shield appeared, huge cracks appeared under Yang Muqing's attack. This kid's physique is simply stronger than a monster. How did he develop such a physique? Looking at the cracked shield, Nandong Bao was only shocked. In terms of physical strength, I am no match for him. I just took a few punches from him, and my blood was boiling. And it's not a big deal for me to be so defensive. After all, if I defend for a long time, I will lose. Once I am taken advantage of by the opponent, then I will really get what he wants. By the way, I can distance myself and kill him with my cultivation. Thinking of this, Nandong Bao's eyes shone brightly. He stepped forward and clasped his hands together fiercely. As soon as he heard his deep voice, the spiritual energy around the world immediately began to stir wildly at this moment, as if it was surging crazily like boiling water. Roar! At the same time, a shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded. Immediately after seeing it, the infinite spiritual energy quickly gathered outside Nandong Bao's body, and even more surged, forming a green dragon outside his body. Almost at the moment when the green dragon was formed, Nandong Bao opened his eyes angrily, and carrying this huge green dragon that could occupy the stars, he headed towards Yang Muqing's position desperately, killing like crazy. Boom! A loud sound resounded, and it turned out that Yang Muqing also broke the shield used by Nandong Bao to protect himself. What? The moment the shield dissipated, he saw the huge green dragon rushing towards him. He couldn't help but close his eyes and lost his voice in horror. But it was already too late to fight back at this moment. He could only quickly raise his hands to protect himself and block the shocking blow. Boom! Under the gaze of countless people, Yang Muqing, who was hit by the green dragon, suddenly fell like a kite with its string broken, directly from the starry sky toward Xiaoyun's star. This terrible fall to the ground pierced the entire star on the spot. Let's see how you die this time. After knocking Yang Mucheng down from the sky, Nandongbao suddenly roared angrily, and with all his strength intact, he suddenly dropped from the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone on Xiaoyun's star was excited. Oh my god! No! The fighting has spread to our side! Run away! Seeing Nandongbao charging towards him crazily with supreme power, everyone on the Xiaoyun star suddenly exploded and fled around like crazy. Looking from a distance, there are countless moving figures, so densely packed that it makes people scalp numb. But Nandongbao didn't care about this, and he didn't even deliberately avoid Xiaoyun's star at all. He roared down with the green dragon in his arms, and his shocking posture seemed to be about to destroy the world. Boom! The huge stars exploded on the spot directly under the bombardment of Nandongbao. Mixed with the dust from exploding stars and the endlessly spreading lava, this terrifying green dragon suddenly turned and headed towards Yang Mucheng without any hesitation. The terrifying hurricane brought up by the flyby caused the warrior, who finally escaped from the explosion of stars, to be torn to pieces by the hurricane on the spot. For a time, the starry sky was filled with blood. Snort! Seeing this scene, Nandongbao didn't feel the slightest pity. For him, as long as he could catch Yang Mucheng, nothing else mattered, because the value of the opponent is much higher than this star. Do you want to compete in cultivation? Don't think that if you reach the peak of 1 yuan, I will be afraid of you. There are many peak experts who have died in my hands. Looking at Nandongbao charging towards him, Yang Mucheng shouted angrily and fiercely picked up a seal in his right hand. Zheng! A crisp sword sound resounded loudly, and the light between his brows was seen, and the Xinyuan sword flew out from it on the spot. Then, at this moment, he desperately activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique, and the infinite spiritual energy in the entire Xiaoyun galaxy was forcibly attracted by him at this moment. The attracted spiritual energy, under his seal, continued to gather into a sharp sword that shone with cold light. Almost instantly, billions of long swords were formed around Yang Mucheng. Looking from a distance, the endless swords almost encompassed the entire galaxy. At the same time, this terrifying long sword also wrapped up the green dragon summoned by Nandongbao. Go! Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and he fiercely made a seal. Suddenly, the infinite sword power exploded to the extreme, and he blasted towards Nandongbao with great horror. Chang! 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 Suddenly, the entire starry sky resounded with waves of shocking sword sounds. At this moment, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. The infinite long sword was like infinite lightning flashing across Hengyu at this moment. With an irresistible edge, it suddenly flew towards Qinglong crazily. At this moment, everyone could not help but change their color and feel shocked. Is this really just an ordinary 1 yuan strongman? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but their hearts beat wildly. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Nandongbao, who had transformed into a green dragon, was violently bombarded by the infinite rain of swords summoned by Yang Mucheng in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the entire starry sky couldn't help but become chaotic. Chapter 2168 Killing the Green Dragon. The scene of the two sides fighting against each other simply made the void completely chaotic. Feeling the power of the two men's battle, everyone couldn't help but retreat towards the rear with frightened expressions. He looked ahead in disbelief. In that area, all existence was completely buried, leaving only patches of terrifying light shining crazily. Even when the two sides were defending each other, the ever-permeating sword energy and spiritual energy surged crazily into the void, forcing the people around them to retreat backwards again and again. But when everyone saw the situation ahead clearly, they couldn't help but take a breath of air, because Yang Mucheng has completely suppressed Nandongbao. How can it be? How can this kid be so powerful? Can he suppress even Master Nandongbao? He is only in the early stage of 1 yuan. How is this possible? Everyone couldn't help but let out a burst of shouts. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed what they saw. I saw that under the bombardment of those billions of long swords, the green dragon that was completely transformed by spiritual energy was suppressed alive. And with the continuous bombardment of the long sword, the shining green dragon became increasingly dim at this moment. Doesn't this kid have any weaknesses? He is obviously only in the early stage of 1 yuan. How could he have such terrifying means? In addition to shock, there was only shock in Nandongbao's eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, He wouldn't have believed that a young man who had just reached the 1 yuan realm could actually compete with him. Or even suppress him. Even if he summoned the Azure Dragon, he would still be a passive target in the opponent's hands. No! If this continues, sooner or later, I will be eaten alive by the other party. Looking at the countless long swords that almost filled the entire galaxy in the starry sky in front of him, Nandong Bao gritted his teeth. The opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. He knew that if this continued, he would be the first to fall. I don't believe it. I can't kill you. Thinking of this, Nandong Bao bit the tip of his tongue fiercely and spit out a mouthful of blood mist. As he sprayed out this blood mist, his entire face quickly aged in an unimaginable manner. But the green dragon, which had been slashed by countless long swords and whose light had dimmed, seemed to suddenly come to life at this moment. Roar! A shocking roar resounded throughout the starry sky, and soon he saw that as the blood mist spread, Qinglong's body was quickly covered in blood. And with the influx of this trace of blood, Qinglong actually decreased instead of increasing, and its body condensed and shrank rapidly. It was already doubled in size in just one thought. But as it shrank, the green dragon's body became more condensed than before due to the spread of blood. Then, the blood dragon roared out quickly, and at the same time, it headed towards the killer General Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng! I don't know if you have the courage to take this move from me. Among the blood dragons, Nandong Bao's roar resounded crazily. At this moment, everyone only saw the blood dragon, with a flash of shocking blood, and it was killing Yang Mucheng crazily with an attitude that was unimaginable to ordinary people. Although this blood dragon is about twice the size of the previous green dragon, in fact it is more powerful because of its reduced size, and all its power condensed together. How dare you not? Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Zheng! He pinched it with his right hand, and the Xinyuan sword among the billions of swords suddenly erupted with a crisp sword sound. The sound of the sword was not loud, but it seemed to resound in everyone's ears. At the same time, the countless long swords that filled the entire starry sky began to buzz and tremble as if they had been affected by the reaction. Then came the scene of thousands of swords uniting. All the long swords rushed toward Xinyuan Jian at this moment. At this moment, Xinyuan's sword also trembled at the same time. The dark sword body seemed to turn into a terrifying black hole at this moment, and countless spiritual energy swords gathered in the sword body. But with the gathering of spiritual energy swords, Xinyuan's sword became more and more profound, and even the light on the sword seemed to have faded at this moment. Looking from a distance, Xinyuan's sword was dark and simple, even a little inconspicuous, but such an inconspicuous gesture made everyone present unable to help but feel a chill in their hearts. It's as if this long sword can easily decapitate people thousands of miles away. Zheng! When the last spiritual energy sword merged into the Xinyuan sword, Yang Mucheng's right hand pointed slightly. The next moment, Xinyuan's sword burst out, like a black lightning, and fiercely swept forward. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the Xinyuan sword suddenly struck the blood dragon fiercely. Can you withstand it? At this moment, everyone's hearts couldn't help but raise their voices. However, in the eyes of outsiders, this was supposed to be a shocking blow, but it was not as terrifying as everyone imagined. Instead, it was silent. Then, there was a scene that everyone will never forget. Even if the blood dragon is reduced in size by half, its body can still be described as huge. If you were lying on a star, it would even look like a continuous mountain range. And Xinyuan Jian was like dust in front of such a terrifying blood dragon. In everyone's eyes, the blood dragon, which should be unstoppable and powerful, was easily penetrated by the Xinyuan sword's bombardment. Wherever Xinyuan's sword passed, the indestructible blood dragon was torn to pieces in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, Nandong Bao only felt panic in his heart. Facing this simple and majestic Xinyuan sword, he didn't even have time to react at all. He could only watch the opponent tear the blood dragon into pieces. And at the same time, it blasted towards him with unabated force. Die to me! Yang Mucheng shouted in a deep voice, and waved his right hand violently. Suddenly, Xinyuan's sword brought out a powerful sword light, and fell violently. This sword directly cut Nandong Bao from head to toe. Come here! As soon as he retracted his right hand, the gourd in Nandong Bao's hand flew towards Yang Mucheng's hand involuntarily. And Nandong Bao's eyes were widened, as if he couldn't believe it until his death. He actually died in Yang Mucheng's hands, and died under Yang Mucheng's sword. This moment, the entire starry sky fell into deathly silence. Everyone stared at the young man in the field in stunned silence. After a moment, a burst of exclamations broke out. Chapter 2169 Kill and Penetrate. How can it be? This Yang Muchung actually killed Nandong Bao? That was a strong man at the peak of Yuan. How could he die in the hands of Yang Muchung, who was only at the early stage of Yuan? Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. Although everyone couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. This scene actually happened in front of them. And everyone saw it with their own eyes. Boom! In the midst of the cry, Yang Muchung squeezed his right hand fiercely. And the gourd held by Nandong Bao exploded with a bang. And endless runes could not help but fly away. Amidst bursts of golden light, the flame demon dragon, Zhou Jintian, and Sun Han, who had been sucked into the gourd, reappeared. Saw this scene. All the warriors of the Nandong clan present were terrified in their hearts. And their hearts felt as if they were sinking directly into the abyss. To know just Yang Muchung was enough to make them miserable. Now that the three powerful men who had been sealed were released again, they simply had no intention of resisting. Brother Yang, were you the one who rescued us? After the golden light dissipated, he looked at Yang Muchung with shock. He was the first being to be taken into the gourd. Looking at Sun Han and Zhou Jintian, who were taken in right after, he was almost completely despairing. And the same goes for Sun Han and Zhou Jintian. After all, this Nandong Bao was too insidious. Before they could react, they were injured by him one by one and put into the gourd. How can the remaining Yang Muchung resist this powerful Nandong Bao? But who could have imagined that not long after, they would be released from the gourd? Brother Yang, you did a great job. Sun Han closed his eyes and saw the dead Nandong Bao. And his confidence suddenly increased. Just in time. We can go on a killing spree and relieve the hatred in our hearts. Kill. They were injured by Nandong Bao and even put into a gourd. They had already suppressed their anger. How could they not take advantage of such a good opportunity to let out such a bad breath? Kill out! The flame demon dragon roared angrily. And at this moment, he couldn't help but erupt with a surging demonic energy, which immediately transformed into a monstrous wave of fire. This shocking wrathful flame symbolizes the anger of everyone. Seeing this scene, the warriors of the Nandong clan were even more heartbroken. Since Nandong Bao's death, their morale has dropped to the extreme. Now they were facing attacks from three powerful One Yuan grandmasters, which made them completely lose their confidence. Almost instantly, it was completely penetrated. Without the backbone, how could the remaining people dare to confront the tiger and wolf army composed of people like Yang Muchung? It is simply a one-sided existence. And the Sun Shaolin Galaxy is bleeding like a river. Nandong Bao died in battle. Nandong Bao is dead. The Shaolin Galaxy is shattered. The news spread throughout the starry sky almost overnight. At first, many people didn't know what happened. But this battle resounded throughout the starry sky. Almost everywhere. There are conversations like this. Did you hear about it? Something happened in the Shaolin Galaxy. Yang Muchung led a large number of prisoners from the heavenly prison and killed the entire Shaolin Galaxy. 2 elders of the Nandong clan died on the spot. Nandong hated Tian Lao Zu's confidant Nandong Bao was directly killed by Yang Muchung with a sword. How can this be? Don't believe it. This matter has spread throughout the starry sky a long time ago. There are thousands of stars in the Shaolin Galaxy. After that battle, half of the stars were broken into pieces, and the Shaolin Galaxy no longer exists. Oh my god! Yang Muchung's reputation has really resounded throughout the starry sky this time. I'm afraid the Nandong clan would only dream of killing him. To know, it turned out that in this starry sky, although Yang Muchung was somewhat famous, in the eyes of everyone, he was just making a small fuss and could not get on the stage at all. Maybe one day, he will become a prisoner of the 7 tribes. But just when everyone thought so, news came out from the Nandong clan that the heavenly prison had been breached. Before everyone could recover, they learned that the Shaolin Galaxy had been penetrated. These two things can be regarded as shaking the entire starry sky. Wouldn't Nandong Hitian be so angry? He has fought against thousands of clans in his life and has never lost. This time, the Nandong clan sent him to capture Yang Muchung and others. Almost everyone thought it was a sure thing. But now after something like this happened, I'm afraid Nandong Hitian would like to scratch Yang Muchung's skin and give him cramps. Why not? I heard that after Nandong Hitian got Yang Muchung to kill Chuan Shaolin Galaxy, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. After Yang Muchung and the others fought their way out of the Shaolin Galaxy, they were faced with the endless starry sky, and from then on the sea and the sky were vast. as long as they wanted to hide. Even the combined efforts of the 7 races might not be able to pull them out of the starry sky. I estimate that even Nandong Hintian will probably give up. Who knows? What happened in this scene was something no one had ever imagined. Certainly, the most outraged person was Nandong Hintian. Therefore, after learning the news that Yang Macheng and others had fought their way out of the Shaoyan Galaxy, he was furious on the spot and spit out a mouthful of blood. After being in a coma for 3 full days, he finally woke up. Ancestor! Yang Macheng and others have been killed from the Shaoyan Galaxy, and we have completely lost their traces. What should we do next? Countless people knelt before him. No one has ever been able to escape alive from my hands. A cold light flashed in Nandong Hinchin's eyes. Bring those 2 people up to me. Boom! Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures were thrown heavily in front of Nandong Hintian. If Yang Macheng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize him. One of these 2 people is Nandong Xian, who guards the city gate, and the other is Manager Zhao of Bamyang Pavilion. Although Nandong Hintian was not present during the battle in Shaoyan Galaxy, he also learned that Yang Macheng and others had already passed through most of the sentry posts when they were discovered. This made him very suspicious that there was a mole in the Shaoyan Galaxy. Someone tipped off Yang Macheng and leaked the defense map of the Shaoyan Galaxy. Really? After his rigorous investigation, he learned that Yang Macheng had actually disguised himself as an elder of the Nandong clan and had openly deceived the defense plans from the city defense guards. You said that person took out the token representing the elder status of the Nandong clan? Nandong Hintian narrowed his eyes and said, Yes. Nandong Xian and Manager Zhao were silent, their eyes full of despair. Ever since they knew that the elder was a fake, they no longer had the thought of rising to prominence. They only thought about how to save their lives in front of the furious patriarch Nandong Hintian. Oh! Nandong Hintian raised his brows, as if he thought of something. Chapter 2170, A Shocking Plan. Ha! We finally escaped. This time, not only did we destroy the Shaoyan Galaxy, but we also killed Nandong Hinchin's henchmen. It was so bad. Zhou Jintian couldn't help laughing. That's right. After I recover from my injuries, I will never let the Nandong family live in peace. The Flame Demon Dragon also looked proud to know he was imprisoned in the Sky Prison, and he didn't know how much he suffered. Every time the scales grow out, they are plucked out and used as scale armor. Just killing a few elders of the Nandong clan and destroying a galaxy still couldn't make him eliminate the hatred in his heart. Me too. Sun Han nodded. The 3 of them, the 1 Yuan Grandmasters, have been imprisoned in the heavenly prison for the longest time, suffered the most, and have more hatred towards the Nandong clan in their hearts. How could they just let the Nandong clan go? Brother Yang, where are you? At this time, everyone turned their attention to Yang Macheng. Yang Macheng said with a smile, Of course I am too. The Nandong clan has put so much suffering on us. How can we just give up so easily? But I happen to have a plan. Do you want to hear it? When everyone heard that Yang Macheng had a plan, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows and look around. In the eyes of others, this young man might be very simple, but they didn't dare to think so. It was this young man who rescued them from the heavenly prison and broke the record of ancestor Nandong Hintian, who had never lost a single battle in all realms. He led them and killed them directly from the Shaoyan Galaxy. His plan is extraordinary. What do you think this is? Yang Macheng took out an elegant token from his arms. This token is exactly the token he used when he came to pretend to be the elder of the Nandong clan. Seeing this token, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Sun Han couldn't help shouting, Brother Yang, why do you still have this thing with you? Nandong Hintian is a very thoughtful person. If we pretend to be an elder, he will definitely find out. This token uses the craftsmanship of the Nandong clan, and it contains a tracking formation. If you carry this token with you, the Nandong clan will find us through this token. Brother, give me the token quickly, and I will destroy it. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. In the eyes of others, this is a wise man who must make mistakes after thinking a lot. None of them thought that Yang Macheng would make such a low-level mistake. This is not possible. My plan can only continue to unfold around this token, Yang Macheng said with a smile. As soon as he said this, everyone could not help but look shocked. What is the plan that requires this token? I saw Yang Macheng saying, I have already studied Nandong Hinchin's character. He is headstrong and extremely arrogant. He will never give in easily. Now that he has suffered a big fall in our hands, he will never swallow it. Take this breath. He will definitely find a way to catch us all. But what does this have to do with the next plan? The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but ask. Don't interrupt, Brother Yang. Sun Han raised his brows, already vaguely guessing Yang Muqing's next plan. Under everyone's doubtful eyes, Yang Muqing smiled faintly and said, "This is why I deliberately left this token. I naturally know that the Nangong clan will be able to track our traces through the token. We can use this to lay a trap for the other party." Good idea. When Sun Han heard this, his eyes lit up. I agree too. Zhou Jintian nodded repeatedly. The flame demon dragon on the side was still confused, not understanding what Yang Muqing meant. There are also some people who are also confused and don't know what is going on. Yang Muqing smiled lightly and said, "With the token in hand, our traces will be grasped by the Nangong clan. With Nangong Henshin's character, he will never let us go. Even if it is just a clue, he will pursue it. While we are in the dark and they are in the open, we can lead them by the nose. In this case, we will have enough time to set up an ambush. Wait until Nangong Hentian arrives, and then take the opportunity to take advantage of them. Catch them all in one fell swoop." After hearing the complete plan, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Even Sun Han and Zhou Jintian, who had already guessed the plan, felt a wave of turmoil in their hearts. Originally, they thought that Yang Muqing only planned to make a small fuss and kill the Nangong clan's pursuers so that they would not dare to pursue them again. But they didn't expect that Yang Muqing's appetite would be so big. This time, he was actually targeting Nangong Hentian. If this plan succeeds, it will be a slap in the face to the Nangong clan. However, this plan is very dangerous. If you are not careful, you will lose everything. Maybe you will lose your life if you are not careful. So those who don't want to participate can withdraw at any time." Yang Muqing said lightly, "This plan is very dangerous, and even he is not sure about it. So he naturally gives everyone a warning before doing so." I agree with this plan. If we only kill the small fish and shrimps of the Nangong clan, it will naturally be difficult to understand the hatred in our hearts. If we can lure Nangong Hentian over and then kill him, then it will be considered a success. Bad temper. Sun Han laughed. I agree too. Almost as soon as Yang Muqing finished speaking, the flame demonic dragon said loudly, "I'm not willing to let go of such a good opportunity for revenge." I agree too. Zhou Jintian nodded immediately without thinking. The rest of the people, you look at me, I look at you. They are obviously hesitant. However, when they saw that even Zhou Jintian and 3 others were involved in this plan, they finally agreed. So many people agree? Yang Muqing was also surprised. He originally thought that not many people would respond to this plan after it was proposed. After all, everyone managed to escape death with great difficulty. And now that they have regained their freedom, they are naturally unwilling to take risks. But he didn't expect that almost everyone responded to his plan. Brother Yang, it seems that we can't part ways yet. How to implement this plan is entirely up to you. The flame demonic dragon laughed loudly and beat his chest loudly. This time, we will catch the Nangong clan by surprise and let them know how powerful we are. Good. Yang Muqing nodded heavily. His gaze is distant, looking straight into the distance. I'm afraid no one would have thought that this group of people who were killed from the Nangong clan's heavenly prison finally gained freedom. But then immediately set up a shocking plan against the Nangong clan. When this plan is implemented, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Chapter 2171 Water Galaxy. Although the plan is simple, it is not so easy to implement. The difficulty of the whole plan lies in Nangong Hentian. This Hentian patriarch possesses the strength of a 1 Yuan Grandmaster. And he is not an ordinary Grandmaster. He is the kind of existence at the top of the entire starry sky. In the round of fighting alone, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian were no match for him. Their injuries have not yet recovered, and even the sum of them might not be enough to fill the gap between his teeth. After the plan was made, the problem soon became apparent. But for Yang Muqing, since he had already planned, he must have taken these issues into consideration. What do you think this is? Yang Muqing waved his right hand, and suddenly piles of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures appeared in front of everyone. Seeing such a large number of heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. Brother, where did you get these heavenly and earthly treasures? After getting along with him for such a long time, Sun Han originally thought that he had already seen through the young man in front of him, and he would not be surprised even if he did something. But in fact, Every move Yang Mucheng makes will bring an ultimate shock to everyone. During the battle in the Xiaoyan Galaxy, I saw that it was inevitable that the war would begin. So I asked Xena to sneak into various areas of the Xiaoyan Galaxy to steal all the heavenly and earthly treasures. Because all the guards in the Xiaoyan Galaxy were attracted to us. The internal defenses were very empty. Xena simply ransacked the major medicine depots. Yang Mucheng explained with a smile. The Flame Demon Dragon was speechless, and could only give a thumbs up. Under such extreme circumstances, it is simply unimaginable that Yang Mucheng could still issue such an order. Ha. With this batch of heavenly and earthly treasures, we can return to our peak level as quickly as possible. Brother Yang, every move you make is unexpected. We really can't imagine this. I originally thought that we could use this broken body to deal with the Nandong clan. With so many heavenly and earthly treasures, even if we can't restore us to the peak level, we can at least restore 70 to 80% of the level. Listening to everyone's exclamation, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly. In fact, during the battle in the Xiaoyan Galaxy, he did not have the confidence to escape from the encirclement and killing. Letting Ashian Nu steal the heavenly and earthly treasures would only leave him a way out. Now that they have successfully escaped, these heavenly and earthly treasures are naturally enough for them to recover. In addition, I also got a treasure map on Xiaoyan Star. Yang Mucheng opened the star map he received from Manager Zhao and said, the distance between this galaxy and us is just right. And there are many stars in the galaxy, which is perfect for setting up an ambush. If the ambush fails, there will be enough meteorites outside the galaxy. We were able to escape successfully. Ancestor, it's true. In a huge star map, a very conspicuous red dot was flying towards the other side of the starry sky at an extremely fast speed. This red dot represents the token held by Yang Mucheng. To know, there are many kinds of tokens of the Nandong clan, in addition to the life tokens that can detect whether the wearer is alive. Most of the other tokens contain unique marks of the Nandong clan. One can be used to prevent others from forging tokens and impersonating identities. The second is positioning. Once the tokens of ordinary tribesmen go out of a certain range, they will be unable to be explored. But what Yang Mucheng used was the token worn by the elders of the Nandong clan. The location was very far away. So even if the opponent had escaped far away from the Xiaoyan Galaxy, he could still show his figure in the star map. It seems that they still have that token with them. Nandong Hentian narrowed his eyes. And the direction they are heading towards is the Shueisha Galaxy. Everyone quickly looked forward. In the starry sky, there was a huge galaxy that was completely sky blue. There are thousands of galaxies in this area, and each one is blue. Ancestor Hentian, this Shueisha Galaxy has escaped the jurisdiction of our Nandong clan. However, there are several affiliated families not far away. Do we need to notify them to intercept it? One of his subordinates reminded him. No need. Nandong Hentian shook his head and looked at the slowly moving red light spot. Those families are not strong enough to intercept them. Moreover, the other party will notice the slightest movement. However, you reminded me. Now they are hiding and we are showing up. After these people left the sphere of influence of our Nandong clan, we have completely lost their traces. And we also need a few eyes to keep an eye on them. Nandong Hentian said thoughtfully. Thinking of this, he looked at the subordinate who spoke out and said, go and send someone to notify the families along the way and ask them to keep an eye on us. Don't alert others. We also don't allow these families to take action against them. If anyone dares to disobey the order, I will destroy their family. Having said this, Nandong Hentian stood up fiercely. For a moment, all the tribesmen in the Chinese army's tent stood up together. Seeing their ancestors' appearance, they knew that the other party must have some detailed plan. Soldiers are more valuable than more valuable. If the entire army is dispatched, it will easily scare the opponent. Nandong Hentian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, in that case, we will also reduce the number of personnel. We will kill them all before they can react. Everyone, listen. All clansmen who have reached the early stage of the Yuan dynasty and above are coming with me. Remember, our mission this time is very simple. We must kill all these fugitives except Yang Mucheng. No one will be left alive. Walk. Following the shouts, silhouettes of figures burst out from the Xiaoyan Galaxy and flew rapidly towards the Shuai's Galaxy. Here we are. Is this the Shueisha Galaxy? Just as Nandong Hentian was leading the clan members to set off, Yang Mucheng and others had already arrived at their destination, the Shueisha Galaxy. Looking at the thousands of stars in this area, each one showing a blue color, everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. because they know that there will be a more fierce battle that is about to break out in this galaxy. And the being they faced was none other than the patriarch Nandong Hintion, who had been chasing after them. This is it! Looking at this galaxy, Yang Muchung couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. The Nandong clan! I want to end things with you here! Chapter 2172 Man Can Conquer Nature. Since it would still be some time before the Nandong clan behind them wanted to reach this galaxy, they had enough time to make adequate preparations. One is to recuperate. Everyone fought their way out of the prison and experienced successive battles along the way. They had already reached a point where they were exhausted. Yang Muching's arrangement for most people is to restore their strength to its peak state first. The second is detection. As the saying goes, know yourself and the enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. If you don't know what kind of enemy you are facing, what kind of opponent you are facing, then you will have already lost 70% of the battle before it even begins. So Yang Muchung set Viper to infiltrate the Nandong clan's territory again to find out the news. Now, it was already the third day that everyone entered the Shueisha galaxy. And Viper, who had sneaked into the territory of the Nandong clan, also intermittently transmitted back the information he received. Brother Yang, you are really good at predicting things. You can actually guess that Daenanging Hintion will not send out a large army this time, but will only attack with a small elite force. After several days of recovery, Sun Han had recovered more than half of his injuries. Of course, he was still far from his peak strength. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. Why use soldiers like gods? That is to control every move of the other party in the palm of your hand. As people say, God's calculations are worse than those of others. But in fact, man can conquer heaven. Brother Yang, how could you have expected that Nandong Hintion would do this? Sun Han couldn't help but ask. With his kind of existence, as long as you use your brain a little, you can predict some things. Will he really jump into the trap we set for him? Meeting? Yang Muchung said categorically. Nandong Hintion is a headstrong man. This can be seen from the fact that he is called the Sage of Soldiers. Since his debut, he has conquered all races and has never been defeated. But this time, we have broken his undefeated myth. If it were you, could you swallow this breath? Sun Han thought about it seriously and shook his head. If it were him, he would never swallow this breath and must regain his position. Existences like them, whose strength, status, and rights have reached their peak, will never allow themselves to fail at all. If this matter is not resolved, it will inevitably become a nightmare in the heart and develop into an inner demon, which will also affect one's cultivation over time. Then why are you so sure that Nandong Hintion will not discover our ambush? Sun Han couldn't help but ask again. In fact, he has been disturbed by me. Yang Muchung laughed loudly. Under Sun Han's puzzled eyes, he said, if it were the previous Nandong Hintion, he would definitely not have adopted such a small force. Instead, use all the resources at hand to surround the Shueisha galaxy at all costs. If he really wants to use this method, then I will definitely have a headache, because the strength of the Nandong clan is too strong. We people simply cannot fight against the entire Nandong clan. Nandong Hintion is afraid. He is afraid of alerting the enemy. Afraid that we will directly escape into the starry sky and never show up again. Then the defeat in the Shaoyun galaxy will become a stain on his life. So he can only let the large troops stand still to confuse us. Then come with the troops in person. As for whether we have an ambush, he is not afraid at all. Because this time, what Nandong Hintion brings is definitely the most elite existence under his command. Their strength is even strong enough to ignore all plots. But he would never have imagined my plan. Yang Muchung said, smiled faintly, and looked around. After 3 days of short recovery, many people have regained their strength. Looking around, there are thousands of stars in the Shueisha galaxy, and people are constantly flying in and out of each one. Sun Han couldn't help but nodded. In the eyes of outsiders, these fugitives, after their hard work escaped to the Shueisha galaxy, they will definitely try every means to recuperate. But how could outsiders expect that they had those heavenly and earthly treasures plundered from the Shaoyun galaxy, which directly greatly shortened their recovery time? The remaining time is to set up the formation. There are a total of 3,621 stars in the Shueisha galaxy, and each one will be equipped with an array eye. Once the large array is activated, all the array eyes will be connected to form a huge killer that encompasses the entire galaxy. Array! Anyone who enters the killing formation will be strangled by the formation in an instant. It's not too difficult to set up formations on other stars. Except this one. Sensing Yang Muchung's gaze, Sun Han looked at the star in front of him with a faint smile. This star is the largest one in the Shueisha galaxy. Other stars may have mountains and land, but this star is completely covered by a large ocean. And there is ocean as far as the eye can see. On the calm sea, there are only scattered reef-like protrusions. But everyone knows that these reefs must have been mountains towering into the sky. It is only because most of them are covered by sea water that they appear like this. Bang! A wave of waves stirred up, and a figure was seen quickly flying out of the calm sea and coming to the front of the two of them. Brother Young, you are right. There is indeed a very big monster under the sea. The monster is even bigger than an asteroid. And even I can't see its complete face. If we want to set up an array on this star, we must kill this existence. Otherwise, he will definitely affect our plan. It was Zhou Jintian, who had previously dived into the seabed to investigate the situation. Although he went deep into the seabed, there was no water stain on his body, and he was actually a little excited. Although there are some monsters occupying the other stars, those monsters are not very powerful. Only the existence on this star is a bit troublesome. As long as this existence is killed, then they can follow the agreed plan and arrange formation eyes in all the water galaxy. When the formation is in operation, the power will be unparalleled. Yang Muchung nodded and said, This existence is a strange beast from ancient times. Although it is powerful, it has not yet opened its spiritual intelligence. We cannot outwit it, and can only defeat it. It also guards a heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. It must be this heavenly spirit and earthly treasure that makes it unwilling to leave this star. Inform everyone to come over. We are going to kill this ancient beast and set up a big formation on this star. Good. Zhou Jintian nodded quickly, took out a horn from his arms, and blew it hard. Chapter 2173 Ancient Beasts. Woo! The low sound of the horn was heard in an instant. This low voice contained unimaginable penetrating power, and it spread throughout the entire Shueisha galaxy in an instant. When those warriors who were still busy heard the sound of the horn, they immediately put down what they were doing and rushed towards the location where the horn sounded. Whoosh! 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 Rays of light and shadow came to Yang Muchung as fast as lightning. Are you going to take action? Jinlong asked. Not only Jinlong, but other people were also full of excitement and eager to try. When they came to this water galaxy before, everyone already knew that there was a strange beast on the largest water star. At that time, many people took the initiative to ask for help, preparing to work together to kill this beast. But he was suppressed by Yang Muchung. It took 3 full days before they were notified. Many people speculated that this time, they would take action against this ancient beast. That's right. This time we are going to attack this ancient beast. The strength of this ancient beast is very terrifying. It itself reaches the strength of a 1-yuan master. Plus, there are thousands of nearby ones that contain enough water elements. The existence of stars makes its strength far beyond ordinary ancient beasts. Everyone just arrived at the Shueisha galaxy 3 days ago, and the condition has not yet returned to its peak. I want to prevent everyone from getting injured, so I suppressed the idea of taking action. Now 3 days later, everyone's injuries have been fully recovered. No matter how powerful this ancient beast is, it can't compete with so many of us. As long as it is killed, we can defeat it in this planet. The final formation is cast on the stars. When the time comes, all we have to do is wait for the old thief Nandong Hintian to enter the Shueisha galaxy and kill him completely. Oh! As soon as he finished speaking, there was cheering all around. What's more, he shouted loudly, kill the old thief who hates heaven. Sun Han on the side watched all this quietly, his heart full of emotions. You have to know which one of them was not the overlord of the party before being imprisoned in the sky prison. When did they trust others so much? And when did they be willing to listen to others' orders? If it were him, Zhou Jintian, or the flame demon dragon standing here today, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to unite everyone like this. Even if there is, it is only because of fear of their strength, not sincerity. But now, Yang Muchung made these people obey sincerely. Okay, let's lure this big guy out first. Yang Muchung nodded and said, if it stays in the sea, it will be even more difficult for us to deal with it. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 warriors volunteered to stand up. Brother Yang, leave it to us too. Zhang Shun, Zhang Yang. Please, 2 brothers. Yang Muchung recognized these 2 warriors. They are 2 brothers who are good at using water. Although he only has the cultivation level of late 1-yuan. If he is in the water, he is even enough to fight against the peak 1-yuan powerhouse. The Nandong clan used all their methods to capture them. and even deliberately led them into a desert without a drop of water. I saw the two brothers walking out of the crowd after accepting the order. "Come out!" Boom! A burst of shouts resounded loudly, and the two men burst out with a surging and powerful force at the same time. This shocking force even made the entire star seem to tremble at this moment. Wow! At this moment, everyone heard a shocking sound of waves, and then saw that the calm sea surface quickly became turbulent, and a whirlpool quickly appeared. This vortex was only a few dozen feet in diameter at first, but soon after I saw the whirlpool on the sea surface, it became more and more fierce. Then it swelled with the wind, growing rapidly in an astonishing manner, and it was thousands of feet in size. "Rise!" A burst of angry shouts resounded. The whirlpool was churning and rising straight up from the sea, and under the monstrous waves, one could see a huge monster being swept up by the whirlpool. "Is this the ancient beast?" At this moment, everyone's eyes were looking towards the ancient beast. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. Even Yang Muchung couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I heard Zhou Jintian mention that this ancient beast was even bigger than an asteroid, and I still couldn't believe it. But now after seeing it, I know that what Zhou Jintian said is true. I'm afraid it's even bigger than what Zhou Jintian said. Oh my god! Such a huge ancient beast? It's absolutely terrible. If you don't know the existence of the other party, once you step into the star, you may be swallowed up by the other party in an instant. Everyone let out bursts of exclamations, although everyone who did not expect the scene could not help but be stunned. Roar! Just when everyone was shocked, the ancient beast that was swept up by the water whirlpool suddenly came back to its senses when looking at the surprised and shocked warriors. When it was shocked to realize that it was lifted out of the water by these warriors, it suddenly let out a roar of rage. I saw that huge body shaking suddenly, without even using demonic energy, just swinging with strong strength. In a short time, with this surging and powerful force, the entire vortex was torn apart on the spot. Without the support of the whirlpool, the ancient beast suddenly fell down like a felled tree, and fell heavily into the seawater. Boom! A huge wave rolled up crazily, and the accompanying turbulent waves made everyone present unable to help but flip over. Crash! Before everyone could recover from the action of this ancient beast breaking away from the whirlpool, they saw this furious ancient beast already falling out of the water against the waves. That huge body, from a distance, looks like a continent. Boundless, countless seawater couldn't help but pour down from its body, bringing up monstrous white waves. The huge body was covered with neat scales, shining with a dazzling cold light in the sun. The demonic energy rolled and rolled, almost condensing into substance, covering its body like a flame. The terrifying momentum made everyone tremble in their hearts. Is this the guy we're about to deal with? Looking at this ancient and strange beast, such a thought could not help but appear in everyone's mind. Do it! Seeing this ancient beast actually breaking free from its restraints, Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown and shouted angrily. Chapter 2170 for the terrifying strength of alien beasts. Boom! 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 As the shouts resounded, the shocked people quickly came to their senses, and immediately burst out with their own strength. And at the same time, they launched their best attacks. All of a sudden, an overwhelming attack swept towards this huge ancient beast without any hesitation. However, the overwhelming attacks from everyone did not make the ancient beast feel afraid, but made it furious at this moment. Roar! Facing such attacks, the ancient beast violently danced its body, and its huge body suddenly set off a wave of shocking anger. Countless waves surged under its body, suddenly causing a large and terrifying wave. This huge wave rolled up, and in an instant, it was already 10,000 feet high in the sky. Ha ha! This beast is indeed a remnant of the prehistoric times. How can such a crude fighting method challenge us? Although this tumbling giant wave looks very scary, for them, 1 yuan for a strong person, it doesn't pose much of a threat. Be careful. No matter what the other party says, he has the cultivation level of the 1 yuan realm, Yang Muchung warned. As soon as he finished speaking, the huge tail of the ancient beast was suddenly lifted. Immediately, its overwhelming demonic aura was poured into the seawater without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the wave rising into the sky suddenly transformed into an endless water arrow under the surge of sea water. These water arrow fiber patterns are essential, and you can even see the clear lines on the tail feathers. These billions of water arrows met the overwhelming attack almost instantly. Boom! 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 A series of terrifying explosions suddenly erupted in the void. Those many attacks were directly annihilated in the void by the opponent's infinite water arrows at this moment. What? Seeing this scene, everyone who originally thought they could easily kill this strange beast was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly came back to their senses. However, what faced them was the void filled with endless water arrows. This beast! Terrible! Hurry up and take action! Facing these billions of water arrows, everyone couldn't help but scurry around, dodging, defending, or fighting back, and only then were they able to knock down the water arrows. The shattered water arrow turned into sea water again and fell into the sea. Listening to the constant sound of water, everyone came back to their senses. Originally, they thought that with so many strong men taking action, they could easily kill this ancient beast. But after the real fight, I realized how terrifying the opponent's strength was. Roar! Seeing that his attack turned the invaders, who broke into the territory, into drowned rats, he howled with pride. It's simply too much. Yes, I was actually humiliated by this beast. Feeling the strange beast's ridicule, everyone became furious. Everyone, please note that this strange beast has extraordinary strength. Although it has not activated its spiritual intelligence, it is more difficult to deal with than we imagined. It occupies a favorable terrain. We cannot try to take advantage of it, but must use the fastest means to attack it. Kill them! Yang Mucheng immediately spoke up to calm the angry crowd. Wow! Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the ancient beast already broke out to attack again at this moment. I saw its huge body suddenly leaping out of the sea, and the endless waves were also hit by it at this moment. And that huge fish tail was like a huge cattail fin sweeping across it. In a moment, the rolling waves erupted again. What is astonishing is that these churning water waves turned into a ferocious-looking water dragon on the spot. Amidst the roaring roar, it rushed towards everyone crazily. Attack! Seeing this scene, Yang Mucheng shouted sternly. Don't give him a chance to do it! Zheng! A ray of light flashed, and the Xinyuan sword flew out from between his eyebrows and was held in his palm. The violent sword energy exploded in all directions at this moment. The water dragon that bombarded him was split into two halves on the spot. Seeing Yang Mucheng take action, Flame Demon Dragon, Zhou Jintian, Sun Han and others all took out their weapons and launched their own monstrous attacks. This time, the powerful attack broke out on the spot, rolling towards the ancient beast without hesitation. The terrifying attack even tore this space apart, and even the entire star shook at this moment. Countless volcanoes were triggered, and magma poured out crazily from the sea, forming large floating islands. However, these existences were soon torn apart by the next wave of waves. Roar! The ancient beast that was bombarded suddenly let out a shocking roar, and its huge body rolled violently in the surging waves. The terrifying demonic energy also swept out at the same time. As soon as this shocking power was set off, he saw the turbulent waves spinning rapidly around his body as the demonic energy swept through him. It was just a small whirlpool at first, but in the blink of an eye it was already churning like a tornado. This huge waterspout surged tens of thousands of feet into the sky in an instant. This waterspout is hundreds of times more powerful than the previous waterspout set off by brothers Zhang Shun and Zhang Yang. Feeling this terrifying waterspout, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly shot back. If you were caught in this waterspout, you would probably be completely torn apart on the spot. After escaping to a safe distance, everyone could not help but be secretly shocked when they felt the monstrous waterspout being stirred up crazily. The strength displayed by this primitive beast was even more terrifying than they imagined. Watch out! It's coming! While everyone was exclaiming, Yang Mucheng shouted loudly. At this time, everyone looked forward. I saw the ancient beast in the waterspout, violently dancing its huge body, and suddenly I heard a terrifying sound of waves. And then I saw that the surging waterspout actually came directly from broke away from the sea. It's like something has split apart. This is... What does this beast want to do? Oh my god! This is simply... Under the shocked eyes of everyone, they saw this huge waterspout slowly transforming into a huge sea dragon. Almost as soon as this sea dragon was formed, it rushed towards everyone crazily. Chapter 2175 The True Identity of Kunpeng. Too strong. This is everyone's only thought about this ancient beast. The strength of the opponent simply exceeded everyone's imagination, especially the ability to control water with one hand, which even surpassed the two brothers Zhang Shun. With this kind of ability, coupled with such a star environment, the power and strength that explodes are simply beyond everyone's imagination. Boom! This head is gathered together, completely condensed by the water dragon, But the fiber pattern is necessary. The dragon scales, dragon beards, dragon horns, and dragon teeth are all showing majesty. And the speed they are attacking is even more crazy. It even shattered the surrounding space wherever it passed. And clear cracks could be seen behind it. Snort! The flame demon dragon snorted coldly, and quickly danced its huge body. The rolling demonic energy swept across all directions. Before anyone could react, they saw the opponent's monstrous aura transforming into a terrifying wave of flames, rolling forward and sweeping forward. But this flame looks scary. But it is no match for this water dragon. In a moment, the terrifying water dragon directly smashed the raging wave of flames. And it was not even able to withstand the water dragon for even half a step. What? Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. The skills of this ancient beast are simply beyond everyone's imagination. Everyone quickly attacked and blocked the attack of this ancient beast. But at the same time, the demonic aura of this big guy burst out like it was free of charge. And he kept dancing his body in the sea. Wave after wave of water was constantly stirred up by it. If it were an ordinary water wave, no one would care about it. But each of these water waves carries the overwhelming evil aura of an ancient beast. This boiling demonic energy penetrated into every drop of seawater at almost this moment. And these drops of seawater simply solidified into round pearls, even harder than rocks. But now that these waves are gathering together, their power can be seen. Just as this ancient beast used endless tricks, it actually suppressed everyone present with its own strength. Facing the sudden surge of powerful moves from ancient beasts, everyone couldn't help but look down. Is it possible that with so many of them, they are still unable to deal with this strange beast? But will they be driven out of the star by this strange beast? If they can't capture this strange beast, then they won't be able to set up the central eye of the killing array in this star. The other stars are far less large than this star. If they were placed on other stars, I am afraid that those stars would not be able to withstand the power of the formation when it is activated. And if the central array eye is not deployed, the power of the entire killing array will be reduced by more than half. If this is the case, what else can they do to deal with Nandong Hintian? Zheng! With eyes like strange beasts, Yang Mucheng held the Xinyuan sword in his hand, and his whole aura suddenly rose up desperately at this moment. This terrifying aura is surging. Even at this moment, the sea surface in the distance was rapidly turbulent, churning up one after another with shocking waves. Get out of here! As long as the opponent hides under the waves, they can use the sea water of the entire star to fight against them. In this case, then force this ancient beast out of the sea. For a moment, everyone only heard a terrifying sound of swords that seemed to come from the distant starry sky. Wow! At this moment, all I could see was that the smooth sea surface was parting crazily in an astonishing manner. The entire ocean seemed to be split in half at this moment. Looking down, everyone could even see the muddy seabed. Groan! This terrifying ancient beast actually made a sharp sound like an eagle's cry, and its huge body danced heavily. And under the shocked eyes of countless people, it turned into a huge bird with a terrifying size. When this big bird spreads its wings, it can even be said to cover the sky and the sun. How come? Actually turned into a bird? This is Kuimping! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but let out a cry. Among them, Sun Han, who had the most experience. His expression changed drastically, and he quickly called out the name of this ancient beast. This strange beast left over from the prehistoric era has two forms, one of which is the previous Kuan, and this one is Peng. Boom! Before everyone could react, they saw Kuimping, who had already revealed his body, dancing his wings rapidly. The ancient beast in this form was even more ferocious than before. As the wings fluttered, the hurricane brought about made everyone stagger uncontrollably. Kuimping, who was tumbling and taking off, was staring at Yang Mucheng. Obviously, it recognized this existence and forced itself out of the sea. The wings crisscrossed each other like giant blades on the spot, and immediately the boiling demonic energy poured into it. Bah! A terrible tearing sound resounded rapidly, and everyone saw that two giant blades transformed by demonic energy crossed crazily, tearing the air apart and bringing up a diffuse cloud and mist. Almost in an instant, it was already in front of Yang Mucheng. What? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect that this ancient beast actually had this form. But it was too late to escape at this time. The opponent's two demon blades were so powerful that he could not imagine. I'm afraid that before he can dodge, he will be chopped into two pieces in front of everyone. Zhang! As soon as he retracted his right hand, Xinyuan's sword was quickly withdrawn. The two demonic blades suddenly struck the Xinyuan sword heavily. A loud sound sounded, and endless sparks flew away crazily. Woo! Yang Muchung groaned, and his body couldn't help but shoot towards the back. But before he came back to his senses, he saw Kunpeng roaring fiercely, roaring out like riding the wind and breaking the waves at this moment, and quickly rushed in front of Yang Muchung. Boom! This huge Kunpeng can literally cover the sky and the sun. If it opened its mouth, it would be able to swallow a star at will. In front of it, Yang Muchung was as insignificant as a piece of grass. The strong wind that flew over made Yang Muchung's body tremble violently, and almost staggered. Groan! With a cold light flashing in his eyes, Kunpeng directly stretched out his huge claws, and grabbed Yang Muchung fiercely on the spot. Get out of my way! Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung closed his eyes, and the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows suddenly shone brightly. I saw a ray of green light, bursting out quickly, and bombarded towards the giant claw of Kunpeng on the spot. Chapter 2176 The Power of the Killing Formation. Boom! Facing this terrifying Kunpeng, Yang Muchung released his 7th grade Qinglian without any hesitation. At this moment, the light of the 7th grade Qinglian platform exploded endlessly, and with a shocking and ferocious attitude, it hit Kunpeng's giant claw in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud and earth-shattering sound. In the sky above Shuai's star, a huge wave of air erupted. The huge waves rose up in an instant, and even surged into the sky thousands of feet high. What are you still doing? Seeing this scene, everyone burst out into a monstrous attack, pressing towards Kunpeng crazily. Boom! 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 Above the sky, a large amount of evil spirit suddenly filled the air. Bring it out! Yang Muchung, who was pushed back, looked at the people fighting Kunpeng and shouted quickly. Remember, don't destroy this star! Tongue! 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 As soon as the words fell, everyone present reacted, and they suddenly turned into streaks of light, quickly rising into the sky. Seeing these guys who disturbed his peaceful existence, he actually wanted to slap his butt and run away. He immediately let out an angry roar. Without even the slightest hesitation, he quickly raised his wings and soared into the sky in pursuit of the ultimate goal. Get out! Array up! Almost at the same time as Kunpeng rushed out from Shuizexing, Yang Muchung immediately drank. Boom! 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 In an instant, he saw that more than half of the stars in the entire Shueisha galaxy exploded violently at this moment. All I saw was dazzling golden light, which burst out from these stars desperately. These golden lights were like terrifying snakes, flying towards Kunpeng in a shocking manner. Saw this scene. Only then did Kunpeng realize that he had been ambushed. Without any hesitation, he quickly transformed into his true form as a Kunyu and fled towards the sea desperately. But unfortunately, no matter how fast it is, it can't keep up with the speed of the killing formation. A series of beams of light burst out from the stars, suddenly tying up Kunpeng tightly. The powerful force was exerted at the same time, and with just a squeak sound, the Kunpeng was torn into pieces in front of everyone. Too strong! Is this the power of the killing array? This Kunpeng is the existence of a master of 1 yuan. He was completely crushed to pieces without even the slightest resistance. Seeing the power of this killing formation, everyone couldn't help but let out a cry. Many people have greatly increased their confidence. To know, they originally wanted to use this killing formation to kill Nangong Hintian, but now they were using this killing formation to deal with Kunpeng. It was just a small test, but the results of the test now made everyone couldn't help but get excited. Brother Yang, what do you think of the power of this killing array? Sun Han looked at Yang Muchung with a smile. It was naturally him who suggested using the killing array to ambush Nangong Hintian. Although they existed, their strength might still be able to compete with Nangong Hintian at their peak. But now they are seriously injured and have not yet recovered to their full condition. It is obviously impossible to fight Nangong Hintian. Therefore, Nangong Hintian was introduced into the Shueisha galaxy, and then the killing array was used to kill him. The power of this killing array is really terrifying. Yang Muchung recalled the previous scene and couldn't help but nodded. However, it's okay to deal with ordinary 1 yuan masters, but I'm afraid it's not good to deal with an existence like Nangong Hintian. It's natural. Hearing the other party mention Nangong Hintian, Sun Han couldn't help but restrain his smile and nodded. This killing formation is not yet complete. It is naturally difficult to kill such a being. However, when all the formation eyes of our killing formation are filled in, the power of the explosion will be the same as before. Dozens of times. It must be able to kill Negong Intion. Very good. Yang Muchung nodded. It would be perfect if the power of this killing array could be enhanced. If that's all, then he can only think of other ways. By the way, this Kunping doesn't want to leave this star. He has been guarding the heavenly and earthly treasure. I don't know if it is still there. Yang Muchung's heart moved secretly, and he immediately dived into the seawater. Really? In the depths of the sea, he discovered a heavenly and earthly treasure guarded by Kunping, the pulse-cutting heavenly bamboo. So that's it! Chu Jingtian couldn't help but raise his brows. This kind of heavenly and earthly treasure is very rare. It is not the kind of elixir that can be used to improve cultivation. It is more often taken away and used as a weapon. He didn't know why the Kunping stayed there and didn't leave. Buzz! Just when he felt a little disappointed, the 7-rank green lotus platform between his eyebrows couldn't help but tremble. By the way, since I can't use it to improve my strength, I might as well use it to help my Qinglian Terrace improve its level. Yang Muchung felt the turbulence of Qinglian Terrace, and couldn't help but feel a move in his heart. With a little movement of his right hand, he was already offering the green lotus platform. The heavenly bamboo Jiamai and his green lotus platform are almost from the same origin. I saw the green lotus platform constantly rotating around the heavenly bamboo Jiamai, and the many auras in the heavenly bamboo Jiamai also transformed at this moment. It turned into waves of clear green mist visible to the naked eye, turned into thousands of strands, and poured into the lotus platform. Buzz! It was also at this time that the 7-rank green lotus platform emitted a green light. A powerful vitality continuously gushes out from the Qinglian platform. Then he saw that the empty seabed full of silt around Yang Muchung suddenly grew into a dense grassland at this moment. Is this Fong Baiyu's green lotus platform? I have heard of his reputation before. I didn't expect that this lotus platform would actually be passed into your hands. And it has already reached the 7th level. Sun Han walked slowly over and looked at the green lotus platform, which was constantly absorbing the heavenly bamboo cutting pulse. With shock in his eyes, Fong Baiyu used this green lotus platform to defend the ancestors of the 7 clans, and his strength was terrifying. Of course, he is also indispensable for the role of the green lotus terrace. But unfortunately, this green lotus terrace can only be dedicated to one master in his life. If others want to own it, they can only nourish it from scratch. When he was not caught in the heavenly prison, he also received such a green lotus platform. Unfortunately, this lotus platform could not be advanced at all. Over time, he became disappointed and gave away the green lotus platform. Now that I see Yang Muchung actually nourishing the Qinglian Terrace to the 7th level, I can't help but sigh with emotion. This lotus platform must be nourished not only by the treasures of heaven and earth, but also by the body. Yang Muchung smiled lightly. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, Qinglian Terrace suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 2177 9th grade. This is? Seeing the green lotus platform that suddenly erupted with thousands of rays of light, Sun Han couldn't help but be stunned, and his face was immediately filled with shock. He could clearly feel that the powerful force was constantly emerging from the Qinglian platform. This powerful force was so powerful that it made people's hearts palpitate. Could it be? Staring at Qinglian Terrace, Sun Han couldn't help but feel startled, and immediately thought of a possibility. The words have not yet finished. All he saw was that the huge green lotus platform was bursting with light. Under the blue light, the Qinglian Terrace seemed to have transformed into a huge black hole at this moment, crazy devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. I saw that the shining green lotus platform was rapidly turbulent, and under Sun Han's unbelievable eyes, the 8th leaf was quickly formed. 8th grade! Sun Han's eyes narrowed when he saw the 8th leaf growing. To know, the rank of Qingliantai is determined by the number of leaves. 8 leaves means reaching the 8th level. You know, although the difference between the 8th and 7th grades is only 1, their strength has increased 1,000 times. Buzz! Almost at the same time as the 8th leaf grew, he immediately saw a terrifying wave erupting along the Qinglian Terrace. This was a wave of air that could be seen with the naked eye, and Sun Han's body trembled as he staggered back a few steps. Is this the power of the 8th grade Qinglian platform? It doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Feeling the surging force hitting his body, Sun Han couldn't help but tremble in his heart. However, before he could recover, he saw that the rotation speed of the Qinglian platform not only did not stop at all, but became more and more fierce. Stand up. At the same time, the huge suction force spread quickly. I saw that at this moment, the cut-vein heavenly bamboo was withering and drying up at an incredible speed, and even the branches and leaves turned extremely yellow. Is it possible that it can reach the 9th level because of this? Sun Han's heart trembled. If that's the case, that's really amazing. Call. This terrifying suction force even crushed the pulse-cutting heavenly bamboo in an instant. And the infinite energy quickly rose up and poured into the Qinglian platform. Under Sun Han's incredible gaze, the newly born 8th leaf actually grew rapidly under the power of the heavenly bamboo cutting vein, and soon reached its maximum growth. However, while growing to the extreme, it did not stop there. The 8th leaf also trembled violently at this moment, splitting into a young lotus leaf. Boom! The moment this lotus leaf grew, a surge of powerful power quickly burst out from it. I saw that the surrounding space could not withstand the pressure at this moment, and crackled on the spot, even causing the surrounding space to be crushed at this moment. And Sun Han's gaze became distorted and blurred at this moment. Boom! Being hit by this coercion, Sun Han's body couldn't help but tremble, and he staggered back a few steps. Is this the power of the 9th grade Qinglian platform? Feeling the dull pain in his chest, Sun Han narrowed his eyes, and couldn't help but said to himself, this is just the power that Qingliantai unleashed unconsciously. If it was controlled intentionally, wouldn't the power that exploded be even more terrifying? Whoosh! At this moment, the 9th grade green lotus platform had quietly transformed into a ray of light and plunged into Yang Muqing's body. A scene that shocked Sun Han even more appeared. The moment the 9th grade green lotus platform sank into his body, Yang Muqing's already very powerful qi and blood began to churn even more horribly at this moment. At the same time, his own aura also continued to rise at this moment. This is the scary thing about Qinglian Terrace. Seeing this scene, Sun Han couldn't help but nodded. The level of Qingliantai has been improved, which can in turn fill up the body. And when one's own strength is improved, it can also be used to nourish Qingliantai. Moreover, the Qinglian platform is the foundation of 10,000 trees, and the vitality contained in it is so powerful. As long as there is still breath left, it can be revived by the Qinglian platform. Of course, this does not mean that once you have the Qinglian Terrace, you can do whatever you want. This green lotus platform is equivalent to the second body. Just like Fang Baiyu, the Qinglian platform was completely shattered, and even those with heavenly cultivation would fall due to fundamental damage. However, with Yang Muqing's current strength, as long as he doesn't have a head-on confrontation with an existence of the same level as Patriarch Hintian, I'm afraid there won't be much of a problem. Boom! Just when Sun Han's thoughts were wandering, a violent aura surged rapidly from Yang Muqing's body. Under Sun Han's incredible eyes, Yang Muqing actually reached the middle stage of 1 yuan. Monster! You are simply a monster! His mouth opened wide, and it took a long time for Sun Han to react. He couldn't help but shake his head. Now I finally know how this kid has reached such a state at such a young age. If others want to break through a state, it is simply more difficult than reaching the sky. But this kid breaks through a realm as easily as eating and drinking. And coupled with his various methods, he can be called a heaven-defying existence. The 7 clans are so unwise to offend such a being. This boy's strength in the future will definitely be higher than Fang Baiyu's. I'm afraid he will be many times more terrifying than Fang Baiyu. No wonder the 7 tribes tried their best to kill this kid. His real fear lies not in his skills, but in his own potential. It seems that we have all made a mistake. Looking at Yang Muqing, who had reached the middle stage of 1 yuan, Sun Han couldn't help but secretly shake his head. You know, they have also discussed in private why the 7 clans care so much about Yang Muqing. Do they really care about his so-called inheritance? But now it seems that this is not the case. What really makes the 7 clans fearful is Yang Muqing's strength. The fact that he can cultivate to this level in such a short period of time is an extremely terrifying thing in itself. If this momentum is not curbed as soon as possible, then the 7 tribes will be dancing on the tip of a knife. Every step you take will be very dangerous. It is no exaggeration to say that Yang Muqing's strength is constantly improving every day. Maybe he disappears during this period, and when he reappears next time, the opponent's strength will grow to an extent you can't think of. What's wrong? Yang Muqing let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that Sun Han was looking at him with a strange expression on his face. And he couldn't help but ask aloud. Nothing. Sun Han quickly shook his head, but secretly said in his heart, Yang Muqing, maybe you can really destroy the 7 clans by yourself. Chapter 2178 Battle. After setting up the formation, the rest of the day was spent quietly recuperating and waiting for Nandong Hinchin's arrival. Everyone saved almost all their time and practiced crazily, raising their cultivation to the peak as much as possible. because they knew that what awaited them next would be a fierce battle. At the same time, a depressing atmosphere quietly filled the entire Shueisha galaxy. At this time, Nandong Hintian and the others were getting closer to the Shueisha galaxy. This time, in addition to an ancestor-level strongman like him taking action, the accompanying team also included 8 ordinary masters, more than a dozen perfect 1 yuan strong men, and hundreds of peak 1 yuan beings. Of course, this is just the team on the surface. In addition, there is a Black Flag army formed by Patriarch Nandong Hintian. There are 720 people in this Black Flag army, and each one of them is a powerful being in the 1 yuan realm. They are also Nandong Hinchin's trump cards. After this Black Flag army set off from the Shaoyan galaxy, it was broken into pieces and wandered throughout the starry sky. Then they will converge towards the Shueisha galaxy, preparing to surround the entire Shueisha galaxy with an encirclement force, not letting anyone go. At this time, Nandong Hintian was not far away from the Shueisha galaxy, and it was even enough to see the continuous stars. However, before reaching the Shueisha galaxy, Nandong Hintian stopped in time. How is the situation with the Black Flag army? In the temporary camp, Nandong Hintian asked about the distribution of the army. Arrived. The Black Flag army has arrived at the Shueisha galaxy in advance. However, there are not many of them, and they have not been able to surround the entire galaxy. Therefore, everyone did not show up, but laid an ambush. As long as they wait for the order, they can enter the Shueisha at any time. Galaxy. The subordinates beside him quickly introduced him to the distribution of the army. The Shaoyan galaxy is not only a humiliating battle for Nandong Hinchin Lai, but also an absolute shame for the entire Nandong clan. So I can't wait to rush into the Shueisha galaxy to kill all those existences. Very well. Let those people stay where they are. Nandong Hintian nodded. He does not need the Black Flag army to enter the Shueisha galaxy. He only needs these people to guard the 4 sides and prevent the fugitives from leaving. Where are the prisoners? Nandong Hintian asked in a cold voice. Reporting to our ancestors, according to the information from our informants, these people have never come out since they entered the Shueisha galaxy. They seem to be practicing, and they seem to know that we are coming here. A subordinate spoke up. He glanced at Nandong Hintian secretly and said cautiously, Ancestor Hintian, could these guys have already laid an ambush in the Shueisha galaxy and are waiting for us to go? When he spoke like this, everyone around him couldn't help but nod. Logically speaking, these fugitives should have turned into birds and beasts since they left the Shaoyan galaxy. The most correct thing to do is to hide in the starry sky and never show up. Although it is said that outside the Shaoyan galaxy, it has escaped the influence of the Nandong clan. But you must know that the Nandong family is powerful. But there are also some affiliated families. Perhaps the power of these affiliated families is not as powerful as that of the Nandong family. But their combined strength cannot be underestimated either. If it had been anyone else, he might have escaped long ago. Not to mention being far away from the Nandong clan. Even these affiliated families have to keep a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. But all of these people are hiding in the Shueisha galaxy, which makes people wonder if they have set up an ambush in the Shueisha galaxy and are waiting for them. Humph! Even if there is some conspiracy. So what? With a glance, Nandong Hintian snorted coldly and saw the worry in everyone's eyes. In the battle in the Shueisha galaxy, I have studied the strength of each of them. Their strength has not been fully restored, and we can completely crush them with our strength. To know, when the strength reaches a certain level, any conspiracy track will no longer work. After all, Nandong Hinchin's strength is far beyond that of an ordinary grandmaster. If he wants to compete with him, at least 3 people, including Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian, will need to join forces. But unfortunately, the effect of the Tulling powder on these 3 people had not dissipated, so they took action forcefully. In this way, the foundation has been completely damaged, and the time required cannot be accomplished in a short time. In this way, Nandong Hinchin's strength is superior to everyone. Certainly, in addition to him, there are 5 ordinary masters. Just relying on these existences, you can easily crush and kill this group of people. Not to mention there are other existences. If it weren't for the surefire capture of Yang Maicheng, there would be no need for such a huge army. Take a rest overnight and enter the water galaxy tomorrow. Remember the previous plan. No one was left alive. Yang Maicheng must be captured alive. Nandong Hintian said in a cold voice. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. A night of silence. When the first ray of sunlight hit the Shueisha galaxy, Nandong Hintian already opened his eyes at the same time. Looking at the galaxy with a total of 3,600 blue stars, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Set off! Tongue! 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 Following a shout, figures shot up into the sky like meteors, rushing toward the Shueisha galaxy. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound resounded in the void. Coming! Such a terrifying momentum suddenly made everyone in the Shueisha galaxy wake up. Yang Mucheng, who was practicing, also felt this terrifying and shocking momentum, and couldn't help but open his eyes. In the void, figures were seen flying towards the Shueisha galaxy like lightning. The force of so many powerful men flying over caused a strong wind to blow up Yang Mucheng's long hair, revealing his resolute face. Nandong Hintian! His gaze fell directly on the person at the front of the crowd, who was also the most powerful. At this time, Nandong Hintian seemed to be sensing something, and immediately looked forward and saw Yang Mucheng in the field. Yang Mucheng! Finally found you! A cold light flashed in his eyes, and his gaze fell on Yang Mucheng like nails. If gaze could kill, Yang Mucheng would have died countless times under his gaze. You were the one who killed Nandong Bao. Today, I will take you down first. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a roiling force burst out from Nandong Hinchin's body. At this moment, his cultivation was revealed with almost no reservation. Chapter 2179. The formation begins. Boom! Nandong Hintian is not an ordinary master, and his strength is far beyond what others can imagine. This sudden burst of cultivation turned into a terrifying gust of wind on the spot, which could not help but whip away in all directions. Wherever the wind passed, the warriors of the Nandong clan, who were following him, were blown away on the spot. At the same time as he burst out, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his right hand suddenly reached forward and grabbed it. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying thunder burst out. Everyone could only feel that at this moment. The spiritual energy in this water galaxy, with an attitude that could not be restrained, was desperately heading towards the location of Nandong Hintian, and swept away crazily. The spiritual energy on those asteroids was completely drained at this moment. Everyone could clearly see that the stars that had been drained of their spiritual energy. All the flowers, plants and trees quickly withered in this short moment. And the lust also turned into a desert at this time. And these attracted spiritual energy suddenly gathered and condensed into a terrifying palm. And at the same time, it desperately crushed towards the position of Yang Mucheng. Is this going to kill Yang Mucheng in one blow? Feeling this palm, the warriors of the Nandong clan couldn't help but feel their hearts sinking. After studying the Shaoyan Galaxy Yizhan, Nandong Hintian clearly knew that although the strength of the young man in front of him was not the strongest among everyone, he was the backbone of everyone. Even if he killed the flame demon dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian on the spot, the effect would not be as good as catching Yang Mucheng on the spot. He was confident that even if this palm could not kill Yang Mucheng, it would still be enough to arrest him. Is it possible to kill me? Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed, and his entire aura was revealed at this moment without leaving any room. Buzz! At this moment, a light flashed in the center of his eyebrows, and the 9th grade green lotus platform was quickly revealed. Everyone only saw a flash of green light, which quickly blasted out in an instant. You are just looking for death. How dare you fight back? Break it into pieces for me. Seeing Yang Mucheng fight back, a sneer flashed in Nandong Hinchin's eyes. He clearly knew that the Qinglian Terrace belonged to Yang Mucheng and his heart. As long as he destroyed the Qinglian Terrace, Yang Mucheng would be seriously injured even if he did not die. Under the gaze of countless people, the bombardments from both sides suddenly collided fiercely. Boom! A loud and earth-shattering sound resounded crazily. A hurricane visible to the naked eye turned into a monstrous air wave, spreading in all directions without hesitation. Some smaller stars were completely crushed by this air wave on the spot. Even those huge stars could not help but tremble at this moment, and deviated from their original orbits. What? Nandong Hinchin's body trembled, and he couldn't help but stagger back a few steps under the blow. Feeling the huge power from the previous confrontation, he closed his eyes and looked forward quickly. When the warriors around felt the power of the explosion, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly retreated back to avoid the shocking force. And at the same time, they all looked towards the battlefield. But when they saw it, they couldn't help but let out a burst of exclamations. Yang Mucheng actually withstood Nandong Hinchin's shocking blow, and the existence he used to resist that big hand that held up the sky turned out to be the 9th grade Qinglian platform. How can it be? He actually blocked the attack of Patriarch Hatian. Isn't this kid's strength too terrifying? When he was in the Shaoyun Galaxy before, he was still just below the 1 Yuan realm. But now, he has actually reached the middle stage of 1 Yuan? Certainly. For Nandong Hintian, what shocked him most was not Yang Muqing's cultivation, but that his Qinglian Terrace had actually been upgraded to the 9th level. Although, the 9th leaf has just emerged and is still extremely immature. Obviously it has only just broken through. But the 9th rank Green Lotus platform is the 9th rank Green Lotus platform, and its power cannot be underestimated. No wonder you dared to stay in the Shueisha Galaxy. So is this 9th grade Green Lotus platform your confidence? His pupils closed. Nandong Hintian quickly recovered from the shock. Wow. As he spoke, the warriors behind him suddenly emerged like a tide. Nandong Hintian! At this time, everyone quickly recovered from Nandong Hinshan's attack, especially Sun Han, Zhou Jintian, and Flame Demon Dragon. The reason why they stay here is to teach the Nandong clan a harsh lesson, and their target is the Nandong Hintian in front of them. Ha! It seems you are all here! Nandong Hintian glanced at the 3 people. When he found that the strength of these 3 people was still below the standard, he burst into laughter. As long as these 3 people do not regain their peak strength, I can easily kill them. And apart from him, this time his men are all elite. And he doesn't believe that these people can slip away from under his nose. Now that everyone is here, that's great. Don't even think about running away today. He just finished speaking. Immediately, a dull horn sounded, and a sound wave visible to the naked eye spread rapidly. Tongue! 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 Almost at the same time, figures appeared quickly from outside the Shuai's galaxy. Seeing this scene, Nandong Hintian felt confident. I saw him clasping his hands behind his back and saying proudly, "Now all of you have been surrounded in this water galaxy. With your strength, it is simply not possible to break out of the encirclement." He glanced at everyone one by one and said with confusion, "If you people are willing to submit to our Nandong clan, maybe I can consider sparing your lives." But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng burst out laughing. Looking at Nandong Hintian, he couldn't help but shook his head, and then said, "Nandong Hintian, I have long heard that you are willful, and now when I see this only then did I know it was true." Nandong Hintian had an ominous premonition in his heart. Looking at Nandong Hintian, who was full of doubts, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and then said, "Nandong Hintian, since I dare to stay in this water galaxy to deal with you, do you think I don't have any means to deal with you? Now that you have thrown yourself into a trap, let you see the means I have set up for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng opened his eyes angrily and shouted angrily, "Array up!" Chapter 2180 Breaking the Line? Get up! Following this shocking shout, Lang Lang's shout resounded throughout the Shaoyun Galaxy almost at this moment. Boom! 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 At this moment, all 3,600 stars in the entire Shueisha Galaxy began to tremble crazily at this moment. Immediately afterwards, he saw surging and powerful forces emerging from these stars in an instant. And at the same time, these 3,000 stars also rotated in a shocking manner as the killing array moved. A terrifying suction force emerged directly from the formation. "Nandong Hintian, this is the killing array I prepared for you." Wow! Above the 3,600 stars, all the power of the stars emerged at this moment, and at the same time transformed into a huge 6-pointed star array. Boom! A surge of huge pressure suddenly emerged. Under this overwhelming pressure, those warriors with low cultivation levels exploded immediately after being crushed by the formation. And the main target of this killing array is Nandong Hintian. Boom! At this moment, Nandong Hintian only felt a shocking force, which suddenly crushed his body like a mountain. This terrifying force was such that his whole body couldn't help but tremble, and all the bones in his body made a crackling sound. Die! Boom! 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 The killing array crazily crushed down, and the overwhelming power could not help but be revealed. In this large formation, dozens of people from the Black Flag Army were completely crushed and killed before they could react. You must know that these are all existences in the 1 Yuan realm, and any one of them can become the overlord who dominates one party. But under the crushing force of this killing array, dozens of them were killed on the spot before they even reacted. I have to say that this killing array was terrifying. What? Feeling the emergence of this huge force, Nandong Hintian couldn't help but feel shocked. He had thought about the reason why Yang Mucheng stayed in the Shuai's galaxy to wait for them to come, and he had even anticipated various speculations. But because of his absolute confidence in his strength, he didn't care at all about any kind of conspiracy the other party would use. But he never expected that Yang Mucheng would directly set up a large array covering the entire galaxy together with 3,600 stars. Even he can't resist this formation. Click! Click! Listening to the bones on the body, there were constant bursts of terrifying noises. At this moment, he felt that all his internal organs were being crushed at this moment, as if they had exploded. He knows that if this formation continues to wreak havoc, I'm afraid it won't be the opponent's turn to take action, and they will be completely wiped out. Break it for me! Letting out a roar, Nandong Hintian raised his cultivation level to the extreme without any hesitation, and then exploded without any hesitation. He moved his hands together, and each palm was filled with shocking power. The space he hit trembled, and he struck hard at the terrifying formation. But this killing formation was made up of 3,600 stars. How could he stop it with just his own strength? Even using the strength of the whole body can only slow down the speed of its descent. Seeing this scene, everyone present came back to their senses. Let's work together to break this formation! Boom! 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 At this time, everyone couldn't help shouting. Everyone quickly burst out with surging power, poured it all into the attack, and blasted hard towards the killing array. If only one or two resist, it will only be a drop in the bucket and unable to withstand the crushing force of the killing array. But among these beings, in addition to Nandong Hintian, there are 5 masters and dozens of Yuan perfection. The combined strength of these people is something that cannot be underestimated. Immediately, the rolling tide of power exploded and slammed into the terrifying killing formation that was crushing down at all costs. Boom! The 2 waves of shocking force collided together suddenly, and a loud and earth-shattering sound suddenly erupted. On the spot, he saw a ripple visible to the naked eye, quickly spreading along the formation in all directions. Those warriors in the ripples were crushed and killed on the spot without even letting out a scream. Nature. Those small stars are also unable to protect themselves under this terrifying pressure. Bang! 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 Waves of terrifying loud noises spread uncontrollably. Stars spread out from far to near, and hundreds of huge mushroom clouds erupted in the entire Shueisha galaxy. Puff! Nandong Hintian in the formation trembled and spit out a mouthful of blood mist. But there was no panic on his face. Instead, he showed a lot of joy. After all, he has lived for such a long time and is used to various methods. As soon as those stars exploded, he immediately felt that the power of the killing array was slightly reduced. Although it was not too obvious, it still made him feel happy. Although this killing array is powerful, it is a gathering of all the stars in the entire Shueisha galaxy. These stars contain huge power, but as long as one is reduced, its power will be reduced. You guys go and destroy all the nearby stars immediately. Nandong Hintian drank in a deep voice. Yes! The 5 Yuan grandmasters beside him shouted in a deep voice and immediately took orders. They turned around and jumped, then quickly rushed towards the nearest stars. And at the same time, they launched their own attacks crazily. These Yuan warriors are so powerful. They can be said to be the group standing at the top of the entire starry sky. Not to mention they are still Yuan masters. Now, under the pressure of the killing formation, almost everyone unleashed their most powerful attacks. What's more, when your life is at stake, you don't dare to have any reservations. Boom! 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 The sky-blocking attack was pouring out like a tidal wave at this moment. The large swath of stars exploded from far to near almost at this moment. And as the stars exploded, the power of the killing array also continued to shrink at this moment. Not good! Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. The 3 of you go to intercept them. If these stars are destroyed, the power of the killing array will be greatly reduced, and it will be unable to deal with Nandong Hintian. What about you? Sun Han couldn't help but ask. With their strength, they naturally cannot cope with these 5 masters. But they had considered this situation at the beginning, so the entire killing array could be combined together or split up. However, if it is split like this, the power of the main formation will naturally be greatly reduced. How will we deal with Nandong Hintian then? There is no time to hesitate. Kill them first. If we wait until all the stars are shattered, we will have no choice then. Nandong Hintian is left to me. Yang Mucheng's eyes widened angrily, and his strength suddenly exploded. Chapter 2181 Sacrifice the Sword with Blood. At this moment of danger, I can't help but think about it. Yang Mucheng can only make the only decision. He couldn't control whether this decision would allow Nandong Hintian to escape and ascend to heaven, or whether it would cause other unpredictable consequences. But he understood that if he ignored it, when these masters shattered all the formations, the formation would also be destroyed. Also completely destroyed. Boom! 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 Seeing Yang Muqing's determined gaze, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian could not help but be stunned, and then nodded heavily. Buzz! The three of them each made a seal. And suddenly a part of the killing formation was divided and controlled by them. I only heard a loud crashing sound. And soon I saw the stars trembling rapidly at the same time. The surging sea water danced rapidly at this moment. Under the pull of the three people, the stars began to vibrate rapidly. Burst out. In an instant, hundreds of water droplets rose directly into the sky, transforming into a ferocious-looking water dragon, charging towards one of the Grandmasters crazily. The Grandmaster of the Nandong clan was frantically destroying the stars in front of him. Suddenly, he felt an unimaginable sense of crisis, sweeping over crazily with a terrifying attitude. This incoming chill made him tremble all over. He quickly turned around to look at the place where the sense of crisis was coming from. When he saw the existence rushing towards him, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes, and his heart sank directly into the abyss. Ah! Amid a burst of screams, the water dragons transformed from the killing formation pounced out crazily with a shocking attitude. Surrounding him, almost instantly, the One Yuan master was completely devoured by hundreds of water dragons. Snort! Seeing this scene, Nandong Hintian not only did not feel any sadness or anger, but instead snorted coldly. His eyes turned and fell on Yang Muqing, and he said coldly, Yang Muqing, I didn't expect you to go to such great lengths to kill me. But do you think that just a killing array of 3,600 stars can kill me? Stop talking nonsense. This Shueisha galaxy is your burial place. Yang Muqing's eyes showed a cold light. At this moment, his strength was like a flame, rising crazily and uncontrollably, reaching a terrifying extreme almost in an instant. And this terrifying power was quickly poured into the entire killing formation. And the huge power was clearly revealed at this moment as the formation crushed it. Immediately, with Nandong Hintian at the center, dozens of strong men exploded on the spot because they could not bear the terrible crushing force. All the spiritual energy in the entire Shuai's galaxy was mobilized, forming a huge six-pointed star array that was constantly rotating and crushing down. The location of Nandong Hintian seemed to have turned into a black hole with huge tearing power at this moment. No matter what kind of existence it was, it would be completely killed by this terrible crushing force. Just you? With a sneer, Nandong Hintian's heart was filled with hatred. It was such an inconspicuous boy who actually pushed him to this extent. In normal times, it would be difficult for such existences to enter his eyes. But now, the opponent relied on this formation to crush him so hard that he couldn't breathe, and cracks appeared in his internal organs. My methods are more than that. If you want to kill me, you still have 10,000 years left. His eyes opened angrily, and Nandong Hintian took a sudden breath. His chest swelled high, and he vomited violently in all directions. What? Yang Muqing was shocked. I saw Nandong Hintian spit out an extremely condensed white light. This white light swept across, and was as sharp as a blade. Wherever it passed, everything was torn to pieces in an instant. And terrifying blood mist suddenly erupted in the void. Those who were killed were no one else, but the Black Flag army brought by Nandong Hintian. What does he want to do? Seeing this scene, Yang Muqing couldn't help but narrow his eyes. But no matter what, this must be some kind of method by Nandong Hintian. When he imagined this in his mind, he suddenly heard Nandong Hintian's deep voice. Condensation! In an instant, a strong wind blew, and there seemed to be a strange force passing through the field. When this strong wind stirred up, it was like a hurricane, attracting endless blood from all around, and all of them gathered in front of Nandong Hintian. As they gathered together, they slowly condensed into a long sword made entirely of blood. Not good! Yang Muqing's heart sank. Although he didn't know what Nandong Hintian was doing, he could feel that what the other party did next was not an ordinary move, but some kind of terrifying method. The long sword that was completely condensed with blood was even more extraordinary. The sword body was bright red, as if it were made of blood jade. Figures kept moving quickly in the sword body, wailing, and those figures were clearly those who had been killed by Nandong Hintian before. Break it for me! When the sword body was formed, a terrifying power also erupted at the same time. Nandong Hintian shouted angrily, and saw the blood-condensed sword rising rapidly into the sky at this moment, and rushing towards the formation crazily in an unimaginable manner. Boom! This terrifying blood sword bombarded the formation in an instant, and a burst of earth-shattering power suddenly erupted. At this moment, as the blood sword and the killing array faced each other, a wave of ripples surged in all directions with a horrifying attitude. This shocking power is many times more powerful than before, and its crushing state is even more shocking. Wherever it passed, stars were torn apart by the terrifying ripples on the spot. Puff! At this moment, Yang Muchung trembled as if he had been hit hard, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood mist. On one side was a killing formation composed of 3,600 stars, and on the other side was a blood sword condensed with the blood of dozens of One Yuan masters. They collided fiercely, and they were indistinguishable. Ha ha! Yang Muchung! Is this all you can do? It really disappoints me. Nandong Hintian looked at Yang Muchung, who was vomiting blood and couldn't help laughing loudly. He is not an ordinary One Yuan master, but an existence at the level of the ancestor of the Nangong clan. Although this killing array is powerful, how can it kill him? But he still hated it very much in his heart. This method of using blood as a sword and using secret techniques to manipulate it was not easy for him. After all, this is a killing array formed by a total of 3,600 stars. He swore that after catching Yang Muchung and destroying the formation, he would break his limbs. Chapter 2182 Annihilation. Too strong. This was the only thought in Yang Muchung's mind. He originally thought that by using the entire Shueisha galaxy to form a killing array, he could easily kill Nandong Hintian. At most, it only takes some effort. But who would have thought that the opponent's strength is so terrifying, and his methods are endless? Moreover, he was so ruthless that he killed his companions and resisted the entire killing array with blood. This is something Yang Muchung didn't expect at all. Ha ha! You want to compete with our Nandong clan? Look how I break your killing formation! Looking at Yang Muchung, who was vomiting blood, Nandong Hintian closed his eyes, and his whole body was already madly bursting out with monstrous power. This astonishing force surged rapidly and rolled like a tide, sweeping in all directions. Zheng! The small bloody sword suddenly made a crisp sword cry. The originally bright red sword became even more dazzling at this moment. Looking from a distance, it seems as if the entire sword body is on fire at this moment. Obviously, this is some kind of technique that stimulates the burning of qi in blood. If it is one's own blood that is burned, it may take a long time to recover, and it may even cause irreparable losses. But for Nandong Hintian, what he burned was the blood of others, and he had no scruples at all. Zhang! When the power in the blood sword exploded to its extreme, it suddenly shot up into the sky and smashed towards the killing array. Nandong Hintian! You are so powerful that it makes people despair. There are 13 strong men like you in the Nandong clan. No wonder the entire Nandong clan has been able to remain standing for so many years. No one can shake it. If this was all I had, I'm afraid you would have cracked this killing array. But it's a pity that I'm going to disappoint you. My next move is not just that. Nandong Hintian, take the move! As soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, he stamped his foot fiercely. Boom! At this moment, the entire Shuai's galaxy seemed to be shaking crazily at this moment, and a scene that shocked everyone suddenly appeared. I only saw huge stars in the Shueisha galaxy exploding from far to near at this moment. Is this Yang Muchung crazy? Seeing these exploding stars, Nandong Hintian couldn't help but scream in his heart. To know, the entire killing array is constructed with 3,600 stars. For every missing star, the power of the killing array will be weakened. Nandong Hintian had worked hard and tried every means to smash these stars into pieces. But now Yang Muchung actually smashed these stars to pieces. But only for a moment of shock. Nandong Hintian came back to his senses in an instant. I only saw the exploding stars, and all the spiritual energy on those stars was drawn crazily at this moment, pouring into the killing array desperately. You will burn your energy in blood, and I will explode the stars. Nandong Hintian, I want to see who is the first to fail, or who is the first to fall. Boom! If these stars are not destroyed, they will naturally produce spiritual energy continuously. But there are too few spiritual energy, plus those that are broken. It can only maintain the power of the entire formation. But it is impossible to increase the power. But now that Yang Muchung has smashed these stars and absorbed all the power within them, he can naturally explode the power of the entire killing array. Of course, this is tantamount to fishing in the lake and killing the goose to obtain the eggs. Once they were unable to kill Nangong Hintian, they would have no way out. Boom! The killing array, which was originally weakening due to the shattering of stars, suddenly increased in power 1,000 times, or 100 times, with the injection of this surging power. The bloody sword that soared into the sky was crushed to death by the force that pressed down on the head. Boom! After two superimposed killing formations, and the collision of blood swords, Nangong Hintian felt as if he had been hit hard by a terrifying ancient beast. This power was so powerful that it was poured into all of his limbs and bones in an instant. The stirred bones in his body couldn't help but moan in waves, and the internal organs that were originally damaged were instantly shattered by this terrifying crushing. Almost instantly, endless blood burst out crazily from the hundreds and thousands of pores in his body at this moment. I do not believe! How could I, the ancestor of my dignified clan, die in the hands of a brat like you? Don't forget, I still have my own blood. Boom! Nangong Hintian let out a roar, and Nangong Hintian's body trembled. Suddenly, the blood gushing out of his body began to steam violently at this moment, churning like blood mist. Coupled with his ferocious face, the whole person looked like a monstrous demon god walking out of the sea of blood. This blood power is also continuously poured into the blood sword at the same time. Zheng! The terrifying sound of swords resounded again. The sword of blood, which had been crushed by the killing array and was about to burst completely, actually boiled up at this moment and became extremely condensed. Once again, it soared into the sky. It surged into the void and fiercely bombarded with the killing array. Not good! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel shocked. This is the force that overdraws all the power of the killing formation. And Nangong Hintian on the other side also uses all his explosive power. No existence can survive under the attacks of these two sides. For a moment, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear, fearing that if they were too slow to dodge, they would be crushed to death by the powerful attacks of the two men. Some people even hate their parents for giving them two fewer legs. However, this earth-shattering blow did not erupt with the terrifying sound of stars colliding as everyone imagined. I saw a burst of terrifying bright light spreading rapidly, and this light enveloped the entire Shueisha galaxy almost instantly. Under this terrifying light, everything seemed to be annihilated, and even the sound completely disappeared at this moment. Even people far away on the other side of the starry sky can see the light erupting from the water galaxy. This moment, the entire Shueisha galaxy seemed to be completely quiet. The violent burst of bright light dimmed the entire starry sky, not only shrouding the entire Shueisha galaxy, but also shrouding all the truth in it. It seemed like a moment. It seemed like thousands of years. The strong light that affected the entire galaxy quietly dissipated. As the light dissipated, the originally prosperous Shueisha galaxy was completely reduced to nothing, with only the last few hundred or so of the 3,600 stars left. Chapter 2183 appears. Oh my god! The entire Shueisha galaxy is gone! It's so terrible! Everyone looked forward in stunned silence, looking at the galaxy after the bright light slowly dissipated. The originally extremely prosperous Shueisha galaxy now only has a few dozen stars left. Although these formations have survived the previous attacks, they are still in a mess. Under the burst of strong light, most of the warriors were unable to even escape at that moment, and were completely wiped out on the spot. Even those warriors who escaped were in ragged clothes and could not hide their miserable condition. How could they still be as aggressive as before? These warriors who escaped looked towards the Shueisha galaxy, wanting to see if there were anyone who had survived. Ancestor Hation! At this moment, a cry sounded. At this moment, the warriors of the Nangong clan looked forward. He only saw Nangong Hintian floating in the starry sky, and the situation was also horrific. Most of his clothes have been burned, and there is no intact part of his body. Even his iconic silver hair has been mostly burned. He's not dead yet? Seeing Nangong Hintian still alive standing in front of everyone, the Flame Demon Dragon and others couldn't help but take a breath of air at this moment. The power of the previous killing array explosion and blood sword bombardment was beyond everyone's imagination. If they don't escape in time, they may be torn apart by the power of the explosion in an instant. But now, this guy actually endured such a terrifying power head-on, and he survived, which is simply unbelievable. Where's Brother Yang? Zhou Jintian asked quickly. Only then did everyone realize that Yang Mucheng was controlling the entire killing array. Like Nangong Hintian, he is in the center of the water galaxy. Could it be? Isn't it possible? After not seeing Yang Mucheng's figure, Everyone couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and an ominous premonition quickly surged into everyone's hearts at this moment. After Nandong Hintian heard these exclamations, he couldn't help but be stunned, and immediately a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha! Yang Machung! You want to kill me because of a brat like you? Even if you explode all your power, even if you force out the power of the entire galaxy, you can't possibly compete with me head-on. It was so easy for you to die. I just wish I didn't break your neck with my own hands. Nandong Hintian laughed wildly. He couldn't hide the hatred in his heart. He was a dignified ancestor, a master of one yuan, and one of the top beings in the entire starry sky. But he was almost killed by such a young boy. How could he not hate it? The pleasure of surviving the disaster even made him forget that Yang Machung still had the inheritance of the Shinzong. I'll fight you! Seeing this scene, the golden dragon immediately opened its mouth wide, let out a roar, and rushed forward desperately. Axiano on the side also roared, and followed the golden dragon and rushed towards Nandong Hintian. Although I was severely injured in the previous battle, I am not something you can compete with now. Just a few of you three-legged cats. Do you want to fight me? You don't have this qualification. After all, Nandong Hintian was far from an ordinary strong man. Even if he was injured, he still had certain strength. Facing the two men who charged at them in a rage, he smiled coldly and waved his right hand slowly. Wow! Immediately, a monstrous wave of air rose up, like a wild wave, rising into the sky desperately and blasting directly towards Jinlong and Xenu. Bang! Bang! For a moment, the two people who rushed forward madly felt as if they were hit by a huge wave at this moment. Puff! Immediately, the two men who were charging forward spat out a mouthful of blood mist on the spot, and their whole bodies involuntarily shot back towards the rear. After repelling the two of them, Nandong Hintian snorted coldly and proudly said with his hands behind his back, Yang Machung is dead, and you little fish and shrimps have no chance. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of the warriors present changed drastically. Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian looked at each other in disbelief. Their expressions had become extremely ugly, and they were even helpless at this moment. To know, it has always been Yang Machung who has been leading them. Now that this backbone has fallen, they have no idea what to do or what to do. What should I do? The flame demonic dragon couldn't help but ask. How do I know? It's better to just kill him. Zhou Jintian gritted his teeth. That's the only way. Among everyone present, only Sun Han could remain calm. But he was not much better. He gritted his teeth, stared at Nandong Hintian, and said secretly, This guy burned his energy and blood to resist the formation, and his strength dropped drastically. At the same time, he was affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and his strength is no longer at its peak. We can still kill him if we try our best. Ha ha. You still want to resist? Looking at everyone who was already ready to fight to the death, Nandong Hintian smiled coldly. He could already tell that as soon as Yang Machung died, the morale of many people present was greatly reduced, and they no longer even had the heart to resist. Some people's eyes wandered, constantly looking into the distance, and even preparing to think about the way to escape. However, at this moment, a cold laughter suddenly sounded. Nandong Hintian, are you happy too early? Listening to this familiar voice, Nandong Hintian's face couldn't help but turn cold. What? On the contrary, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han and others were overjoyed and quickly looked forward. I saw a green light slowly flashing in the dim starry sky. The light kept rotating, and it was a green lotus platform. And every time the green lotus platform rotates, it grows larger. At the same time, the 9 tightly gathered lotus leaves slowly bloomed at this moment. After an explosion that spread across the entire galaxy, this 9th grade green lotus terrace had become unrecognizable. You could even clearly see the cracks spreading along the green lotus terrace, and a few lotus leaves had even withered and turned yellow. Simply put, the 9th lotus leaf that grew is withered, and is obviously about to be reduced to the 8th level. But this scene did not dismay the Flame Demon Dragon and others. Their eyes were always fixed on the center of the Qinglian platform. After the lotus leaves opened one by one, the familiar figure reappeared in front of everyone. Looking at this familiar figure, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Brother Yang. Very good. Boss. There were endless calls. At this time, Nandong Hintian's expression suddenly darkened. Chapter 2184. It's too many to write about. He never expected that Yang Machung, who was destined to die, could survive. Moreover, he could feel that Yang Muchung was not dead. And the most intuitive impact was that the flame demon dragon and others, whose morale had already dropped to the lowest point, suddenly cheered as if they had been given blood. At the same time, the warriors on their side were waxing and waning, each one dumbfounded, and their morale was falling like a tide. How can it be? He's not dead. In such a terrible explosion, he actually survived. What should I do now? At this moment, everyone was panicked. If it was just an ordinary person who had more than him, but not more than him, or less than him, everyone in the Nandong clan would not have such an expression. But the shock that Yang Muchung brought to them was too powerful. Not only were they ambushed here, but they also set up a killing array with 3,600 stars in the entire Shueisha galaxy. The Black Flag Army, which the Nandong clan was proud of, was almost completely annihilated. The only ones who could survive now were not much is left. What are you afraid of? As a commander-in-chief, Patriarch Nandong, who has fought against thousands of races, naturally understands how troublesome this juncture is. If this kind of sentiment is allowed to spread and get worse, they may be defeated without even fighting. So he quickly shouted, "The entire Shueisha galaxy has been destroyed, and their killing array was also lost with the previous explosion. Although we suffered heavy damage, these people also suffered heavy losses. Can't we, the Nandong clan, still be unable to deal with such existences?" Boom! As soon as Nandong Hintion said these words, the warriors of the Nandong clan suddenly came back to their senses. After all, the Nandong clan is also a being who has experienced hundreds of battles. If they completely lose confidence just because of this, then the Nandong clan will not be one of the 7 major clans in the starry sky. Brother Yang. Seeing this scene, Sun Han almost immediately turned his eyes towards Yang Muchung. Yang Muchung smiled faintly, made a seal with his right hand, and directly put the 9th grade green lotus platform back between his eyebrows. During the big explosion, he poured all his power into the 9th rank green lotus platform. Although it withstood the power of the explosion, the 9th rank green lotus platform also suffered a lot of damage. At least until it is repaired. The wine bottle Qinglian Terrace cannot act rashly. These remnants of the Nandong clan dare to fight with us. Are we inferior to these guys? After putting away the Qinglian Terrace, Yang Muchung's faint voice echoed throughout the audience. Before being imprisoned in the sky prison, who among the people present was not a being at the level of overlord in the starry sky? We have been oppressed by the Nandong clan for such a long time. Can we resolve our hatred by just killing 1 or 2 small fish and shrimps? That's right. Almost as soon as Yang Muchung finished speaking, a burst of angry shouts started up, and someone started to respond. I saw a Lake Yuan warrior who stared at Nandong Hintion and other tribesmen and said, "My Bai clan is considered a big clan in the starry sky. Just because I accidentally discovered a ruins in the starry sky, the Nandong clan actually killed my clan and took the ruins for the sake of this ruins. This hatred is irreconcilable. I really want to raise the Nandong clan to the ground. How can I stop just now? Ha ha ha!" When Nandong Hintion heard this, not only did he not show any shame, but he laughed loudly. A common man is not guilty, but he is guilty of carrying a jade. I have also heard about your Bai family's affairs. That relic was discovered within our clan's territory, and it should belong to us. Our clan has warned you many times, but you don't listen. You deserve to be exterminated. When the warrior in the late Yuan dynasty heard this, his eyes flashed fiercely. If his eyes could kill, I'm afraid Patriarch Nandong would have been killed hundreds of times by him. Others are also filled with resentment. They have never seen someone being able to talk about such a dirty thing as murdering people and taking treasures in such a glorious manner. It's so shameless. Another old man also looked at Nandong Hintion fiercely and nodded, saying in a cold voice, "Nandong Hintion, do you remember the things about our clan? And who are you?" Nandong Hintion turned his eyes, glanced at the other party with disdain, and said casually, "There are too many beings that have been destroyed by our Nandong clan. With my status, how can I remember a little fish like you? Shrimp? Snort." The old man who was ignored snorted coldly, his face so gloomy that he almost dripped water. After all, his own clan was wiped out by the other party, and his enemy was right in front of him. Not only did he not show any regret, but his words were extremely arrogant. How could he bear it? Since you don't know, let me tell you again. On my son's wedding day, a member of your Nandong clan actually teased Chu Yang during the wedding. My son was so angry that he injured that clan member of yours. When I found out later, I apologized. But you, the Nandong clan, had no intention of giving up. Instead, you destroyed our family overnight. I will also settle this debt with you. The old man was so angry that he wanted to rush forward and tear Nandong Hintian alive. The culprit of this incident was originally the Nandong clan, because he was afraid of the Nandong clan. He even humbled himself and apologized to the other party, which had already caused him to lose face. But he didn't expect that the Nandong clan still had no intention of letting them go. Instead, they completely exterminated them. This kind of hatred can only be washed away with blood. Hearing this, Nandong Hintian couldn't help but raise his brows. Then he sneered and said, "This matter is certainly the fault of our Nandong clan. But the majesty of our Nandong clan cannot be offended easily. If you hurt our Nandong clan, you must pay the price with blood. You?" Another answer without any regrets immediately made the old man's teeth itch with hatred, and he wished he could rush up on the spot and kill him completely. No need to say anything more to these people. The crimes committed by beings like him are simply too numerous to mention. Trying to reason with him is just playing harp to a cow. Now Nandong Hintian is right in front of us, and he wants everyone to have a grudge. If you have any complaints, there is no need to talk nonsense. Just kill them and use their blood to wash away the hatred. Yang Mucheng stopped the old man and said calmly. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, the old man took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, nodded and said, "Yes, these guys are simply unrepentant. They can only make them pay with blood." Cost. Chapter 2185 Yang Mucheng vs Nandong Hintian. Make us pay? Listening to the other party's words, Nandong Hintian slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glanced at everyone one by one with contempt, and couldn't help but snorted. "Is it just you guys? Although the previous killing array and explosion caused me serious injuries, it does not mean that I have no ability to fight back. Back then, our clan was so merciful that we spared your lives and gave you a chance to surrender. It's a pity that you are not rare. If that's the case, then I will kill you and completely eliminate any future troubles." Zheng. As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Hintian grabbed his right hand and grabbed a long sword directly from the void. With the sword in his hand, at this moment his whole aura surged crazily in an astonishing manner. The slump from the previous injury seemed to be swept away at this moment. His white hair was dancing crazily, and coupled with his blood-soaked posture, he looked like a demon who came out of the blood prison. "You don't regret it when you are about to die, Brother Yang. The four of us joined forces to kill him." Feeling the opponent's monstrous aura, the flame demon dragon snorted coldly, and at the same time burst out the monstrous aura. This burst of raging flames immediately caused the surrounding temperature to rise crazily in an astonishing manner. Zhou Jintian and Sun Han looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. As long as Yang Mucheng said a word, they would join forces without hesitation and kill him with the power of the four of them. But at this moment, Yang Mucheng slowly shook his head and said, "Unnecessary. I can deal with him alone. The previous killing array and explosion caused a lot of damage to him, and I am enough to kill him. The three of you go to deal with other beings. After all, there are still a lot of people left in the previous explosion. A few warriors from the Nandong clan escaped. If we put all our power on Nandong Hintian, the warriors of the Nandong clan will definitely be unstoppable. If we wait until they kill the others before they come to deal with us, I'm afraid they will be unable to save themselves by then. Ha ha. Are you going to deal with me? Just you?" Hearing Yang Mucheng's voice, Nandong Hintian was stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. As soon as his pupils closed, his whole body and the sword in his hand shot out directly at this moment, pointing directly at Yang Mucheng. "Call out." At this moment, Nandong Hintian roared over like a wild dragon, and in an instant he was in front of Yang Mucheng. "Chang!" Yang Mucheng's pupils closed, and the light between his brows shone brightly. The Xinyuan sword burst out at this moment, turned into lightning, roared out on the spot, and penetrated directly. Clang! A crisp sound sounded, and then Xinyuan Jian was seen fiercely meeting the opponent's attack. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion sounded, and then a crazy wave of air burst out, sending everyone around him flying, and Xinyuan's sword spun in midair and quietly returned to Yang Mucheng's hand. Boom! With the sword in my hand, I have the world. At this moment, Yang Mucheng's whole aura was also churning crazily. His long hair was dancing in the wind. At this moment, his whole body was like a snow-capped mountain reaching into the sky, more like an unsheathed divine sword. with its sharp edge that could not be looked directly at. Whether I can kill you or not, you will know if you give it a try. Yang Muchung moved his wrist. And at this moment, the endless spiritual energy in the void surged out in an astonishing manner. As they gathered together, they transformed into billions of long swords, covering Nandong Hintian almost in an instant. Zheng! 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 The continuous sound of swords also sounded at the same time. This sound, at this moment, resounded throughout the starry sky. Rise! Yang Muchung opened his eyes angrily, shouted in a deep voice, and violently moved his hands around. As if doing Tai Chi suddenly, the billions of long swords started spinning crazily at this moment. The infinite long sword danced extremely, forming a terrifying tornado in an instant. The existence that makes up this tornado is the billions of long swords. And Nandong Hintian is in the eye of the storm. At this moment, the warriors nearby felt that the spinning force of the sword tornado brought an unparalleled power, as if it was going to swallow them completely. Faced with this terrifying power, everyone's expressions changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear, for fear of being involved, because they understand that in their current state, once they are involved in the sword tornado scroll, they will definitely die. Let's deal with the others! Seeing this madness setting off the sword tornado, the flame demon dragon bit his teeth and quickly rushed towards the others. His only thought now was to kill the others quickly to buy Yang Muchung enough time. Let's go too! Sun Han shouted angrily and woke up Zhou Jintian, who was still in shock, looking at the warriors of the Nandong clan who were rushing forward as if they were desperate for their lives. He immediately charged forward. Bah! The sword tornado rotated rapidly, and each sword had a terrifying edge, even tearing the void apart. The infinite sword power, carrying the monstrous sword light that was constantly rotating, crushed Nandong Hintian's body almost in an instant. Even if you want to kill me, you should consider your own strength first. Nandong Hintian was shocked and angry. If he were at his peak state before being injured, he would have dismissed this move at all. He could even wipe it out with just a wave of his hand. But now he had to deal with it with all his strength. What's surprising is that Yang Muchung, who is only in the middle of 1 yuan, can actually possess such strength. If he can't be killed this time, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill him in the future. Break it for me! He shouted coldly, clenched the long sword in his hand, and danced fiercely. Suddenly, a sharp edge that could hardly be described in words burst out from the sword tornado at this moment. The sword tornado, which was almost unavoidable and unstoppable in the eyes of everyone, was actually completely torn apart by Nandong Hintian's slash. The long sword formed by the gathering of countless spiritual energy was crushed on the spot at this moment and transformed into pieces of floating fireflies. Boom! At the same time, Nandong Hintian, carrying the power of this sword, exploded out quickly, like a hurricane that could destroy the world, erupting on the spot with an astonishing gesture. Shoot hard towards Yang Muchung. Chapter 2186 Swallow. Boom! The terrifying impact carried endless waves of air, desperately heading towards Yang Muchung's position in a shocking manner, and swept away crazily. Wherever it passed, people around him were blown away on the spot. Is this going to kill Yang Muchung in one blow? Seeing this terrifying blow, everyone couldn't help but feel terrified. This Yang Muchung is too terrifying. If we don't kill him, he will only be a disaster if he stays, someone said in a deep voice. The reason why Yang Muchung has been allowed to escape everywhere is because everyone has scruples in their hearts. After all, the opponent carries the inheritance of Shinzong. If he is killed, his soul can be detained and tortured to find out the secrets. But after the physical body is destroyed, the soul will inevitably suffer some damage. If the key inheritance point is broken, the loss will not be as great as usual. It is for this reason that everyone has been restrained in dealing with Yang Muchung. On the contrary, Yang Muchung can explode with all his strength. Under the situation of one and another, Yang Muchung naturally has a big advantage. Well done! Seeing Nandong Hintian coming towards him, Yang Muchung shouted, and at the same time he burst out with a burst of monstrous power. At this moment, his whole body also burst out at the same time, and he actually rushed towards Nandong Hintian and rushed away. Boom! 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 The two surging forces collided fiercely, and bursts of earth-shattering explosions erupted. At this moment, everyone's eyes were attracted to the two of them. Under this violent wave of air, Yang Muchung and Nandong Hintian collided fiercely. A burst of earth-shattering explosions resounded, and at the same time, A monstrous light flashed from the explosion site. This burst of light was as dazzling as the destruction of the sun, and even people dared not look directly at it. "How's it going?" Feeling this astonishing power, everyone couldn't help but tremble with fear. In the bright light, two figures burst out crazily. In this fierce attack, the long swords of both sides were shocked by each other's strength and flew out directly into the starry sky. He actually resisted it. This Yang Machung is simply a monster. Although he knew that Nandong Hinchin's vitality was seriously injured due to the previous killing array and explosion. But in the hearts of everyone, Nandong Hintian is still in existence that is out of reach and is regarded as a god. But now, his killing move was actually blocked by a young boy. This is undoubtedly amazing. Tongue! However, before everyone could recover from the shock, they saw Yang Machung clenching his right fist. And in the next moment, his whole body was shot out like a cannonball. Boom! The air exploded with this punch, and the space was distorted by it. The distant starry sky seemed to be only a square inch away under his feet, and he could easily cross it. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, he arrived in front of Nandong Hintian almost instantly. Hand-to-hand combat? I want to learn how powerful your five-element spirit body is. Looking at the charging Yang Machung, Nandong Hintian gritted his teeth, and also shook hands and punched forward. Bang! The two fists collided hard together, and a shocking loud sound suddenly erupted. In this shocking explosion, the two men trembled at the same time and stepped back. What a powerful force! Nandong Hintian almost broke his teeth. The strength this boy showed was beyond his imagination. When I was his age, I didn't have the strength of the other party at all. If he were allowed to live to his age, I'm afraid his achievements would be far greater than his own. I don't believe it! Clenching his teeth, Nandong Hintian fiercely closed his hands at Yang Machung, who was retreating violently, and struck hard towards the center. At this moment, everyone felt that a hurricane was rising. The fragments of stars that had previously exploded quickly gathered together under the strong wind, forming two palms made entirely of rocks. These two palms were even bigger than the stars. After forming, they fiercely attacked Yang Machung. Even if there is a star here, it will be turned into powder by him, let alone Yang Machung, who is as small as dust under this giant palm. Faced with this move, Yang Machung still responded with his fists. Shen Yuanjian was blasted into the starry sky in the previous attack. Although he did not lose contact with him, and could fly back quickly with just a thought, he was afraid that when Shen Yuanjian flew back, his whole person would also be blasted. Kill. As for the 9th grade Qinglian platform, it was already riddled with holes, because of avoiding the explosion. At this moment, he responded to all changes by remaining unchanged. Boom! With one punch, the huge palm like a star was pierced by his punch on the spot. After piercing through this giant palm, he roared out without losing any strength. Amidst a burst of air explosion, he was already in front of Nandong Hintian in an instant. What? Seeing this scene, Nandong Hintian couldn't help but close his eyes, and quickly retreated towards the rear. While retreating, he waved his hands repeatedly, and saw that the giant rock palm that had been pierced by Yang Machung squirmed crazily at this moment, transforming into a huge rock dragon. In the starry sky, his body suddenly turned and shot out, directly towards Yang Machung from behind. Careful! Seeing this scene, the flame demon dragon cried out. The size of this rock dragon is simply unimaginable. It seems to appear in a myth, with the left eye as the sun and the right eye as the moon. The candle 9 that can swallow everything. At this moment, even if there is a star in front of it, it seems that it will be swallowed and chewed on the spot. Although I saw this scene, it was obviously too late to rescue him at this moment. Not good! At this moment, Yang Machung, who was rushing towards Nandong Hintian, suddenly felt a terrible sense of crisis coming from behind. He couldn't help but pause in his heart, and looked back suddenly. And then he saw a huge creature that could swallow the entire star rushing in front of him with a sudden crash. Roar! That huge mouth, like a black hole capable of swallowing everything, swept in almost instantly. The speed was so fast that even he was caught off guard, and it was in front of him in the blink of an eye. Let me in! Nandong Hinchin's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed forward with his right hand. Immediately, the terrifying rock dragon erupted at this moment. Its speed increased several times, and it rushed directly towards the face, swallowing Yang Machung into its belly in an instant. Brother Yang! Seeing this scene, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, Zhou Jintian and others exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 2187 Secret Method. Roar! A horrifying roar resounded. And under the screams of countless people, the terrifying rock dragon was seen. Like a glutton swallowing the sky and the earth. And swallowed Yang Muchung alive on the spot. Ha ha! You finally fell into my hands. Let's see how I crush you! Seeing this scene, Nandong Hintian suddenly let out a burst of laughter. He saw his hands quickly clasping together in front of him. And then he saw the huge rock dragon's body turn violently. And then he saw it bite his mouth quickly like a greedy snake. Then he saw that the huge rock dragon quickly gathered up its body at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, it quickly gathered up its body. And then it transformed into a huge rock ball. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The body of the rock dragon turned around. And in such a terrifying posture, it transformed into a huge rock ball. The size of this rock ball is even larger than the entire star. And Yang Wucheng's whole person is inside this rock ball. Die! Even if you are a 5-element spirit body, I will let you be completely killed. Such a huge rock ball weighs hundreds of millions of tons. And anyone who presses it will be killed alive. Not to mention Nandong Hinchin's terrifying chi. Boom! 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 Nandong Hinchin's eyes widened angrily. And his hands seemed to be doing Tai Chi exercises in front of him. Following his movements, he saw the huge rock ball continuously compressing with a shocking presence. Every time there was an explosion, you could see that the huge rock ball suddenly shrunk by half in volume at that moment. In just a few sounds, the huge rock ball had shrunk to 1/10. Everyone can clearly see that the huge rock ball was just some dirt and dust on the surface before. But after such crazy compression, it has formed a huge and complete existence. As if it were a complete stone. Generally. Brother Yang! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help shouting. The flame demon dragon even roared angrily. And immediately erupted into a billowing demonic energy, blasting towards the rock ball with a shocking attitude. Obviously, he wanted to smash the rock ball and rescue Yang Muchung. If you want to save people, you have to ask us if we agree. Seeing that the flame demonic dragon actually wanted to intervene in the battle between Yang Muchung and Nandong Hintian, the remaining Black Flag army broke out on the spot and quickly formed a large formation. Boom! A terrible explosion was heard. And the monstrous flames were directly intercepted. A monstrous flame erupted in the void. And finally slowly dissipated in midair. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Sun Han couldn't help but grit his teeth and prepared to join the battlefield. But unfortunately, several warriors from the Nandong clan rushed forward and stopped them. Ha ha! Let's see who else can come to save you! Nandong Hintian burst out laughing. I saw him clenching his hands rapidly, and heard waves of terrifying sounds. At this moment, the huge rock ball continued to shrink and crush in an astonishing manner. This terrifying crushing ability even crushed the surrounding space until it exploded. Yeah! At this moment, a cold voice sounded quietly. What? Hearing this familiar voice, Nandong Hinchin's expression suddenly changed. Before he could recover, he saw a terrifying sword light erupting quickly with a shocking gesture. Wow! The huge rock ball was cut in half on the spot. Tongue! Almost at the same time, a figure flew out of it quickly and rushed out suddenly. This figure turned out to be Yang Muchung. When he rushed out, he quickly put his hands together like Nandong Hintian. Everyone only heard a rumbling sound. And the rock ball that had been cut quickly recovered at this moment. Moreover, under the crushing force of Yang Muchung, he became even smaller. Then he saw Yang Muchung clap his right palm. And the rock ball exploded out, rushing towards Nandong Hintian like a meteor. Damn it! Nandong Hintian couldn't help but curse secretly. Although Yang Muchung was slightly injured in the previous crushing, his energy and blood did not fade at all, which made him extremely angry. Is the 5-element spiritual body so powerful? He grabbed his right hand forward, and a huge force suddenly surged out. The flying rock ball immediately seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and was then pinched under the gaze of everyone into pieces. Nandong Hintian, is this all you have? Turning his eyes, Yang Muchung looked towards the other party with a smile. Hearing the other party's words, Nandong Hinchin's face became even more gloomy and almost dripping with water. If his strength was still at its peak, it would be easy to kill him. As long as he grabbed such a huge rock ball with his right hand, he could crush Yang Muchung to death in the rock ball. How could you give the other party a chance to ridicule yourself? Yang Muchung, don't be too proud. The strength of the Nandong clan is by no means as simple as you think. And if I only have this ability, I am not worthy of being called the ancestor of the Nandong clan. Since you want to die, then I'll let you have a good experience. Boom. After the words fell, his eyes suddenly opened angrily, and his whole aura suddenly changed at this moment. There is actually a feeling that I am the only one in the world. At the same time, I saw that the muscles all over his body suddenly swelled up at this moment, and his height suddenly increased by 3 feet at this moment. Wow! A terrible roar also sounded at the same time. From a distance, it sounded like a roaring wave. But everyone understood that this was the sound of the other party's surging energy and blood. Feeling this power, the expressions of everyone present could not help but change slightly. Ancestor! At the same time, the Nandong clan also shouted loudly. And many people even had a somewhat tragic look in their eyes. The performance of these people is tantamount to telling everyone that Nandong Hinchin's moves this time are obviously extraordinary. Boom! When the momentum stopped growing, Nandong Hinchin trembled violently behind him, and the billowing momentum gradually transformed and condensed, forming a terrifying and towering figure. At this moment, he looked like a god and demon alive. Chapter 2188 Blood Explosion. Is this a move? Yang Mucheng looked at Nandong Hinchin, who exploded with monstrous cultivation, and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, This is somewhat similar to the demon god sacrifice I used before. The demon god sacrifice is a method of dedicating one's own blood to the demon god in exchange for greater strength. The strength revealed in a short period of time is definitely powerful, but the consequences are very terrible. However, as Yang Mucheng's strength improved later, the improvement brought to him by the demon god sacrifice was no longer too great, so he abandoned it very early. Now that the other party showed such a skill, it reminded Yang Mucheng of the demon god sacrifice he once used. However, it is obvious that the method revealed by Nandong Hinchin has surpassed the demon god sacrifice he once used, and it is unknown how many levels it has improved. Boom! Nandong Hinchin's momentum, which had already dropped, actually increased crazily at this moment. When the momentum reached its peak, Nandong Hinchin raised his fist and smashed it forward on the spot. Boom! At this moment, Nandong Hinchin's whole body was like a bolt of lightning, arriving in front of Yang Mucheng almost instantly. This terrifying fist hit Yang Mucheng directly in the face at this moment. This forbidden technique is to enhance the power of the body. Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. In the previous battle with the killing formation, Nandong Hinchin was also exhausted, and now his condition is not good. With his strength, if he wants to restore his peak cultivation level, even draining the entire star's spiritual energy may not be able to replenish 1/10 of his internal strength, and those inner energies were obviously not enough to fight against Yang Mucheng. So he chose this method. He was confident that his body, which had been soaked in spiritual energy for countless years, and coupled with the power of forbidden magic, would never be weaker than the opponent's 5-element spirit body. Boom! Feeling the power of the opponent suddenly approaching him, Yang Mucheng quickly raised his hand and punched him. Immediately, a shocking force burst out, billowing in all directions. This power! Yang Mucheng's pupils closed, showing a hint of shock. Ha ha! How about it? Looking at the other party's shocked expression, Nandong Hinchin suddenly laughed wildly with pride. Yang Mucheng! Today is the day you die! Wow! As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Hinchin was already killing like crazy again. Nandong Hinchin's physique was not weak to begin with, although it was not as good as that of body-refining warriors of the same level. It was not far behind. After all, in these endless years, his cultivation had reached its end, and he could no longer improve. So he turned to physical training. Although he is just practicing casually, he is the ancestor of the Nandong clan after all. So how can he take his skills and resources lightly? Now that I use the secret technique, it is simply terrifyingly powerful. His punches and kicks were all extremely powerful, and the void around him exploded with crackles. The force of the violent wind was also extremely shocking. For a time, Yang Mucheng was beaten back by him. Nandong Hinchin! There are many ways for you to defeat me, but you just used this method that is impossible to defeat me. Yang Mucheng was retreating steadily, and could only barely parry. Looking at the aggressive Nandong Hinchin, he laughed proudly. Call! As soon as he finished speaking, Nandong Hinchin closed his eyes, and raised his fist to slam into Yang Mucheng. The speed of this punch was too fast. He quickly raised his hands in front of him to protect him. But the opponent's power was too great. His fist was smashed away, and it was like a cannonball, and it hit the opponent hard. on his chest. Boom! Suddenly, a dull loud sound rang out, and Yang Muchung made a dull sound, staggering back, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. How dare you speak harshly even when you are about to die? Seeing this scene, Nandong Hintian snorted coldly, with disdain on his face, and his offensive became more and more fierce. Yang Muchung sneered in his heart and stopped talking nonsense. This is the fact. If the opponent uses other methods, or forcibly increases the internal energy consumed, and starts a tug-of-war with him, he may be in great trouble. However, Nandong Hintian chose to use this method. You know, he is a five-element spirit. The greatest function of the five-element spiritual body is that the five elements reincarnate and reinvigorate. I saw a terrible punch mark where Yang Muchung was injured by the opponent before. The punch mark penetrated 3 points into the bone and had already injured the internal organs. But it only took 3 breaths to recover quickly. By the time Nandong Hintian's attack struck again, his injuries were already 70% to 80% healed. Of course, being injured like this every time is also a huge burden for the five-element spirit body. The injuries accumulated time and time again make the power of the five-element spirit body continue to weaken. The same injury might have taken 3 breaths to recover before, but now it takes longer. Even 5 breaths. Or even longer. However, the damage to the five-element spirit body is not too huge. I am afraid that Nandong Hintian may not be able to kill Yang Muchung after his cultivation is completely exhausted by the forbidden technique. Damn it! Only then did Nandong Hintian realize that what the other party said was true. But he couldn't help but regret it at this moment, because this forbidden technique was also a huge burden on his body. He could even clearly hear the meridians inside his body making constant snapping sounds. If Yang Muchung is not killed, I may not be able to hold on anymore. Nandong Hintian almost broke his teeth. No matter what, let's still fight. He knows, if the five-element spirit body cannot be destroyed quickly at this time, the opponent's powerful recovery power will quickly restore the injury. Boom! Almost at the same time as he made the decision, Nandong Hintian's power exploded again, and his whole momentum exploded to the extreme. With a more terrifying attitude than before, he immediately went up to plunder and kill. Don't think you're the only one who breaks out! Yang Muchung roared angrily. Boom! At this moment, his whole body was also at the same time, and the five-element spirit body also completely exploded at this moment. You must know that the most powerful thing about the five-element spirit body is its endless recovery. Now Yang Muchung directly sacrificed this powerful recovery power, and directly turned it into terrifying attack power. Certainly, for Yang Muchung, this method would cause great damage to even the five-element spirit body. But for Yang Muchung, he no longer had any choice, because Nandong Hintian has already used all his methods. If he still has any scruples, he will definitely be killed by the opponent in an instant. Chapter 2189 Killing. Boom! As a terrifying explosion sounded, Yang Muchung's five-element spirit body exploded crazily at this moment. The powerful recovery power of the five-element spirit body is converted into attack power, and the process of manifestation is really terrifying. At this moment, everyone could clearly see that a monstrous force burst out from his body. This powerful ripple spread out rapidly. Even with the spread of this force, the starry sky around him, everything was completely distorted at this moment. A terrifying energy and blood surged up, sweeping away from Yang Muchung's body in an instant. With the surge of this power, his entire body quickly rose into a monstrous mist of blood at this moment. This blood mist is completely erupted from the blood of the five-element spiritual body. This monstrous blood mist almost spread to a large area of the starry sky, and this ferocious surge was simply making people scalp numb. At this moment, Yang Muchung looked more terrifying than Nandong Hintian. Boom! Almost at the same time that the blood mist exploded to its extreme, Yang Muchung was already sweeping up this monstrous blood mist, and with an astonishing attitude, he was madly heading towards Nandong Hintian to kill him. Wow! This terrifying impact set off a terrifying blood tide. Even at this moment, you can clearly see that the terrifying blood mist spread in the void, and the terrifying momentum simply filled the entire galaxy. This sudden attack brought up a terrifying gust of wind. This terrifying charging posture brought up a raging wind, and the shocking wind pressure crushed it hard, directly pressing on Nandong Hintian's body. The incoming hurricane made his long hair fly up, revealing his ferocious face. Do you want to fight to the death? I will stay with you. Looking at Yang Muchung rushing towards him, Nandong Hintian's eyes narrowed. He shouted coldly, And then he saw the huge and towering shadow appearing behind him, which condensed at this moment. If you look carefully, this majestic demon-like shadow is simply another Nandong Hintian. As his tremendous strength emerged, this figure became more and more condensed. Almost at the same time, Nandong Hintian also rushed towards Yang Mucheng in an astonishing manner. At this moment, both of them unleashed their strongest means at the same time. The two of them were like hurricanes that could destroy everything. And they collided fiercely under the shocked eyes of countless people. Boom! 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 Under the incredible gazes of countless people, the two people collided violently. This shocking power suddenly exploded completely. And the power that the two people exploded was also crushed together at this moment, crushing everything around them. On par! At this moment, the attitude of the two people's confrontation brought to everyone was no less than the previous feeling of complete annihilation of the entire Shueisha galaxy. The bright light erupted when the forces clashed, even making it impossible for countless people to look directly at it. After the strong light dissipated, everyone eagerly looked forward. However, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air at this sight. In this shocking confrontation between the two sides, the two were actually evenly matched. Even during that fierce confrontation, both of them fired violently towards the rear and retreated. How can it be? This kid is obviously only in the mid-level of 1 yuan. How can he have such terrifying strength? He can even resist the ancestor who casts the forbidden technique. Are we going to fail this time? The invincible Nandong Hintian was suppressed time and time again in front of this arrogant boy. Even the members of the Nandong clan, who regarded him as a god, couldn't help but become suspicious. But they didn't know that the reason why Yang Mucheng was able to fight against Nandong Hintian was because the opponent's strength had dropped so much. And also because of the 5-element spirit body. After all, the powerful recovery power of the 5-element spirit body can be converted into attack power, which cannot be underestimated. I don't believe it! Even with the use of forbidden techniques, he was unable to defeat the opponent. Nandong Hintian roared angrily, and his whole body exploded crazily with a more ferocious posture, attacking with a more terrifying posture than before. Go! The power and speed of this attack were stronger and more violent than before. However, just when everyone thought that Yang Mucheng would continue to fight, an unexpected scene suddenly appeared. I saw that Yang Mucheng actually stood there motionless, and the monstrous blood mist on his body also began to converge crazily at a terrifying speed at this moment. Has the power been exhausted? Seeing this scene, Flame Demon Dragon and others couldn't help but feel shocked. On the contrary, everyone in the Nandong clan shouted excitedly. Ha ha! This kid can't do it anymore. We can finally kill him! This time we must make sure that he has no burial place. Of course, the most excited person was Nandong Hintian. In fact, after the previous attack, he was a little unable to hold on. But the foundation of many years of practice was still there, which made him hold back the breath in his chest and stomach and charge out again. Now Nandong Hintian is like a balloon, and it has also reached the point where it has run out of fuel. This is also his last blow. If this blow cannot kill Yang Mucheng, then he will fall completely. But now that he saw Yang Mucheng like this, he was naturally very excited. Die to me! Boom! At this moment, even the space was crushed by him, leaving a terrifying crack in the starry sky wherever he passed. Laugh! However, at this moment, Yang Mucheng suddenly opened his eyes. Although his aura has dropped to its lowest point at this moment, it does not mean that he is unable to fight anymore. But he realized that if he continued to fight like this with the other party, he would eventually end up with a dead end. So he collected all the churning blood mist into his body, hiding all the monstrous power under his 5-element spirit body. Crackling, with the influx of this power, his 5-element spirit body began to explode uncontrollably. If this power is not vented, Nandong Hintian may not be killed before Nandong Hintian is killed. But the 5-element spirit body will be the first to be unable to support it. Zheng! At this moment, Yang Mucheng took a step forward, and his whole body burst out in an instant. At this moment, his whole body was like a flying sword that split the sky and the earth, like an aurora streaking across the starry sky, facing Nandong Hin to the extreme. The sky rushes away. Under the incredible gazes of countless people, Nandong Hintian was directly penetrated by this light. Chapter 2190 Awakening. Poof! The sound of tearing resounded, and under the shocked and unbelievable gazes of countless people, Nandong Hintian, whose reputation spread throughout the starry sky, and who was arrogant to countless heroes, died on the spot. Ancestor! No! At this moment, countless warriors from the Nandong family let out a cry. However, before they could shout out, Yang Muchung concentrated and drank. Destroy! Boom! Then, everyone saw a scene they would never forget. At this moment, the blood mist that was tightly suppressed in Yang Muchung's body could not help but burst out. At the same time as it erupted, it quickly enveloped Nandong Hinchin's body. Only a loud bang was heard, and Nandong Hinchin's corpse was completely blown to ashes by this one. Hiss! At this moment, everyone couldn't help but take a breath of air. No one expected this scene today. After all, no matter who looked at it, Yang Muchung's strength was bound to be weaker than Nandong Hintian. But no one expected that Nandong Hintian would die in Yang Muchung's hands. And not even his body could be left behind. Nandong Hintian is dead. The remaining people should be captured quickly. Seeing this scene, Sun Han was also stunned. And then he shouted with surprise on his face. Boom! The shouts resounded throughout the starry sky almost instantly. What? Impossible? Where is Patriarch Nandong? The members of the Nandong clan suddenly panicked when they heard the shout, and looked around. But when he saw Nandong Hintian, who had been blown into a vacuum, his heart suddenly sank. The impact the scene had on them was really huge. A being who was regarded by everyone as a god was killed on the spot in front of his eyes, and not even his body was left behind. Today's scene is enough to become an unforgettable scene for them all their lives. Nandong Hintian is dead. Why don't you just surrender quickly? Nandong Hintian is dead. Why don't you just surrender quickly? Hearing Sun Han shout, Flame Demon Dragon and Zhou Jintian looked at each other and shouted in unison. At this moment, the three sounds were like rolling thunder, resounding crazily in the void, and penetrating into everyone's ears like the sound of a nightmare. When the other warriors saw this, they all started to drink. At this moment, the sound filled the entire galaxy in an instant. Nandong Hintian was killed by Brother Yang? This is simply amazing! When Nandong Hintian died, I finally got my revenge! The warriors who were fighting against the Nandong clan felt as if they had been given blood when they heard this burst of shouts. Who is Nandong Hintian? What kind of existence does it have? His status among the Nandong clan is second only to the other 11 ancestors. And he has a fierce reputation in the entire starry sky. Even when they are at their peak, they are unable to fight against each other. Even just one name is enough to make countless powerful beings have to take a detour and escape like a mouse seeing a cat. But now, just like that, the terrifying figure in these people's minds, who was like a nightmare demon, was actually killed on the spot by Yang Muchung. How can these warriors not be excited by this? Boom! 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 Almost instantly, everyone felt a sense of excitement. Everyone wanted to pour out all their cultivation and ruthlessly kill the opponent in front of them. Some of the warriors, who were originally still frightened and worried that Yang Muchung would be defeated, put their hearts directly into their stomachs at this moment and frantically blasted away the pursuers in front of them. On the contrary, after hearing the news of Nandong Hinchin's death, the morale of the warriors of the Nandong clan dropped to the lowest point at the same time. At the same time, it was accompanied by the opponent's crazy oppression, making them defenseless, coupled with the burst of shouts of, Ancestor Nandong is dead. Why don't we just surrender quickly? The opponent's increasingly fierce offensive made them lose their resistance. Tongue! Finally, someone couldn't bear it anymore. He chose to escape on the spot. As the saying goes, defeat is like a mountain falling. If Nandong Hintian was still alive, he might still be able to suppress him. But now that he was dead and even his body was gone, there was nothing he could do. And as one of them escaped, the remaining people lost the will to resist and fled. It is finally over! Looking at this scene, Yang Muchung finally let out a breath. He looked at the warriors who were already running away frantically and chasing the Nandong clan at the same time, and finally lost consciousness. The battle with Nandong Hintian was equally exhausting for him. The recovery power of his 5-element spirit body was almost exhausted. After stabilizing the battle situation, his tense nerves finally relaxed completely at this moment. At the same time, his eyes went dark and he completely lost consciousness. Just before he fell into unconsciousness, he saw Jin Long and Exeta rushing towards his position crazily. It seemed like a long time. It seemed like a moment. Yang Muchung felt as if his body was floating, as if his soul would leave as soon as someone else shouted. He didn't know how long it took, but he seemed to find a glimmer of light in front of him. And immediately, he struggled crazily and rushed towards the glimmer of light. It's moving! It's moving! At this moment, a series of calls sounded. Yang Muchung opened his eyes with difficulty, and was surprised to find that a large group of people gathered around him. In addition to Jin Long and Axianu, there were also old acquaintances such as Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, and Zhou Jintian. "Where am I?" Just when he was about to speak, he was supported by Axianu. As if he understood what Yang Muchung meant, Axianu quickly said, "This is a very ordinary star. It is very safe. The Nangong clan will never find it. I was unconscious? How long was I unconscious?" As he woke up, the five-element spiritual body also began to operate at the same time, and traces of warmth emerged from every corner of his body and poured into his limbs and bones. But these warm currents are too few, as if water drops are dripping on the long-dried land, and disappear before they have time to accumulate. And now Yang Muchung's body is like the earth that has been dry for a long time. "Since the last battle, you have been in a coma for 3 months. We are very worried." Arsenal's voice was whimpering. "Ha ha. Are you worried that I won't wake up?" Yang Muchung smiled lightly. "Silly girl. Am I awake now?" Chapter 2191 The Safest Place. "Brother Yang, you finally woke up." Sun Han smiled and nodded, saying, "During this period, Axiana has been by your side, constantly nourishing your body with the treasures of heaven and earth. Now that you are able to wake up, half of the credit is due to him." Yang Muchung nodded and looked around. I saw that Sun Han had also returned to his previous appearance. Although his cultivation had not yet returned to its peak, his aura was much stronger than before. It was obvious that he had been practicing diligently in the past 3 months, and continued to recover his strength. As for the flame demonic dragon, its scales have been completely restored, and its flaming light looks extremely majestic. But I'm afraid it's not even half as defensive as it was at its peak. "Now that you're awake, we should go." Zhou Jintian on the side pondered for a moment and said, "A large group of us gathered here is really too conspicuous. Once Nangong Hintian died, the Nangong clan was like crazy. Almost all the forces are sent to search our hiding place in the starry sky, and we will search here soon. Yes, the other 6 clans don't know what medicine they took wrongly, and they actually started searching like crazy with the Nangong clan." Jin Long interjected from the side. Yang Muchung smiled faintly. Others didn't know what was going on, but he knew it. This is what the 7 clans are afraid of. Although the original search of the 7 clans has been continuing, it has not yet reached this level. But now that Nangong Hintian has died, as many as 2 ancestor-level beings have died in the hands of Yang Muchung, the 7 tribes will naturally be afraid. Coupled with the information brought back by the warriors who escaped from the battle in the Mizu's galaxy, it must have told them what happened during the battle. The 7 clans must also know that he only has a cultivation level of mid-yuan yuan. Although this kind of cultivation is nothing among the 7 tribes, it is simply a handful. But being able to kill the injured Nangong Hintian with a 5-element spirit body is terrifying. If the 7 clans no longer find a way to contain her, and wait until Yang Muchung reaches the 1 yuan grandmaster level, and then completes the 5-element spirit body, will anyone be able to suppress her by then? "Since you are leaving, I will see you off." Yang Muchung was about to get up, but soon, Sun Han pushed him back. Just listen to Sun Han say, "You have not fully recovered from your injuries and cannot move. There is always a banquet in the world. We staying here will not be able to help you. On the contrary, we will attract pursuers because of the large group of people gathering together. If we leave, disperse to various places, and make some noise everywhere, you will actually be safer." When Yang Muchung heard this, he couldn't help but nodded. What Sun Han said was reasonable. This group of people has not been exposed since the battle in the Shuasia galaxy. Obviously, for the 7 clans, this group of people is still gathered together. 3 Yuan grandmasters who are comparable to the ancestors, dozens of a Yuan perfection and peak, and Yang Muchung, the most wanted criminal. These people together are simply a time bomb for the 7 clans. How can they not be anxious? If one day something happens, and these people continue to cause a big incident together, how can the 7 clans endure it? "Brother, these are my scales." The flame demon dragon thought for a moment, then took off a dragon scale from his body and handed it to Yang Muchung. "My vitality was seriously injured this time, and I won't be able to recover in a few hundred years. If anything happens to you, just come to me through this scale, and I will definitely arrive. This is my token. Although I have to retreat like the flame demon dragon, you can rest assured that before retreating, I will definitely attract the attention of the 7 tribes." Zhou Jintian took out a token with a smile. The card was handed to Yang Mucheng. Others also took out things that could maintain communication. After all, for people like them, Yang Mucheng can be regarded as a debt of gratitude. How can this kind of debt be repaid so easily? So they all took out their communication tools. As long as Yang Mucheng gave the order, they would gather again. After a while, everyone had left, and only Yang Mucheng, Jin Long and Axiana were left in the empty hut.
Boss, what should we do? Should we leave too? People from the 7 clans will search here soon. If we don't leave, it will be easy to be exposed.
Jin Long also looked at Yang Mucheng.
Go naturally.
Yang Mucheng stood up slowly.
Then where should we go?
Axiana couldn't help but ask.
The flame demonic dragon has revealed many places where we can hide. Now we can also go to the ghost clan and go to the demon clan's area alive.
But as soon as he finished speaking, Yang Mucheng shook his head. Although he seemed to have been in a coma for 3 months and had no understanding of the situation outside, he thought these suggestions were incorrect. The warriors of the 7 tribes might have sent people to wait there, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Of course, this method will not work.
Then where should we go?
Jin Long's face was filled with astonishment.
Let's go to the hinterland of the Nangong clan.
Seeing everyone's shocked and disbelieving expressions, Yang Mucheng said with a faint smile.
As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Now everyone in the starry sky thinks that we appeared suddenly. But we appeared in the hinterland of the Nangong clan. They probably never dreamed of it.
3 days later, on a remote commercial star, a handsome couple appeared. The young man's face was pale, and he was coughing softly, as if he was seriously ill. The girl supported the other party carefully. Pedestrians coming and going showed their lust for the girl, but no one dared to tease her. There was a prodigal son who just stepped forward, but before he could speak, he was thrown out unceremoniously by a young man in gold robe behind them. This group of 3 people that attract people's attention is Yang Mucheng, Axiana and Jin Long. Golden Dragon also reached the One Yuan realm after the battle in the Shueisha galaxy, and this young man in golden robes was transformed by him. And that girl is naturally Axiana. Although she is a ghost, her ghostly aura has faded away after reaching the One Yuan realm, giving her the appearance of a fairy descending to earth. As for the sick young man, it was undoubtedly Yang Mucheng. Although he woke up from a coma, the battle with Nandong Hintian had exhausted all his mental energy. Although the 5-element spirit body also began to recover, the energy was absorbed by the body as soon as it was generated. Although it had already more than 3 days have passed, but he is still dragging his body. Even a slightly stronger being could easily knock him to the ground.
Boss, we're already here.
Sweeping his angry eyes in a circle and shouting away the people who were looking at him with covetous eyes, Jin Long cautiously came to Yang Mucheng and said,
I see.
Yang Mucheng nodded slowly, with an imperceptible look in his eyes. Chapter 2192 Stone. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Although this star is remote, it is relatively close to the Nangong clan. Since few people pass by this starry sky, most people from the 7 clans use this star as a springboard. You can see many soldiers armed to the teeth, walking quickly past the 3 of them. Some warriors from the 7 clans noticed Yang Mucheng and the others, but they did not investigate and hurried past them. In the past 3 days, Flame Demon Dragon, Sun Han, Zhou Jintian and others had already dispersed to various parts of the starry sky. Sure enough, as they said before, after they dispersed, they made huge commotions in various places, and many of the 7 tribes' bases were destroyed by these people.
Have you heard that a fire dragon directly attacked the Tuoba clan's mine? Although the mine star is not the Tuoba clan's largest mineral deposit, it is not ordinary. It was directly shattered by the fire dragon. Many Tuoba people, all the warriors of the Ba clan, were burned to death by it. The Yin family was also attacked. But what was destroyed was an elixir star. Although the star was not big, it was the spiritual energy generated by the Yin family using the spirit gathering array to gather the spiritual energy of the entire galaxy into it. Medicine star.
The Yin family produced a large number of elixirs on this star. Unfortunately, the star was shattered on the spot. In addition to the Yin family, the Nandong clan has also been attacked recently. A stronghold was immediately removed. I don't know how many warriors died there.
Almost every pedestrian on the road is talking about something, and listening carefully to the content is even more astonishing. But Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. He naturally knew that after the separation, the Flame Demon Dragon and others had begun to bloom in all directions, attracting the firepower of the 7 tribes for him. Nowadays, the 7 clans are even more exhausted and are constantly spreading towards the starry sky. Who would have thought that Yang Machung had turned back halfway and broke into the hinterland of the Nangong clan?
This is it.
Yang Machung stopped and stayed in front of a medicine shop.
Go in and see if there is any useful elixir.
Now for Yang Machung. The most important thing is to regain his strength. In the battle with Nangong Hintian, he almost exhausted all the 5 elements of his spirit body. If he only relied on his spiritual energy to recover, he might not be able to return to his peak in 300 to 500 years. So now he could only use some spiritual treasures to speed up the recovery of the 5-element spirit body. Certainly, in his opinion, such remote stars would naturally not have any valuable elixirs. But after all, it is better than nothing. Even if the quality cannot keep up, it can be made up for by quantity. Anyway, during the battle on Shaoyan Star, in addition to the elixir, they also plundered a large amount of property. Not to mention buying some elixirs. There would be no problem buying the entire star.
What do you guys want?
As soon as I stepped into the pharmacy, the clerk greeted me with a smile on his face.
Bring the best elixirs you have here to me.
Jin Long shouted before Yang Machung could speak. The guy looked at Yang Machung, then at Axianu, and the extremely arrogant Jin Long. So he knew that these 3 people were no ordinary characters.
Everyone, please wait a moment.
In the face of distinguished guests, the pharmacy naturally did not dare to be negligent. And soon a steward-looking person came from the back room. The steward's glance fell on Yang Machung, and he cupped his hand.
May I ask this young master, what elixir do you need? Take out all the best elixirs here.
Yang Machung said lightly.
I want them all.
Hiss! When the steward heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath of air. But then he became suspicious again and couldn't help but said,
Sir, although our medicine shop is a small shop, there is no shortage of good elixirs. Many important people will come to our medicine shop to purchase them. If you want all the elixirs, the prices are not cheap.
Boom! Before he finished speaking, Yang Machung threw out a piece of purple gold and said,
Is it enough?
Seeing this piece of purple gold, the steward's eyes widened. This piece of purple gold is not a currency, but a material for casting tools. It is priceless because of its rarity. A fist-sized piece of purple gold is enough to buy a star.
Enough? Enough.
The steward became more and more convinced that this young man must not be an ordinary being. How dare he have the slightest suspicion? He quickly sent someone to take out all the elixirs from the pharmacy. After a while, Yang Muching's front was already filled with a mountain-like amount of elixirs.
Really?
Seeing these elixirs, Yang Machung couldn't help but frown slightly. What the steward said before made him have some expectations, thinking that he would encounter some good stuff here. But now, at a glance, these elixirs are just ordinary gadgets. Even the highest level is only heaven level, which is not enough for him to absorb at once.
Aren't you satisfied with all this?
The person in charge was stunned. In order to please Yang Machung, he took out almost all the inventory in the pharmacy. But so many things could not satisfy the other party? But how did he know that for Yang Machung? These elixirs had no effect at all. Even if all were added together, he would not be able to recover even a meridian as small as a hair in his body,
let alone the 5-element spirit body.
Sir, do you still want these elixirs?
The steward looked at Yang Machung extremely nervously, for fear of making the young man dissatisfied.
Wanted!
Yang Machung sighed secretly. He also knew that these elixirs seemed to be in large quantities. But in fact, they had little effect on him. It seems that my expectations are too high.
Take it!
After waving his hand and asking Jin Long to accept these elixirs, Yang Machung stood up slowly. Axiano on the side also quickly stood up and quickly helped Yang Machung up, not daring to be negligent. It seems that this place is still too remote. Next, we have to go deeper into the hinterland of the Nangong clan. Only in this way can we obtain higher level elixirs. Secretly thinking in his heart, Yang Machung was already preparing to leave. Just as he was leaving, he suddenly passed by a corner of the medicine shop. There was a dark stone the size of a basin, which looked like it had been burned by fire.
What's wrong, young master?
Sensing something was wrong with Yang Muching's gaze, Axiana looked over quickly. However, he found that Yang Machung was staring at a stone in a daze, and he couldn't help but ask quickly. The steward on the side also looked strange. This sick young man didn't react at all when so many heavenly and earthly treasures were placed in front of him. But he was so excited when he saw a stone. Could it be that this stone is some kind of treasure? Chapter 2193 Core of the Rock Clan. Yang Muchung walked up shakily, and looked at the dark stone carefully. Ji Long and Axianu on the side also looked shocked. They also quickly stepped forward to look at the stone. But they didn't see anything.
I want this stone. Please give me a price.
Yang Muchung studied for a moment before speaking. When he said this, the manager of the medicine shop suddenly felt a tremble in his heart, and couldn't help but secretly thought, could it be that this broken stone is really a treasure? To know. This broken stone has been in this medicine shop for who knows how many years. It has been here as long as he can remember. He had heard people mention that this stone contained treasure, but unfortunately, no one had ever really verified it. On the one hand, this is because this black stone is too heavy, even though it is only the size of a wash basin. No matter how many strong men have come, they have not been able to move it at all. It is as if it has taken root on the ground. On the other hand, it's because it's too hard. Some people thought that since the stone could not be moved away, they should cut it open and see what was inside. But the same strong men who came one after another tried various methods, but none of them were able to cut through the stone. Thinking of this, he smiled and said to Yang Muchung,
Sir, this stone is not cheap, but if you want our treasure, you will need at least 10 pieces of purple gold. Are you raising your price from the ground up?
Yang Muchung glanced at the other party lightly. He naturally knows that if he agrees to the other party without hesitation, he will definitely take the opportunity to increase the price again.
My piece of purple gold is more than enough to buy the entire star. Not to mention your medicine shop. Why can't I buy this piece of broken stone?
When the steward heard this, he was immediately speechless. It's one thing for him to be generous, but that doesn't mean others can fool him at will. If he wasn't afraid of attracting attention, he could have let the golden dragon raise the entire star to the ground, completely erasing all traces of his coming here. A trace of embarrassment suddenly flashed across the steward's face. He didn't know how to resolve it, so he could only change his words.
In that case, I'll sell this stone to you. However, if you can't move it, you can't blame others.
The movement here has already attracted the attention of many people. Some people's eyes almost didn't bulge when they saw how generous Yang Muchung was. He even secretly planned to find an opportunity to rob them all at a remote place. The guys in the pharmacy all laughed to themselves. In their opinion, there was no way these people could take away the stone. When the time comes when I give money, I will definitely be able to keep this stone. But before they could smile proudly, the smiles on their faces froze. I saw that the golden dragon picked up the stone easily. This scene immediately made everyone present take a breath of air.
Master, this stone is really heavy.
Ji Long couldn't help but was speechless. He didn't originally think the stone was heavy, but he didn't expect that it would be very scary to pick it up with his demonic dragon body. If it were any other warrior, he would have to be at least several levels higher than him to be able to pick up this stone.
Let's go!
Now that the things have been obtained, there is no point in staying here any longer. Under the horrified eyes of everyone, the three of them walked out of the medicine shop leisurely.
Boss, what is this?
Ji Long held the stone and couldn't help but ask.
If I guess correctly, it should be the core of the Rock clan.
Yang Muchung pondered for a moment before saying,
Oh!
Hearing these words, Ji Long and Axiana couldn't help but quickly looked at the unattractive rock. You must know that the core of this rock tribe is equivalent to the core of the tree demon. Both are demon tribes, but their shapes are slightly different. Strictly speaking, Rock Clan is more difficult to form. After all, there is a high probability that the tree demon will develop spiritual intelligence. As long as it grows in a place with abundant spiritual energy for hundreds of years, it will develop spiritual intelligence and transform into a demon race. But rocks are not so lucky, so the rock tribe is especially rare in the starry sky. Of course, any rock tribe that can activate spiritual intelligence will not be too weak, and it is even more powerful than the tree demons of the same level.
Then what is the use of this core?
Ji Long couldn't help but ask.
Most of them will be used to make magic weapons. These cores contain the power of a rock tribe for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, and are even heavier than a star. Ordinary warriors get these cores. It will be used to make magical weapons such as seals and millstones. And some formations will be enough to maximize the weight of the core.
Yang Muchung explained. Hearing this, Ji Long couldn't help but be speechless. It is conceivable that a seal heavier than a star is coming like crazy. How many people can stop this momentum? And coupled with some formations and magical support, even if he is caught off guard, he will probably be seriously injured.
Right? Master, do you want to use this core to refine magic weapons? But your previous situation,
What Arsenal was more worried about was Yang Mucheng's body. Normally, if Yang Mucheng wanted to refine a magic weapon, she would never have any objection. But now that Yang Mucheng is so seriously injured that he even needs help to walk, how can he refine the magic weapon?
If this core falls into the hands of others, it can only be sacrificed and turned into a magic weapon. But here it can be used to heal wounds.
Yang Mucheng smiled lightly. The reason why the 5-element spirit body is the most powerful body in the entire starry sky is because it has strong recovery power. You must know that everything in the world is composed of 5 elements. And as long as all things exist, his 5-element spirit body can form the great perfection and form an endless cycle. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile proudly and said,
I thought that there would be nothing valuable in this remote star, but I didn't expect to encounter a core of the rock tribe. Although it alone cannot fully restore my strength, it can at least restore about 30% of my strength. Strength is not a problem. The manager of the pharmacy is a fool. This core is worth not only one piece of purple gold, but even thousands of pieces of purple gold. But I didn't expect that I would encounter it. Very good.
Hearing what Yang Mucheng said, Axiana couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and was non-committal. With this core in hand, he can quickly recover from his injuries. But if he wants to return to his peak, it is not enough. He also needs a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures to supplement his 5-element spirit body.
Let's live on this star for now, and I will absorb the core here. After recovering from the injury, we can continue to go deep into the hinterland of the Nangong clan.
Yang Mucheng said lightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes without leaving any trace. Chapter 2194 Recovery. In an inaccessible and remote mountainous area. For the natives of this star, this is a death zone that no one should enter. But for Yang Mucheng and others, it is a very suitable area for healing. At this time, Axianu and Jin Long were sitting on a giant tree, chatting.
Hee hee. You know, there were some explorers who wanted to come in before, but they were all scared to death by me. Now this place has become a dangerous place in everyone's eyes. And the boss should be able to practice with peace of mind here.
Although few people have set foot in this area, there are still some explorers who set foot here. These people were scared away by the true form of the demon dragon that the golden dragon transformed into. In order to give Yang Mucheng an absolute recovery environment, Axiano on the side glanced at a cave covered by vines in front of him, nodded lightly and said,
Don't overdo it. The master has just adjusted his condition and hasn't started to recover yet. Ah!
When Jin Long heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It had been 3 days since they entered this mountainous area, and it was too slow to adjust their status until now. But then I thought about it. It was normal. After all, Yang Mucheng's battle with Nangong Hentian had consumed so much of him that all the meridians in his body had long been twisted together like a ball of thread. If he doesn't sort out the meridians in his body, he won't be able to use them even if a bunch of heavenly and earthly treasures are placed in front of him.
I wonder how the boss is doing. Has he started to recover?
Jin Long thought in his mind and looked towards the cave.
It is finally over.
Yang Mu let out a long breath. For 3 whole days, after obtaining the core, he did not absorb it immediately, but began to sort out his chaotic meridians. Even he felt very troubled by such a subtle and intimate matter. But it's finally done.
We can finally start recovering.
Yang Mucheng focused on the core that had been in front of him.
Here we go!
Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Mucheng directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique.
Buzz!
A breeze stirred up, and a huge suction force quickly stirred up. Then I saw that the plane core trembled quietly, and slowly raised a trace of black smoke. Seeing this trace of black smoke, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but sigh secretly. If he were at his peak, it would only take him half a day to absorb this core. If he continues to absorb it in his current posture, I'm afraid he won't be able to absorb it even if he is given 3 years.
This little amount of spiritual energy is just the tip of the iceberg in the core. Forget it. Ignore it. Let's absorb it first.
Yang Mucheng naturally knew that with the speed at which he was healing, it wouldn't take that long at all. After all, as the injury recovered, his strength would steadily improve. And of course, the speed of absorption would also continue to increase.
Call!
He took a deep breath and saw the spiritual energy slowly rising from his core, immediately turning into a horned dragon and slowly entering his mouth. At this moment, pure spiritual energy quickly poured into his limbs and bones. At this moment, Yang Mucheng felt as if his body was soaking in a hot spring, with an indescribable feeling of comfort. But immediately, Yang Muchung quickly woke up from this intoxication.
My meridians are now damaged, and I can't absorb this spiritual energy. I'd better use this spiritual energy quickly.
Quickly coming back to his senses, Yang Muchung quickly used this trace of spiritual energy that entered his body. He poured this spiritual energy into his body, and at the same time injected it into a broken meridian. Due to the injection of this spiritual energy, this incomplete meridian was like a dry tree but suddenly soaked in fine wine and jade dew, and it suddenly began to sprout. However, before the tree buds fully regained their vitality, the limited spiritual energy had completely disappeared.
The strength has not been restored, and the ancient heaven swallowing technique cannot be operated. The spiritual energy absorbed this time is too little. It will take at least 7 or 8 times to restore such a small meridian.
Without being discouraged, Yang Muchung quickly cheered up, and at the same time, he quickly started the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Then he saw streams of black smoke rising continuously from the core, and then quickly poured into Yang Muchung's body. With the influx of this power, you can also see that this meridian is constantly being restructured at a very fast speed, and it is also recovering rapidly at the same time. It took half an hour to repair one of the small meridians.
Finally, the first step was successful. The next step can be faster.
The function of meridians on the body is like a river. Not only can it transport spiritual energy, but it can also be used to store spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy absorbed into the body enters this meridian, it will be transported out on its own. Of course, it can also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all around. Of course, the spiritual energy transported and absorbed are very rare and can almost be ignored. But you must know that there are hundreds of millions of meridians like this in a warrior's body. To use the simplest example, these small hair-like meridians are equivalent to rivers on a continent, moving all the water flow and transporting it to the sea. Although these small rivers may seem inconspicuous, once their number increases, they become extraordinary.
Article 2.
After absorbing this meridian, Yang Muchung did not rest, but instead accelerated the absorption. At the same time, all the spiritual energy continuously absorbed is spread out along this meridian.
Article 3. Article 4.
As these tiny meridians continue to recover, Yang Muchung's power in operating the ancient heaven swallowing technique gradually increased. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the power at the core of the rock tribe turned into pieces of billowing black mist, constantly surging. Of course, this black energy is not huge. It only covers a small area. But at this moment, one can clearly see that in this small area, the rolling spiritual energy even petrified that area. To know, contained in this black smoke is the spiritual energy absorbed by the rock clan over countless years. And these spiritual energy have long been assimilated. If an ordinary person who doesn't know how to practice is enveloped by this black smoke, I'm afraid that it won't be long before they are solidified into stone sculptures in this black smoke. Chapter 2195 returns. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The spiritual energy in the core was drawn out bit by bit. Although the size of this core does not seem to be much different, it is actually a full circle smaller. The spiritual energy now filled most of the cave. This cave was once a ruins, filled with various plants, and the rock walls inside the cave were also covered with moss. But after these plants were shrouded in black smoke, they all turned into stone sculptures. Even 1 or 2 small animals that accidentally entered the cave were frozen into rocks and scattered around. Call. There was a sound of breathing. I saw Yang Muchung's chest and abdomen bulging high, and he took a sharp breath. There was a huge whirlpool in front of him, and the black mist that filled the air suddenly stirred up, turning into thousands of strands and pouring back into Yang Muchung's body. The black mist had just been swallowed up by Yang Muchung, but it spread again and became even denser than before. And all the spiritual energy was poured into Yang Muchung's body, and continued to spread along the meridians. With the continuous recovery, the tiny meridians in Yang Muchung's body are recovering at a crazy speed. The 7th day, Yang Muchung's delicate meridians have recovered by 30%. On the 12th day, those tiny meridians recovered to 60%. The 18th day, Yang Muchung's tiny meridians have all recovered.
Finally, all these small meridians have been restored. Next, we can move on to the 13 meridians, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the 33 secret meridians.
If these small meridians in the body are small rivers, then those meridians Yang Muchung mentioned before are existences such as the Yellow River and the Yangtze River. These huge meridians are connected to the limbs and bones. Just like a country, there must be countless paths extending in all directions. But these trails alone are not enough. Transportation hubs throughout the country are also needed. These huge meridians are transportation hubs.
Here we go!
Boom! After pinching out a seal, I heard a burst of sound. And then I saw that the core of the rock tribe, which had shrunk by more than 1/3, exploded violently. And a large amount of black mist rose at the same time. This black mist billowed up and quickly spread throughout the cave almost instantly.
Call!
At this moment, Yang Maicheng was even more frantically running the ancient heaven swallowing technique. As the operation started, the surging black mist immediately turned into a terrifying dragon and rushed into Yang Mucheng's body. Woo! Yang Maicheng couldn't help but trembled and let out a muffled groan. A terrible pain arises directly from the body. And at the same time, it pours crazily into the depths of the soul. The pain that emerged even made his facial features become distorted at this moment.
Although I was prepared, the intensity of this pain was far beyond my expectation.
Feeling the rising pain, Yang Maicheng felt his scalp numb. Simply restoring this main vein is not enough for Yang Maicheng. What he needs is a meridian that can withstand the power of a strong person in the 1 yuan realm. If he just restores the meridian, he can do it in only 3 days. What he wants is to regain his peak strength, and also have a body with unlimited potential. The meridians in the body are constantly being torn into pieces, and they are constantly being reorganized. Almost all the time, Yang Maicheng was suffering from the feeling of being torn apart all over his body. And this feeling did not recover with the passage of time, but became more and more intense. Even though Yang Maicheng had great perseverance, he could hardly hold on. For him, this is a process of rebirth. This process is even more terrifying than when the flame demon dragon had its scales pulled off piece by piece in the Nandong clan's prison. Even more unbearable.
This is?
At this time, Jin Long and Axianu, who were stationed outside the cave, suddenly felt a surge of spiritual energy, which burst out from the cave almost without warning. This spiritual energy came so fast and suddenly, even they couldn't help but be surprised.
Look! What is that?
At this time, Axiana was suddenly startled. And then, he saw a stream of black smoke slowly pouring out of the gap in the cave. This smoke spread rapidly towards the surroundings. As it spread, everything in the place where the smoke passed was quickly frozen and condensed into pieces of rocks. Even some flowers, plants and trees immediately turned into stone sculptures as the smoke dispersed.
This should be the core aura of the Rock Clan. Right. Why was it leaked?
Jin Long looked into the cave with a worried face.
Isn't the boss in trouble? Wait! The master is in retreat and cannot go in. If you go in hastily, you might mess up his recovery.
Looking at the golden dragon, who was about to break in, Axiana quickly grabbed him and spoke. Looking at Jin Long's surprised face, Axiana comforted him.
The master is so powerful. There will be no surprises. He has been practicing to this day. How can he understand better without you and me? Don't forget, this spiritual mist may be extremely harmful to other people. But the master is a 5-element spirit body and cannot harm him at all.
Call. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a sudden strong wind. Under this wind, it exploded violently and quickly. And the location of this strong wind was in a cave. Immediately afterwards, Ji Long and Axiana saw that the black mist that had been continuously escaping out of the cave seemed to be pulled by the black hole, and was being sucked into it at the same time.
This?
Jin Long was shocked at first, and then couldn't help but become ecstatic. Obviously, Yang Maicheng, who must have been recovering from his injuries inside, felt the spread of spiritual energy and began to absorb it. This suction force is so huge that it is simply beyond imagination. The dissipating black mist is almost instantly pulled in by this suction force, and it dives in as quickly as water flowing downwards into the cave. Even at this moment, both of them could feel that the spiritual energy around them in the surrounding space seemed to be forcefully taken away at this moment, and poured into the cave continuously. Almost instantly, the area they were in became as dry as a desert.
Boss!
Feeling this huge suction force, Jin Long couldn't help but beam with joy. He knew that the invincible Yang Maicheng was coming back again. Chapter 2196 Cold Mercury. Call out. A burst of powerful sound suddenly sounded. A strong wind roared past, and then a terrifying monstrous power was felt that swept away at this moment. When they felt this power, both Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Da-da-da. Immediately afterwards, a burst of gentle footsteps was heard, and a young man with red lips and white teeth slowly walked out of the cave. Who else could that young man be if he wasn't Yang Maicheng?
Boss! Owner!
Seeing this figure, Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but cheer.
Thank you both for this time,
Yang Mucheng said lightly.
It's okay. As long as you can recover.
Axiana wiped his tears secretly. She had worried about Yang Mucheng's injuries countless times, fearing that he would be severely damaged after the battle with Nangong Hintian, and would never be able to return to his peak. For a being who is addicted to martial arts, this is simply worse than death. What makes her happy now is that Yang Mucheng has finally recovered.
Boss, are your injuries completely healed?
Seeing Yang Mucheng's appearance, Jinlong couldn't help but ask.
Not yet.
Yang Mucheng shook his head and then said,
I have only recovered one of the 13 meridians of the normal meridian. As for the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 33 reverse meridians, it is still far away.
In the worried eyes of the two people, Yang Mucheng smiled lightly and said,
I still underestimated the 5-element spirit body. I originally thought that the core could restore me to at least 30%. But now I have only recovered 10%. But you don't have to worry. At least my 5-element spirit body can now operate on its own. I no longer need help from others to even walk like before.
Hearing this, the two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
Then where should we go next?
Jinlong couldn't help but ask.
Go to Cold Mercury.
Yang Mu became enlightened.
There?
Jinlong and Axiana couldn't help but were stunned. The Cold Water Star is a star that suddenly appeared in the hinterland of the Nangong clan. No one knows how this star appeared, but this star has become a place that everyone flocks to. The entire stars are like those in the water galaxy, and most of the stars' surfaces are occupied by oceans. Certainly, the ones on the cold water planet are not ordinary oceans. They are all cold water. This kind of cold water is a kind of heavenly and earthly treasure. It can be used for cultivation, tempering weapons, and can also be used to sacrifice and become magic weapons. But for Yang Mucheng, its greatest role is to complement the 5-element spiritual body. His 5-element spirit body only needs the last body of the white tiger to be completely completed and reach the level of great perfection. If in normal times, this kind of existence of the entire star is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it is still within the sphere of influence of the Nangong clan, how could the Nangong clan sit idly by and ignore it? But now, because the Flame Demon Dragon and others are making trouble on all sides, the Nangong clan has become careless and has no time to manage this star.
According to my calculations, this cold water star will not appear like this. There must be some treasure in the center of this star,
Yang Mucheng said calmly.
If I can get this cold water star, my injuries can be fully recovered, and maybe I can even completely replenish the 5-element spirit body.
Cold Mercury is not very close to here, spanning 3 or 4 galaxies. If it had been before, Yang Mucheng would have flown over long ago. But now, he could only just let them sit on the flying puppet and fly towards the cold water star together. Of course, in addition to them, there were many people going to Cold Mercury together. Even a huge flying puppet was packed to the brim. Fortunately, Yang Mucheng was generous and finally settled on 3 houses. Even so, there were still many people sitting on the deck above the flying puppet.
I didn't expect so many people to follow us to Cold Mercury Star.
Jinlong held his fists and couldn't help but gasp. Yang Mucheng smiled faintly and was non-committal. Who would want to lag behind in such a star filled with treasures from heaven and earth? When the Nangong clan comes to their senses, they will probably take away the entire star, leaving no room for them. So the current situation is to take away more as soon as possible before the Nangong clan can recover.
Brothers, you also went to Hans we planted together?
At this moment a voice intervened. Everyone looked around quickly and saw a fat man with a smile on his face standing in front of them.
My name is Lu Jian, and I'm known as Fatty Lu. Judging from the faces of some of you, it seems that this is your first time here. Right.
Jinlong originally planned to drive them away. After all, their status was relatively sensitive, and they did not want to have too much communication with the outside world at this time. However, Yang Mucheng smiled faintly, cupped his hands in front of the other party and said,
Mr. Lu, how did you know that we were also going to Hans we planet?
Seeing Yang Mucheng talking to him, Jinlong didn't make a move. Axianu also stood aside and looked at the other party with a cold expression on his face, his face full of wariness. Lu Jian laughed and then said,
9 times out of 10. The people on this flying puppet are going to Cold Mercury. I'm just guessing. If this is your first time coming to Cold Mercury, we can go together. I've been to Cold Mercury twice. I already know a lot about that star.
Oh! Yang Mucheng's heart moved, and he couldn't help but nodded. The 3 of them standing here are indeed a bit eye-catching. and they are not familiar with this area. If they can have a local aboriginal accompanying them, it can help them a lot. Moreover, the other party has been to Hamry Star several times, which just allows them to learn more about Hamry Star.
Excuse me, what exactly is there on Hansui planet?
Axiana naturally knew Yang Muqing's plan. The frost on his face disappeared, and he asked sweetly.
More than 90% of the cold water planet is sea water, and only 10% of it is land. But I don't know what happened to the cold water, and it can't be taken away with space instruments. Moreover, the only cold water that can be used is around the land. The cold water in other places seems to be imprisoned by something, and cannot be used at all.
Hearing the news, Yang Muqing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I have to say that this is a very useful piece of news for him. Originally, he planned to wait until he arrived at Hansui Star and steal the entire star when no one was around. If it were anyone else, this might not be possible. But the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows is huge, enough to hold the entire star. Now that he heard what the other party said, he could only consider other methods.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
At this moment, there was a noise, which seemed to be a commotion. Yang Muqing frowned and immediately followed the sound. Chapter 2197 Provocation in Person. I saw that there seemed to be some kind of conflict in the noisy place. A warrior holding 2 swords and another young man with empty hands were fighting. The young man had one hand on his back, and the 5 knuckles on his right hand were thick. He was obviously a powerful body-refining warrior, facing the opponent's attack, which was like mercury pouring down the ground. He easily stopped it with just one hand. The opponent's 2 swords slashed at his big hands, instead of flying like flesh and blood as everyone imagined. Crisp and harsh sounds burst out.
Just because you want to compete with me?
The young man sneered and grabbed forward with his right hand. Ding! 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 There were bursts of sonorous clanging sounds of gold and stone. And then he saw the opponent's double swords, like dragons coming out of their caves, being directly smashed to pieces by the young man's right hand. At the same time, the opponent's big palm remained unabated and was stamped on the opponent's chest.
Bang!
There was a muffled sound. The warrior holding 2 swords was hit on the spot, and amidst the exclamations of everyone, his chest collapsed and a deep palm mark was dented. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but feel numb. And Yang Muqing also frowned slightly.
The other party is Wang Hang.
Lu Jian noticed Yang Muqing's gaze and whispered.
The Wang family is an affiliated family of the Nandong clan. This Wang Hang is also a ruthless character. Please remember not to provoke them. Thank you for reminding.
He naturally doesn't take Wang Hang's strength seriously, let alone his peak period. Even in his current state, it is easy to kill the opponent. But after all, the other party is an affiliated family of the Nandong clan. Their trip is to win the Cold Mercury Star, so there is no need to create extraneous complications.
Since the person is dead, his room is free.
After Wang Hang killed the sword-wielding warrior, he grinned, clapped his hands and said,
Come here. Throw his body away from the flying puppet. By the way, there are also those things in his room.
Everyone around him was silent.
It's just that there is no room to live in. He actually killed someone for such a trivial matter. This guy is so cruel,
someone secretly said. As soon as he finished speaking, a companion immediately covered his mouth and shouted softly,
Do you want to die? He is Wang Hang. He is an affiliated family of the Nandong clan. This is not something you and I can handle.
Hearing his companion's words, the warrior who was still complaining and even prepared to complain was immediately frightened and his hair stood up. And even his eyes towards Wang Hang became full of awe.
I asked you to free up the room for me a long time ago. So you have to seek death?
Wang Hang sneered and clapped his hands. There was no trace of guilt on his face for killing anyone. Instead, he was filled with pride. He looked around happily, enjoying the odd looks of everyone.
Huh?
At this moment, the corner of his eye suddenly fell on Axianu. At this moment, he felt like he was shocked. There was a huge difference between Arsenal and the women he had played with before.
No, we are being targeted by the other party. This Wang Hang is still a pervert.
Seeing the other party's gaze, Fatty Lu suddenly let out a sigh inwardly, and quickly said to Yang Muqing,
Brother, take her back quickly. House, don't come out again.
Yang Muqing frowned slightly. After thinking about it, I did as I was told. But he didn't want to cause trouble. But trouble came to cause them. Yang Muqing was preparing to go back with Axianu, but was discovered by Wang Hang. The other party took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and came directly in front of the 2 of them, blocking the way.
Hey, Little lady, where are you going?
Wang Hang, who had a lustful smile on his face, looked at Xianu with a playful smile. As for Yang Mucheng on the side, he didn't care at all. In his opinion, he had already shown a strong ability to deal with these beings when he killed a warrior in public. Deterrence. Nowadays, no one, as long as he is an idiot, dares to stop him in any way. Fatty Lu suddenly looked embarrassed when he saw the scene, and quickly stepped forward and said,
Brother Wang, this brother is my friend, and I hope you can be noble and let them go.
Wang Hang raised his eyebrows, glanced at Lu Jian, and couldn't help but sneer.
So he's your friend. In that case, I can consider it.
Hearing this, Wang Hang breathed a sigh of relief. However, before he could express his thanks, he saw Wang Hang impatiently waving his hand to Yang Mucheng beside him.
Go away. After I finish enjoying it, I will naturally return the woman to you. Well,
when people around him saw this scene, they couldn't help but shook their heads, but they dared not speak out in anger, although they knew that Wang Hang was very domineering. They did not expect that he would be so domineering. It's not just stealing someone else's female companion, but even using this method to humiliate the other person.
Brother, let's go!
Lu Jian's expression also changed. He was well aware of the other party's difficulties. Now that the opponent is just targeting Arsenal, it is better to get away quickly. If they anger each other, maybe none of them can leave. You must know that in this world, women's status is very low. Unless some children of big families have enough strength, women can only be reduced to men's playthings. As he said this, he quickly went to pull Yang Mucheng. But Yang Mucheng did not move at all.
Why? Boy, are you still reluctant to let go of this woman?
At this time, the group of scoundrels who had thrown the sword-wielding warriors away from the flying puppets also wandered back. And when they saw the scene, they immediately started to scold them. One of them couldn't help shouting,
If you don't get out, believe it or not, we will throw you down too.
Wang Hang glanced at Yang Mucheng and sneered disdainfully.
It's normal for you to be reluctant to part with such a beautiful woman. Why don't I show mercy and allow you to watch on the side while we play?
Boom! Suddenly a burst of laughter erupted from all around, and a succession of unpleasant words also sounded at this moment.
That's right. Follow us and watch. Maybe you can even learn some techniques. Any woman will be happy to be with our brother Wang, and it is natural that he will be reluctant to let her go.
When Jin Long heard these filthy words, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes and show a chill on his face. Arsenal also clenched his fists. If Yang Mucheng hadn't been here, they would have killed these beings long ago. But at this moment, we can only see how Yang Mucheng chooses. Sensing the increasingly tense atmosphere, Lu Jian on the side also knew something was wrong, and did not dare to get involved in this kind of thing anymore. So he secretly left the crowd.
If you get out now, I can spare your lives.
Yang Mucheng's eyes narrowed. Although he doesn't want to reveal his identity, it doesn't mean that others can step on him at will. Chapter 2198, Trampled to Death.
Oh, this kid is still not convinced.
Seeing what Yang Mucheng said, several of Wang Hang's henchmen became angry on the spot.
Court death.
Wang Hang raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy would dare to ignore him. Immediately he shouted with a cold voice, raised his palm, and patted Yang Mucheng's chest.
Well?
Seeing this scene, Lu Jian, who was already hiding among the crowd, sighed secretly.
I told you a long time ago not to argue with the other party. But now you have lost your woman and your own life.
The people around him couldn't help but shake their heads secretly. At this moment, under everyone's pity, sigh, and regretful gazes, Yang Mucheng slowly raised his hand and headed towards the opponent's attack.
How dare you resist?
Seeing that Yang Mucheng dared to fight back, Wang Hang couldn't help but laugh. He is a strong man in physical training, and his punches and kicks are powerful enough. He has absolute confidence that he can kill the opponent with one blow. Boom! In the mocking eyes of everyone, Yang Mucheng's fist and Wang Hang's palm collided fiercely. However, something unexpected happened next. Not only was Yang Mucheng not killed by the opponent's palm as others imagined, but Wang Hang's right arm was twisted and broken on the spot with a crisp click sound. At the same time, he screamed and flew out more than 10 meters away. But Yang Mucheng stood aside unscathed.
You dare to be so arrogant in front of me. You are looking for death. Don't think that no one can deal with you.
Yang Mucheng flicked his fingers and wrote lightly. Although his current strength has not yet returned to its peak, it does not mean that any clown can bark in front of him.
Ah! My hand is broken. Wang Hang was lying on the ground, and the pain from his broken arm made him roll and wail uncontrollably. And his desperate shouting also made other people come back to their senses.
How brave. How dare you hurt people?
It's just looking for death.
Wang Hang's henchmen immediately looked at each other angrily. And even more so at this moment. They rushed towards them fiercely.
Snort!
Yang Muchung snorted coldly and raised his right hand. Wow! A monstrous wind whipped up quickly. And everyone saw a white air wave suddenly billowing up on the spot, roaring like a wild dragon, and rushing directly towards everyone. Bang! 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 Immediately, he saw that the overwhelming attacks were shattered on the spot by this terrifying air wave. And the crowd that was coming, under the roar of this terrible air wave, was bombarded like a wild dragon, so hard that they spit out blood, and flew out like dumplings on the spot. With heavy blows, it hit the ground. Hiss! Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp.
It's over! It's over!
When Lu Jian saw the scene, he wanted to hide his head in his neck. This Wang Hang is a subsidiary family of the Nangong family, and he is also the future head of the Wang family. Now that one of Wang Hang's arms was directly disabled, and so many of his men were injured, it was like causing a huge disaster.
Do you still miss women now?
Yang Muchung held his hands and slowly came to Wang Hang, seeing that this seemingly harmless young man, but in fact his attacks were fierce and ruthless, came directly in front of him. A trace of fear suddenly flashed in Wang Hang's eyes. He had the Nandong clan on his back and was used to being domineering. Now that he was slapped away by the other party, the anger in his heart was stronger than the fear for a moment. Clenching his teeth, Wang Hang shouted,
Boy, do you know who I am? Oh, who are you?
Yang Muchung asked with a half smile.
Master, I am the heir to the Wang family, and our Wang family is a subsidiary family of the Nandong clan. If you dare to attack me, you will be hunted down by the Nandong clan until you die. Even if you are not afraid of the Nandong clan, you still have a family. Aren't you afraid? Humph! This kid simply doesn't know how to write the word
death. Jin Long couldn't help but sneered in his heart when he heard what the other party said. If other people heard this, they would be scared to death and would not dare to defend themselves against the other party. After all, not many people dare to confront the Nandong clan. But unfortunately, the person standing in front of you is Yang Muchung. But this being was not afraid of the Nandong family at all. And he even killed the younger generation of the Nandong family, wiped out Tian Lao, and even killed 2 ancestor-level beings of the Nandong family. It is simply impossible for such beings to fear the Nandong clan. Really. As soon as he finished speaking, some people around who didn't know Wang Hang's identity couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Muchung with sighs.
That's so bold. Nowadays, the Nandong clan is in turmoil. He openly injured members of their affiliated family, and he is also at air-level existence. This is tantamount to declaring war on the Nandong clan.
Everyone looked at each other with sighs on their faces, and some even speculated that maybe Yang Muchung would immediately put on a flattering smile after learning Wang Hang's identity. But what surprised everyone was that Yang Muchung didn't react at all during the whole process.
Isn't this kid scared out of his wits?
Wang Hang couldn't help but be stunned. However, he didn't think much about it. It seemed to him that the other party might have been completely frightened because he knew his identity. He was still mocking without knowing the situation.
What? Are you scared now? But I am not an unkind person. If you kneel down and apologize to me now, and then send this woman to me respectfully, maybe I will consider mercy. You're a piece of shit,
Wang Hang said while trying to stand up. But he broke an arm, and the opponent's powerful force shocked his internal organs, and cracks appeared. Even the slightest movement of standing up made him tremble with pain. Seeing Yang Muchung, who was silent, he felt hatred in his heart. Boy, if you dare to attack me, you are simply seeking death. I remember this grudge, and I will definitely forgive you. When the time comes, I will definitely cut you into pieces. However, just when he was about to stand up, Yang Muchung, who had been silent all the time, suddenly raised his head, looked at the other party with a sneer on his face and said,
Who asked you to get up? Lie down.
As he spoke, he raised his foot and stepped down like thunder under Wang Hang's incredible gaze.
Bang!
A dull sound sounded, and Wang Hang's chest was trampled on the spot. His eyes opened angrily, with an incredible light flashing in his eyes, as if he refused to believe that the other party dared to kill him. Chapter 2199 Han Yao. Hiss! At this moment, there was a sound of gasping all around, and everyone looked at Yang Muchung in shock. This young man looks harmless, always with a faint smile on his face. But who would have thought that if he didn't take action, he would be so ruthless when he did? No matter who you are, or what the forces behind you are, we will crush them all to death. This is simply terrible.
It's over. It's over. This kid has got into big trouble. This guy is the future heir of the Wang family, and is an affiliated family of the Nandong family. Is it okay to kill him now?
Boom. In a moment, everyone around Yang Mu, with Yang Mu in the center, was gone. Even Lu Jian, who had come up to him before, turned pale with fright and ran away without knowing where he was. Nowadays, this group of people is a plague. Anyone who dares to be with them will simply make themselves miserable. Maybe this matter can also involve the Nandong clan.
Throw all these people away from me.
Yang Muching's face was calm, and he didn't look like the heir of a family at all. His indifferent attitude was as easy as crushing an ant to death. I saw him retracting his foot, and then continue to make a sound.
I feel dirty even if I touch a guy like this with my hands.
Jin Long didn't look at it, and kicked Wang Hang away. Then, he looked at those losers. Jin Long laughed ferociously, and clenched his fists loudly.
Are you going to jump down on your own? Or should I do it?
These henchmen were already frightened by Yang Muching's ruthless methods. When they saw the golden dragon approaching, their faces turned pale with fright. For a moment, they dared not stay where they were, and they immediately rolled away. The golden dragon was not polite to a few warriors who were running slowly, and kicked them away with one kick.
It's just looking for death.
The frost on Arsenal's face also eased slightly. When had she ever been teased like this? Not to mention that they are just a small affiliated family of the Nandong clan. Even if they have killed many of the Nandong clan themselves, is it possible that they can still be afraid of each other? After such an interlude, the flying puppet continued to fly towards the location of cold mercury. However, the location where Yang Muchung and others are located has become an area where strangers are not allowed to enter. Along the way, there were also people who fell in love with Arsenal's beauty and wanted to take the opportunity to cause trouble. But someone said to them,
"These guys are not easy to mess with." Wang Hang died in their hands.
Hearing this, the other party was immediately frightened and did not dare to make any further noise. In this case, the flying puppet has already arrived on Henry Planet.
Is that the cold Mercury star? It's really similar to the water galaxy.
Standing on the flying puppet, Yang Muchung looked ahead in the distance. He has been staying in his room for the past few days, except to heal his wounds. It's a pity that without the support of heavenly and earthly treasures and a large amount of spiritual energy, even with the support of the 5 elements spiritual body, it would be difficult to recover in a short time. The second main line is still far away from being able to return to its peak.
It seems that Fatty Lou is right.
Axiana stood next to Yang Muchung, also looking at the star. From a distance, the entire Hansui planet looked like a blue water polo, with 90% of it covered by seawater. The only visible land was crowded with people, and it was obvious that a large number of people had gathered there.
That's right.
Jin Long also chimed in. To know, this kind of star, whose whole body is dominated by heavenly spirits and earthly treasures, should be able to feel the strong spiritual energy from a long distance. But under the current situation, even though they were so close to Hansui star, they still did not feel the huge fluctuations of spiritual energy.
It seems that there should be some treasures at the core of this star.
Yang Muchung frowned secretly. The stars that appeared suddenly and contained such a large amount of cold water were obviously some kind of treasure.
If I can get that treasure, my 5-element spirit body will definitely be able to recover.
Amid everyone's expectations, everyone quickly arrived at Hansui planet. Above cold mercury, the scene that Fatty Lou said before was confirmed again. The cold water in the cold water star seems to be restricted by some kind of force. It can only be absorbed bit by bit and cannot be taken away at all.
You two can practice here, and I'll go take a look at the depths of the cold water.
Yang Muchung gave an order and then walked towards the depths of Hansui star. Cold. This was Yang Muchung's first feeling. Cold water is a very rare treasure of heaven and earth, and its most striking feature is its extreme cold. Therefore, generally speaking, blacksmiths will use these cold water surges to forge weapons. And weapons tempered with cold water will be stronger and sharper than ordinary weapons. Of course, some warriors who practice water spells will also use cold water to temper their bodies. After entering the deep water area, Yang Muchung saw many warriors practicing in cold water. These warriors were sitting cross-legged in the cold water. The closer they were, the more they could feel the icy cold temperature. The bodies of these warriors have been covered with a thick layer of frost. If you don't look carefully, you might think they are ice sculptures.
Hey, kid, you can't go ahead.
Just as Yang Muchung was walking forward, a practicing warrior suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Yang Muchung, who was still walking towards the depths of the cold water, and couldn't help but remind him aloud.
Oh, why?
Yang Muchung stopped and couldn't help but ask aloud.
You can still practice here, but what's ahead is not Han's Wei, but Han Miu.
The warrior motioned Yang Muchung to look ahead, and then continued.
Don't you see that the situation in front is completely different from here?
Han Miao? Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Hanyo is the essence of cold water, and the power contained in one drop of it is more than several tons of cold water. Of course, the power contained in it is also extraordinary. If you accidentally break in, you may be completely frozen in an instant without even using the technique. But this is a happy event for others. But for Yang Muchung.
Thank you for reminding.
Nodding slightly, Yang Muchung not only did not stop, but walked faster towards Hanmu's area.
Boy, why don't you listen?
When the warrior saw this, he couldn't help but raise his brows and couldn't help shouting. But before he finished speaking, Yang Muchung had already entered Hanmu's area, and his voice naturally ended here.
Humph. If you don't listen to the old man, you will suffer a lot. None of us are stronger than you, but we all stay here to practice well. But you break into the front. You will regret it when the time comes.
Looking at Yang Muchung coldly, the warrior closed his eyes again. He has kindly reminded him. But if the other party doesn't listen, it's not his fault. Chapter 2200 Crazy Recovery.
What a powerful spirit!
After his entire body was immersed in the Hanyu area, Yang Muchung couldn't help but sigh. The concentration of spiritual energy here is really too strong. He could even feel that the ubiquitous spiritual energy seemed to be drilling into his pores at this moment. And the recovery speed of the 5 elements spirit body was directly increased several times. Certainly, what's more remarkable is that the surrounding temperature also dropped to the extreme at this moment. And the spiritual energy entering the body was even more intensely cold, making his body seem to be frozen. And the inside of his limbs were covered with frost.
Huh?
Yang Muchung looked forward. I saw many figures in this area. These people were sitting cross-legged, and some were still walking. But unfortunately, Yang Muchung did not feel any aura from these people.
This cold weather is so terrifying. The chill must have penetrated deep into the bone marrow and internal organs. Although there seems to be nothing wrong on the surface, the body has already frozen.
Yang Muchung stepped forward and gently touched a warrior who was still walking.
Crack!
Almost as soon as the fingers touched his body, a sound that sounded like ice cracking was heard. Immediately afterwards, a crack was seen, quickly spreading in all directions along Yang Muchung's fingertips. Then, under Yang Muchung's shocked gaze, it exploded and turned into a puddle of powder.
No wonder that warrior stopped me earlier.
Yang Muchung thought to himself.
However, my limit is here. If I go forward, I might be like these people, invaded by the cold air and completely frozen here. Right.
After all, he is still seriously injured, so it is not easy to get here. If you insist on going forward, not only will you not be able to explore anything, but you may also damage your vitality due to the invasion of cold air, which is easier to replenish. Think of this. Yang Muchung simply sat down cross-legged and started practicing directly. This inspection was indeed true. He found that most of the muscles and bones in his body had been frozen into ice cubes, looking like crystal-clear crystal stones. Moreover, even the internal organs were affected. If he is not restrained, he will be like these people. It seems that there is nothing wrong on the surface, but in fact, he is completely frozen on the inside. Call. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Yang Muchung directly activated the ancient heaven swallowing technique.
Buzz!
At this moment, his body trembled, and a subtle suction slowly spread directly from his body. Yang Muchung would not be stupid enough to directly unleash all the power of the ancient heaven swallowing technique. Although the spiritual energy in this area was rich, the danger was also very great. If he was not stopped and all the coldness was sucked in, he would probably die faster. Time. The ice cold covering the muscles, bones, internal organs and other parts of the body suddenly began to stir quietly under the suction force, and then turned into a mist, slowly integrating into the body. Yang Muchung did not dare to neglect and quickly used these spiritual mists to restore the injured meridians in his body. Although the 5 elements are in conflict with each other, they also feed into each other. This power of water is constantly transformed into the other 4 attributes of metal, wood, fire, and earth, which are scattered in Yang Muqing's body and used to build up the injured parts of the body. As he began to adapt to the environment here, Yang Muqing's cultivation speed could not help but speed up a lot. Even at this moment, a whirlpool could be seen gradually forming around him, and the cold mist from all directions turned into cold mist, constantly pouring into his body.
Okay, now you can go forward.
After a while, feeling that Han Miao in this area had been almost absorbed by him, Yang Mucheng slowly stood up and walked towards the depths.
Huh?
The warrior who reminded Yang Mucheng earlier suddenly felt at a certain moment that the spiritual energy in this area had dropped sharply. Especially the spiritual energy that had been flowing in from the Hanmiao area seemed to have been cut off by something.
Why did you suddenly lose your spiritual energy?
The warrior was puzzled. You must know that the entire star is composed of cold water, and the spiritual energy can be said to be endless. But now these spiritual energies suddenly disappeared, which made him look forward in a strange way. He could only vaguely see a figure moving around, but the figure disappeared in a flash.
This figure seems to be the boy from before? Could it be that all these changes happened because of him?
But immediately, he shook his head and said with a smile,
How could such a thing happen? Although that boy is not bad in strength, he looks sick. Not to mention me.
He may not be able to beat even the ordinary disciples of my clan. How could anyone have the ability to cause such an impact? This cold water star originally appeared suddenly. Its origin is unknown. Maybe it's due to something inside the star. Forget it. I'd better find another place myself.
Thinking in his mind, the warrior moved to a location with a higher concentration of cold water and continued practicing as if nothing had happened.
Okay. It's here.
As before, Yang Mucheng kept going until he could go no further. And then Yang Mucheng stopped. The previous Hanyu was as cold water. Indistinguishable. Just like seawater. But the Hanyu here is like sticky mud, making it difficult for a person to walk in it. Moreover, the concentration of spiritual energy in it is also unknown how many times stronger than before. Yang Mucheng didn't choose, and simply sat down. The Han Miao in the previous area has been completely absorbed by it, and his second main vein has almost been absorbed. So he can naturally release it to absorb it, almost as soon as it started to recover. The second main vein was completely completed. Almost at the same time, his absorption speed increased by more than half. The rolling spiritual energy poured into the body crazily. Boom! 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 The rolling cold air surged in quickly, constantly transforming into power. And it surged in at the same time. At this moment, Yang Muqing's body was like a dry riverbed. And this surging and powerful force was like a river, emerging rapidly.
It's been too long since I've had this powerful feeling.
Feeling the power emerging from his body, Yang Mucheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For him, this endless cold water can continuously restore his strength. And he is confident that he can use this piece of cold water to not only recover from his injuries, but also to increase his strength to the peak level.
Chapter 2201 Secret Hand. However, while Yang Mucheng was cultivating crazily in the depths of the cold water ocean, Axianu and Jin Long were in trouble. The two of them also stayed in the cold water to practice. Although the two of them did not practice any water-based techniques, they were able to extract the spiritual energy in the cold water to strengthen themselves. Of course, it was a little slower than those warriors who specialized in this way. However, both of them have reached the 1 yuan realm in cultivation. And even if they are slower, they will still be much faster than most warriors.
Right here. Those guys who killed the young master are on this cold water planet. And I watched them come here with my green eyes.
Another flying puppet floated down. Suddenly, a large group of people surged up from above, led by an old man wearing blood-clothed clothes and looking like a skeleton. The old man looked like a wolf and glanced in all directions, like a steel needle. All the warriors who looked at him were subconsciously intimidated by the opponent's aura and couldn't help but avoid each other's sight. And there was a young man following behind the old skeleton man. If Yang Mucheng were here, he would definitely be able to find out that the other party was the loser. He asked Jin Long to throw off the flying puppet.
Those people were so cruel. Even after the young master revealed his identity, they still had no intention of giving up. Instead, they killed the young master directly. They didn't even let us go. Master, you must avenge the young master.
When the old man heard this, his face became even more angry. He put his hands behind his hands and said in a cold voice,
Take a good look at the faces of these people. If you find the guys who killed my son, tell me immediately. It has always been our Wang family's job to kill others. And no one has dared to attack our Wang family. No matter who these people are, I will kill them to avenge the loss of my son.
The warrior nodded repeatedly. He looked around, and suddenly his pupils narrowed and fell on Jin Long. It has to be said that the existence of the golden dragon is indeed somewhat conspicuous among the crowd. His true form is that of a demon dragon. His body is originally stronger than ordinary beings, and when he transforms into a human form, he is even more conspicuous. With the golden dragon's body at the center, there is an open space on all sides, so it is not too difficult to find him.
But the other two people don't seem to be here.
The warrior looked around, but did not find Yang Mucheng and Axianu.
It doesn't matter. We'll catch him first. When we catch all of them, we'll kill them all without mercy.
Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the old skeleton man's face became stern, and the murderous aura in his body burst out in a desperate and crazy way. This churning momentum spread out in an instant, directly locking on the golden dragon's position. At the same time as the aura exploded, the old man's entire body exploded out, directly into the cold water. That terrifying energy missed the churning waves, like a giant axe splitting the entire cold sea open.
What?
At this time, Jin Long, who was cultivating wholeheartedly, suddenly felt a terrifying killing intent coming towards him crazily. His heart froze, and he quickly looked back. At this moment, he suddenly saw the old man charging towards him. The opponent's billowing power looked like a huge skull rising from a distance.
Not good!
Jin Long felt a warning sign in his heart and quickly raised his hand and waved forward without any hesitation.
If you still dare to resist, kneel down!
As soon as Han Sheng shouted, the old man's body was full of energy. The huge skull outside him actually became larger and more terrifying at this moment. In the moment of formation, it flew over with extreme speed and rushed in front of the golden dragon.
Boom!
The terrifying power exploded, creating a stormy sea on the spot. The endless cold water all around was defended by these two terrifying forces, and immediately shot out in all directions, like an arrow from a string. Woo! Jin Long couldn't help but let out a groan, and suddenly lost his balance, staggering back.
Who are you?
Jin Long's eyes were cold as he stared at the old man in front of him.
Humph! I am Wang Han, the head of the Wang family. Your accomplice killed my son, and yet he dared to come to this cold water planet to practice openly. Tell me quickly where the other two people are, and maybe I can keep you alive. Corpse!
Oh! Jin Long raised his eyebrows. Then he carefully looked at the old man in front of him, and couldn't help but sneered.
I didn't expect that after killing the younger one. The older one came too. That unlucky son of yours dared to molest a woman in the street. I guess you are not a good guy either. You happen to be here today, so I'll put together a pair and give it to you all. Killed! How dare you speak so harshly?
Wang Han was furious when he heard Jin Long's words. The churning power in his body became even more terrifying at this moment. With a shocking attitude, it came crushing again. This terrifying momentum surged to the extreme, crushing down like a mountain.
Get out of my way!
The previous attack was done hastily, so it was natural that the golden dragon was defeated by the opponent. But now that he is resisting head-on, he doesn't think he will be weaker than the opponent. Boom! With an angry shout, he quickly clapped his hands and rushed forward. Immediately, a monstrous momentum began to surge quickly, and suddenly it exploded to the extreme. The spiritual energy in the void was billowing, and it was also involved in endless cold water. On the spot, it transformed into a huge dragon claw that was several thousand feet long. It rolled up in an astonishing manner and blasted towards Wang Han. But Wang Han was not a weakling. He saw the rolling spiritual energy gathering around him, and the next moment it transformed into a skull head like a mountain. The skull head rushed forward on the spot, directly devouring and tearing apart the dragon claws formed by the cold water.
Bang!
The move was broken, and Jin Long made a dull sound, with a hint of shock in his eyes.
This old guy's strength has actually reached the late stage of 1 yuan. In a spell competition, I am no match for him. If that's the case, let's fight with fists and kicks.
Boom! Thinking in his mind, Jin Long's movements did not hesitate at all, and his whole body was already shooting out like an angry dragon in the next moment. He was already frantically killing Wang Han.
Snort!
Wang Hanan snorted, showing disdain. Although he has a skinny figure, if he doesn't have any skills, How can he become a subsidiary family of the Nangong clan? Facing the charging golden dragon, Wang Han actually took the same step and chose to fight head-on. Chapter 2202 Madman.
Boom!
The two fought against each other crazily, and there was already a shocking explosion. The terrifying air waves surged in all directions with a horrifying attitude. The confrontation between spiritual energy and demonic energy quickly set off a monstrous wind at this moment. This terrifying wind swept desperately in all directions, and even blew up the surrounding cold water crazily, bringing up a terrifying wave hundreds of meters high. Wow! The shocking roar also resounded at the same time. Feeling the terrible explosion, the expressions of the surrounding crowd changed drastically, and they quickly retreated towards the rear. And those slower warriors were directly strangled on the spot by this terrifying air wave. Boom! 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 In the midst of the confrontation, Jin Long and Wang Han both trembled and took several steps back before stopping.
Old man, your strength is somewhat beyond my expectation.
Jin Long clenched his slightly numb fists and looked at the other party with a sneer.
However, if you only have this strength and want to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy.
As he spoke, he grabbed it with his right hand. He saw that amid the churning of demonic energy, the dragon wandering halberd had been pulled out of the void by him. As the wandering dragon halberd appeared in his hand, the demonic aura of the golden dragon exploded crazily at this moment.
Monster Clan?
Only then did Wang Han notice that the demonic energy surging around the golden dragon was actually billowing. He raised his brows, revealing a look of surprise.
It seems that the Nangong clan has been really troubled by guys like Yang Machung recently, and they actually made you ghosts and snake gods come out. I was still thinking before, what kind of force actually dared to attack our Wang family? It turned out to be you beasts.
Beast? Jin Long raised his eyebrows. Of course, he naturally knew that the other party did not recognize his identity. After all, no one thought that after Yang Machung and others killed Nangong Hintian in the Shuai's galaxy, instead of escaping, they would go directly to the hinterland of the Nangong clan. With a sneer, Jin Long shook his head and said,
You guys, although you are wearing a human skin, in fact you are worse than animals on the inside. Your son robbed other people's rooms, and immediately killed them when they disagreed. And on the flying puppet, he robbed women openly and openly. Even a beast can't do this kind of thing. But your son did it. With your son's moral character, I'm sure you, as a man, will not be any better. With the support of the Nangong clan, he dominates everywhere. In fact, he is just a dog. Court death.
Every time Jin Long said a word, Wang Han's face became uglier. Since the Wang family became a subordinate clan of the Nangong clan, when had he ever been insulted like this? And now that he said such words in front of him, for a moment he even wanted to tear Jin Long to death. With a roar, Wang Han took a fierce step, and his monstrous inner energy had already exploded to a shocking extreme. The surging power had already set off a terrifying wave on the spot. The rolling force had already stirred up the monstrous cold water crazily. Under the pull of the power, the cold water turbulent and transformed, forming a ferocious-looking skeleton. Almost at the same time, it was already forming a terrifying figure. With his posture, he crazily rushed towards the location of the golden dragon and crushed it away.
Get out of my way!
Letting out a shocking roar, the golden dragon also burst out with his monstrous demonic energy at the same time. This torrential force surged out, and there was already an extremely strong wind all around. In this strong wind, the endless air waves between heaven and earth are being drawn crazily.
Roar!
A burst of dragon roar also sounded at the same time. I only saw that at the center of the rotating air wave, a huge cold water dragon was also formed at the same time. As it formed, it was already fiercely killing the skeleton in front. Boom! Under the shocked gazes of countless people, the two attacks collided like a rock-shattering collision. This terrible explosion even spread throughout the entire cold Mercury star, causing the entire star to tremble uncontrollably at this moment. How could such a huge movement not attract attention? Everyone looked forward with horror on their faces.
That is,
at this time, Axianu, who was also practicing, felt this familiar wave of power and looked forward with surprise. I saw that on the battlefield. The fight between Jin Long and Wang Han had reached a fever pitch. But Wang Han's strength is always 1 point higher than that of the Golden Dragon. And there are more warriors heading towards the Golden Dragon in front to crush him. At this moment, the overwhelming warriors launched a desperate attack on the Golden Dragon.
Tongue!
Shocked in his heart, Axiana rushed forward. Boom! As she rushed forward, Axiana was already forming seals with her hands. Immediately, the rolling aura on her body was also stirred up at the same time. The moment she was stirred up, it was already condensed in midair. Pieces of terrible ice picks. Go! Although this monstrous ice cone is not as terrifying as the aura sword that Yang Muchung summoned in the Shueisha galaxy, the number is not far behind. These ice cones covered the entire sky almost at the same time they were formed. In an instant, they all exploded, bursting out crazily in an astonishing manner, overwhelming Wang Han. Wang Han, who was pressing down on the golden dragon, suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. He couldn't help but look up quickly, and suddenly saw the terrifying ice cone rolling towards him. Not good! Wang Han's face suddenly sank, and he turned his hands in front of him, and a transparent ripple spread out quickly. As the ripple spread, the ice cones that emerged from the sky were turned into ice powder on the spot at this moment. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Wang Han felt extremely astonished as he looked at Axiana, who was slowly flying down from midair. He looked at Arsenal with interest and couldn't help but said, "She is so stunning! No wonder my son would risk his life for you." But as he spoke, a cold look flashed on his face. "However, now my son is dead, but you bitch is still alive. Today I will kill you and bury you next to my son's grave. I will let him die for the woman he can't get while alive. Time to have it. This old guy is the head of the Wang family," Jin Long explained in a low voice. "Needless to say, this guy is a lunatic." Axiana couldn't help but narrowed his eyes. Chapter 2203 Whirlpool. "Besides you two, the one who killed my son is the mastermind. If you can tell where the mastermind is, I can let you die more happily." Converging his gaze, Wang Han's voice became colder. "Humph. Is it so easy to make us speak?" Asiana grabbed his right hand, and endless chills surged out quickly, gathering into a Xianming war spear. Although Jin Long didn't speak, his monstrous aura also burst out. "Oh!" Seeing the choices made by Jin Long and Axiana, Wang Han's expression turned completely gloomy. "If that's the case, then I'll catch you and force him out. Tongue! Tongue! Tongue!" As soon as he finished speaking, he saw figures rushing out quickly, surrounding the two of them almost instantly. In an instant, the two of them were in danger, while the outside world was fighting. Yang Muchung was already deeper and deeper into the interior of Hanmari's star. As it goes deeper, Han Miao, who was originally as sticky as oil, was already frozen into ice under the overwhelming spiritual energy. What shocked Yang Muchung the most was that the center of the entire star was not some other existence, but an ice bead the size of a fist. However, this ice bead is blocked by countless ices. Really? Withdrawing the spiritual thought that was almost as frozen from the center of the cold water star, Yang Muchung completely confirmed his guess. He had long believed that the appearance of this star was not that simple, and was probably due to some reasons. But now it seems that the ice bead in the center of the star is the most critical position. A steady stream of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is emerging from this ice bead, but it's not that easy to get it. Looking at the layers of ice in front of him, Yang Muchung secretly smiled bitterly. But it may not be possible for others. But for me, I can give it a try. Even if I don't have this ice bead, the huge energy in it is enough to restore my strength to its peak. Thinking of this, Yang Muchung sat down on the spot without any hesitation. Boom! Almost at the same time, the Taiku Heaven swallowing technique was released without any reservation. In an instant, the condensed ice mist turned into a horned dragon at the same time, and continued to dive quickly towards his body. In the previous Hanyu area, the huge spiritual energy had already restored most of Yang Muchung's condition. Now, there will be no problem with this level of absorption. Of course, this is just for him. For the warriors who also practice on this star, it is a huge disaster. Huh? How is this going? Why is the spiritual energy completely gone? Those warriors who were practicing suddenly felt that the rich spiritual energy that had been soaking in their bodies all the time seemed to have suddenly disappeared at this moment. And not only that, they could feel that even the spiritual energy they were breathing in seemed to have lost control at this moment, and was constantly rushing towards the center of the entire cold Mercury star. What on earth is it? In addition to them, more and more warriors are discovering problems. You know, except for some powerful beings who can enter the interior of the stars to practice. Other warriors can only carefully take out a little bit at a time outside the cold water to practice. However, while they were practicing, they clearly discovered that the cold water that originally covered more than 90% of the entire star was decreasing at a rapid speed at this moment.
Look! Look there!
At this moment, bursts of exclamations rang out. Uh-huh. At this moment, everyone's eyes couldn't help but look towards the center of the cold water star. I only saw that the originally calm sea surface was quietly turbulent, and a whirlpool was formed under the incredible eyes of countless people. The vortex was not big at first, but under the shocked gazes of everyone, it twisted crazily, and then spread in a horrifying manner. Almost in an instant, it had expanded to a size of thousands of feet. Moreover, the whirlpool affected not only the surrounding cold water, but also affected the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire cold water star. At this moment, everyone could feel that a powerful force was stirring from the vortex, and the huge suction force quietly enveloped the entire star. Han Tuishing, who originally had extremely rich spiritual energy. At this moment, everyone felt that the spiritual energy was rushing toward the whirlpool like a flood that burst its banks.
Go and have a look!
Wang Han, who was suppressing Jinlong and Axianu, couldn't help but feel stunned. You must know that the main reason why the Wang family came here was because of the orders of the Nangong clan. Although the Nangong clan now cares about the head rather than the tail, they cannot tolerate others dividing this cold water star under their noses. However, it was delayed because of Wang Hang's murder. Now that such a strange thing happened on this star, he couldn't help being shocked, and he quickly sent someone to investigate.
Time! Time! Time!
As soon as the words fell, several warriors rushed out quickly at this moment, rushing towards the location of the vortex. From the moment the vortex appeared to Wang Han's order, the vortex had grown several times larger. Countless amounts of cold water were rolling crazily, spitting crazily at this moment. The cold water of the entire star seemed to be sucked in. But the most horrifying thing was that a figure appeared in the center of the whirlpool.
What? How can it be? Such a terrifying movement. Could it be made by one person?
Although I couldn't believe it, there was a young man sitting in the center of the whirlpool at this moment. It could be seen that after the endless cold water surged crazily along the whirlpool, all of it poured into the young man's body. If an ordinary person had absorbed so much cold water, his body would have been stretched to the point of bursting. But the body of the young man in the whirlpool was like an endless black hole. He didn't react at all. On the contrary, the speed of absorption became more and more fierce and terrifying.
Master, something serious has happened. There is actually a person at the center of this whirlpool.
After seeing the situation in the center of the whirlpool, the warrior who rushed to the cold water shouted tremblingly.
What?
At this moment, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. There is actually a person at the center of this whirlpool?
No matter who it is, kill me without mercy!
Wang Han closed his eyes and shouted sternly. Chapter 2204, Coming Out of Seclusion. Boom! 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 Following Wang Han's shout, almost the next moment, he saw that figure rising into the sky quickly. And then, he saw the overwhelming attack sweeping towards the center of the whirlpool crazily.
Not good! That's the boss!
Jinlong, who was confronting Wang Han, suddenly focused his eyes on the center of the whirlpool. He couldn't help but close his eyes and cried out. However, his look in Wang Han's eyes made Wang Han burst into tears and laugh.
Ha ha! You can't find anything even if you wear iron shoes. And it takes no effort at all to get there. You have been unwilling to tell me who the last guy is. But you didn't expect that he is actually here. This time, the three of you are gathered here. And I will send you to the west together. Not good.
Arsenal was also shocked. But looking at the overwhelming attacks that were rushing towards Yang Mucheng, my heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Even if I wanted to save him at this moment, it was already too late. I could only watch the terrifying attacks blast towards me. Yang Mucheng's body. At this moment, although Yang Mucheng was sitting in the center of the whirlpool, his whole perception was sweeping across the stars. He could feel all the changes on the star. And he could also see Axianu and Jinlong who were fighting Wang Han. He could also feel the endless cold water flowing in an endless stream. It poured into his body crazily and rapidly. Although he could sense all this, Yang Mucheng discovered surprisingly at this moment that he could not move his body at all.
What on earth is it? Why can't my body move? What on earth is this? Moving! Move quickly!
Yang Mucheng shouted crazily in his heart. But no matter how he screamed and roared in his heart, his body seemed to have lost control, desperately absorbing the endless cold water. However, Yang Mucheng didn't know that this was because the damage to the five-element spirit body was too serious. And this area is full of cold water, which not only allowed Yang Muqing's injured body to recover quickly, but also supplemented the body of the white tiger that was lacking in the five-element spirit body. Moreover, due to the full operation of the ancient heaven swallowing technique, this allowed Yang Muqing to recover quickly. Yang Muqing lost control of the five-element spirit body in a short period of time. But he is the master of this body after all. Boom! Almost as soon as his soul returned to his body, Yang Muqing suddenly exploded in the whirlpool. His eyes opened angrily, and a dazzling cold light shone in his pupils. Tongue! Almost instantly, a strong wave erupted along his body.
Just because you want to attack me!
Yang Muqing smiled coldly, raised his palm, and grabbed it forward. Wow! A terrifying tsunami broke out quickly. And at the same time, in the shocked eyes of countless people, they saw the rolling waves rising up and condensing into a huge cold water palm.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
A series of terrifying loud noises resounded crazily. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the overwhelming attack was completely shattered by the bombardment of this terrifying palm.
Go to H.L.
Yang Muqing shouted in a deep voice, and suddenly grabbed forward with his right hand. Boom! In a moment, the terrifying giant palm that shattered the endless attacks rose up and grabbed hard towards the sky.
What? Oh my god! This kind of attack!
Seeing this scene, those warriors who thought they could completely kill Yang Muqing just a moment ago suddenly changed their expressions and quickly retreated, preparing to escape.
Want to escape?
Yang Muqing sneered, and the movement of grabbing forward with his right hand suddenly accelerated several times. Wow! This huge palm suddenly landed down, sweeping out like a wind in a cloud. He directly captured the warriors, who were running away like crazy.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
There was a terrible explosion, and then bursts of blood mist were seen in the air, exploding rapidly.
I didn't expect that your royal family would dare to chase Hans We Star.
Yang Muqing slowly let go. Suddenly, the big palm condensed and the void lost the support of its power at this moment, and suddenly turned into endless sea water, rolling down and falling crazily into the seawater. Before the falling cold water calmed down, he saw Yang Muqing take a deep breath. Wow! Suddenly, a stream of water surged up and surged, and Yang Muqing swallowed it into his belly like a whale sucking water.
Boy! How dare you!
Seeing this scene, Wang Han shouted angrily and roared suddenly. The rolling power of his body was like a torrent that had accumulated for 3 days and 3 nights in the next moment. It poured out crazily in an instant, and even more quickly transformed into a huge skull. With a kind of shocking gesture surged out, and he killed Yang Muqing desperately. However, Yang Muqing just flicked his fingers.
Bang!
Only a burst of explosions was heard, and the terrifying skull head was completely exploded on the spot at this moment. The terrifying cold water poured down crazily at this moment, hitting the ground with a crackle.
Boss!
Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Axiana couldn't help but feel happy. Obviously, Yang Muqing's strength has completely recovered. Not only that, but the strength is even more terrifying than before. This kind of powerful strength has reached an unimaginable level.
It seems that the boss's 5-element spirit body has completely recovered.
Jin Long couldn't help but thought to himself.
You?
Kick! 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 Wang Han's attack was blasted, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. He looked ahead fiercely. However, at this time, Chu Jingtian ignored him at all. Instead, he withdrew his gaze and fell at his feet.
Rise!
I saw him drink softly and step on it fiercely.
Crack!
Suddenly, the ice under his feet exploded crazily at a terrifying speed. At the same time, a silhouette quickly rushed out from the exploding ice. I saw an ice bead the size of a fist, shining with light, slowly floating in the air.
This is?
Wang Han was stunned. No matter how idiotic he was, he immediately realized that this shimmering ice bead was exuding waves of power, and the power contained in it was simply beyond his imagination.
Could this ice bead be the core of this cold water star?
Wang Han's heart moved. Chapter 2205 Ice Bead Core. Seeing this ice bead, everyone present could not help but widen their eyes. To know, this cold water star appeared too suddenly, as if it appeared out of thin air. Before this, almost no one knew its origin, and many people had been speculating that this star might be formed due to some powerful heavenly spirit and earthly treasure. Before that, the Wang family had sent people to explore this cold water planet countless times. However, because the temperature in the center of this cold water planet was so terrible that no one could set foot in it, so they could only delay their exploration. But now this ice bead slowly rising from the depths of the cold water star. Even though it is surrounded by divine thoughts, the power within it is still very terrifying. Even though they were far apart, Wang Han could already feel the power that was constantly emanating from this ice bead.
Bring it to me!
Regardless of whether this ice bead exists in the cold water star or not, it is undeniable that this ice bead is definitely not a mortal thing. Boom! The greedy look in his eyes crazily appeared. And almost at the same time, he saw Wang Han roaring loudly, his whole body rising rapidly. And on the spot, he was like an arrow leaving the string. And he shot hard towards the position of Yang Maicheng. Exploded away. At the same time, he raised his big hand and fiercely grabbed the churning ice bead on the spot. Snort! Yang Maicheng snorted coldly, raised his right hand, and waved it away casually.
If you dare to resist, I will kill you first!
With an angry shout, Wang Han's power burst out on the spot, and he punched Yang Maicheng on the spot. The strength of his whole body was rolling, and this punch swept the sky like a wild wave, overwhelming and crushing Yang Maicheng like a terrifying wave.
This kid is simply looking for death. He killed the heir of the Wang family before, and Wang Han even wanted to cut him into pieces. If he had hidden well, no one might be able to do anything to him. But it's a pity that he actually showed up on his own, and even found the ice bead. If he could obediently hand over this ice bead, he might still have a way to live. But now that he's in such a state, no matter who comes, they can't save him. There is no hope at all. He will be shattered to pieces with this palm. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against Wang Han?
Everyone sighed secretly. To know, the Wang family was originally a subsidiary family of the Nangong clan. If he could get this ice bead and give it to the Nangong clan, the Wang family's status in the Nangong clan would become even more important. Some people are already full of envy. Naturally, they also coveted this ice bead very much. But Wang Han's strength was too powerful, and he was simply not something they could compete with. If he had to rob him by force, he would probably be killed on the spot just like the young man in the scene.
Snort!
However, facing the opponent's shocking attack, Yang Muching's face was filled with disdain. A palm was slowly slapped, and under the shocked eyes of countless people, the terrifying wave actually exploded on the spot with this casual palm. Countless amounts of cold water burst out crazily, turning into waves and rolling away.
What?
Seeing this scene, Wang Han couldn't help but be shocked. The bursting waves were already violently tumbling under the opponent's punch, and were heading towards him with a more ferocious attitude. Facing this wave that was even bigger and more terrifying than what he had caused before, Wang Han couldn't help but feel his heart sink.
Why is this boy so strong?
But at this time, he no longer had time to think about these issues, because the waves were already hitting his face at this moment. Wang Han gritted his teeth and immediately raised his palms to slap forward.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Every palm of his hand exploded with strength, and the space he struck was trembling. With each palm strike, the wave trembled violently and shrunk a bit. After the last palm blast, the huge wave exploded suddenly, turning into two torrents rolling directly from both sides of his body. However, before Wang Han could breathe a sigh of relief, when he saw the water falling from the sky, a white jade-like palm was already hitting him overwhelmingly.
Not good!
Although this punch seemed to have no power at all, at this moment Wang Han felt an unprecedented crisis sweeping over crazily with a terrifying attitude. In a hurry, Wang Han raised his fist and struck hard.
Bang!
A terrible explosion resounded loudly. The moment he and Yang Muching's fists clashed, he felt a force far above him. Almost as soon as the fists connected, the terrifying power was already crushing him quickly. This force was so powerful that it was almost unimaginable, and even made it feel caught off guard for a moment. In an instant, it was already crushing over him crazily, and pouring into his body unceremoniously.
Kakaka!
At this moment, Wang Han felt that his body was about to explode. His body suddenly trembled, and with a muffled cry, he involuntarily shot backwards on the spot.
How could this guy be so strong?
There was a roar in his heart, and Wang Han's shock was simply unpredictable. He never imagined that such a young boy could possess such strength. No matter in terms of cultivation or physique, he far surpasses himself, even enough to crush himself.
In the entire starry sky, I'm afraid only Yang Maicheng can possess this kind of strength. Right.
A thought flashed through my mind. Although he imagined this, he did not recognize that the young man in front of him was Yang Maicheng. After all, whether it was him or others, This was the hinterland of the Nangong clan. They did not think or believe that the young man in front of them was Yang Machung.
Why are you still standing there? Kill this kid!
However, although he was shocked, Wang Han quickly came to his senses and couldn't help but shout angrily.
Kill him! This kid dares to play tricks under the noses of our Wang family. Kill him!
Tying! 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 As Wang Han's shout rang out, everyone in the field quickly came to their senses, and at the same time, they started to stir rapidly. Even though they had transformed into terrifying lightning bolts, with a shocking attitude, he swept in recklessly. At the same time, those monstrous attacks were crushing Yang Machung with an overwhelming attitude. At this time, Wang Han also shot out at the same time. Chapter 2206 Yang Machung vs. Wang Han.
Not good!
Seeing this scene, whether it was Jinlong or Axianu, they couldn't help but feel stunned. Just one Wang Han is already very scary, let alone these beings added to the mix. Moreover, Yang Machung is now doing two things at once, and is still conquering the ice beads. How can he fight against these existences? However, it is too late to save him now. Snort! Seeing this scene, Yang Machung couldn't help but snorted, and without any fear, he raised his hand and swung away. Wow! At this moment, only the howling of the wind was heard. Immediately afterwards, he saw that the terrifying wind exploded quickly and violently. At this moment, it was like a roaring war dragon rushing towards his face. The overwhelming attacks were all shattered before they even got close. And the warriors of the Wang family were unable to resist at all under this violent wave. For a moment, everyone felt as if they were hit hard by a flying mountain peak. And the terrifying force suddenly poured into their bodies. Puff puff! A terrifying blood mist immediately erupted in the void. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the warriors who were hit by the wild waves trembled for a moment, and flew out like kites with broken strings on the spot, and fell heavily to the ground.
Not good!
Wang Han's heart trembled fiercely, facing the wild waves coming towards him. He let out a burst of roar, and the inner energy rolling through his body poured into it desperately. A sudden sound of howling ghosts and wolves was heard in the void, and in an instant, a sinister wind sprang up. Under the billowing wind, a ferocious-looking skull head suddenly formed. As it formed, it crazily crushed away with an extremely terrifying attitude.
Boom!
In the shocked eyes of countless people, this wild wave directly collided with the skull's head. Suddenly, large amounts of dust rose from the spot, and the billowing waves spread to all directions.
What?
Feeling this shocking power, the warriors on Han's wee planet couldn't help but have their expressions change drastically, and they all retreated towards the rear.
Why is this kid so strong? Wang Han is a warrior in the late Yuan period. With a wave of his hand, he was able to force Wang Han to unleash all his power. Who is he? Is he a descendant of the 7 major families?
Everyone couldn't help but exclaimed. The fight between the two even caused the entire star to tremble violently. It even made everyone wonder if the two people continued to fight like this, whether they would directly shatter the entire star. Feeling this terrifying power, everyone looked forward in shock. However, this sight made him take a deep breath. In the burst of dust, a figure lost its balance, and was thrown away like a kite with its string broken. The figure that was blasted out was clearly Wang Han.
How can it be? It's scary enough that he can compete with Wang Han, and this casual blow defeated him. Why is this kid so strong?
After the dust dispersed, Wang Han was knocked to the ground, but Chu Jingtian stood there unscathed. With 2 casual strikes, Wang Han vomited blood and flew backwards. This level of strength was unbelievable. At this time, Yang Machung slowly grabbed the ice bead with his right hand and slowly grasped it in his hand.
Boss!
Seeing this scene, Jinlong and Axiana quickly flew over.
What's this?
Arsenal looked at the ice ball in Yang Machung's hand with confusion on his face. The ice ball was sealed by spiritual thoughts, but the ice aura billowing around it could still be seen. Jinlong subconsciously touched it with his hand, but Yang Machung immediately stopped him.
Can't touch! This ice ball is the core of the entire cold Mercury star. Even though it is so small, the power within it cannot be underestimated. Even I dare not touch it. I can only use my spiritual mind to detect it. If you touch it accidentally, I'm afraid your body will be frozen into ice in an instant.
Hearing what Yang Machung said, Jinlong immediately shrank his neck in fear and couldn't believe it.
So this is it.
Axiana looked at the ice bead with curiosity on his face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that this ice bead could actually move the entire star. You can imagine how terrifying the power in it is.
Boss, how are you injured?
Jean Long couldn't help but continue to ask after watching Yang Muchung put the ice bead into the dragon pattern space between his eyebrows.
My injuries have been fully recovered, and my cultivation level is only one step away from reaching the late stage of 1 yuan. As long as I absorb the power of this ice bead, there will definitely be no problems with a successful breakthrough. But I have brought this ice bead, and there will no longer be any restrictions on the cold water on this star. You can go and get it. If you don't hurry up, after the spiritual energy of these cold water dissipates, the power will a lot less,
Yang Muchung said with a smile. He was in a good mood. It was originally thought that it would take a long time to recover from the injury. At least half a year. Unexpectedly, he actually got such an ice bead directly, which not only restored his cultivation level, but also improved his strength. And with this ice bead in hand, his 5-element spirit body can be completely completed.
Ha ha. Okay, boss.
Jean Long laughed loudly and nodded repeatedly. He had long been greedy for the cold water, but due to previous restrictions, he only took a small part of it. Now that there are no restrictions, he can't wait to collect them all.
Roar!
I saw the golden dragon taking a deep breath, and the cold water surface that had finally calmed down suddenly started to vibrate again at this moment. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the churning cold water turned into a high wave. Like a huge wave. Like a sea spout. It poured into his mouth desperately with a shocking gesture. In his mouth, there was a space. Although this space was not as huge as Yang Muchung's dragon pattern space, it was still not small. The rolling waves came endlessly, as if it could not be filled.
Leave some for me!
Seeing that the golden dragon seemed to be absorbing all the cold water in the stars, Axianu on the side couldn't help but raise his brows and also picked up a seal. There was only a sound of vast churning sea water, and then another wave was seen rolling up, turning into a monstrous tornado. Although she doesn't have as huge a space as the golden dragon, she still has her own means, so it's easy to absorb the cold water. Chapter 2207. Someone from the Nangong clan is coming.
Crash! Crash!
On the huge cold water star, the sea water was churning and surging at this moment. Everyone looked at the two boiling sea waters with their mouths open, and couldn't help but be stunned. This courage is really too great. Not only did he dare to hurt Wang Han, but he also took away the core of the entire cold water star. And now he wants to take away the entire star's cold water.
By the way, let's start too.
Now that someone has started, the rest of them naturally don't need to worry so much. Anyway, with so many people absorbing it, how much can Wang Han remember? At worst, he will put the cold water away. Find a place to hide and practice for 7 or 8 years. Wait until the storm has passed, and then come out again.
Rise! Receive! Ha ha! I also have a share of this cold water.
Seeing this scene, everyone rushed to absorb it, fearing that if they were slower than others, more cold water would be snatched away by others. For a time, the endless cold water rolled, and everyone was scrambling for it. What? Wang Han was so angry that he almost bit his teeth into pieces. The Nangong clan was so worried about Yang Muchung that they had no time to care about this star. So they were sent to take care of it to prevent others from taking the star away. But now, the core of this star has been taken away by the other party. And if the remaining cold water is also completely taken away, then when the Nangong clan pursues it, the Wang family may not be able to withstand the anger of the Nangong clan.
Stop it all! Aren't you afraid of the Nangong clan? I will definitely report this matter to the Nangong clan. When the time comes, the Nangong clan will definitely kill you completely, leaving no one behind.
Wang Han shouted desperately, but no one paid any attention to him. Seeing this scene, Yang Muchung couldn't help but frown. Although these people did not absorb as much as Xenu and Golden Dragon, the number of all people added together was also very huge. If this is the case, I'm afraid most of them will fall into the hands of these guys.
Stop it all! You have no place here!
Yang Muchung's eyes widened angrily, and he shouted coldly.
Boom!
This terrifying roar was like thunder, rolling crazily in all directions. At the same time, the terrifying pressure was crushed head-on, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and their blood to surge. Some warriors with low strength immediately stepped back a few steps in shock at the shouts. At this moment, they stopped unconsciously and couldn't help but look at each other. Normally, they would naturally not pay attention to each other. But this young man looks like a harmless person. But he is actually a ferocious god. Not only did he kill the heirs of the Wang family, he even ignored Wang Han. If you offend him, I'm afraid he will be killed on the spot. Right? Some people were so frightened that they stopped. But some people said disdainfully,
The brave will die of hunger. And the timid will die of hunger. Yes. Why can only they take this cold water? But we can't. There are so many of us. I don't believe he dares to offend all of us.
More people just sneered, then ignored Yang Muchung and continued to drink cold water. Seeing this scene, Wang Han smiled instead of being angry. He looked at Yang Muchung with disdain and thought to himself,
Boy, do you really think of yourself as a person? Even I can't stop so many people from drinking. So what can you do?
He hated these warriors who took advantage of the situation. But he hated Yang Muchung even more. This guy killed his son, and even dared to snatch the core of Han's Star in person. He simply didn't take him seriously. After this time is over, he will report this matter to the Nangong clan. Let them find out the identity of this kid. And kill this guy completely.
Court death.
Yang Muchung raised his eyebrows. Although it is said that everyone can take advantage of the treasures of heaven and earth. But he was the one who lifted the restriction on this star. How could he let others take whatever he wanted? And not only did he not show any gratitude to himself, but he dared to be so disdainful?
Call out!
I saw a cold flash in his eyes, raised his hand, and flicked forward. I saw a sharp finger light, like lightning whistling at this moment, flying through the void and shooting towards the warrior's cave.
Bang!
The warrior was enjoying the cold water, but he never thought that Yang Muchung would suddenly take action. At this moment, before he could react, he was already watching the extremely condensed finger light roaring towards him.
What?
This finger was so fast that he was hit on the spot without any reaction. Just hearing a pop sound, the finger light blasted into his chest, and then blasted out from his back. Under the shocked eyes of countless people, the warrior immediately collapsed on the spot like a rag bag. It flew out and fell heavily to the ground, making a dull sound. Hiss. Seeing this scene, everyone felt their scalps go numb and couldn't help but gasp.
Who else wants to give it a try again?
Yang Muchung said lightly. The domineering power contained in his calm words cannot be ignored. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They didn't dare to have the slightest doubt. Once they continued to take in this cold water, the other party would definitely kill them all without mercy. After feeling the hint of domineering in the other party's words, none of them dared to move again for a while.
What?
Seeing this scene, Wang Han couldn't help but change his expression. He didn't expect that the words spoken by his dignified head of the Wang family were inferior to such a young boy. However, at this moment, only a gust of wind howling was heard, and a huge shadow suddenly enveloped everyone's heads. Feeling the roaring wind, everyone couldn't help but feel startled and quickly looked up. When I saw this, my face turned pale. However, after Wang Han saw the shadow, he couldn't help but burst into laughter.
Ha! Boy, you dare to go against our Wang family? Now that our backer is here, how will you die this time?
Under countless shocked and fearful eyes, a huge flying puppet was seen flying directly above everyone's heads, and then landed unceremoniously, shocking the surrounding crowd and fleeing in all directions. And above the flying puppet, there was a flag with 2 words written on it. Nandong. Seeing the fluttering flag, Wang Han felt as if he had met his biological father. He rushed over in a hurry, his face full of flattery. Chapter 2208 Don't Pay. A middle-aged man slowly walked down from the huge flying puppet, followed by rows of warriors who looked like wolves and eagles. With the arrival of this group of people, all the warriors present fell silent.
The Nangong clan? Why are they here? Why don't you come? The location of Han's Star is originally the hinterland of the Nangong clan. It is only a matter of time that they will appear here. But once they arrive, I'm afraid we won't have a share in this cold water planet anymore.
Everyone looked at each other for a while, feeling very sorry. But immediately, they all looked at Yang Muchung with gloating looks.
Fortunately, this guy stopped us from collecting cold water earlier. Otherwise, if we were hit by the Nangong clan, we would be in big trouble. Yes, now that the Nangong clan has arrived, how can he be qualified to be arrogant again?
Everyone laughed secretly. In their opinion, the Nangong clan is certainly qualified to take over the entire Han's Star. After all, their strength lies here. Even if they wanted to resist, they didn't have the slightest ability. But you are just a young boy with no background. How can you dare to fight against the Nangong clan? Now that the Nangong clan is here, Wang Han will definitely exaggerate the matter. I don't believe you still dare to be arrogant in front of the Nangong clan.
Boss? Owner!
Axianu and Jin Long looked at each other, both seeing the trouble in each other's eyes. Originally, they planned to leave immediately after taking the Coldwater Star. But who would have thought that the Nandong family would arrive early? At this moment, both of them looked at Yang Mucheng. Yang Mucheng's expression remained calm, without any hint of nervousness. Instead, he continued,
If you continue to absorb, what about the Nandong clan?
Yes. When the two heard this, they couldn't help but nodded secretly. What about the Nandong clan? Are there not many Nandong clan members who have died in their hands so far? Thinking of this, the two of them began to drink the cold water in front of them again.
My lord! My lord!
Wang Han walked up to the middle-aged man with a flattering look on his face. This man's name is Nandong Howren, and he is also an elder-level existence of the Nandong clan. After taking a look at Wang Han, who came to him with a flattering face, he frowned and slapped him without any politeness.
Snapped!
This slap suddenly hit Wang Han in front of him, causing him to vomit blood and lose a few teeth. He flew out like a kite with a broken string on the spot. But Wang Han didn't dare to be unhappy at all. Instead, he immediately got up and came to Nandong Howren again.
What's going on here? Didn't I say that you, the Wang family, should take good care of this cold water star?
A cold light flashed in Nandong Howren's eyes. The Nandong clan has always been extremely domineering, and this cold water star has long been regarded as their own. Now when they come here, they find that there are so many warriors here. There are even people who dare to collect the cold water here in front of the Nandong clan.
My lord! My lord! You can't blame us for this!
Wang Han couldn't help shouting.
It's because some rebels came from this cold water star, and they didn't stop our orders at all.
As he spoke, he pointed at Yang Mucheng in the distance and said,
It's that boy! Not only did he kill my son, he also injured me. Now that the entire Hansui planet has been occupied by them, I really have no choice.
Oh! Nandong Howren raised his brows and couldn't help but sneer.
There are still people who dare to take things by force under the noses of our Nandong clan. It's so disgusting. Take me there. I want to see what this kid has. Ability. Good.
Wang Han responded and quickly led Nandong Howren towards where Yang Mucheng was. As he walked, he was still talking about what the other party had done before.
I don't know what means this kid used, but he actually took out the core of Hansui Star. Now that there is no core to serve as a prison, the cold water of Hansui Star can be taken and it will. The man and the woman are also the kid's accomplices.
A cold light flashed in Wang Han's eyes, pointing at Axianu and Jin Long from a distance. He simply hated Yang Mucheng and others in his heart, but he did not have the strength to deal with them, so he could only rely on the power of the Nandong clan. The more he spoke, the more angry he became. Boy, do you dare to offend me? You dare to kill my son?
This time is when you pay the price. I will let you know what regret means.
In Wang Han's expectation, a large group of people arrived in front of Yang Mucheng. Nandong Howren frowned when he saw that Axianu and Jin Long were still taking in the cold water without any intention of stopping at his presence. But he didn't stop him. Instead, he stretched out his right hand towards Yang Mucheng.
Hand over the core, and I may consider sparing you. Grown-ups.
When Wang Han heard this, he immediately shouted urgently. He wanted to cut Yang Mucheng into pieces. How could he tolerate this happening? But Nandong Howren just looked at him quietly and asked him to shut his mouth completely. He does not have the strength or the courage to confront the Nandong clan.
Hand it over. Who do you think you are?
Yang Mucheng raised his eyebrows and said disdainfully. Hearing these words, Nandong Howren couldn't help but sneer. He shook his head repeatedly and said,
Previously, Wang Han said that you are not even afraid of our Nandong clan. I still didn't believe it. But now it seems that you are really like this. Our Nandong clan is not like useless things like the Wang family. My patience is limited. In the end, it's best to hand over the core as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I get angry, not only will you die, but your companions will die, as well as your family, and everything related to you will die.
Boom! Nandong Howren's words immediately caused the hearts of the warriors present to tremble. They had long known that the Nandong clan was very domineering, but they did not expect that it was so terrifying. All related existences would be wiped out. How many people dared to challenge the Nandong clan? Everyone looked at Yang Mucheng. In their opinion, this kid would definitely not dare to make another mistake, and would definitely give the ice beads to him with both hands respectfully. If you dare to show any reluctance, I'm afraid the other party will directly kill these people with the force of thunder, and then take away the core. But what everyone didn't expect was that Yang Muchung didn't show the slightest fear. Instead, he flicked his fingers disapprovingly and said,
Others are afraid of you Nandong clan. But that doesn't mean I am afraid too. There is no reason to take out the things that are in my hands. If you want to take away the core of the cold water star from my hands, do you have the ability?
Boom! Yang Muchung's words immediately shocked everyone. Chapter 2209 recognized.
Oh my god! This kid is so bold. Did I hear wrongly? What did this kid just say? He is not afraid of the Nandong clan. And he also said he doubts the Nandong clan's ability to take things from him.
As soon as Yang Muchung said these words, everyone was shocked. Everyone looked at Yang Muchung in disbelief. Wang Han was stunned for a moment. And then he came back to his senses. He was surprised and happy in his heart. I was shocked that this boy was so audacious that he didn't even give the Nandong clan face. Such an elder-level existence came to you in person to ask for the core. But you refused politely. Fortunately, the other party's words must have offended Nandong Haoran. Now if you don't say anything else, Nandong Haoran will completely kill him.
What?
Hearing Yang Muchung's words, Nandong Haoran couldn't help but be stunned. Showing an unbelievable look. He didn't expect that when he spoke in person, he would be ignored by the other party.
Good boy.
Nandong Haoran nodded heavily.
I have seen people who are not afraid of death. But I have never seen someone who is not afraid of death like you. If you dare to challenge our Nandong clan, you are really tired of life. In this case, don't blame us for being ruthless. Elder, this kid seems to be the same person.
Just when Nandong Haoran was angry, a warrior from the Nandong family suddenly discovered something. He couldn't help being shocked and whispered to Nandong Haoran.
I don't care who he looks like. If he dares to disobey me, I will definitely let him die without a burial place.
Nandong Haoran shouted fiercely. But as soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but suddenly froze. The look on Yang Muchung's face changed from confusion to shock, and then to panic. And this time, others present were also aware of it.
Yes, this kid seems to be him. Could it be him? Impossible. Under the pursuit of the Nandong clan, everyone has to hide honestly. How could he appear in the hinterland of our Nandong clan? Absolutely. I have seen his portrait, and it looks exactly like this.
When someone said this, the warriors of the Nandong clan present immediately reacted. The arrogant look on his face turned into one of fear in the blink of an eye. What's more, some people were so frightened that they even backed away.
What's going on? Am I right? The Nandong clan is actually scared?
At this time, everyone looked at the Nandong clan with shock on their faces. To know, before that, they thought that under the pressure of the Nandong clan, this boy would never dare to resist at all. He would honestly hand over the core of Han Shuixing with both hands, kneel down and beg for mercy, and beg the Nandong clan to let him go. A way out. But unfortunately, the situation is completely opposite now. When the Nandong clan faced this young man, instead of showing the powerful and terrifying strength of the Nandong clan, they were intimidated by the other party. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. If anyone dared to mention this matter in front of them before, they would definitely slap him in the face unceremoniously. What a joke. What kind of existence is the Nandong clan? How could they be frightened by a young boy? Even if it's a lie, I don't believe it. The Nandong clan is one of the 7 clans in the starry sky. They have always been the only ones who bully others. How could anyone scare them? But now, this seemingly unbelievable thing actually happened. And it happened in front of all of them.
This kid looks familiar.
At this time, a warrior who was always paying attention to the scene suddenly thought of something, and couldn't help but exclaimed.
Who is it? Do you know this kid?
There are still some people who don't know why and are still asking. But some people had already thought of something, and their eyes suddenly widened, and they couldn't help but sucked in a breath of cold air. What's more, some of them even took a few steps back.
Why is it him? He actually appears here.
Hiss. The warrior who recognized Yang Muchung's identity couldn't help but take a breath of air at this moment. Suddenly, those originally joking eyes became shocked at this moment.
I finally understand why this kid has no fear of the Wang family at all, let alone the Nandong clan, and why he is so arrogant in the face of the Nandong clan. The Nandong clan is in big trouble this time.
Those warriors who were still laughing at Yang Muchung's recklessness turned into panic after recognizing him. This kind of existence was simply beyond his imagination.
Who is it? Is this existence scary? I don't believe that he can fight against the Nandong clan.
Some warriors, who were still kept in the dark, were not aware of the problem.
But when I saw the shocked eyes around me, I still had some doubts in my heart. In their opinion, the power of the Nangong clan is so terrifying. How can they allow others to offend them? No matter who the opponent is, they will definitely be unable to fight against the Nangong clan. You must have heard of this existence. Everyone in the entire starry sky will be afraid of the strength of the Nangong clan. But he will not, a warrior said. When he saw the other party, he wanted to retort, so he smiled bitterly and shook his head. 2 ancestors of the Nangong clan died in his hands. Boom. These words immediately made the warrior, who still wanted to refute, widen his eyes and take a breath of air. It's him. The warrior swallowed his saliva and spoke with difficulty. Suddenly, the look he looked at the other party became equally fearful. Almost at this moment, all the warriors who recognized Yang Maicheng could not help but change their expressions, and all retreated towards the rear. If it was that existence, I'm afraid a war might break out on this star next. It's you? Until then, Nandong Haoran also recognized Yang Mucheng's identity. Ha ha. It looks like you have recognized me. Yang Maicheng didn't hide anything. He flicked his fingers and said, Now that you have recognized me, do you still have the confidence to snatch the core from my hand again? Listening to Yang Mucheng's words, the warriors of the Nandong clan present could not help but change their expressions. Although they have recognized each other's identity, they still have some illusions in their hearts. They simply cannot believe that such a terrifying existence dares to come to the hinterland of the Nangong clan openly. But now that the other party has admitted it personally, they can't even believe it. Chapter 2210 Siege from All Sides. Yang Maicheng. There was a trace of horror in Nandong Haoran's eyes. After all, he was the elder of the clan, so he quickly came to his senses. Staring at Yang Maicheng, Nandong Haoran said coldly, I didn't expect you to dare to appear openly in the hinterland of our Nangong clan. You are simply seeking death. Yeah. Yang Maicheng flicked his fingers and said disdainfully, I have killed too many people from the Nangong clan. One more person is not too much for you, and one person less than you is not too much. After the battle with Nangong Hintian, I was seriously injured and have been recovering from my injuries until now. Now in Hamri's star, my strength has completely recovered, and I just wanted to find someone to practice my skills with. I didn't expect that you would actually come to my door at this time. Snort. Hearing Yang Mucheng's words, Nandong Haoran's eyes flashed with coldness, and Wang Han beside him was even more frightened. He never dreamed that this young man was Yang Maicheng. No wonder this boy has always been Yang Maicheng. Fortunately, I didn't continue to attack him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Yang Maicheng. Looking at Yang Maicheng, Nandong Haoran's eyes were filled with awe. He waved his right hand, and the warriors who were following him quickly stood up and came like a tide, immediately surrounding Yang Mucheng's position. Seeing this scene, the casual cultivators present were trembling with fear and quickly retreated towards the rear. This situation is already preparing for war. Whether it is the Nangong clan or Yang Maicheng, this kind of battle is not something they can participate in. Once you get involved, you will probably be burned to ashes by the anger from both sides in an instant. Boss! Owner! Seeing this scene, Jin Long and Ashian Nu also quickly stopped and quickly came to Yang Mucheng's side. Most of the entire cold Mercury star has been absorbed by them, leaving only the last residue. You are all here. Since this is the right time, I will catch you all in one go. Nandong Haoran said coldly. Catch us all? Just you? Yang Maicheng slowly shook his head. Boom. Before he finished speaking, Nandong Haoran stepped forward. At this moment, his whole body shot out like an arrow from a string, with such terrifying speed that even the surrounding space rumbled at this moment. The huge sea surface was separated by him, causing 2 huge waves. Seen from a distance, Nandong Haoran's entire body looks like a giant axe tearing open the sea surface. That's Yang Maicheng. Wang Han looked at Nandong Haoran, who was charging out, and couldn't help but trembled in his heart, and shouted hurriedly. But after thinking about it, he reacted. Yeah. So what about Yang Maicheng? Although this guy killed 2 ancestors of the Nangong clan, he did so with the help of several other ancestor-level experts. Without those ancestor-level experts now, I don't believe how powerful this guy can be. Sharp! In addition to Wang Han, everyone else present also reacted. To know, the 2 battles between Yang Maicheng and the Nangong clan, in which the 2 ancestors were killed respectively, have already spread throughout the world. Although the last 2 ancestors were killed by Yang Maicheng himself. To everyone,
The real main force was the other three flame demon dragons, Sun Han and Zhou Jintian. No matter how powerful Yang Mucheng is, it is impossible to fight against an ancestor-level existence. He doesn't have the strength, let alone the courage.
If I can help Nandong Haoran kill Yang Mucheng, the Nandong clan will definitely not pursue our Wang family's loss of Han Shuixing, and maybe our status in the Nandong clan will be improved.
Thinking of this, Wang Han almost didn't hesitate at all, and he rushed towards Yang Mucheng's position as fast as an arrow from the string. Seeing this scene, Nandong Haoran was even more ecstatic and shouted loudly,
Everyone, listen to me. If anyone can help me kill Yang Mucheng, my Nandong clan will definitely reward him heavily.
There must be a brave man under a heavy reward. These warriors were very excited after seeing Wang Han take action. After all, few beings who can reach this level would be idiots. Naturally, like Wang Han, they had already anticipated some things. Even if they couldn't imagine the key point, Nandong Haoran's words were enough to make their hearts flutter. Tongue! 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 Immediately, countless people frantically moved toward Yang Mucheng's position, shooting wildly. Seen from a distance, it looks like a meteor shower streaking through the void, so dense that it makes one's scalp numb.
Faced with so many strong men, even you are powerless to resist.
When Nandong Haoran saw this scene, he couldn't help but be slightly shocked, but was soon replaced by ecstasy. In his opinion, if so many people take action together, even he will feel a huge headache. Although Yang Mucheng's evil reputation is widely spread in this starry sky, in fact, his cultivation level is not high. The reason why he has been so comfortable being hunted by the Nandong clan is because they have not meeting the strong men of the Nandong clan head-on. Or maybe there are noble people around him to help him every time. But this time, there is no such presence around him. He believes that with his own strength, he can kill Yang Mucheng on the spot.
Yeah!
However, facing the unstoppable charge of the crowd, Yang Mucheng did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he raised his brows with a hint of disdain.
I didn't expect that I would be underestimated by you idiots.
What? After hearing what Yang Mucheng said, everyone present became furious.
This kid is so arrogant. It's so arrogant. He actually dares to call us bastards. It's simply unforgivable. Kill him!
Boom! 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 Suddenly, everyone became furious. At this moment, almost everyone burst out wildly with their own monstrous inner energy. From a distance, the turbulent posture of this inner energy looked like balls of crazy burning flames. Zheng! 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 At the same time, everyone pulled out their weapons and poured their overwhelming inner energy into their martial arts. The next moment, he saw the overwhelming attack pouring down like rain.
You are seeking death on your own?
Looking at Yang Mucheng, who still dared to make jokes at this time, Nandong Haoran couldn't help but sneered.
You dare to look down on our Nandong clan. Now is the time for you to pay the price.
However, as soon as this smug smile appeared on his cheeks, it completely stiffened.